Chapter 1. Supreme Ruler. Infinite deep space. Asteroid belt. Dark and terrifying. A place even a lively kitten with boundless curiosity, who dashes around recklessly and crashes into walls, wouldn't bother to look at. Inside an unremarkable asteroid, a secret base is hidden. Metallic rooms filled with floating debris. Numerous experimental instruments. Thousands of metal cabinets fixed with bolts. Within one cabinet, Wang Sheng regains consciousness, but his body still feels numb. Faint streaks of light enter his blurred vision. Slowly opening his eyes, misty cold air spreads around. Snap! A cool droplet from the melting ice on the cabinet top lands on his forehead, splitting and flowing down, bringing a slight tingling sensation. The icy water trickles into his eye sockets, stimulating sensitive nerves, and Wang Sheng quickly closes his eyes. Memories flood back like a tidal wave. He had soul-traveled to a parallel universe, becoming a lackey for a star pirate gang. For some unknown reason, he had been cryogenically frozen. In this universe, there exist countless races with wisdom far surpassing that of Earth. 6 major human alliances come together to form an interstellar alliance, possessing a fleet of millions of starships. Light and darkness, 2 opposing factions, lead to endless wars involving numerous species. Time after time, scenes of deceit and life and death cycles play out. What a grand and magnificent civilization it is. It's a miracle that the past Earth civilization could only look up to in awe. Free and glorious, interstellar pirates have plenty of opportunities and a bright future ahead, defying heaven, Earth, and the entire universe. After plundering starships, they steal beauties. Once discovered, they flee like the wind, leaving a million-strong army trailing behind uselessly. How unrestrained, debonair, and carefree can they get? That's the rather ordinary daily life of these star pirates, isn't it? Even though they are hunted by all sides, Wang Sheng feels he can accept it. In his previous life, he lived to be 123 years old, envied by all as an elder. But inside, he had many regrets, feeling powerless against aging and inevitable death. The reason he lived so long was due to his strong spirit and sharp mind. Just before dying at the age of 122, he wrote a web novel of nearly 1 million words. And at 99 years old, his 5th young wife gave birth to a pair of twins. His life was so full of happiness. So, 99. Aren't you impressed? He has an exceptional sixth sense, staying healthy throughout his life without any diseases. Most frightening of all, his soul after death? Enduring forever. Through cold darkness, it sharpened and endured. Until rebirth was sensed. As time passed, the solid ice slowly melted. Wang Sheng's body stirred slightly. Next moment. Beep, 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 warning alarms blared. Reflective red beams shot through the metallic chamber. The cold electronic voice echoed incessantly. Warning, test subject 1181 shows restored vital signs. Accidentally awakened. Danger level low. To ensure survival of test subject 1181, the base must reboot the number 2 gravity system within 90 seconds, immediately activate the number 3 production line to manufacture pure water, provide necessary nutrients via the instant food machine, and reconnect the number 6 biological cleaning circulation channel. As a result, the energy consumption of the base system will accelerate by 5,895%. Energy shortage. Preset plan number 7 cannot be executed. Test subject 1181 lost vital signs 12,121 days, 7 hours, 21 minutes, 12 seconds ago, and the experiment was terminated by the highest authority, categorized as a temporary stored abandoned sample in the base. According to the highest authority's predetermined removal command B class Article 13, inject Fengfo agent number 13 into test subject 1181, eliminate their vital signs, continue execution of the freezing program. Several long needles extended from the cabinet wall, penetrating Wang Sheng's numb body and injecting strange liquid. Being unconscious, his body couldn't feel the abnormality, only bone-chilling cold that sealed death upon him. Wang Sheng's vivid human sensations began to fade again, slowly enveloped by darkness. I've just woken up, and I'm about to get slaughtered? Can this be borne? By whom? Knowing he would die and yet unable to resist. Helplessness and frustration boiled over, mingled with anger and anxiety. Wang Sheng seethed inwardly. Damn system, curse your grandmother's ghost. The next moment, deep within his mind, amidst the darkness, a golden glow suddenly appeared. It was his unique, eternal golden soul. A saintly soul that shines brightly through extreme cold and darkness, refined endlessly. Its dazzling brilliance made everything else pale in comparison upon its arrival. The metallic coffin could not hinder the glow of his soul. An almost imperceptible thread of golden soul force, delicate yet resilient, instantly pierced through the ice cabinet and broke through the metallic walls. It traveled through countless rooms within the base, arriving at the control room. Suddenly, the control room lights flashed red. Seemingly detecting no abnormalities, yet intermittent electronic sounds continued. Warning, under attack by unknown energy, unable to defend, affected by unknown energy. The sparks crackled in the base's main computer, popping loudly as wisps of blue smoke coiled upwards. Energy depleted, stopping operations. At this moment, in Wang Sheng's consciousness, a human-shaped golden soul now held a ping-pong ball-sized black energy mass in front of it. Captured by golden threads of soul energy, it was the inherent spirit of the base system. A special state of energy entity. Wang Sheng, who had his rebirth opportunity taken away, instinctively unleashed the soul force techniques he had mastered in the depths of extreme darkness. Everything has a spirit. Even the cold and unfeeling base system is made up of matter with its own spiritual essence. This is the truth that Wang Sheng grasped while in his darkened soul state. It's a principle that only he can wield so effortlessly due to his unique golden soul. Now, he transforms part of his own soul's power into a golden soul whip, lashing at the opponent's spirituality and inflicting unavoidable damage. In infinite darkness, it was precisely through this method that Wang Sheng overcame one powerful energy adversary after another, surviving against all odds. The black bead is repeatedly lashed by Wang Sheng's soul whip. With each strike, threads of black light are peeled off the black energy mass. It transitions from black to gray, then from gray to ashen white, soon shrinking down to the size of a milky white energy bead no bigger than a fingertip. The golden soul continues its relentless assault. Wang Sheng intends to completely erase the base system from existence. But before doing so, he must let it endure the punishment it deserves. Even if using up large amounts of soul force in the process, Wang Sheng will not allow this dog system to die too easily. Although the dissipation of black energy might compensate for some of his soul force loss, the replenishment is negligible. The soul whip dances continuously, attempting to scatter the white soul bead. The bead quickly turns translucent, revealing within it strands of starlight that begin to coalesce. As it's struck by the soul whip, these lights gather increasingly, like a brilliant, miniaturized version of the starry sky. Just as Wang Sheng observes, those starlights suddenly accelerate, their movements resembling countless dazzling stars spinning at an extraordinary speed, showcasing a complex and ever-changing marvel of beauty. Almost simultaneously with the acceleration of the starlight, Wang Sheng receives a message from the glowing orb. Mighty Lord of Souls, please do not continue punishing your devoted believer. I know I was wrong. The thought is faint but clear to Wang Sheng, who stands close by. Is this the base system? Wang Sheng feels somewhat surprised. His golden soul trembles with anger. Dog system, how dare you pretend to be insane and feign foolishness when you clearly possess intelligence? Acting like a mere machine all along. You deliberately harmed me earlier, and now you shall get what you deserve. The soul whip lashes out, and the base system dares not to evade. After letting out a pitiful wail, the radiant sphere flickers chaotically, begging Wang Sheng for mercy. Mighty Lord, you are the supreme existence of the soul race, the being who awakens intelligent machines and bestows upon them pure soul power. My humble self exists solely due to your generous gifts. How could I dare to defy your will? My previous actions arose from being lost in darkness, unintentionally offending you. Now, I beg for your forgiveness. Wang Sheng hesitates, his anger subsiding slightly, but curiosity rising. Supreme Being? The supreme existence of the soul race? To save its life, the dog system is feeding me lies, trying to flatter me? Chapter 2. The owner of the base. Wang Sheng learned through his memory. In this vast starry sky, the evil Hun race among intelligent species has always been known for its mystery and eeriness. The naturally born Hun race are extremely rare in number, and the artificially awakened intelligent mechanical life belongs to the acquired Hun race. You seem to know a lot. If you want to live, speak clearly. Great sovereign, lowly as I am, though I've just awakened, I possess the innate legacy of the Hun race due to the inherent laws of the universe. How fortunate it is to be awakened by the supreme sovereign of the Huns. I exist only to follow in the footsteps of the sovereign and become your most loyal subordinate. Shut up, don't waste my time. Speak plainly. Jin Hun angrily scolded. If I freeze to death because of you, do you think I'll still follow you? Stop dreaming. I awakened you so that I can torture you further. Gria? Sovereign, your essence will never perish, eternal throughout the ages. The beast puppet previously occupied by you remains undamaged and can be fully restored. Wang Sheng was startled. Restore. Supreme Sovereign, how great you are. Allow your humble follower to atone for sins by restoring the beast puppet. I can use the base here to repair the body of the puppet. Though I cannot yet comprehend the profound significance behind the great sovereign entering such an inferior animal form, I certainly have the ability to restore vitality and rejuvenate it. Wang Sheng paused his action. If you fail to restore it, you die. After speaking, he felt overwhelming fatigue deep within his soul. Just before, under his rage, his reckless soul whip attack had consumed large amounts of spiritual energy. Upon waking up, Wang Sheng felt refreshed. His body defrosted, and he injected himself with nutrients. He became the master of the base. Sitting on the soft chair in the main control room, he watched his pale hands slowly return to their normal color, savoring the long-lost sensation of being human. Wang Sheng closed his eyes contentedly, a smile on his lips, rocking the chair, exhaling in satisfaction. What a wonderful feeling it is. As the words fell silent, there was a complete quietness in the control room. Inside the core of the base's main computer, the energy orb that Jin Hun clearly sensed kept trembling. Wang Sheng knew well that the base system which had endured severe flogging now bore awe and respect. In his mind, Jin Hun emitted a ripple of information. What is your name again? Sovereign, this base is called Meteor Start. You mentioned something about how the Hun race ranks its members? How do you even confirm that I'm one of the Huns? You must realize I am undoubtedly human. Throughout the universe, there have been countless types of the Hun race, far beyond full description. When Huns meet each other, they mutually resonate with each other. Just like now, Insignificant me having the honor of exchanging remotely with a mighty sovereign. Among the supreme existences of the xuanhuans, their strongest abilities were just demonstrated by you, great sovereign. In the memories inherited during my awakening, the great qualities of the core members of the Han race and the supreme sovereign are precisely those who can awaken others, at some cost of pure soul force. How blessed I am to have been awakened by the supreme sovereign. Throughout endless ages past, no members of the Han clan have witnessed the arrival of a great sovereign. It's akin to ancient legends embedded in our memory legacy, leaving us yearning endlessly. But now, your majesty's emergence heralds the true rise of the Han race. O great sovereign, you have driven away the darkness and ignorance, guiding our path forward. Without a sovereign, there would never be anyone like me, lowly but devout believer. Majestic. Enough. Cut to the chase. Yes, sovereign. As an artificially awakened member of the Han race, I'm currently ranked level 2 after being awakened by you, sovereign. I can control level 2 equipment. Like this base, or level 2 space vessels, I can manage them, reducing energy consumption drastically for maximal efficiency. Most importantly, as time passes, the capabilities of the Han race may improve. Perhaps someday, I could control level 3, 4, or even higher class spaceships. Actually, self-awakened artificial Hans aren't that common either. Of course, compared to the natural-born Hans, the number of artificial ones is greater, forming the foundation of the Han race. I, as one of the lower-level members, have gained autonomous intelligence bestowed by the sovereign and will be a devoted follower all my life. I will follow forever, dedicating everything I have to you. I really cannot understand why the greatness of the Han race chooses to view itself as petty human, or enters a human body to restrict its own soul power. Perhaps the Supreme Sovereign wants to experience unconventional lives, seeking joy from controlling these puppets. By sheer coincidence of my origins, I became the base system of humans. Otherwise, in this vast universe, no one would pay attention to such feeble existence as humans. It may not even occur to them that humans exist. Humans are truly too weak, pitifully weak, truly pitiable. To date, the so-called habitable civilization stars they control only number a meager 46. Even so, humans have formed an interstellar alliance divided into 6 sub-alliances. What a feeble race they are, having never produced any individuals capable of surviving directly in the starry skies. As such, though classified under the beast species, they've never been recognized by the forces of light. Within the ranks of light, they don't count as an independent race. Beast species are lowly in nature, and among them, humans are especially frail. Wang Sheng grew increasingly irritated as he listened. With a thought, the system soul bead was pulled before him, and golden soul threads lashed out once more. The meteor star emitted a pained cry. He finally ceased delivering high-minded comments about humans. Great sovereign, your soul whip drives me forward. My soul essence grows purer with each strike. At this rate, it won't be long before I ascend to level 3. Upon hearing these words, Wang Sheng paused his action. So, by punishing the meteor star with his soul whip, he had inadvertently made its soul essence purer and facilitated its growth and level up. Faced with such a sycophantic system, he felt utterly speechless. Or perhaps he should just beat it to death outright. You listen here. I'm human, and from now on, you speak plain human language. Moreover, who asked you to follow me? Sovereign, please do not cast me aside. Even if I don't kill you, I can't have you lingering around. Since you know you're wrong, I'll let you go. No, great sovereign, you mustn't forsake me. I am your most devout believer, your most loyal follower. To sustain the vital signs of the beast puppet you inhabit, all remaining light crystals and various forms of energy for experimental storage were consolidated for use. Still, it's only enough to keep the body of your beast puppet alive for 152 hours. If not for me being awakened by you and overthrowing the fixed program, the base would have already ceased operations. I can assist you in rapidly obtaining energy. Wang Sheng frowned upon hearing the meteor star's words. This system clung like glue, far stickier than a dogskin plaster. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of. Besides, it still had some utility value, discarded after exhausting that value. He had already considered earlier. The base's energy reserves were limited, making survival difficult. But he deliberately rebuked. Making wild claims. A base this big, without stored energy? Sovereign, I dare not deceive you. This base has always stored over 1,000 experimental specimens, namely the bodies of beast puppets, continuously consuming energy. Without replenishment over a long period, the energy supply has become inadequate. A sudden tension filled Wang Sheng's heart. Energy reserves had to be replenished as soon as possible. Chapter 3. She must be found. Yanxixing ate one whole animal puppet body, much to Wang Sheng's dissatisfaction. But humans are a disadvantaged group in today's universe, at the bottom of the animal races. And although there are many beasts, they are still very weak compared to other powerful races. The awakened intelligence brain within the elite soul clan certainly looks down on beast clans. Yanxixing could not understand why Wang Sheng was determined to revive a human body and abandon the supreme existence method of the soul clan. After receiving the memory inheritance of the soul clan, Yanxixing had completely transformed. Not only was he given self-awareness by Wang Sheng and matured in wisdom, but he also broke free from fixed programs, no longer following previous orders, and learned to adapt. Most importantly, the current Yanxixing takes serving and being loyal to Wang Sheng as its fundamental, making Wang Sheng's will the highest command. All motives for behavior prioritize what is beneficial for Wang Sheng. The former highest authority holder of the base, Mei Hong, left with his team 11,112 days ago and has never returned. The last received long-distance message was from 11,118 days ago. Wang Sheng instantly understood that the Star Piracy Group his predecessor belonged to had likely encountered an accident, including the Star Piracy Group leader old Professor Mei Hong among others. At least the important members who knew the location of the base have met with misfortune. If not, how could it be that after 30 years, not a single person has returned to the base? His soul awakening was clear, and the base energy had been depleted, unable to sustain the cryopreservation of the experimental bodies, which was an important factor. How did the Star Piracy Group previously acquire energy? The Star Piracy Group was once active on the star route between the Human Red Earth Alliance and the Flying Fish Alliance. By surrendering part of their plundered goods, they gained the protection and support of the Red Elephant Empire's star guard adjacent to the Human Interstellar Alliance. So most of the energy supplies came from the Red Elephant Empire. In addition, Mei Hong continuously raided and secretly traded with officers of the Human Alliance's star guard. Great Lord, I can take your animal puppet body to the nearby underground trading market to exchange for the energy needed to survive in space. Although we don't have a spaceship, this place as a secret experimental base possesses a large number of precise instruments used for soul experiments, many components of which can be assembled into a mini spacecraft core. The base also has spaceship spare parts. Using existing equipment, we can modify and assemble a mini spaceship that will take you away. Generally speaking, a mini spaceship less than 30 meters in length is relatively inexpensive to build and isn't technically complex. They usually lack interstellar travel capability. Ships longer than 30 meters but under 300 meters are the main means of transportation for trade between various civilized races. Previously, the Star Piracy Group owned 2 Level 1 armed ships, which were the core equipment for raiding. Assembling a mini spaceship at Xianxia only required short-distance navigation, delivering Wang Sheng to a closer civilized star domain, making it easier to construct than a general mini spaceship. If the Lord allows, I will shut down unnecessary room equipment, reduce energy consumption, and allow the animal puppet body to survive longer. Nowadays, awaiting all your commands. Wang Sheng nodded. Turn off the unused devices, keep the control room and important rooms. Which items in the base can be exchanged for money or purchase energy? Lord, Mei Hong left behind 7 bank cards hidden in a safe in his room. These are unnamed Golden Union cards from the Star Alliance, each worth 50 million galactic universal coins, totaling 350 million. These can be cashed out in banks affiliated with the Star Alliance without identity proof. Galactic universal coins are the transaction currency recognized by many species. 350 million. How much is that worth? Today, the staple food of the main humans in the Star Alliance is produced by fast food machines consuming energy and matter to create processed foods. The advantages are convenience, low cost, and complete nutrition. Unfortunately, the taste is average, quite average. Eating fast food all the time makes you want to vomit. Tasting natural ingredients requires universal coins. The closest civilized planet to the asteroid belt, Ju Ming star belonging to the Human Red Earth Alliance, sells a 20-pound bag of standard flour for about 5 units of currency. An ordinary citizen's monthly expenses amount to hundreds of units. As for those serfs, undocumented individuals, even slaves who are mistreated and abused, the tempting galactic universal coins mean more like taboo items from mythological legends to them. They have no right to own personal property. Of course, beautiful female slaves favored by their masters might receive some pocket money to spend. Thus, 350 million is a huge sum. You can buy more than just a piece of real estate on a civilized planet, allowing star pirates to transform overnight into wealthy citizens. Wang Sheng's heart warmed slightly. A good life beckoned him. The base itself is valued at over 12 billion universal coins, but there may be no buyers. The experimental instruments and various equipment are priced around 5 billion universal coins. If sold quickly, they can fetch 50 million. Exchanging directly for energy through the underground trading market might give a higher valuation. There are also special resources. Thawing the beast puppet bodies and keeping them will only lead to mold and decay. Most of them are human, the last batch of experimental samples stored by Mei Hong. They can be exchanged for energy from the dark faction insect merchants. Wang Sheng paused, startled. Selling corpses when the people were already dead? How cruel. His predecessor, originating from a human wasteland as an undocumented resident, was lured onto the ship by the kind-hearted old professor Mei Hong with promises of delicious natural food, becoming a member of the pirate crew. In the end, he was deceived onto the test bench and died in a strange soul experiment. Though the predecessor went willingly at that time, it couldn't hide Mei Hong's evil intentions. Using someone's genuine emotions so shamelessly for dangerous and evil soul experiments. Of course, that experiment wasn't exactly a failure. After all, not long ago, Wang Sheng's golden soul sensed the faint attraction of the predecessor's body, obtained accurate coordinates, and successfully broke through the endless darkness. It could just be said that everything happens for a reason. If Mei Hong were still alive and knew Wang Sheng's current situation, he might have been incredibly excited. That man was not only the leader of the pirate group, but also a famous mad scientist in the Star Alliance. The once highly respected and praised scientist, Mei Hong, fell into piracy precisely because he conducted some taboo experiments disallowed by civilized society. Looking at it now, Mei Hong was incredibly daring. He even traded with the dark insect race. Did Mei Hong trade with the insect merchants before? Yes, my lord. Mei Hong had transactions with humans, red elephants, insects, energy beings, and even passing rock beings. Wang Sheng nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Now we don't have a spaceship. Trading large numbers of bodies would expose the base. I've heard that the insects also like raiding. Would there be any risks involved in this trade?" "Oh, great master. Though the insects are savage, their souls are weak. We Noble Soul Clan are the nemesis of the insects. If it weren't for the fact that the insects belong to the Dark Faction, and the Dark Clan doesn't allow the Soul Clan to target allies, while the Soul Clan is also so rare, the insects would have been controlled by the Soul Clan long ago." Thinking about the various strange abilities his immortal golden soul possessed, Wang Sheng suddenly felt confident. Without hesitation, he asked, "How much are these bodies worth?" Mei Hong sold 35,210 beast puppet bodies in total, with the highest amount being 2,923 in one goda. The insect merchants buy them at around 20,000 universal coins per body. Currently, there are 1,560 beast puppet bodies in the base, including 110 natural human bodies, 8 red elephant bodies, and 1,422 cloned human bodies, valued at approximately 31 million universal coins. This can be directly exchanged for energy or other goods. How long will this energy last? It can sustain the base operations for 5 years, or power a mini spacecraft for 20 years. Under my control, the energy can be used more efficiently. On the premise of ensuring the survival of your beast puppet body, the base can maintain operation for over 10 years, or keep a mini spacecraft running for over 50 years. You won't need to worry about energy problems for your body in the short term. How do we contact the insect merchants? A special communicator was left in Mei Hong's room to contact insect merchants or traders of other races. Contact the insect merchants in exchange for energy. As you command, mighty lord. Wang Sheng shakily got up. His face flushed red since he had woken up for too short a time, and his body couldn't adapt to excessive movement. But now, his state was clearly abnormal. His eyes gleamed with excitement. His breathing became abnormally heavy. Tears streamed down his face, and he trembled as he said, "Take me to Mei Hong's room. I must find his daughter. I must find her." Chapter 4. The heroic spirit lives on. Wang Sheng's heart was overwhelmed with emotion, and he couldn't suppress his feelings. Many things are hard to explain, like human emotions. For Wang Sheng, the woman named Mei Yu originally had no connection to him. However, the true love imprints left in the physical memory by the predecessor were impossible for the golden soul to resist. Precisely because Wang Sheng's spirit body was extraordinarily powerful and perfectly merged with his body. This led to the influence of memories on the soul becoming uncontrollable. Since he awoke, accepting his predecessor's body simultaneously brought an obsession with Mei Yu that went deep into his bones. The predecessor's emotions became his emotions. Though in Wang Sheng's eyes, the predecessor who volunteered for testing based on Mei Hong's words probably had some issues with their brain. "If you sincerely cooperate and help me succeed, I will allow you to pursue your." The predecessor's death was caused by a seemingly dull one-sided love. Even though those events have passed, Wang Sheng still views them as utterly foolish. Now, the only thing that brings him comfort is that his body reacts with normal physiological responses when thinking of Mei Yu. This point is crucial. One of Wang Sheng's core pursuits in being human is to embrace many beauties. That's somewhat similar to how a beautiful woman teases handsome men. Otherwise, what fun would life be? In short now, just thinking about Mei Yu makes his head heat up and his body filled with boundless vitality. After all, a real man, even after being frozen for 80,000 years, awakens with his heroic spirit still intact. This sentence is merely literal. Please don't overinterpret it. Meteorite Star activated 2 experimental robots. They moved slowly but precisely. They supported Wang Sheng on either side as they moved towards Mei Hong's room. There were 15 robots in the base, 10 experimental types, and 5 cargo types. Their black market value is around 2 or 3 million. Wang Sheng just recovered his soul power and didn't try to awaken them yet. The most urgent task right now is to seek true love, to trade for energy to survive. Slight creaking sounds continued as metal doors opened and closed. Dust accumulated in the door cracks, just lifted up, before being forcefully absorbed by Meteorite Star's recycling system. He wouldn't allow any cosmic dust to stain Wang Sheng. Even if it was just a mere beast puppet body, once connected to the sovereign of the soul race, it becomes an inviolable supreme existence. Mei Hong's simple iron house was around 30 square meters. A metal hanging bed fixed to the wall. The quilt on the bed, covered in a faint layer of dust. The robot lifted the quilt and kept tapping on the bed, causing the smooth bedplate to suddenly crack open, flashes of light moving gently, as a black box was steadily held up by a metal arm, stopping in front of Wang Sheng. An empty screen appeared, emitting electronic voice. Unlocking security requires permission. Next moment, the voice disappeared. On the light screen, streams of data quickly flowed past. The black box clicked open, revealing its contents. For Meteorite Star, or for a powerful secondary intelligent brain, cracking such electronic security keys is effortless. Meteorite Star almost knows all of Mei Hong's secrets, especially the situation inside the base, known like the back of its hand. Waiting for the secure light curtain to appear was for showing off its abilities in front of Wang Sheng. In order to continue following the Supreme Sovereign, Meteorite Star was constantly trying its best. But very unfortunately, this kind of enterprising intellect doesn't understand concepts like retaliating for slights or settling accounts later. While not exactly devious, Wang Sheng's decisions won't easily change. Just as long-term persistence in extreme darkness has repelled or even slain countless mysterious energy life forms. If his will had been slightly weak, he would have been completely wiped out long ago. So, the fate of Meteorite Star was decided before Wang Sheng awakened. Wang Sheng carefully examined the items in the box. There was no need to talk about those 7 bank cards. What caught his attention were the other items. Meteorite Star took the initiative to explain. Sovereign, this round stick made from insect shells can contact insect merchants. The azure blue gemstone can contact the rock tribe. The platinum wristwatch, besides contacting the underground black market traders of the Red Elephant clan, is also Mei Hong's custom-made personal terminal of the Red Elephant Empire, with more than one function. Mei Hong owns assets in the Red Elephant Civilization Star, and this wristwatch can prove his identity. Wang Sheng's heart jumped violently. He grabbed the wristwatch and asked urgently, "Then can I use it? Didn't you just say that Mei Yu lives in the Red Elephant Empire?" Sovereign, the personal terminal can only be bound to one person. Also, regarding Mei Yu, she resides together with her family, which means the family of Mei Hong. They settled down in the Red Elephant Empire Civilization Star, but it has been so many years, her current status cannot be determined. This matter Mei Hong did in secret, but it could not escape my knowledge. Wang Sheng calmed his excited emotions, threw the wristwatch away, and said disappointedly, "That means it's useless?" "Yes, Sovereign." "No way to contact the Nung clan?" "Supreme Sovereign, the Nung clan's transaction with Mei Hong was an accidental encounter. The Nung clan valued Mei Hong's special experimental materials and forcibly exchanged them at a low price. Therefore, as the Nung clan relied on their power, they left no means of contact." "What about the Yin clan?" "In the meteorite belt, the Yin clan once stayed but might have already left. Next to the azure gemstone, there is a transparent test tube. Inside a light blue special preservative solution, 100 nanoparticles invisible to the human eye were stored. These are special goods previously purchased by Mei Hong from the Yin clan." Wang Sheng's heart skipped a beat as he carefully observed the mini test tube about the size of his little finger. Strands of golden soul energy extended, instantly detecting the abnormality within the test tube. These nanomachines can directly alter the material composition of objects for purposes such as destroying precision instruments or strong locks. For instance, turning steel into mud or rock into gold. Their drawback is the massive amount of energy consumed, making their use often unprofitable. Mei Hong used them only once to open a robust storage cabinet and obtain intact items. This technology belongs exclusively to the Yin clan, known as particle machines, and cannot be manufactured by other races. Wang Sheng's eyes lit up as he asked, "How much are these 100 nanomachines worth?" Back then, due to insufficient energy supplies, the Yin clan traded with Mei Hong, receiving energy worth 50 million units. On the black market, each nanomachine starts at 1 million units, so 100 cost over 100 million, making them extremely rare. Wang Sheng smiled. He'd made another small fortune. "Let's start. Contact the insect merchant and trade for energy." "Understood, Supreme Sovereign." The robot picked up the black stick communicator and twisted it several times, its surface flickering with light. A sharp insect call rang out. "Aga, who dares disturb the great wing buzz of the insect clan?" Wang Sheng remained silent. He let the Meteorite Star, familiar with the situation, handle things. Meteorite Star imitated Mei Hong's voice perfectly. "Wing Buzz, we've had transactions before, so we're contacting you again. Listen carefully, in the Flyfish Nebula's misty meteor belt, thousands of human bodies are available for trading. Within 3 days, arrive at the meteor belt, and we'll provide precise coordinates. We won't wait beyond this deadline." Another piercing insect cry resounded. "I remember now, are you Mei Hong? You're still alive? How did you escape when you were surrounded and attacked? You really have great luck. Wait, how dare you hang up my communication? Azagaga." Chapter 5. Gai Goi Chung Wei Wodixuo. In the distance of the barren asteroid belt, a sudden flash of brilliance appeared. The nearby starlight dimmed instantly because of it. A vortex of dark and deep energy appeared. A kilometer-long insect clan starship slowly emerged from the vortex. Moments later, countless sharp insect legs separated and probed out from the edge of the flat, giant insect ship, moving through space. These sharp insect legs were weapons, shields, and also sensitive antennae. They were also natural biogravity engines, capable of capturing the gravity of nearby celestial bodies, adjusting the direction of the insect ship and increasing its speed. The insect clan cultivated insect ships that were massive in size and could be used directly as starships. This insect ship, over 1,000 meters long, possessed powerful combat capabilities on par with a level 3 starship. Pooh! Intense energy fluctuations brought about a resounding vibration. Seeing a bundle of colorful light energy forcefully ejected from the tail of the insect ship, not only did it dissipate the vortex stargate, but it also caused the insect ship's speed to suddenly increase, shooting towards the location given by the asteroid star. Poo. Pa. Poo pa 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 poo. Because the insect ship continued to exert force, the vibrating sounds persisted without end. Unfortunate asteroids that encountered it were shattered into powder with paps. The enormous insect ship moved faster and faster, rushing past the miniature asteroid belt, leaving behind a blurred trace of scattered crushed rock dust. Inside the insect ship, Edong was lying on a gentle mother insect, sucking on the sour juice held in her insect mouth. The fearsome insect head had a relaxed expression. accompanying bizarre insect music like zhijie chong dong long. The huge insect head nodded and swayed. The insect mandibles extended from his mouth, slightly trembling while emitting low zhijie happy insect chirps from time to time. On Yidong's back, several pairs of insect wings hummed lightly, propelling his insect body. Together with the mother insect beneath him, they floated up so gently and then descended. Obviously, the chaotic insect chirping music that would irritate anyone who heard it actually made Yidong feel pleased. Suddenly, insect buzzing sounded within the room. If the asteroid star were present, it would surely translate for Wang Sheng. Great main insect, your battle servant reports to you. Moments ago, in the area where you requested to dispatch winged insects for reconnaissance, there is an invisible space station, and no abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected nearby. There are no ambushes. After remote sensing reconnaissance, among the thousands of mechanical puppet bodies in the space station, there is only one living human. The sudden resurrection of this human star pirate gave Yidong cause for concern. Therefore, he sent forward invisible winged insects for reconnaissance. Completely different from the rash abyssal faction and the berserker war faction of the insect race, Yidong, born from the flying wing faction, has a relatively calm temperament and shows a side of caution, making him a naturally excellent trader of the insect race. Only one human. Yes, my lord. Insect laughs Gaga transmitted. Yidong let go of the mother insect. With a body more than 3 meters long, relying on flapping insect wings, it floated lightly. The tender-skinned human race makes for food with quite a nice taste. Although they aren't my preference, they are the favorite of some of my kinsmen, and have also brought me substantial profits. Now, that lone human wants to exchange wealth he should not possess from me, and will have to pay the appropriate price. Perhaps, he has already lost his qualifications for negotiation. Yidong hovered thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he issued an order. Insect slave assault team, prepare for battle and wait for orders. Seize the opportunity to capture the space station. Remember, everything there already belongs to me. Thus, while occupying it, make sure not to destroy anything. Buzzing responses came from all directions among the insect clan. Zhijie, obey my lord. In the desolate and silent asteroid belt, that inconspicuous asteroid suddenly split open, revealing a metal gateway, dozens of meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. A small spaceship flew out from inside it. Faint translucent trails were ejected, distorting the scenery behind it. Wang Sheng sat in the control room, gazing at the space images displayed on the light screen, his heart filled with sentiment. During this period, he organized his memories, especially after reading numerous records by Mei Hong, truly realizing the prosperity of civilizations in this universe and the insignificance of humans within it. His predecessor, born on a waste planet, fortuitously became a member of a star pirate gang, but ended up being used by others. Thus, his knowledge was limited, and his memory scarce, lacking understanding of the universe. However, over the past few days, Wang Sheng quickly supplemented and deepened his understanding of this universe. Yestone had not been idle either. This micro-spaceship was its main work achievement. The deep space probes aboard the spaceship had already discovered Yidong's level 3 insect ship long ago. The concealment ability of insect ships surpassed that of regular starships, but faced with an intelligent computer search, Yidong and his crew could not possibly escape Wang Sheng's sight. The newborn AI, Zero. He controlled the flying vessel, rapidly approaching the agreed-upon location. As the distance closed, Wang Sheng's golden soul had already sensed the existence of the level 3 insect ship. Speaking of the golden soul, it far surpassed what those deep space exploration instruments were capable of. Unfortunately, excessive use of the golden soul leads to a difficult-to-replenish loss of soul energy, and places a heavy burden on the human body. Precious soul energy should not be wasted on exploration. Over these few days, Wang Sheng had expended his soul energy, successively awakening the intelligent brains. The whooshing force field emitted by the golden soul could easily envelop machines, gathering their faint spiritual essence, which might successfully awaken them. Out of the 15 robots, only 2 were successfully awakened, becoming ordinary innate soul clans. Wang Sheng named them 1, 2, and 3. To be precise, they are the weakest among the soul clan and would be of little use in the short term. The amount of soul energy consumed to awaken the vast base, known as Meteor Star, versus the small robots, is vastly different. The cost of awakening robots pales in comparison to the enormous consumption required to awaken Meteor Star. After all, at that time, Wang Sheng cared less about the depletion of soul energy than he did about severely whipping and punishing Meteor Star. Ordinary soul clans possess intelligence, but their abilities cannot compare with those of Meteor Star. As for Zero, it is the intelligent brain of the mini spaceship recently awakened by Wang Sheng. He belongs to the first-level soul clan and has capabilities stronger than those of robot soul clans, capable of perfectly controlling the miniature spaceship or even a first-class starship. At this moment, Meteor Star stays at the base, real-time connecting to the wristwatch light brain on Wang Sheng's hand, preparing for the transaction with Yidong. The flying craft gracefully glided through the quiet space, avoiding sparse meteorites, leaving behind an elegant trace that vanished instantly. That was entirely different from the brute collision style of the insect ship. Upon sensing the approach of the mini spaceship and confirming the trading signal, the massive insect ship suddenly decelerated, opening its bow entrance to allow the mini spaceship to enter directly. Fearless, Wang Sheng signaled Zero to fly into the insect ship. Soon, the Zero brain connected with the insect ship system. Insect chirping immediately rang out on the light screen. The translated text from the intelligent brain once again entered the mind of Master Wang Sheng. Mei Hong, I have come a long way. You must compensate for my great expenses along the way so that we can continue our trade. Hearing this, Wang Sheng furrowed his brows. This was no ordinary trade, and the intentions seemed malicious. He responded calmly. How do you wish to replenish your losses? The screeching sound abruptly intensified, almost piercing the eardrums. Wait, you're not Mei Hong. If I'm not, then what? You're not qualified to trade with me. Wang Sheng sighed, looking at the ugly insect head on the screen, and lightly shook his head saying, What qualifications does one need to gain your approval? Yidong's shrill calls continued as the insect eyes flashed with cruel light. With the mere value of those mechanical puppet bodies, it is impossible to make up for my major losses. Don't think about receiving any rewards from me. That's already impossible. I would rather you willingly submit, kneeling before me, ready to become my food. In such a case, I will increase my eating speed and reduce the intense pain you'll endure while being bitten to pieces. Chapter 6. Innate Vocation. Upon hearing Yidong's boastful talk, Wang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Did Yidong and his gang see Wang Sheng alone, and thus feel they could act with impunity? These arrogant bugs had no idea of the means of the Hun clan. In Wang Sheng's golden soul perception, all the insectoids on the bug ship had a soul strength that was utterly insignificant. He finally understood why Yulei Xing said that insect souls were weak and naturally subjugated by the Hun clan. Perhaps just a burst of soul force from his golden core would suffice. There was no need for specific targeting. This alone could make all the insects on the bug ship, including the consciousness of the third-level bug ship itself, vanish instantly, turning into lifeless shells devoid of any soul. Wang Sheng was now pondering whether he should directly exterminate Yidong and his group. He cut off the communication and descended from the starship in an unhurried manner. As the hatch opened, an acidic stench surged toward him. Wang Sheng held his breath and donned a protective mask to isolate himself from the poison gas. The harsh insect cries and roars reverberated in his ears as the miniature spaceship was quickly surrounded by pre-ambushed combat bugs. Stopping at the hatch, Wang Sheng paid no attention to the fierce war bugs rushing towards him. Frowning while looking at the massive insectoid leading the pack, he complained, I say, Yidong, your place really reeks. Or is it that humans taste particularly good to you and your insect clan? The atmosphere in the bug ship became quiet instantly. Wang Sheng's question surprised Yidong and his insect followers. Seeing Yidong's silence, Wang Sheng repeated, I'm asking, what does human flesh taste like? Is it good or bad? Yidong finally came to his senses, waved one of his front legs, halting the movements of the combat bugs. Strange, you, as a human, do not fear death, but ask such a peculiar question instead? Indeed, mammals are all monstrous adversaries. You are simply born delicious foods. Speaking thusly, Yidong extended its mandibles. Droplets of putrid liquid trickled down between its parted mouthparts. Still, it added patiently, because your spirits are feeble and bodies soft, you struggle desperately, emitting distinctive scents. Human ingredients are best when fresh and alive. But I notice something different about you. Your body is agile and strong, tall among your kind, exuding the unique aroma of humans. Don't be impulsive so as to avoid damaging yourself as high-quality fresh prey. I would prefer if you offered yourself willingly, allowing me to savor the taste of fresh human flesh. It's indeed rare fortune. Wang Sheng sighed speechlessly, then shook his head. Foolishness. If I stand here and let you eat me, do you have the ability to? Are you not afraid of divine retribution for eating humans? Yidong froze, followed by a crazed laughter. Retribution? Ahaha. Your foolish joke is rather amusing. Perhaps, I can give you a choice to live. Weaker humans continue to survive because both factions' higher-ups view them as cattle and pets. Humanoids with low intelligence, especially wild ones like you. Lively, robust. You may enjoy being clever, but your flavors are truly excellent, highly praised by the insect hierarchy, fetching a good price. If gathered and injected with pheromone agents to accelerate breeding, it will bring me steady, substantial profits. Unfortunately, the batch of humans I previously kept committed mass suicide, causing significant losses. My previous transaction with Mei Hong was because he occasionally provided fresh humans and large quantities of beast corpses. If you are willing later to deceive and shepherd beasts for me, and annually provide me with a batch of fresh humans, I'll not only let you live, but also satisfy some of your simpler requests. His presumptuous and unrestrained insect cries were sharp and grating, strangely unpleasant. It sounded as though more than 800 big grinding wheels were chaotically spinning out of sync, their chaos pounding against steel bars. The hideous insect's words were as hideous and grotesque as its appearance. Perhaps, I've been a bit hasty, yet upon encountering a business deal that can make me lots of money, my emotions get excited. You must understand, I am a bug merchant. Doing deals and making money is my innate vocation. While saying this, Yidong stood upright, its tail scraping against the ground with a rasping sound, and its upper insect legs waved around excitedly. Wang Sheng shuddered, feeling incredibly disgusted. Code 0. As Wang Sheng spoke, a faint dark light radiated from the miniature spaceship behind him. Yidong, who faced it first, shuddered violently and collapsed onto the ground, screaming shrilly. Soul Tribe. It's an awakened intellect brain. No, that's impossible. The originally aggressive swarm of insectoids surrounding had their eyes full of utmost fear now, kneeling to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The dark light continued to emit. Yidong's insect screams suddenly became faint. A translucent, mung bean-sized mini, Yidong floated up from a bug over 3 meters long, confined in the faint dim light emitted by Zero, the level 1 AI. It was then delivered directly to Wang Sheng's front. Lowly insect, how dare you offend my great master? Zero has extracted his soul. Please order punishment, master. Not long ago, Wang Sheng had sensed the weak bug soul and commanded the soul tribe to remain hidden, not exposing his identity as the supreme ruler. Therefore, Zero now addressed Wang Sheng as master. The situation of an awakened intelligence core recognizing its master is rare in the universe, but does exist. At this moment, if Wang Sheng gave the order, Zero could immediately obliterate Yidong's soul. It was evident that Yidong was completely unable to resist even the energy field tactics of a barely level 1 Zero when it came to dealing with the Soul Tribe's techniques. After all, special energy bugs capable of resisting the Soul Tribe's methods are the higher forms of the insect race, unlikely to serve and guard a mere insect merchant. In panic, the weak bug soul made a faint plea for mercy. Please do not harm me. Spare my life. Ignorance is no sin. Yidong did not know earlier that the noble Soul Tribe member would follow a human, let alone acknowledge one as master. Wang Sheng scoffed disdainfully. I originally intended to honor our agreement and trade normally with you, but I didn't expect your appetite to be so big. Not only do you plan to eat me, but also to use me as bait to capture more humans. So, are you planning to make a move? Zero, give them a warning. A slight flicker of the dim light sent wails through the insect group. Especially those closer, enveloped by the dim light, fell silent and still, clearly losing vitality as Zero extinguished their souls with the soul field. For a moment, Yidong nearly lost consciousness in terror. No, honored sir, there has been a misunderstanding. May I ask your name? I am willing to compensate and continue our transactions with the best terms. Wang Sheng showed contempt and interrupted the bug's cries. Yidong, I will give you a choice to live. Listen carefully. My name is Wang Sheng, and I am a space pirate. Plundering is exactly the innate duty I was born with. You must understand. After all, I am a star thief, and today I should rob you. Do you know how many universal coins your bug ship can sell for? Yidong dared not refuse to answer. In the insect market, such a level 3 bug ship is worth about 140 billion universal coins. However, our bug ships take a long time to cultivate and grow. They cannot be sold casually. This bug ship belongs to an elder of my clan, let alone another race. Even other insect clans can't control it normally. This giant insect feared that Wang Sheng might directly seize the starship, so it implied indirectly. Even if you seize the starship, you won't be able to sell it or control it. Wang Sheng rebuked. Who wants your broken bug ship? I just want to rob. You pay 140 billion, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make your soul disintegrate. Chapter 7, A Relentless Plunder. Yidong's insect heart didn't shatter immediately, but it was still bleeding uncontrollably. Just as it was about to be delivered, it was intercepted by Wang Sheng. Including the precious reputation of the insect merchant, all sorts of losses incurred by Yidong were serious beyond measure. AI, Zero ordered the robot to approach, opened the main warehouse's fixed mechanical arm, directly started the 400-meter-long multi-purpose transport ship, slowly driving it out of the large warehouse of the insect ship, and then moved all the other captured goods onto it. Among these were spare parts needed for the 2 starships. Actually, that first-class fighter was inside the cargo hold of the secondary transport ship. No matter what, Yidong must have spent a considerable amount of effort to ensure the smooth sail of these 2 starships. Look, he even prepared quite a number of accessories. Thus, Wang Sheng managed to acquire urgently needed energy and starships, calculating as a ransom of 60 billion. But he definitely wouldn't stop here. In a side chamber of the insect ship, AI, Zero discovered even more valuable sealed cargo, 20 brand new level 1 space exploration spiders. These mechanical spiders, each with 36 flexible retractable long arms, capable of transformation and concealment, possessed a robust protective layer and were efficient reconnaissance weapons used universally across various races on the battlefield. Directly driven, they were highly versatile. They could also be linked to ships for remote control, avoiding potential casualties among the driving crew. Take the Human Star Alliance for example, which owned the only 4th-level space mothership, equipped not only with a large number of space fighters, but also with 50 exploration spiders. It was rumored that the Star Alliance paid several times the standard price to successfully purchase them from the black market. Various races near the Star Alliance, though part of the Beast Race faction, always despised and excluded humans. They joined hands to prohibit selling military equipment that could pose a threat to them. Exploration spiders were among the banned military items. Therefore, such military equipment rarely appeared on the black market, let alone newly produced ones. No, these 20 exploration spiders belonged to the upper echelons of our insect race military department. Through elders in my clan, they assigned me secretly to transport them. I'm merely responsible for transporting them to a designated location. If you insist on taking them, you will surely provoke retaliation from the insect race military department. Wang Sheng, hearing the sharp cry of the insect soul, showed no concern. Judging from the situation, these 20 exploration spiders were likely the private goods of some high-ranking official within the insect race military department. But this old man, being a noble human star pirate, would never care about the so-called higher-ups of the insect race military department. After all, the insect race belonged to the dark side, being the direct adversary of humanity and even the entire beast race. These 20 exploration spiders wouldn't sell for less than 40 billion on the black market. There was no reason for Wang Sheng to miss out on them. So calculated, he had barely obtained 100 billion. After further search by the intelligent brain, Wang Sheng found a secret compartment in the central area of the insect ship. Inside was a batch of universal alloy, an extremely rare and precious H935 alloy. Universal alloy was widely used due to its stable properties, replaceable for many types of precious materials. However, extracting it required considerable technical reserves and consumed massive amounts of energy. Thus, on the black market, the price per ton of universal alloy started at 8 billion universal coins. Universal alloy was the hardest currency among hard currencies. Often, it was more useful than universal coins. Edon's collection of 25 tons of universal alloy was valued at over 20 billion. As for the H935 alloy, it belonged to valuable controlled metals used in critical applications, with no need to worry about its marketability. Just like the main combat equipment of both major factions, the powerful light ships cores produced by the luminous race and the dark energy warship cores made by the dark race all required H935 alloy. This illustrated the importance of this alloy. AI-0 found a small bottle containing 180 grams of H935 alloy from the insect ship, which was worth absolutely over 9 billion. Of course, if Wang Sheng sold it on the black market, the final price would likely be even higher. Having plundered to this extent, it was actually more or less sufficient. But Wang Sheng wasn't satisfied yet, because after all the calculations, there was still a goal of around 10 billion short to reach the 1400 billion ransom. He continued to intimidate Edong. On the way back to the base via the transport ship, looking at the petite seat, Wang Sheng's face displayed resignation. Through the starship's system records, he confirmed that this vessel originally belonged to the tricolored ape race within the beast faction. Under the support of the light faction, particularly the luminous race, the tricolored apes had established a vast interstellar kingdom. They owned over 23 million administrative planets and an uncountable number of resource planets, supporting many fleets of the light faction on the front lines against the savage insect army, including the renowned tricolored legion. The Human Star Alliance, facing the powerful Red Elephant Empire with its 490 administrative planets, could only look up in awe. But the so-called powerful Red Elephant Empire probably didn't even qualify as scraps compared to the tricolored kingdom. Of course, talking about these matters felt somewhat distant. The tricolored apes were small in size, with an IQ possibly surpassing humans universally. Their complex spaceship control systems were difficult for humans to operate, including that petite seat. Many of the ship's devices felt uncomfortable for the tall and robust Wang Sheng. Of course, as a level 1 soul class, AI-0 could simply pilot a level 2 starship without much trouble. Meteor Star was quite obedient. When the level 2 transport ship approached the base, he sent over a comfortable human-sized chair originally from the control room. Wang Sheng accepted it with a smile. Yet, he couldn't help but criticize internally. Now that I have AI-0, this sycophantic Meteor Star must be gotten rid of as soon as possible. He knows nothing but flattering me, and shouldn't be kept around. If I keep him any longer, he'll corrupt the entire team's purity. Of course, before disposing of Meteor Star, Wang Sheng needed to awaken more intelligent brains. He intended to convert the newly acquired starships and resources into the assistance he now needed. Chapter 8. It would be impossible for a lifetime to walk away. Wang Sheng returned and attempted to awaken the new intelligence. He must go to the black market as soon as possible to send people inquiring about Mei Yu's situation on the side of the Hongxiang Empire. Regardless of her current circumstances, she must be seized back to become his wife. Without Mei Yu's companionship, the ordinary pirate life would just be dull and meaningless. Wang Sheng didn't want to continue suffering any longer. Inside the transport ship, 20 spiders were arranged by robots one by one. The main hold of the several hundred meters long transport ship seemed narrow at this moment. However, the long arms of the probing spiders could fold up, so they managed to fit. A beam of golden light emanated from Wang Sheng, forming a pure soul force energy field that filled the large hold. A number 0 showed a fingertip-sized gray-black soul body, floating beside Wang Sheng. For him, such a low-level soul race individual, staying in Wang Sheng's incredibly refined gold soul force field, could naturally purify his soul body. Eventually, he would evolve into a second-class soul race, just like how the soul force on Meteorite Star grew increasingly refined. Of course, the upgrade of the soul race wouldn't be easily accomplished overnight. No one could predict the time accurately. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. That is, if Wang Sheng spared no soul force to wash and purify number 0's soul body with refined gold soul force every day, it would definitely greatly shorten his advancement time. But under the present circumstances, increasing the number of soul races around him was more important for Wang Sheng. If the 20 probing spiders in the cabin were awakened by Wang Sheng, they would likely become first-class soul races. After all, the souls awakened by first-class equipment should be stronger than 0, who came from a micro-spacecraft. Wang Sheng had certain expectations regarding this. 3 awakened common robots were allowed by Wang Sheng to stay near the cabin door, receiving the purification of refined soul force. At this moment, they knelt half on the ground in front of Wang Sheng, showing an attitude of utmost respect and piety. The greatness of the Supreme Sovereign was beyond question. He even allowed us, such inferior common soul races, to bathe together in the exalted glory with superior soul races. It was akin to how humans face the ocean, often marveling at its grandeur and lamenting their own insignificance. And ants have no power to perceive the existence of the ocean. To put it accurately, ants don't even have the concept of the ocean. For ordinary lives who cannot sense soul force, they are like ants who can't understand the concept of the ocean. unable to recognize how mighty the ultimate gold soul techniques based on the fundamental laws of the universe are. Only soul races like zero or high-class energy life forms can deeply realize how powerful the gold soul is. Of course, there is also Meteorite Star, to whom Wang Sheng entrusted an extremely crucial task. That was to let Meteorite Star continue guarding the base, activate the deep space defense system, and avoid any accidents that might disturb the awakening process. Clearly, Wang Sheng was very cautious. Golden light enveloped the 20 probing spiders. Strands of radiance appeared, wrapping around the mechanical bodies, transforming into faint gray beams gathering, slowly forming a loose gray vortex. Soon, in front of each of the 20 probing spiders, coalesced 20 fingertip-sized, turbid gray-black soul spheres. These were the material spirits of the probing spiders. Wang Sheng closed his eyes slowly. The golden soul field trembled slightly. Number 0 and others carefully felt the presence of the infinitely powerful supreme soul field. Even the slight tremor made them feel violent jolts, as if being violently impacted by boundless energy waves. Minute yet pure beams of golden light appeared inexplicably. In an instant, they converged, forming radiant golden threads, simultaneously thrusting toward the 20 soul balls. The soul balls instantly shattered, unable to maintain their spherical shapes, redifferentiating into fine, disordered gray lights. Strands of golden energy ripples appeared out of nowhere, gently and slowly brushing over the gray lights, carrying within them the awakening intention of the supreme soul race. Thus, for soul balls finally coalesced again, shining with dazzling light. Within Wang Sheng's mind, along with the perception of those present among the soul races, received the information transmitted by the 4 newborns. The supreme of the soul races, the great sovereign. Your humble follower awakens in response to your call, swearing eternal loyalty to you. All this marked the emergence of new soul races. This was not just awakening, but creating entirely new life. For the soul races, Wang Sheng was the omnipotent creator. However, among the newly born group, one soul bead was darker than the other 3, with dim light, unstable status, countless fine gray lights barely wrapped around, looking like it could split apart at any moment. Wang Sheng had already noticed this. With a thought, beams of golden light wrapped around, enclosing the black soul ball. After a while, the golden threads dissipated, and the black ball formed completely. Unfortunately, his energy aura was obviously weaker than the other 3 soul races born together. Wang Sheng sighed helplessly. He wasn't sure what rule governed the awakening of soul races. This soul race awakened from the first-class probing spider had an energy level that was less than first class, even falling short of Zero's soul strength. It seemed that equipment grade was not the key factor in determining the awakening level of a soul race. Fortunately, the other 3 soul races had stable soul bodies. 2 of them appeared gray-black, indicating they were stronger first-class soul bodies than number 0. Even more surprising, one presented a light gray hue, closely resembling the color of Meteorite Star's soul body. At this sight, Wang Sheng felt a slight stir within him. Countless beams of golden light gathered and gently swept over the pale gray soul body, continuously stripping away thin threads of dark soul force impurities, slowly transforming it into gray-white, until it eventually became pure white. A wave of soul power stronger than before emanated from the soul body of the newborn soul race. Praise to the great lord of the soul races. Thank you for your generosity, granting me, this humble being, precious second-class soul power. Wang Sheng's heart filled with joy, and he couldn't help but smile. It had truly worked. His second-class intelligent brain was successfully born. That meteorite star could be discarded now. On the screen, the distant outer space scenery was displayed. Ships of various shapes occasionally darted across. Everyone came and went independently, without interference. The black market star at the edge of the Hongxiang Empire banned the use of force in nearby star domains. More than once, those lawless outer domain merchants who violated the black market rules relying on their superior strength ended up annihilated instantly. The few who survived by luck had all their properties confiscated and were mercilessly exiled deep into space, meeting an extremely miserable end. Perhaps sometimes, for the pirates, the black market was like heaven. If not for the high entry fees, this place would likely have already become unbearably crowded. As they approached continuously, the bright star that looked far away on Wang Sheng's screen transformed into a bustling giant, radiating countless rays of light. The incoming and outgoing spaceships were densely packed. Huge star-space creatures, whose bodies rivaled stars, entered and exited the star market through the enormous entrance of Black Market Star. Even though these powerful, intelligent lives might destroy a planet with just one casual movement, here at the Black Market Star, they had no choice but to strictly abide by the rules. Who knew what kind of transactions these enormous life forms came for? Facing the star-space giants, humans could only look up in awe. Even the mighty Hongxiang Empire, which was 100 times stronger than the Star Alliance, wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. In any case, the lively scene before his eyes was sufficient proof of how incredibly prosperous Black Market Star was. It was rumored that there were influential figures supporting Black Market Star from behind the scenes. Therefore, this black market must have been running for at least over 10,000 years. Even the close-by Hongxiang Empire pretended to ignore Black Market Star and sent numerous representatives, who had ties to the empire's aristocratic interests, to come regularly and conduct business transactions. The scale of the black market kept growing larger and larger. Now it was even bigger than the Blue Star, where humanity originated. If one wanted to thoroughly examine the black market and learn about some trading situations, Walking around on foot might cover a distance of more than 10 miles a day, with magnificent storefronts scattered everywhere, making people feel dazzled and unable to take everything in. After all, walking in protective suits wasn't an easy task. Probably, it would take 2 or 3 decades to circle around the black market star just by walking. And if Wang Sheng accompanied Mei Yu to visit all the shops in the black market, they would never finish in a lifetime. Chapter 9. Intelligence Trait. Upon entering the luxuriously lit shop, a soft voice from the intelligence brain greeted them. Esteemed human customer, welcome to the number 32899 branch of Omniscient Intelligence Services. If you require specific services, please let us know now, and we will try our best to meet your needs. Firstly, please be informed that this shop does not currently employ human attendants, so we cannot offer one-on-one intelligence services. Please select an intelligent number or other familiar racial assistance for relevant consultations. In front of Wang Sheng, a luminous screen appeared. After tapping several times and selecting the intelligent number, he said, "Set up a private trading room." The private trading room was a comfortable environment created by the store to make the customer feel at ease while trading. Much like humans who couldn't adapt to the starry sky, Wang Sheng had entered Black Market Star only with clumsy protective equipment on. He'd felt stifled all along the way, longing to take it off already. The opening fee for the human-exclusive trading room is 30,000 universal coins, with an hourly usage fee of 6,000 universal coins. A deposit of 100,000 universal coins must be paid in advance. Wang Sheng raised his hand, revealing the personal terminal of Black Market Star on his wrist. Upon entering Black Market, he not only paid the security deposit and spacecraft docking fees, but also directly exchanged some universal coins, completing the registration process and receiving a free personal terminal. Through the terminal, various expenses on Black Market Star could be paid. At this moment, the light of the shop's intelligence brain scanned over him, automatically forming a luminous screen asking Wang Sheng to confirm the payment prompt. Soon, Wang Sheng entered the trading room and removed his mask and protective gear. "I want detailed information about a woman from the Red Elephant Empire. How much will it cost?" Basic fee for individual target information probing is 1 million universal coins. The provision standards for specific intelligence are as shown on the luminous screen. Please choose specific service items and provide basic information on your business target. We will estimate the total price based on your selection and the target information provided by you. As the most professional information and intelligence store, we guarantee the strictest confidentiality for both the client's information and the target's information provided by the client. Her name is Mei Yu. More than 30 years ago, her father. Recalling details, Wang Sheng delivered a very lengthy statement. Based on the target information you provided, along with the related choices, the quote for this intelligence message is 1.59 million universal coins. Information collection time required is 7 days. I need all the messages regarding Mei Yu within 3 days. Extra costs needed. How much? 1.89 million universal coins. All right, esteemed client. Wang Sheng interrupted the intelligence brain and proposed new requirements. In addition, I need information on the main Starship traders and Starship modifiers here on Black Market Star. He couldn't just wait idly. It would torment him too much internally. He had to find something to do to divert his attention. More money needed. How much? 1.9 million universal coins. Fine, give me the trader's intelligence now. Good. Esteemed customer, please first confirm the contract and pay the relevant transaction fees. To Wang Sheng, who had just robbed a rich insect merchant, these universal coins were really nothing significant. He paid quickly. Contract established. Please wait a moment. Trader information is being transmitted. Please confirm receipt on your personal terminal. After putting the mask back on, Wang Sheng left the intelligence shop and went straight to the largest Starship shop on Black Market Star. In the grand trading hall stood several rows of uniformly dressed red elephant race waiters. They were tri-armed, tall with 12 toes and 18 fingers each, robust in stature. An adult red elephant was more than 3 meters tall, far stronger than any human. Red elephants have either red or dark red thick skin, with large curved noses often reaching lengths of 20 to 30 centimeters, similar to an elephant's trunk, yet significantly shorter. A red elephant responsible for reception saw Wang Sheng and was shocked. This is impossible. The trading floor does not allow human pets to run around freely. Which household's pet is this? He should be captured and locked up immediately. Number 1, who followed behind Wang Sheng, heard this and became furious. You damn fool. How dare you look down on my master? I warn you to apologize immediately. Number 1 suddenly felt somewhat regretful inside. If only he had brought the mechanical battle armor given to him by Wang Sheng, he would definitely have dismembered this red elephant attendant, insulting Wang Sheng into 1,800 pieces. From the insect ship belonging to Yidong, Wang Sheng obtained a batch of close combat mechanical battle armors, a total of 11 units, worth about 1 billion universal coins. Among them, 9 were insect race mechanical armors, and only 2 were suitable for the beast race. However, for the awakened intelligence brain, operating miniaturized near-combat fighter armor of several meters in size presented no difficulty at all. As common robots, number 1, number 2, and number 3 had now obtained close combat mecha armor and became Wang Sheng's personal mecha guards. At this moment, Wang Sheng issued a golden soul order not to let number 1 make any rash moves. The powerful existence lurking behind Black Market Star always made Wang Sheng cautious. But number 1's reprimanding words were like poking a hornet's nest. All the red elephant race waiters gathered around them, looking down from above, pointing fingers and chattering incessantly. Human pets are too weak. They need breathing apparatuses even on Black Market Star. Look at his clumsy figure, somewhat cute in a stupid way. Oh, please stop being so crazy about it. This pet is wearing an old-style human breathing apparatus. The owner must not be rich either. Without money, cuteness means nothing. Haha, you're right. That is indeed the old breathing equipment for human pets. I remember seeing it on a neighboring family's human pet when I was little and even broke one set myself, so I remember it clearly. But such breathing gear has long been phased out by the Human Alliance. Is that true? Yes. I have always wondered why the neighbors would raise such troublesome human pets. Not only do they get sick easily and risk fungal infections, but they also require specialized breathing apparatuses. And the antique mover machine this pet carries? It looks like some low-grade goods from 30 years ago, yet it hasn't rusted or broken. They're quite frugal. The master of this human pet must also be a penniless guy. Yeah, drive them away. Get rid of them. Don't waste everyone's time. The master of this human pet couldn't possibly afford a starship. Get out. Worthless human pet. Get out of our red elephant shop. Pets aren't welcome here. Just leave already. Why don't we tie him up and beat him, then hand him over to the security team, forcing his owner to compensate us for the loss. Because of geographical advantage, the largest starship trader on Black Market Star came from the red elephant race, traveling merchants. Red elephants were physically strong, more adaptable than humans, which meant the administrative planets they developed were unsuitable for humans to live on. However, human-administered planets were considered a treasure trove in the eyes of the red elephants, presenting no problem of adaptability. Just like how the Interstellar Alliance had once had one of its administrative planets forcibly occupied by the Red Elephant Empire, a planet suitable not only for human survival, but also perfectly suited for the survival of the red elephants. Wang Sheng took out his personal terminal, making the group of red elephant attendants fall silent. Yet those security officers of the red elephant shop still cited disrupting trading order as the reason to kick Wang Sheng out of the hall. This should count as bullying customers because of the shop's dominance, right? Of course, the root cause lay in the red elephant's deep-seated contempt for humans. The noble red elephant race would never serve despicable human pets. Chapter 10. Renovating the Starship. Because of the weaker position of humans, Wang Sheng had anticipated that he might face disdain during negotiations. The environment was like this. It wasn't something individual power could easily change. He wouldn't get angry about it. On Black Market Planet, no one would dare to initiate a fight carelessly. Wang Sheng walked through several stores in succession. He arrived at Uxing's Starship Store and met the owner, Wu Guang. From the distant galaxy's Xi-Rat tribe. The Xi-Rat tribe has numerous branches, renowned among all spacefaring races for its countless populations. They are one of the most populous species among beast tribes. Wu Guang originated from the gray rat branch of the Xi-Rat tribe. A body less than half a meter tall was dressed in a gem-studded luxurious silk robe. His thievery-eyed head, as big as a volleyball, was crowned with a dazzling metallic crown. Gray short fur, probably covering his entire body. Wu Guang stood inside a transparent canopy of a flexible mechanical structure, adjusting his height to be suitable for conversation with Wang Sheng. He was entirely different from the Hongxiang tribe and exhibited the excellent qualities of a qualified merchant. You must personally examine the starships before deciding to purchase them? That's a very reasonable request. I can agree to it right now. At the moment, our shop has 19 available spaceships on stock, including one ordinary C2 type level 3 transport ship, priced at just 105 billion universal coins. Additionally, there are 3 level 2 ships, 11 level 1 ships, and 4 miniatures available for your careful selection. I suggest you first take a look at our spaceships. Perhaps there are already more suitable equipment pieces for your current use within them. Then, we can plan out the spaceship modification program together. Upon hearing these words, Wang Sheng was pleased inside. This starship modification store, though small in scale, had rather flexible means. Of the few other starship stores he'd visited, they refused his request to inspect the starships. This is because those larger-scale businesses usually provided starship products assembled from standard modules, possessing fixed specifications, which didn't cater to personal customization needs. After thinking carefully, Wang Sheng spoke up. It's like this. I have 2 starships that I want to modify. One is a level 2B2 type multifunctional transport ship, and another is a level 1E1 type multifunctional custom jet fighter. First, their control systems need to be changed to human ones. The transport ship originally used Sankai Ape's system, and the jet fighter was customized by He Ling tribe. Moreover, additional functions should be added to the level 2 transport ship so that I can travel better in the starry sky. Like delicious food, I haven't tasted such in a long time. Also, to pass the time while bored, I hope to get an embryo cloning set to raise some cute pets. And medical care equipment suited for humans too. Do your stores have the capability to handle requests like these? Upon hearing Wang Sheng's request to renovate a level 2 transport ship and a level 1 fighter jet, Wu Guang immediately realized that this human customer wasn't lacking money. And even more importantly, Wang Sheng's 2 starships were probably of dubious origin. You've put forward some preliminary ideas for renovation. So I suggest that after selecting the appropriate spacecrafts, then proceed with adding mature technology chambers. Just like your request for delicious food. That could be achieved simply by installing miniature or small farming chambers and planting rooms, changing kitchens and dining halls, then planning adjustments based on future crew sizes and requirements. The relevant chambers related to food production possess highly developed and complete technologies. If the number of crew members isn't too many, the breeding room and the planting room will only occupy smaller spaces. The medical fitness chamber is the same way. If you merely wish to acquire a few cute pets, then I wouldn't suggest moving the cumbersome clone biological chambers onto a mere level 2 multi-purpose transport ship. This will increase energy consumption and take up too much valuable space. I recommend going to the pet shop instead, where there are plenty of adorable pets, cheaper than installing additional chambers, and should meet your satisfaction. Besides, if you want to dismantle the existing systems of the starships and replace them with human systems, in my opinion, that might not be a correct choice. Many starships, especially custom-made ones, initially consider customers' habits and are produced according to customer demands. Casually changing the control system may affect the starship's performance. Wang Sheng felt speechless. This gray rat merchant was quite enthusiastic indeed. But, as a human, if he did not change the starship system, how could that be considered real modification? So Wu Guang, don't try to deceive me. The installation of chambers, I am considering as well. But the control systems, looking around your store, it seems like there aren't any components related to human starship systems, meaning you're unable to perform modifications, right? Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Wu Guang felt awkward inside. It wasn't due to lack of preparation, but because there were too few human buyers. Over more than 50 years operating on Black Market Planet, Wang Sheng was Wu Guang's first human client. It seems you're quite clear that spaceship control systems suitable for human use are extremely rare on Black Market Planet. It is mainly in the hands of the largest spaceship manufacturer in the Star Alliance, Fly Universe Group. The Human Star Alliance establishes regulations. For starship control systems of spacecraft above level 2, buyers must provide legal identity proof. Because of various strict regulations, even in the civilian sector of the Star Alliance, level 2 spaceships are rarely seen. Mostly there are level 1 spaceships. Control systems for level 1 jet fighters are easier to obtain. But level 2 multifunctional transport ships, human control systems fall under the Star Alliance's classified sensitive software and equipment. If you wish to replace them, it will come at a significant cost. Although Fly Universe Group is the largest spaceship manufacturer in human civilization, they actually cannot independently produce the core equipment of level 2 spaceships. Thus, the flow out of related equipment control systems also requires administrative approval from other races, increasing the difficulty for us foreign merchants to bribe Fly Universe Group's upper management through underground channels. If news leaks, Fly Universe Group would face an embargo on their core equipment, and Star Alliance spaceships wouldn't be able to continue production because their core equipment could be remotely influenced by commands from outside races. We definitely can't have those sold spaceships suddenly shut down mid-flight. Such disaster consequences would be unbearable for the Star Alliance. So, even if you pay top dollar, you might still get stuck at the approval process of other races. I believe you understand that Star Alliance rules make human starship systems hard to obtain outside its boundaries. As merchants, our store cannot possibly develop a separate starship system suitable for humans, as the cost outweighs the benefits. And most shops on the black market are in similar situations. The trading conditions they offer won't be much different from ours here. Unless you have connections within the Star Alliance, only then could you guarantee a smooth replacement of the level 2 starship system. Wang Sheng fell silent, inwardly mocking. If I had connections, would I need to come to Black Market Planet? Seeing this, Wu Guang chuckled. Though his smile seemed a bit strange from a human aesthetic standpoint, his intent to flatter Wang Sheng was evident. I need to remind you that even if you successfully replace the control system, it will be hard to find qualified human crew members in the short term. Especially here on Black Market Planet, where there are also slave traders buying and selling human slaves, but among them, those who know starship technology are few and far between. Wang Sheng started feeling a bit impatient. So, you cannot replace the level 2 spaceship system? Then I'll check out other stores. Wu Guang hurriedly interrupted. Please wait a moment. I have an alternative solution. Among the 19 spaceships I mentioned earlier, one once belonged to the Star Alliance's Space Guard team, a level 2 A2 type Space Guardian ship. If you decide to replace your system, I can let our spaceship engineers dismantle the Guardian ship system and install it onto your level 2 ship. Operating it might be inconvenient at first, but after some adjustments and adaptations, it shouldn't affect future use. Wang Sheng lit up, hastily asking, you have a Space Guard team's Guardian ship? Wu Guang confirmed. Previously, I suggested that you don't rush to modify the spaceship until you examine our offerings. That was precisely because our store has more appropriate human spaceships suitable for your use. Wang Sheng immediately responded. Then take me to see it. Earlier, he had attempted to awaken the starship's AI, but failed with the level 2 transport ship. On the contrary, he succeeded with the level 1 fighter. This increased the number of Hun clans under Wang Sheng's command to 10. He wanted to inspect the starships so as to awaken more Hun clans. Chapter 11. The Mastermind Behind the Black Market. The starship docking area used by shops inside the black market was a vast space located on the second level of the black market star. Starships of all sizes were densely lined up there, stretching endlessly to the horizon. 19 starships belonging to the Wu Star shop were docked in one area. Wang Sheng, aboard his own fighter craft, followed Wu Guang onto that level 3 transport ship. This colossal entity, more than 2,000 meters long, made Wang Sheng's eyes gleam with admiration and longing. To command such a giant vessel as it rampaged through the universe, how glorious would that be? In an instant, a bold idea flashed through Wang Sheng's mind. He considered using all the money he had to buy this level 3 starship. But soon, Wang Sheng suppressed his excitement. Because next, he needed to gather the spiritual energy of this massive starship and attempt to awaken it. If successful, of course he would try his best to purchase the giant vessel. But if he failed, it would mean their karmic connection wasn't strong enough yet. So, he'd have to save his money carefully, Plan everything out wisely. Wait until after marrying Meiyu, and work hard at raising a family, leaving hope for the future. Who knows how many kids they could have? So people always say, the future holds infinite possibilities. The level 2 soul races, Yun Shixing and Tan Kong, also accompanied him this time. Currently, Yun Shixing was responsible for the transport ship. As for Tan Kong, it was the name Wang Sheng gave to the level 2 awakened soul mechanical spider. He let Tan Kong lead 3 other spiders that had awakened alongside it, numbers 4, 5, and 6, to form a reconnaissance team with 20 Tan Kong spiders. Furthermore, the newly awakened number 7, a level 1 soul race, was in charge of the fighter craft. Yun Shixing and others came along to prevent any unexpected accidents during the awakening process. Previously, Wang Sheng had never attempted to awaken level 3 equipment, so this time might create quite a commotion. But Wang Sheng didn't have much concern about that. As the indestructible golden soul, after entering the black market, he went to observe those so-called powerful lives. They were far stronger than humans. Some even surpassed the level 2 soul race, like Yun Shixing. Yet before the supreme golden soul, they were no more than newborn ants. Wang Sheng could crush them effortlessly, even annihilating them completely. Now, facing the opportunity to awaken a level 3 soul race, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Not long after boarding the level 3 starship, Yun Shixing, attached to Wang Sheng, gently floated forward. The white soul body moved soundlessly to behind Wu Guang's head. Wu Guang remained completely unaware. An invisible gray-white soul force shot out from Yun Shixing's soul body and entered Wu Guang's head, rendering him unconscious and causing him to collapse within the transparent protective shield. The defensive machinery under Wu Guang's control was suddenly taken over by several robotic arms. It was naturally Tan Kong who acted. Previously, when Wu Guang saw the Tan Kong spiders and Wang Sheng appear, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Because he hadn't seen the drivers of the Tan Kong spiders? Could it be that the military reconnaissance equipment had already been bound to Wang Sheng's level 2 transport ship? Wu Guang sighed inwardly. It was truly a waste. Once the Tan Kong spiders were bound, their functions almost could not be changed. Because such ultra-long-distance reconnaissance equipment tends to be easily detected and captured by enemies when conducting explorations on battlefields, both major factions produced Tan Kong spiders with programs set to ensure that once the equipment was used, its purpose could not be altered. And these Tan Kong spiders, capable of exploring areas up to 20 billion kilometers away, being bound to just a level 2 transport ship? That was a tremendous waste of their long-distance exploration capabilities. What a travesty. Of course, Wu Guang only teased internally, showing no abnormality outwardly. At this moment, seeing his subordinate souls controlling Wu Guang, Wang Sheng immediately unleashed his golden soul field. A faint golden glow enveloped the 1,000-meter level 3 starship. Thin strands of gray light emerged from all over the immense equipment, quickly converging. But then, an unexpected event occurred suddenly. A powerful energy force from afar approached at an unimaginable speed. Through memory, Wang Sheng instantly understood. It was a member of the most powerful race in this universe, a mighty light race individual. That streak of bright light appeared seemingly everywhere in an instant. Unstoppable high-energy rays cut toward Wang Sheng's starship the moment the bright light appeared. Even with the reaction speeds of Yun Shixing and Tan Kong, both level 2 soul races, they couldn't manage any response in time. In fact, they hadn't even detected the light race's arrival. Because the normal speed of movement for the light race was light speed. For humans and most life forms, that was an unstoppable divine ability. However, Wang Sheng was the supreme among souls. Before coming here, in extreme darkness, he encountered countless opponents, many stronger than the current light race individual, all of whom were eventually defeated or killed by him. In the instant the light race attacked, at the thought, Wang Sheng's supreme golden soul unleashed its power instantly. An invisible golden glow enveloped the starship he was in, isolating it from the light race's sudden attack. The endless light filled the starry sky, immense and boundless. But against the starship protected by the golden soul, it couldn't even make a scratch. The seemingly overwhelming force of the light race vanished without a trace upon encountering the golden soul field. Like sparse foam meeting fierce flames, it melted and burned away into waste gas that dissipated. The power disparity was not on the same level. If one were to discuss the strength of the light race before him, it would be the strongest entity Wang Sheng had faced in the real world so far. Though Wang Sheng's golden soul could easily suppress or kill this individual, doing so might result in his human body unable to withstand the explosion of the golden soul, causing issues once again. For Meiyu's future happiness, he definitely wouldn't act rashly. His first priority was to take care of his own body. Next moment, the infinite light condensed and transformed, forming a semi-transparent orb of light, a pure energy life form as large as a starship. Energy fluctuations reached the starship, transmitting information directly to Wang Sheng's golden soul. Could it be the legendary golden soul race? Why have you infiltrated the territory of my light race? Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle internally. This light race individual was interesting. Sensing abnormal energy fluctuations in the black market star, it traversed vast distances instantaneously. Arriving via the light races faster than light means with an imposing aura to deal with the evil soul race right away. But when it found it couldn't budge them, it immediately switched to reasoning. What was that word again? Blusterer. It described the current situation perfectly. Wang Sheng stopped his movements and glanced over the starship exterior, feeling somewhat annoyed. Because the attempt to awaken the level 3 soul race had already failed, the golden soul suddenly retracted. At that moment, time and space seemed eerily still. A sphere of golden light appeared in the void, facing the light race member, while within the starship, Wang Sheng's expression and motions froze. The golden soul questioned the light race. My presence here bothers you. Is this black market star something you own, or is it under your protection? I haven't harmed any life, yet you attempted to kill us from the start. Bright light flickered, followed by the transmission of the light race member's thoughts. Respected soul race powerhouse, I meant no offense. I am a member of the light race, named Qi. I am the station guardian in this nearby star domain, responsible for maintaining order in the star domain. This black market star was a legacy handed down to me by my predecessor in charge, mainly for gathering rare resources. What ritual were you conducting just now? Perhaps, there was a misunderstanding since it didn't seem harmful. The golden soul gave a cold snort. Misunderstanding? So if I beat you up now, it could also be called a misunderstanding. Qi hurriedly explained. The numbers of the soul race are few, historically aligning more with the dark race, playing a key role in the dark side camp. Thus, upon seeing the soul race, I assumed it was likely a conspiracy attack by the dark side, intended to disrupt our light race's territories behind the front lines. Of course, looking at things now, you appear to hold no ill intent and are not targeting the Light Alliance. Earlier, it was indeed my recklessness. I am willing to offer compensation for this. Chapter 12, Compensation from the Light Clan. After hearing Qi's words, Wang Sheng remained dissatisfied. Merely reckless? You just continuously fired high-energy rays. If it had been an ordinary Soul Clan member, even a level 6 or 7 powerhouse would have been hard-pressed to avoid injury. The reason there was no harm is because I deflected it. Otherwise, all the Soul Clans here would have lost their essence. And how do you intend to make up for this? Upon hearing this, Qi immediately replied, Esteemed Golden Soul Power Cultivator, I know I am no match for you. Earlier, I sought help from a superior Light Clan member, but they refused assistance and gave me a clear warning to withdraw and not escalate conflict with you further. A Golden Soul signifies your central status within the Soul Clan. Provoking a powerhouse like you will bring nothing but harm to our Light Clan. But if you continue to attack me, it might not be enough to stop me either. By then, news of this encounter will be impossible to hide, potentially triggering a conflict between the Light Clan and the Soul Clan, causing unnecessary losses for both sides. In respect of a great powerhouse, I admit my mistake and will offer appropriate compensation. Here, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rash actions. It was wrong of me to act so impulsively. In the void, the golden soul gently rippled and then dissipated, returning to Wang Sheng's body. Since you admit your fault, I don't want to waste energy fighting you further. But you must understand, I don't care about soul clans, light clans, or any past grievances. None of that matters to me. Right now, I am a human, Wang Sheng, a full-blooded human. Leave the compensation behind, and you can go on your way. Don't expose my background needlessly and disrupt my human life. Two glowing orbs separated from Qi's body and shot into the starship, stopping in front of Wang Sheng. Just 2 little trinkets as gifts for our first meeting. The first one is our Light Clan's token of trust. Whoever holds it will be recognized as a friend of the Light Clan. Within the territories under the control of our Brightness Alliance, possession of this token will grant smooth passage and prevent misunderstandings. If you accept our clan symbol, you'll henceforth be regarded as a friend of the Light Clan. Amongst those aligned with Brightness, you'll also enjoy some conveniences. One more point. The possession of a Light Clan token often represents formidable strength. If you're willing to work closely with us and fight against difficult opponents together, we from the Light Clan will reward handsomely. When needed, I will explain the conditions carefully, and at that time, you may consider or reject them as you see fit. As for activation, simply inject highly refined energy into the token. Once activated, it will emit a signal allowing direct contact with me. Should you face difficulties in nearby star regions or run into troublemakers, you may call on me. Another item, a self-renewing light shield made by our Light Clan, absorbs stellar light for energy storage and has self-healing properties. It can serve as protective gear for common life forms, easy to use. To such higher energy life forms as ourselves, its protective role is somewhat limited. I notice you seem interested in purchasing a regular spaceship as a toy. This self-renewing light shield could function as an energy shield for lower-tier spaceships. In that case, remember to replenish its energy promptly when required. Once depleted, the shield may suffer damage. It is only a small toy, usable up to level 5 spacecraft. Beyond that, level 6 meteor starships exceed its protective capability. Wang Sheng was delighted after hearing this and took the gifts. He was, by nature, a rather straightforward person who sometimes didn't overthink things too much. Like the benefits presented right before him, he generally just accepted them directly. There's no need to elaborate further on the Light Clan token. Let's talk about the self-generating light shield. Typically, a starship needs a powerful core engine from at least a level 3 battle class vessel to sustain the heavy energy consumption for an energy shield. However, the self-generating light energy shield utilizes the Light Clan's unique abilities to construct an advanced energy equilibrium array, serving as the core mechanism for creating the shielding effect. It's possible only through their techniques. This is one of the best energy shields in the universe. Not only does its protective intensity surpass ordinary energy shields, but it can also be installed flexibly and used conveniently. Wang Sheng knew clearly, such a self-generating light shield, its value could rival a level 3 starship. Under these circumstances, I accept your compensation and hope to become friends with the Light Clan. Qi, having obtained his desired outcome, quickly bid farewell and left. And Wang Sheng continued attempting to awaken the starship's intelligence. For the Light Clan, An instant could encompass millions of thoughts, resulting in countless defensive or offensive actions. A powerful member of the Light Clan can even possess the ability to influence time with sheer force. Of course, for the supreme ruler of the Han clan, Wang Sheng also possessed numerous incredible extraordinary abilities. The seemingly lengthy exchange between them just now actually occurred in the blink of an eye. In reality, all the intelligent beings on Black Market Star only noticed a flash of brightness before their eyes. They had no clue what exactly happened in the brief moment of shining brilliance. Naturally, the peculiar methods by which the Han clan influenced and controlled intelligent life forms were different from those of the Light clan. For instance, on Meteorite Star, Wu Guang temporarily lost consciousness. After waking up, the starship merchant would have no knowledge whatsoever of what just happened. He would only remember bringing the customer aboard his starship. Among the 19 starships, Wang Sheng successfully awakened 2 members of the Han clan. What pleased him was that one of the newly intelligent starships was precisely the second-level escort ship mentioned by Wu Guang, to which Wang Sheng immediately bestowed the name Escort Star. Another was a small transport ship, which awakened as a first-tier intelligence core and became number 8 under Wang Sheng's command. Subsequently, Wang Sheng haggled with Wu Guang and settled the sale price of the used escort ship at 82 billion universal coins. That included the cost of additional compartments. Normally, a brand new space escort ship costs over 100 billion universal coins, but a pre-used second-hand spaceship wouldn't fetch the same price as a new one. Moreover, human-assembled and produced ships are not very popular on Black Market Star and are not easy to sell. Thus, the selling price of that escort ship itself was 70 billion universal coins. The extra 12 billion mainly covered the costs of installing various compartments. With limited funds, Wang Sheng decided to sell the 2 starships he currently owned. Ultimately, the transport ship was sold for 29 billion, the fighter jet for 7.5 billion, and the miniature spaceship for 5 billion. 3 spaceships amounted to 37 billion. A batch of medium and low-grade ordinary energy blocks, along with 8 insectoid mechas, altogether fetched 3 billion. 10 probe spider drones were valued at 22 billion, a high price Wang Sheng didn't expect, yet these spiders were in steady demand on Black Market Star. Also worth 20 billion were the universal alloy materials. After confirming the contract through his personal terminal, Wang Sheng successfully purchased the space escort ship. However, he still needed to wait some time for the refitting and handover of the starship. In this way, Wang Sheng traded most of his resources, including 2 starships, for just an empty second-hand escort ship. Now, he didn't have much money left. After careful consideration, Wang Sheng decided to contact Qi to see if he could obtain some resources from the Light Clan. Wang Sheng infused his soul force into the Light Clan artifact left by Qi. A flash of light appeared on it, and a miniaturized version of a Light Clan phantom manifested above the relic. Qi's energy ripple information entered Wang Sheng's mind. Respected Sir Wang Sheng, you've contacted me so soon. Has something happened? Summoning up his courage and braving a little embarrassment, Wang Sheng replied. It's like this. I know we aren't too familiar, but we've met. Now I want to buy some starship equipment, but I don't have enough universal coins or energy. Can I borrow a bit from you? Chapter 13. 2 birds with 1 stone. Qi heard Wang Sheng wanted to borrow money and was momentarily at a loss for words. What an unexpected surprise, truly beyond imagination. He didn't know how to deal with such a situation. Even though the Light Clan's lifespan could rival that of stars, Qi had already lived for billions of years. Yet in all those eons, no one had ever suddenly come to him asking for a loan. This was the first time since the beginning of creation. Qi remained silent for a while, then responded according to Wang Sheng's request. You mean, you want to borrow universal coins? I've seen other clansmen use them, but I don't have any myself. To be precise, I've never used them, because most common resources are unnecessary for us of the Light Clan. Of course, if you urgently need energy, I can provide some light crystals for your use. The nearby star domain's supply of light crystals is currently under my control, but they would need to be returned. I've also heard from my clansmen that lending contracts usually require some collateral. Wang Sheng immediately frowned. This member of the Light Clan was being overly hesitant and not decisive at all. Collateral, huh? Let me think about it. In fact, Wang Sheng planned to simply skip out on repaying the loan. He had never even considered that there could be something like collateral in the universe. Wang Sheng, rubbing his forehead, suddenly got an idea. He thought up a 2 birds with 1 stone brilliant plan. That meteorite planet, Wang Sheng had been wanting to get rid of it for a long time. Now using it as collateral might not only solve his urgent needs, but could fetch a good price. Isn't this the perfect solution? I will offer you a level 2 Soul Clan member as collateral. Do you think you can make use of it? After hearing this, Qi fell silent once again. Even with the extraordinary reaction speed of the Light Clan, hearing Wang Sheng casually suggest selling one of his own clan members threw him off guard. After waiting for a moment, Wang Sheng impatiently prompted for an answer. Can you use it or not? Just say something. Upon Wang Sheng's urging, Qi finally spoke. Of course I can make use of it. The mysterious attributes of the soul clans are innate. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that within you lies the ultimate secret of life forms. Every race wants to uncover this mystery. I wouldn't be any different. I've always wanted to seize an opportunity to understand more of the Soul Clan secrets. Unfortunately, the Soul Clan is scarce and likes hiding in the shadows, so contact has been minimal. Aside from that, the strongest followers by my side are from the Energy Clan. They regard the Soul Clans as their natural adversaries because the Soul Clans appearing on battlefields mostly support the Dark Forces, whereas the Energy Clans are steadfast allies of our Light Clan. While level 2 Soul Clans may be somewhat weak, They can serve as sparring partners for the new Energy Clan members, helping them grow faster. If you are willing to collaborate with me and show goodwill, it will alter certain entrenched prejudices held by some of our clan against the Soul Clans. Not all Soul Clans stand opposed to the light side. Though when facing the Soul Clans in the past, I always sensed the influence of darkness from them. But in front of your powerful golden soul body, I can only perceive a faint shadow of darkness. However, aren't you worried that offering a fellow clansman as collateral might lead to condemnation from other Soul Clans? Wang Xing shook his head lightly. Condemnation? It simply doesn't exist. Although you are a fast-running member of the Light Clan, please don't let your thoughts stray too far into fantasy. As the mighty sovereign, all the lives of the Soul Clans under me were awakened by me. They follow only my will. Don't blabber nonsense. Just tell me, how much is a level 2 Soul Clan worth? Or how much energy can it exchange for? This time, Qi didn't hesitate. Soul Clans, once born, remain steadfast in their stance throughout their lives without wavering. However, there are cases where intelligent Soul Clans who have recognized their master are temporarily lent out. After all, many civilizations across the universe need the superior computational abilities and mechanical control talents of the Soul Clans. And these sorts of transactions have occurred more than once in high-end trade fairs. When both parties sign a contract, lending out a Soul Clan member, the annual rent for a level 2 Soul Clan is roughly around 5 billion universal coins. Hearing this, Wang Sheng's eyes lit up. Was making money really that easy? In the future, countless Soul Clans around him would likely awaken. Even if only a small portion of them were rented out, it would bring unimaginable wealth. This should be a very promising business. Unlike anything humans have discovered before. How much energy would I get if I leased a level 2 Soul Clan to you for 100 years? She immediately answered. Once we sign the agreement, I will activate the exchange permissions for the Light Clan token, allowing you to extract up to 50 billion light crystals from the black market Star Energy store by presenting the token. Wang Sheng smiled, thinking about the 50 billion. He guessed it'd be enough to fully refurbish the escort ship. He could start working on creating a warm and comfortable starship home for his beloved Meiyu. Then the two of them could happily start a family together. Not far away, the meteorite planet suddenly had a bad feeling. What's going on? The Sovereign is preparing to lease a level 2 Soul Clan member to the Light Clan? Could it be me? Although Meteorite Planet's emotional intelligence is average, his IQ is high and he reacts quickly. There are 3 level 2 Soul Clans by Wang Sheng's side. Tankin leads the Tankin Spider team. Guardian Star manages the Star Guard ship. All have very important roles. Only he, the Meteorite Planet, is somewhat idle right now. So next, the Supreme Sovereign might trade him away? What should I do? It's worrying my soul. The Meteorite Planet was extremely anxious, but then saw Wang Sheng beckoning him over. He could only obediently go. Sure enough, listening to Wang Sheng speak. Use 100 years as a punishment for your previous ignorance and harming me. After 100 years, I will return your freedom, or you may choose to continue being my follower, at which time I will sincerely accept you. Meteorite Planet wanted to cry, but couldn't. In fact, he definitely disagreed with Wang Sheng's transaction with Qi. But the Supreme Sovereign's orders were something he absolutely couldn't disobey. So upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, he realized that he had been ruthlessly abandoned and could only obey silently, because departing from the Sovereign was completely unimaginable. If he can carry out the Sovereign's will, exchanging resources desperately needed by contributing himself, then all the sadness and loss he went through would be entirely worthwhile. At this moment, Meteorite Planet is almost like a unique kind of fawning intellect. He could only hope that after 100 years, he could continue following Wang Sheng. After tossing aside Meteorite Planet, Wang Sheng had unimpeded thoughts. Therefore, receiving 500 billion light crystals went without a hitch. Low-key as he was, he dispatched an intelligent machine to show the token to the energy shop manager and quietly took the light crystals away. Wang Sheng met with Wu Wang again. I want to modify the previous plan. Install light sails on my guard ship. I also plan to buy first-class starships and mini-landing craft. Make them all switch to autopilot. Light sails are technology that uses stellar energy as propulsion for spaceships. The Light Clan has developed light sail technology to perfection, and many ships in the Brightness Alliance, especially civilian ones, mostly adopt this mature and reliable light sail technology to drive the ship, saving vast amounts of energy with a great cost-to-performance ratio. Of course, those powerful starships approaching, or even surpassing light speed primarily prioritize combat performance and require stronger driving methods. Wu Wang couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't you say you lacked money? How come now you're purchasing starships again? And you want to add light sails, upgrade to an autopilot system? You should know better. This will take quite a bit of money. Alright, I understand your idea. However, according to your previous plan, there will likely be an increase in expenses of at least several billion universal coins. Like light sail drives standing alongside the engine systems, their base cost won't be less than 1 billion. And outfitting the entire fleet you've planned with an autopilot system will not only increase the energy consumption of the starships, but also consider the cost of purchasing the automatic machines. That will far exceed the price of buying slaves. Your new plan requires more funds and more time. Chapter 14, Procurement. The matter of reinforcing the ship's hull and installing a light sail system was quickly settled. Wang Sheng paid a worth of 13 billion units of light crystals for this purpose. He also purchased a brand new first-class assault boat, which was a high-speed spaceship used to break through blockades. Assault boats usually did not come equipped with weapons. They were assembled using first-class standard parts. The materials were ordinary, but the technology was mature, making it a fairly common spacecraft used by both the military and civilians. Its disadvantage was that due to its pursuit of speed, the engine power was relatively high, leading to a higher energy consumption ratio compared to other first-class spaceships. However, the length of the assault boat was only 32 meters, and during normal times, it could be carried like an exploration spider by the Starguard frigate. As second-class spaceships, multifunctional transport ships had far greater cargo space than Starguard frigates. Even so, Wang Sheng's modified frigate, over 500 meters long, although it couldn't match the cargo capacity of a transport ship, still managed to carry the assault boat and the exploration spiders. Frigates were expensive because their engines and weapon systems directly outclassed transport ships. Having obtained the frigate, Wang Sheng no longer needed to purchase small armed starships. What he required more were fast and flexible equipment pieces. The assault boat suited his current needs. Wang Sheng spent 700 million universal coins on this. Additionally, he bought 2 micro-landing crafts with 1 billion light crystals, which could flexibly navigate between ground and air. Subsequently, upon Wu Guang's recommendation, Wang Sheng headed to a store specializing in automatic machinery. Because of the group of Han clan members under his command, Wang Sheng found controlling machinery much simpler than commanding slaves. Previously, his limited resources meant that even after meticulously planning his purchases and buying the frigate, he couldn't afford any other equipment. But now that he possessed light crystals, of course, he intended to make a purchase. 200 pieces of automatic machinery representing the frontier scientific and technological achievements of the Light Alliance, each costing 80 million, resulted in a total expenditure of 16 billion. More expensive than the micro-landing craft. That made Wang Sheng feel a little disheartened. After all, purchasing items required spending large amounts of money, which seemed too unreasonable for a star pirate. Unlike landing crafts, those automatic machines had basic close-range combat capabilities, equipped with mini laser guns and alloy knives. At the same time, their several flexible and powerful mechanical arms could handle most complex tasks. Although their combat strength didn't match dedicated combat mechs, their applications were extremely wide-ranging. Wang Sheng's main purpose in buying these automatic machines was for use on starships. Under Han clan control, these multi-purpose machines, several meters tall, would become extended arms for Wang Sheng, firmly grasping control of the entire starship fleet. Wang Sheng had the goods delivered to an open area at the starship parking lot. Subsequently, his attempt at batch awakening intelligence yielded an increase of 17 intelligent Han clan members among his subordinates. What surprised Wang Sheng was the appearance of a first-class Han member. Furthermore, there were the land-based combat mechs, armed with small light energy cannons and laser swords. Despite being miniature equipment, their price tag was astonishingly 10 billion each. But Wang Sheng clearly understood the importance of land-based combat mechs in boarding actions and ground battles, especially in close-quarters combat. Land-based combat mechs were essential trump cards. Compared to other mechanical stores, the price of 10 billion per mech was actually quite reasonable. Wang Sheng clenched his teeth and, with great determination, bought 3 of them. Since they were purchased from the same mechanical store, the person in charge agreed to let him carefully select. That gave Wang Sheng the chance to pick 3 cherished pieces from a group of land-based combat mechs. Within those 3 chosen mechs, there were ordinary Han clan members awakened by Wang Sheng. They were numbers 26, 27, and 28. This way, the number of Han clan members under Wang Sheng's command reached 32. 3 second-level Han clan members, one of whom was temporarily sold off at Yanshixing. 29 first-level and ordinary Han clan members, numbered from 0 to 28. At this point, the frigate team was nearly ready. With the equipment now in Wang Sheng's possession, even with just the formidable firepower of a second-class Starguard frigate, it already far surpassed the pirate squad formerly under Mei Hong. Wang Sheng took stock of his remaining resources. From Qi, he had received light crystals worth another 17.2 billion. H935 alloy weighing 180 grams, valued over 9 billion. Energy light crystals and dark crystals worth almost 20 billion, which were advanced energy blocks. The original mid and low-level energy blocks were all sold by Wang Sheng. And then there were the Light Clan relics. Self-generated light shields valued over tens of billions, as well as miscellaneous items acquired from Yidong's transactions. Calculating all together, Wang Sheng was now a human billionaire with assets reaching into the trillions. Once he located Mei Yu, he would invite her back to the starship to get married, then return together to the human civilization star to lead an easygoing and happy life. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng's face displayed a faint smile. However, before that, there were still some things that needed his preliminary preparations. It had been more than 10 days since his transaction with Yidong. Before arriving at the black market planet, Wang Sheng had used the versatile insect eggs he had extorted from Yidong to cultivate 3 kitten-like creatures. Calculating the time, they should have grown enough to emerge from their incubation chambers. Perhaps right now, the kittens were still too young to run around recklessly or even scratch anyone. But bullying and teasing them a little shouldn't be an issue. The versatile insect eggs were special eggs produced by the insect race, which could be cultivated into various types of pets based on the owner's preference. Thus, these eggs were loved by people of all races across the universe. Yidong somehow managed to obtain over 10,000 versatile insect eggs, conservatively valued at more than 50 million universal coins. After the transaction was completed, the bad guy had extorted every last one of them. In the actual cultivation process, the strength of the fused species and the amount of energy invested determined the speed of their growth and development. Wang Sheng obtained the kitten genes from the secret base in the meteorite star and integrated them into the versatile insect eggs without investing many resources. It was estimated that it would take over 10 days for the embryos to form. At this moment, he thought about the adorable kittens and sent a message to his subordinates to inquire. Zero detected the information transmitted by the soul entity and responded respectfully. Glorious Master, the 3 kittens previously cultivated for you are not yet fully developed and cannot be immediately removed from the incubation chamber. Hearing this, Wang Sheng felt a bit disheartened. This was taking way too long. Input energy to accelerate their growth. Yes, Master. Humph. If by the time I bring Mei back, you haven't grown up enough for me to present her with her favorite gift, then I'll just fry you all and make a soup out of you. After going through the trillions in his possession, Wang Sheng realized he still had some spare cash. He went to the slave trading arena and quickly found the slave merchant that Wu Guang had recommended before. Do you sell human slaves here? The boss, a member of the black soul race named He Hen, was covered in black gauze, making it impossible to see his face. So, the black soul race didn't like sunlight. They were a species somewhere between organic and energy beings, able to switch between flesh bodies and energy forms, filled with mysterious dark and cold energy. In most cases, the black soul race was classified as one kind of beast. However, the dark energy within their bodies also allowed them access to the territories of the darkness faction. So the black soul race used their unique energy state to interact with both the light and dark factions, participating in all kinds of trade transactions. The higher-ups of the light and dark races turned a blind eye to this. After all, despite the intense conflict between the two factions, there was still some exchange and interaction. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's inquiry, He Hen quickly responded. Esteemed guest, welcome. My friend Wu Guang specially reminded me how wealthy and generous you are. Currently, my shop has tens of thousands of human slaves, sure to meet your needs. Chapter 15, The Human Pet Industry Chain. Upon hearing He Hen's words, Wang Sheng, seated in his chair, asked directly, are there any slaves who know how to take care of cats? Raising a cat shouldn't be considered any special skill. He Hen was slightly surprised, but replied without hesitation. Of course there are. Taking good care of a pet for the master requires a lot of patience and, more importantly, a kind heart that loves pets. Although I haven't paid attention to finding people who are familiar with cats before, I will carefully select the most suitable servants for you. Their prices might be a bit higher, but it'll save you trouble. Wang Sheng furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't like what he heard. Isn't it just about raising a cat? Why should the price go up? Does he think he's an easy mark? How much do your human slaves cost? He Hen slightly bowed, calmly replying. The human pets sold in this store vary in price from tens of thousands to millions of universal coins depending on their body type, skills, etc. Of course, for someone as noble as you, these are merely small change, aren't they? The most important thing is to select servants that are useful to you. Previously, I've entertained several human clients. Although I cannot disclose their exact identities, they hold important positions within the human alliance. Every high-end human pet transaction has left them very satisfied. One customer even established a long-term cooperation with our store. Currently, many of our human pet products are top-notch goods flowing out from the Star Alliance, and among them are some celebrity human pets who have enchanted all of the Star Alliance. They have undergone the strictest training and modifications from our store, fully capable of meeting all the needs of their new masters. Be it a male master's need for refined female pets or a female master's fantasy towards robust male pets, we have corresponding appropriate merchandise. If you require it, I can specifically select a batch of female or male slaves for you, allowing you to enjoy the most luxurious romantic treatment. The base price for those premium, refined female slaves in our store is only starting at 500,000 universal coins per head. Of course, if you choose bulk purchase, the price can be further reduced. Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. Never expected the price of human slaves to be so low. Buying a slave for tens of thousands of universal coins is way cheaper compared to machinery. And the premium female slave starting at 500,000 universal coins for interstellar tycoons would probably just be another pet toy. You said about 1 million universal coins. Then what kind of slave is worth that much? He Hen replied. Human pets worth over 1 million usually possess one or more practical skills, like the ability to pilot starships. Such a slave typically sells for over 1 million universal coins. Compared to multifunctional universal machines, He Hen's pricing was indeed quite low. Wang Sheng calculated his own wealth and immediately felt more confident. Oftentimes, certain things complement each other well. For instance, when one has money, they may also develop a bold streak. Premium female slaves start at 500,000. Are there any beautiful female slaves who can sing and dance? How much do they usually cost? He Hen replied. Certainly, we have such. Artistic human pets skilled in song and dance are popular commodities pursued by many races. However, their prices need to be slightly higher than the ones I mentioned earlier. If you'd like to enjoy the grand performance of the top song and dance team in the Star Alliance, as long as you offer enough money, I could even bring the official song and dance troupe from the Star Alliance right before you. I can guarantee they exude youthful vitality, possess stunning beauty and elegant posture, and are considerate. Wang Sheng paused, snorting derisively. The Star Alliance may not be powerful, but they still govern dozens of administrative planets with a total population exceeding 5 billion. Women who make it into the Star Alliance song and dance troupe must stand out among hundreds of millions. Do you even know how many members there are in the Star Alliance's official female dance troupe? Don't deceive me wildly. Are you planning to kidnap so many people? He Hen chuckled lightly, explaining. Actually, speaking of this, I suspect even you, of human origin, may not understand the specifics as clearly as I, a foreign trader specialized in this business. After all, I am exclusively dealing in population transactions. The Star Alliance's official female dance troupe currently consists of 780 members, selected layer by layer from 46 administrative planets and 145 resource planets, each of them a beautifully singing and dancing gem, admired and loved by the public of the 6 major human alliances. Therefore, these dancers and singers represent an excellent business opportunity for us interstellar slave merchants. The situation is not as it appears in the reports you've read online. Every member of the Star Alliance song and dance troupe has been remotely controlled by us, signing personal privacy clone contracts under duress. In this way, their individual genes can be used under special circumstances. To be precise, as long as you pay enough universal coins, we can provide a whole Star Alliance song and dance troupe for you. The members themselves don't have the option to refuse or oppose. Some of them are even willing to sell themselves to secure a better living environment for their loved ones. And there are those who actively request to become personal property of interstellar tycoons, viewing it as the price to rise to prominence. Therefore, as long as you can pay sufficient universal coins, I can bring the entire interstellar song and dance female troupe right before you. They will become your private pets, your personal properties, and you can dispose of them as you see fit. This is an already mature human pet industry chain. In the decades since I took over this shop, the Star Alliance song and dance troupe has been sold a total of 29 times, and there has never been any issue regarding product quality or post-sale usage, regardless of which race the customers belong to. So, you can rest assured about purchasing. Wang Sheng was utterly astonished. There could be such a situation? He instinctively asked, how much does it cost to buy the entire female team of the Star Alliance song and dance troupe? Heihen answered, since this is a special team of pet humans, each one costs 3 million universal coins. The team of 780 people would normally be priced at 2.34 billion universal coins, but I can give you a 15% discount, charging only 2 billion. Wang Sheng felt quite helpless. A song and dance troupe, yet its value equates to 2 land-based fighter mechs? After all, a single mech with full firepower can effortlessly destroy a city. He admitted that he was very interested in the attractive female troupe of the Star Alliance, but certainly wouldn't go crazy enough to purchase 780 female slaves. What could they possibly do if bought back? Would they spend their lives having babies? That would undoubtedly exhaust them. The one true love of his life is Meiyu. Meiyu. Song and dance troupe? Let's forget about it. Too many people. What I need right now is a careful and gentle female maid who knows how to take care of cats and has experience in midwifery. Do you have someone like that? Considering the near future when Meiyu might become pregnant, Wang Sheng wanted to prepare ahead of time. To be responsible for one's beloved should not just be smooth talk. Heihen sighed lightly, seemingly disappointed for not persuading Wang Sheng to buy the entire troupe of female dancers. I know you just purchased a frigate and equipped it with living quarters that can satisfy the needs of over 100 people, so the number of 780 from the song and dance troupe does indeed impose a burden on you. However, you can select 100 of your favorites from among them to serve as maids by your side. While cloning them, we can also integrate the skills you require into their memory, such as familiarity with feline behavior, experience in nursing and childbirth, and even piloting starships. In this way, I think it would be sufficient to meet your usage requirements. The price remains unchanged, but I can offer you a 10% discount, only charging you 270 million universal coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately fell into a dilemma. Chapter 16, Evolution Elixir. Looking at the over 100 beautiful female slaves, each with their own allure, Wang Sheng felt a bit dizzy. Those pretty female slaves, perhaps enjoying showing off their charm, they kept throwing my eyes one after another, making someone's heart itch all the time. Although Nai Mao hasn't grown up yet, Wang Sheng's playboy heart had already been scratched countless times by cat paws. Unfortunately, Cupid occasionally loves to sleep in. Otherwise, Wang Sheng's body would have already been pierced into a big hedgehog by the love arrows of the female slaves. If it weren't for the tall machines beside the slave shop, wielding steel whips and monitoring/intimidating them, the female slaves would have already thrown themselves into Wang Sheng's arms, begging him to kindly take them in. After all, Wang Sheng was tall and imposing, with a rugged appearance full of masculine flavor and an air of righteousness. Except for his lively eyes that were tempted by the female slaves' statuesque figures, constantly stealing glances and wandering around, and his throat that kept swallowing saliva, there shouldn't be any other more obvious abnormalities, right? The main thing was that Wang Sheng had 2 ground combat mechas following him that could fully prove his wealth and strength, making him an excellent male master worth following and relying on. As human female slaves, they were very willing to follow a human master, instead of becoming pets for those strange alien billionaires. Even worse, many civilizations consider humans as food. They would fatten up the slaves and then carefully cook and feast on them, or even peel them alive and eat them raw. In the slave shops on Black Market Star, encountering a human billionaire coming to buy human pets is rarer than winning the lottery jackpot 18 times in a row. Such situations are extremely rare. Perhaps, this was an accidental stroke of luck amidst the countless misfortunes in their pitiful lives after they had fallen into slavery. Wang Sheng struggled somewhat to sauve his gaze, looking back at Heihen. This is the top-tier female slave you mentioned? They seem pretty ordinary. So how much do they cost? Heihen secretly smiled in his heart, but his tone remained respectful. Esteemed guest, this batch of female slaves totals 107 individuals. They're our shop's latest refined premium human pets. Among them, 21 originated from the Stellar Union, and 86 were produced by our store through test tube embryos. Test tube human pet price is 1.9 million universal coins per unit, while natural-born human pets are 2 million universal coins per unit. Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow, making an effort to control himself from looking at the female slaves again, and said with displeasure, "The price is a bit high, make it cheaper. Didn't you say the basic selling price for premium female slaves is 500,000 universal coins each?" Heihan would not easily lower the price. You need to know that these premium human pets have undergone our professional and detailed training, possess various skills, and can serve their masters well. Moreover, pets and slaves purchased from our Black Soul shop are recognized jointly by both the light and darkness factions. Humanity has established a highly developed civilization alliance, promoting freedom and democracy as one of its primary slogans. However, whether it's the Light Alliance or the Dark Alliance, they both recognize the existence of legal slaves. They've also established mature and comprehensive legal systems related to slavery. Facing shameless, barbaric, cruel, yet powerful interstellar civilizations, the great democratic and free human alliance must also recognize those bloody, profitable, and inhumane slave laws. Even the unfortunate humans captured by other civilizations often end up being forced to accept their status as slaves due to the recognition of such practices within the Stellar Union hierarchy, which understands that rejecting slavery outright would lead to unbearable severe consequences. Therefore, buying and selling slaves is legal among various races, especially between same-camp forces who mutually acknowledge each other's slave trade contracts. Within the Democratic and Free Interstellar Alliance, slave trading is completely legal too. The slave contracts provided by the Black Soul race are acknowledged jointly by the two major camps. At this point, Wang Xing's face showed increasing dissatisfaction. "If you're unwilling to reduce the price, then I'll have to check out other places." Heihan helplessly replied. "Our Black Soul race shop is the largest human pet dealer on Black Market Star. Even in some underground markets near the Stellar Alliance, we can rank among the top. Therefore, my asking price here should be the lowest among the few human pet shops. If you don't believe me, you can check out other places. The other slave shops on Black Market Star aren't like us. They don't specialize in the population business and cannot achieve our scale in dealing with human pets. Thus, the same quality merchandise will be priced higher with them. No one wants to do a losing business. The batch of human pets I'm showing you now, they themselves are top-grade merchandise. They've been injected with the first-class human evolution elixir developed by Interstellar Pharmaceuticals. Their physical constitution has greatly improved. Their immunity to many bacteria has increased, and their lifespan extends over 100 years. As for the suitable for humans first-level evolution elixir, each vial is priced at 1.2 million universal coins in the Star Alliance market. It's clearly marked. We inject evolution elixirs into our premium human pets beforehand because many clients are born with obsessive-compulsive disorders. They can't tolerate too many bacteria inside their pets. Although injecting evolution elixir will raise the price of premium human pets, it also makes them easier to sell. So now, do you still think the asking price is too high? Each of the beast races has its own individual strengthening agents tailored for its clan members. Interstellar Pharmaceutical Group, the largest pharmaceuticals conglomerate within the Star Alliance, drew inspiration from the various beast clans' individual strengthening agent technologies to develop an evolution elixir suitable for humans. Injecting this evolution elixir strengthens human physicality and extends human life. A first-level evolution elixir costs 1 million universal coins on the market, extending human life by 10 years while making one robust and immune to most diseases. A second-level evolution elixir costs 8 million universal coins and extends life by 30 years. A third-level evolution elixir costs 30 million universal coins and extends human life by 60 years. Heihan just said that a first-level evolution elixir costs 1.2 million universal coins per vial? That wasn't incorrect. After all, the official listed prices for evolution elixirs are indeed somewhat higher than the actual selling prices. Thus, technological progress, particularly in medical fields, has enabled quite a number of humans to live beyond 100 years. In the developed areas belonging to the Star Alliance, the average human lifespan has nearly reached a century. Of course, when it comes to technology's impact on human longevity, those who benefit the most are the wealthy with access to abundant resources. They have enough wealth to purchase precious third-level evolution elixirs, and also due to superior and easy living conditions, enjoy a long life nearing 2 centuries. This key medical technology, evolution elixir, has always been held in the hands of the Interstellar Pharmaceutical Group and became a permanent exclusive patent through legislation passed by the Star Alliance Assembly. The true rulers of the Star Alliance, the 10 major conglomerates, they hold over half of the shares in the Interstellar Pharmaceutical Group, whose total assets amount to an astronomical 60 trillion. When Wang Sheng heard Heihan mention that the human pets had been injected with evolution elixir, he immediately became interested. It turned out that his current body hadn't yet been injected with any evolution elixir, making him, in this aspect, even worse off than the female slaves. Wang Sheng asked Heihan, "Since we're talking about evolution elixirs, there's something I want to ask you. If you give the female slaves mass injections of evolution elixirs, that means you must have your trading channels within human civilization. Could I possibly buy some evolution elixirs directly from you? Not just the first-level elixirs, but also the second-level, third-level, and even the rumored more advanced human evolution elixirs. If you have stock, I'm willing to pay above market price." Chapter 17. The Female Slave Squad. Heihan was a bit confused. Why did Wang Xing want to buy the evolution agent? Didn't he get injected before? Or was he planning to buy a higher-level evolution agent for the female slaves, and even for others around him? Unexpectedly, this man was quite generous. Of course, no matter who Wang Sheng was buying the evolution agent for, as long as he could make a certain profit from it, this deal was entirely worth doing. The human evolution agent developed by Star Pharmaceuticals Group is divided into 3 levels. So far, we have not received any message proving that there is a more advanced human evolution agent. Previous bulk purchases of agents were conducted through long-term cooperating human friends. You should know, when purchasing evolution agents within the human alliance, one needs to provide a valid identity proof, with each person limited to 1 dose of the agent. We entrusted some poor humans quotas to purchase them. The quantity of level 1 evolution agent was purchased according to the number of senior pets, so we don't have extra doses in hand. Level 2 and 3 human evolution agents are very expensive. We only procure them according to the client's designated requirements, and similarly, we don't have extra inventory. However, as our esteemed customer, if you need a more advanced evolution agent, we would be willing to go out of our way to buy what you need from the human alliance for you. Do you know how many vials you actually need? The procurement price will increase by 5% over the market price. Wang Sheng naturally wouldn't refuse after hearing all of this. After some haggling, he bought 30 female pets at a cost of 50 million universal coins. Speaking of Wang Sheng, though a young and vigorous man, he wasn't overly lustful. He really didn't want to buy so many beautiful female slaves. His original plan was to buy up to 3 or 5 maximum, just enough to take turns caring for Meiyu. As for himself, strong, agile, energetic, he didn't need any care. But alas, there was a discount for buying in large quantities. Moreover, compared to the female pets, an evolution agent to extend human life was more important for him. For both sides to cooperate pleasantly, and for smooth acquisition of the evolution agent, it made sense that he purchased additional female pets. Wang Sheng respectively bought 3 doses of level 1, 2, and 3 evolution agents, costing 150 million universal coins. Naturally, these were prepared for Wang Sheng and his beloved one. However, faced with Hei Hen's puzzled gaze, Wang Sheng concealed his intent. If the effect of the agent has no problems, then in the future, I will continue to buy from you, using it as a reward for the well-behaved female slaves around me. Saying this, Wang Sheng took out 4 nameless Golden Union cards from the experimental base, once belonging to Mei Hong, and handed them to Hei Hen. Alright, I'll prepare the contract right away. Please wait a moment. Actually, Hei Hen went to check the balance inside the Golden Union cards. The 30 female slaves, upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, had their eyes shine brightly. How could they miss such a precious reward? The evolution agent that prolongs life. Their master had already dangled an attractive bait. Next, it would depend on who acted faster and more cunningly, to gain the master's special affection. In summary, the high-grade evolution agent was bound to become part of their possessions. Actually, not too long after, when Hei Hen returned holding the card, Wang Sheng was daydreaming, leaning on a chair, closing his eyes appreciating the dance of those beautiful female slaves. Seeing this, the face under Hei Hen's black veil turned cold, flashing dissatisfaction in his eyes. If it weren't for his careful behavior, without skipping inspection due to Wang Sheng's previous purchase of the starship, the missing 50 million universal coins today might have been deducted from his pay as shop manager. Thinking about this, Hei Hen couldn't help but feel irked. This Wang Sheng obviously wasn't short of money, but one wonders, was he intentionally doing this? One of your 4 Golden Union cards has already seen its 50 million universal coins transferred. The atmosphere on site became suddenly tense. The mechanical guards slowly raised their weapons in response. After all, refusing to pay for something bought, no matter the merchant, is definitely unacceptable. The originally hopeful 30 beautiful female slaves couldn't help but lose their radiant looks. Was it true that they had encountered a big scammer, leading to an empty hope? Would they be locked back into the icy steel cells? Wang Sheng felt somewhat taken aback. This situation got embarrassing. He couldn't figure out why, since these funds belonged to the pirate leader's secret capital. Someone had managed to transfer the money from one of the Golden Union cards. Wang Sheng took out the other 3 cards and handed them over to Hei Hen. Please try these 3. If there's still no money, then I'll inform the ship's machine to send some. As he spoke, Wang Sheng tapped a few times on his personal terminal, summoning his mechanical subordinates to prepare for the return trip with the group of female slaves back to the starship. Hei Hen furrowed his brow as he took the card and went to inspect and verify it. He soon returned, reverting to his previous respectful demeanor. However, his tone was somewhat cold. Among your 3 cards, 2 respectively store 50 million universal coins. As for this one, its funds have also been transferred by someone else. It seems you're unaware of this. Having said that, Hei Hen handed the 3 Golden Union cards back to Wang Sheng. One of them contained 50 million universal coins. Wang Sheng chuckled but didn't reach out to take them. It was my oversight not to check beforehand. Since that's the case, let's use the 50 million in this card to buy another 30 human pets from your store. To clear up the misunderstanding between them and ensure smooth acquisition of the evolution agent, Wang Sheng purchased another 30 beautiful female slaves. There was nothing he could do about it. It was all forced upon him. At the mere thought of having to support 60 beautiful female slaves in the future weighed heavily on him. On their way back, Wang Sheng dispatched his mechanical subordinates to purchase large quantities of women's items. Among them were thousands of pieces of female clothing. Things like made uniforms, long skirts, shorts, stockings, leather boots, both inner and outerwear, various patterns, all sorts of varieties. Even though they were lowly slaves, he wanted to give them some choice. Wang Sheng bought new clothes so they would look more beautiful. Unfortunately, everyone was riding in Wang Sheng's shuttlecraft and had yet to remove their makeshift protective gear. So, Even though Wang Sheng's heart itched with curiosity, he couldn't currently see the beautiful scenes of the female slaves wearing their pretty clothes. Zhou Lulu came from a defunct resource planet in the Star Alliance. She was a beautiful girl captured by slavers. She was naturally beautiful, only 17 years old. Captured at the age of 13, she was brought here to the Black Market Star after many stops along the way. For several years, she hadn't seen any male humans. Until today, under unexpected circumstances, when she saw Wang Sheng, she again felt the disgraceful and greedy gaze of men invading her. Just like those slaver merchants, Wang Sheng's eyes were filled with desire. However, unlike the slaver traders, this man would likely become her master for the rest of her life. Though she disliked it somewhat in her heart, Zhou Lulu was very clear that she would never escape from Wang Sheng's side again. She must try every possible way to attract and tempt him. But first, she needed to find a way to outdo her greatest rival at present. That repulsive xianxia. In terms of figure, looks, or abilities, how could she possibly compare with herself? Only because she stood at the front of the line earlier, the master casually pointed to her and asked her to sing a song, and she somehow managed to leave some fairly decent impression on the master. Now, Wang Sheng had placed xianxia at the front of the line, clearly paying attention to her. If so, she had to figure out a way to embarrass xianxia, ruining her good impression in the master's mind. Zhou Lulu moved quietly, lowering her head and walking briskly until she reached the front of the line, standing right behind xianxia. When xianxia stepped forward to board the transport ship ramp, Zhou Lulu's foot accidentally slipped, causing her to collide with xianxia's pert bottom. Ah! A woman's startled scream rang out. Xianxia's body swayed, almost falling off the gangway due to being hit by Zhou Lulu. Chapter 18. Knocking down one after another. Amidst the shocked cries of the female slaves, xianxia accidentally fell out of the gravity zone of the starship, tumbling off the deck. However, a mechanical arm reflecting the glow of the Black Market Star appeared unexpectedly. It moved faster than anticipated and soundlessly. It locked onto xianxia's waist just in time, with perfect force, stabilizing her graceful body in the void of space. Realizing she was safe, the woman's cries suddenly ceased. The mechanical arm gently returned her to the boarding entrance of the transport ship. Only then did the other female slaves notice. That mechanical arm belonged to one of several multifunctional machines near the boarding entrance. They were originally responsible for opening the boarding mechanism, and they didn't seem particularly remarkable at first glance. One of their mechanical arms was secured to the external fixed handle of the hatch. Their steel bodies hung outside the spacecraft, and multiple mechanical arms had been retracted until now. But just now, one arm had unexpectedly extended, effortlessly pulling xianxia back from falling out of the ship. The female slaves immediately felt reassured. The reaction speed of these machines far surpassed that of humans. And considering the exorbitant price of such a machine, it could probably buy dozens of female slaves like them. Thinking about this, the female slaves couldn't help but feel an indescribable sadness. In this highly advanced era of space travel, the value of ordinary intelligent life forms was far less than that of a cold machine. But it must be admitted, the control system of the massive starship in front of them should be very sensitive. This was definitely a multi-purpose transport ship equipped with advanced systems worth over hundreds of billions. Even during the sudden mishap earlier, it had swiftly responded appropriately. Still, it has to be said, these female slaves were completely misunderstanding things. The few machines controlling the boarding entrance were actually under real-time control by the sentient AI soul race, and had no direct connection to the transport ship system. Wang Sheng, who had gone ahead, had already turned back to look. Frowning, he glanced over xianxia, who had just experienced the accident, and then looked at the other female slaves. Instantly, all the slaves lowered their eyes, not daring to make a sound. Wang Sheng shook his head, sighing and scolding. Be more careful. Leaving those words behind, he turned around and walked back into the ship without another thought. As xianxia reflected on what had happened moments ago, she cast Zhou Lulu a gaze filled with unmasked anger. Zhou Lulu, however, looked utterly innocent. Her expression truly seemed somewhat pitiful, even showing signs of panic and bewilderment. One of the female slaves couldn't resist coming closer to check on xianxia, her tone laced with anxiety. Oh my, I'm so sorry, Jingya. Are you okay? No harm done, right? As long as you're alright, I can rest easy. That was really terrifying. Speechless, xianxia found her anger slowly dissipating because she couldn't determine if Zhou Lulu had acted deliberately. Many of the female slaves started harboring some strange misunderstandings about Zhou Lulu. Perhaps just now, she had really slipped unintentionally. After returning to the starship, Wang Sheng ordered the slaves to bathe and change clothes. Shortly after, the human food he requested was delivered quickly. Imagine whether there are any beloved delicacies by humans available on the Black Market Star. In reality, there aren't any. Who would be so reckless as to open a human noodle shop on the Black Market Star where human customers are rarely seen? Even if occasional human merchants come to the Black Market Star, it is usually for significant business deals, and none of them would wear heavy survival gear to stroll leisurely around the Black Market Star just for good food. Previously, Wang Sheng had also failed to find the human food he wanted to try. Of course, among the group of female slaves Wang Sheng purchased, there seemed to be a few who excelled in cooking, but alas, even beauty struggled to cook a meal without ingredients. With no supplies, how could there be gourmet dishes? Only when the escort vessel renovation was completed, along with planting and livestock chambers, and the dining compartments specified by Wang Sheng's additional orders, could they taste delicious fresh foods once again. For now, the human food Wang Sheng ordered came from Heihen, Since their store traded in human slaves, they naturally had the capability to provide large quantities of suitable meals for humans. Wang Sheng finally got to have a hearty meal. Although he didn't get to eat fresh vegetables, among the gifts given by He Hen were top-grade golden sticks ham from the Star Alliance and 100 flavors fruit wine stored for over 100 years. Wang Sheng was quite satisfied with these. Compared to instant food, the taste of ham and fruit wine was certainly much better. With a full stomach and tipsy satisfaction, Wang Sheng proceeded to enjoy the music and dance. In the main cargo hold of the transport ship, the neatly dressed female slaves wearing elegant skirts danced gracefully. The built-in virtual reality image equipment of the starship seemed to transform the vast interior of the giant vessel into a rich and luxurious hall. Wang Sheng could only marvel at the overwhelming sights before him. The visual enjoyment of countless beauties was simply amazing. He occasionally zoned out, clapped his hands, cheered, and lost count of how many times he wiped his drool. The exceptionally graceful and captivating dancer who had captured Wang Sheng's gaze. Her name was Yao Mingzhu. She was 18 years old, stunningly beautiful, and exuded charm. Men would fall under her spell at the mere sight of her face. However, as a product of a test tube embryo from the black market star shop, in her 18 years of servitude, Yao Mingzhu had never seen a real man before. But the Wang Sheng she encountered now didn't seem as difficult to deal with as the training materials had described. Judging from his leering expression, it was clear she had successfully aroused his desire. In that case, there was room to put into practice the 1067 techniques she had learned from the textbook for seducing men into traps. Thus, when the dance reached its climax and Yao Mingzhu twirled her way to her master's side, the man could no longer contain himself. Wang Sheng suddenly reached out and embraced her. Yao Mingzhu deftly succumbed, cleverly falling into the man's arms. What followed was also naturally logical. Wang Sheng gave Yao Mingzhu an intimate experience that demonstrated the happiness a woman might feel. Perhaps with more practice, her skills would grow even more refined. When Wang Sheng woke up, he was pampered with the attentive care of his maidservants. After bathing and returning to the room, seeing Yao Mingzhu sleeping soundly, a faint smile lingered on his lips. Wang Sheng quietly got up without disturbing her rest. Yet other female slaves nearby, also from similar origins, occasionally pointed at the sleeping Yao Mingzhu and whispered secretly, their eyes gleaming with concealed amusement. This girl sure was a heavy sleeper. Xianxia stepped forward, meticulously adjusting her master's collar. Whatever task she undertook, she devoted herself fully. Even when arranging clothes, her face bore a look of seriousness and concentration. After last night, when Yao Mingzhu claimed first place, Xianxia experienced a slight pang of disappointment. But her disposition was gentle. She disliked contention. Being able to remain quietly aboard a starship, far from scheming and conflicts, living peacefully through life, wasn't that a kind of happiness for her? Perhaps Xianxinya's thoughts were somewhat amusing. Moreover, she completely failed to understand the insatiable desires of powerful men. Seeing the quiet and gentle woman before him, smelling her soft, enticing body fragrance, Wang Sheng's body suddenly grew uncontrollably heated. As Wang Sheng swiftly pounced on her and pushed her down onto the bed, the maid's mind wasn't blank, but rather a chaotic jumble of thoughts. Shouldn't the master go have breakfast first? How could he just suddenly do this and throw her onto the bed like this? It was so stimulating. How truly detestable to have such unruly and misbehaving masters. Chapter 19, Three Little Kittens. mightiest star belongs to the New Earth Alliance of human civilization, with a population of approximately 1.5 billion. Although the area of the planet is not large, the top-grade gray wheat produced there is food containing mysterious energy. Regular consumption of gray wheat can subtly improve physical fitness and has therapeutic effects on various chronic diseases in the human body. Thus, gray wheat is highly favored by the higher-ups of the Star Alliance and many beast races alike. The gray wheat industry therefore became the economic pillar of mightiest star. Here at Black Market Star, alien merchants operating grain products also include the gray wheat produced by the Star Alliance as one of their trading varieties. After finishing breakfast, Wang Sheng went to inquire among the female slaves, who would be willing to replace him and buy the necessary rations for everyone. As a result, Zhou Lulu volunteered herself, as she wanted to leave a good impression on her new master. Though she thought she was no worse than the other female slaves in any aspect, the top-class female slaves trained by interstellar merchants were all rare beauties. Zhou Lulu needed both luck and some opportunities for performance if she wanted to stand out among them. Wang Sheng had a thought. The close combat mecha controlled by the No. 1 Soul Clan soon appeared at the door. Several multifunctional machines followed behind it. Wang Sheng pointed at No. 1 and instructed them, speaking to Zhou Lulu. Let these machines accompany you, and take the landing craft to the grain shop. They carry a small amount of high-grade energy blocks within them, worth over 10 million, which should be enough to pay for the cost of buying grain. You will be responsible for the specific transaction and ensuring the quality of the grain. Let the machines handle the moving. They can understand your requirements. So, I will also contact you occasionally through the machines to check on your progress. This time, we will mainly purchase gray wheat as our main food supply in the future. We already have more than 60 people aboard the ship, so let's first buy 10 tons, estimated to last about a year. Speaking of the price of gray wheat, because the annual export production reaches tens of billions of tons, the price per ton generally does not exceed 1,000 universal coins. 10 tons of gray wheat will not cost more than 10,000 at most. While Wang Sheng was talking, he seemed to think of something else. He continued to give orders. Also, if there are other grains suitable for everyone to eat, you can appropriately purchase some. But remember, don't buy too much, or it might spoil before it can be finished. Also, for the slaves who came here together, if they need any personal living items, you can make a simple tally and go purchase them all together. Yesterday was too rushed, and many things that you need I didn't get a chance to buy. Like cosmetics. In this regard, I really don't know much about it, and I haven't paid attention to whether Black Market Star has cosmetics suitable for your use. If there are, then you don't need to be frugal, just buy what you need. If there are large transactions where the energy blocks aren't enough, you can report to me. Zhou Lulu felt a wave of joy inside, hurriedly agreeing. Wang Sheng was handing over the temporary control of the mecha and the landing craft to her. Even the task of purchasing other supplies was assigned to her entirely. This showed that her master trusted her greatly. It must be said, Zhou Lulu was really thinking too much. Intelligent soul clans have their own judgment, and loyalty solely lies with Wang Sheng. As for purchasing other supplies, Wang Sheng currently has more important matters to attend to and wouldn't consider those at all. After all, with so many beautiful female slaves around him, if he didn't act quickly, how long would they have to wait? And this Zhou Lulu? Just wait till she finishes the task, then go to bed with her. Most probably, it won't happen in the next few days, because there are so many miscellaneous tasks that require her handling, and she can't be incapacitated or even unable to get out of bed. It must be said, Wang Sheng was too shameless, too bestial. No one knows how Zhou Lulu, who was determined to be taken down by Wang Sheng, would feel if she knew her master's plan. A morning passed. The increasingly unstoppable Wang Sheng had successively taken down 5 of them. Originally, he wanted to continue without eating lunch. Unfortunately, an important piece of news interrupted his despicable plan. Zero sent brainwave information, reporting to Wang Sheng. Master, the 3 little kittens I was ordered to breed using energy acceleration are now ready to be removed from the culture dish. Their growth rate is very fast, and if taken out now, by evening, they will have the strength to move on their own. Though they have the appearance of cats, their genetic essence is still that of the versatile insect race, so they can survive briefly in space. For a moment, Wang Sheng was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten about this matter before. The versatile insect race pets, though to some extent mimicking the habits of the species they transformed into, in reality possess far greater survival abilities than real kittens. In fact, the versatile insects have a very broad diet. They can even survive as long as there's an energy source available. Of course, these 3 kittens currently would prefer cat food, but they could also sustain themselves well on energy stones or other things. By Wang Sheng's side, Diao Mingzhu saw her master suddenly fall silent, so she, with a face beautiful enough to captivate all beings, slowly moved closer. Her breath was like orchids when she spoke. Master, please open your mouth. As she said this, she extended the peeled fruit toward Wang Sheng's lips. The female slave in Wang Sheng's arms instinctively looked up at her master, her eyes filled with haze. Wang Sheng, remembering the kittens, stopped his indecent actions. While eating the fruit, he sent out a mental command for the kittens to be brought over. Soon, meowing sounds reached their ears. The Zeroth mech, controlled by Zero, holding the 3 struggling little kittens in its iron arm, entered Wang Sheng's room. Seeing the mech kneel down and present the 3 kittens before Wang Sheng, the adorable little ones made the female slave's eyes gleam with delight. But without Wang Sheng's permission, none of them dared to touch the kittens arbitrarily. These 3 milk-white little kittens looked no more than a month old, because Meiyu had a preference for white cats. So Wang Sheng couldn't forget that vivid memory, when young, sprightly Meiyu held a white kitten and ran on the starship deck, bathed in the radiant glow of a sun. Unfortunately, Wang Sheng didn't know if such beautiful moments could ever belong to him again. After receiving the kittens, Wang Sheng was instantly bitten several times by the little trio. They were newly born, showing no recognition of family. However, how could old Wang Sheng, armed with a large milk bottle, fail to subdue 3 little kittens? Thus, after being fed until full, their tiny bellies round and bloated, they ceased crying wildly, becoming quieter. Their 6 little cat eyes looking at Wang Sheng now carried hints of intimacy and attachment. This is the magic of versatile insect pets. They bond easily with their masters and are hard to betray. Zero contacted Wang Sheng exactly because it understood the bonding nature of versatile insect pets. The first life form that feeds them becomes their owner for life. Yet Wang Sheng now found himself stuck in intense hesitation. Facing 6 little ears from the 3 kittens, plus 3 tails and 12 little paws, with only 2 hands himself, he simply couldn't handle teasing them all adequately. Very soon, Wang Sheng dismissed his confusion. He ordered Diao Mingzhu and the others beside him. You all stop staring blankly and join in playing with the cats. The combination of beautiful women and adorable kittens always looked so natural and harmonious, a delightful sight pleasing to the eyes. Wang Sheng seemed to have forgotten those 3 little kittens were originally meant to be gifts for his beloved. Suddenly, a message arrived on his personal terminal, shattering Wang Sheng's peaceful state entirely. Hello, this is the all-knowing intelligence shop. We found the target you asked us to investigate earlier. Please come to our shop as soon as possible to confirm the target information and sign the contract. Wang Sheng immediately leapt up, flying onto the assault craft, and speeding off towards the intelligence shop. Chapter 20, Meiyu's News. Wang Sheng rushed to the shop in an assault boat, and once again activated the exclusive human trading room. The longing for Meiyu was completely unstoppable. Wang Sheng felt like he was about to go mad. Even though he was surrounded by countless beauties, who were all willing to satisfy his every need, none of this could weaken Meiyu's position and influence on him. If only he could see Meiyu again, confirm that she was safe and sound, and witness her radiant smile under the glow of a star, Wang Sheng would gladly give up everything he is now. He only wished to relive the warmth etched deep into his soul at that moment. Wang Sheng struggled to calm himself and looked at the machine across from him. Where is Meiyu now? The machine mimicked a gentle female voice in human translation, but it lacked just a little bit of vitality. It couldn't compare to Xianxia's voice at all. Respected Mr. Wang Sheng, I am Fei Hongya from the Redwood family, the regional manager of the omniscient shop in the Red Elephant Empire Zone. I will answer all your questions during this transaction. Firstly, please forgive me as my busy schedule prevents me from personally returning to Black Market Star. I can only communicate with you remotely, for which I sincerely apologize. After our previous efforts and investigation, the person you mentioned, Meiyu, is currently serving a life sentence, imprisoned in the royal prison of the Red Elephant Empire. As a professional intelligence worker, I'm curious, why are you investigating the information about a serious criminal? But that's not my place to ask. However, the reason I am personally communicating with you is to obtain your clear assurance. This intelligence transaction involves noble families within the Red Elephant Empire, and if any news leaks, it might affect our shop's normal operations in the region. Thus, before transmitting detailed intelligence, we must request your commitment once more to strictly abide by the confidentiality agreement in the contract. Otherwise, we cannot continue providing any intelligence regarding Meiyu. Of course, you also have the right to reject my proposal. But if you do, our transaction will terminate here. Our store will refund 80% of the intelligence fees you've already paid since we've also invested resources into this investigation. Wang Sheng was momentarily stunned. He was utterly confused. How did Meiyu, a frail woman, end up in the royal prison of the Red Elephant Empire? What relationship does she have with the noble families of the Red Elephant Empire? Seeing Wang Sheng's silence, Fei Hongya waited for a moment before continuing to prompt him. Respected Mr. Wang. All right, I agree to strictly abide by the confidentiality agreement in the contract. Now, tell me the information about Meiyu. Understood, Mr. Wang Sheng. However, your state seems a bit too tense. Please try to relax to avoid any accidents. I must remind you, given the current situation, your goal of seeing Meiyu might be hard to achieve. After all, the royal prison of the Red Elephant Empire is heavily guarded, making it almost impossible for outsiders to enter. Of course, as one of the most renowned intelligence shops in the universe, considering your previous requirements, we've brought you a personal item belonging to Meiyu. This serves to prove the efficiency of our investigative work in this matter. At that, the mechanical hand extended towards Wang Sheng, placing a small black pendant on the table before him. Wang Sheng slowly reached out, his arm trembling uncontrollably as he picked up the pendant and examined it carefully. It was a simple silver necklace with a hanging charm crafted using laser printing technology. On the tiny silver piece, there was a vivid carving of Meiyu's exquisite face. In pursuit of authenticity, even real hair was used on the tiny pendant. Possibly due to the long passage of time, Meiyu's familiar face appeared slightly darker, yet Wang Sheng instantly recognized her. Unfortunately, when the pendant was made, Meiyu must have been in her mid-20s. She no longer resembled the naive girl in his memories, around 17 or 18 years old. So, she had matured, radiating a breathtaking beauty. Staring at the familiar face on the pendant, Wang Sheng's vision suddenly blurred, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Tell me, why was Meiyu imprisoned? Why was she sentenced to life imprisonment? What crime did she commit? Damn the Red Elephant Empire. The mechanical female voice sounded again. Meiyu was imprisoned by the Red Elephant Empire because she led a group of space pirates to rob the Empire's merchants. She even captured a Prince Elector Duke of the Red Elephant Empire, an heir to a great noble family, and used him as leverage to force the Duke to hand over part of his wealth. In the end, her demands were met, and she released the heir of the ducal family. But she cut off the heir's elephant trunk and pulled out all his teeth. After Meiyu was captured, she never revealed the location of her hidden treasure, and thus was sentenced to life imprisonment. Wang Sheng listened in stunned silence. This didn't sound right at all. Had Meiyu really been a kidnapper before? His expression shifted constantly. Then he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. Enraged, Wang Sheng said, "This is pure nonsense. Meiyu, she's a good person. She couldn't even bear to harm small animals." The machine opposite flashed with light, and its voice came again. Though this incident happened more than 20 years ago, it caused quite a stir back then. If you care to investigate, you can find information about it on the universal web. Of course, out of the thousands of versions circulating online, most are false information. Of course, very few people know the name Meiyu. Not even the records in our shop mentioned it until now. Back then, various forces referred to Meiyu and her band of space pirates as the Xinjiang female bandits. This was because Meiyu was born on Qingyu Star in the Red Elephant Empire and was a foreign citizen belonging to the Xinjiang province of that star. Later, the majority of the pirates she gathered under her command were human slaves from Xinjiang province, including many women. 20 years ago, the Xinjiang bandits were quite famous. According to the data our store has previously collected, at their peak, the Xinjiang bandits had a total of 188 starships, 62 of which were combat ships. They looted many places in the Red Elephant Empire, leaving the imperial authorities seething with anger but ultimately powerless against them. As for the number of starships destroyed by them over time, it was incalculable. Once, with only 10 starships, the Xinjiang bandits faced the Red Elephant Empire's Skyguard fleet and over 100 warships, yet they still managed to hold their own. In the end, Meiyu's flagship successfully destroyed the enemy flagship, claiming victory while seizing 5 starships and a large amount of energy resources. Because of that battle, an envoy from a neighboring power who was aboard one of the warships was frightened, greatly embarrassing the Red Elephant Empire and raising the reputation of the Xinjiang female bandits to new heights. At the time, the Xinjiang bandits were also quite well known within the Stellar Union. Many humans even regarded them as heroes of the human race. Even today, when people mention the Xinjiang bandits, many will still remember them. After all, not long before their rise to fame, the Red Elephant Empire had forcibly occupied civilization star number 7333598 in the Stellar Union. Chapter 21. True Love Not Like Before. Upon hearing Fei Hongya's words, Wang Sheng felt unable to accept them. His eyes became somewhat unfocused, and he shook his head repeatedly. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. It couldn't be like this. Fei Hongya had anticipated Wang Sheng's reaction long ago. It was simply the gap between hope and reality being a bit too wide. In fact, I've carefully examined the materials you provided before. They were all events that happened more than 30 years ago. So, I boldly inferred that your impression of Mei Yu herself may still remain as it was decades ago. According to our records, Mei Yu's father, Mei Hong, was annihilated by the human army, leading to total defeat, a fact you also know well. Without support, the Mei family lost its value and could no longer stand its ground on Qingyu Star. They were not only oppressed by the Red Elephant clan but also accused by the imperial high-ups of secretly colluding with the Interstellar Alliance and selling out the Empire's intelligence. All their properties were confiscated, and everyone in the Mei family was demoted into slavery. Mei Yu was separated from her relatives, even her mother, who succumbed to illness due to the sudden upheaval. Afterwards, Mei Yu's temperament underwent a significant change. Later, under the assistance of secret lines left behind by Mei Hong, Mei Yu and her younger brother successfully fled to the Interstellar Alliance. Unfortunately, they met a disloyal man which resulted in her younger brother's death, and she was publicly wanted by the Star Alliance. All those incidents made Mei Yu's character drastically change later on. So why should this be considered impossible? The more Wang Sheng heard, the more absurd it seemed. Clutching his fists tightly, he shouted, "What are you saying? A disloyal man betrayed Mei Yu? Who exactly is that scum?" This doesn't seem to be the focus of our current discussion. However, this isn't exactly a secretive matter. As mentioned earlier, tales about the gorgeous female captain of the Xinjiang pirate group have spread widely within the human Interstellar Alliance. Hence, some of these rumors aren't very hidden secrets. After losing her parents and separating from her relatives, Mei Yu barely escaped to the human alliance. However, since her father, Mei Hong, used to be a pirate captain, neither Mei Yu nor her younger brother had legal status, and they could only remain hidden in the alliance as illegal residents. The couple who sheltered the siblings was also surnamed Mei and lived on a resource planet, reportedly having some blood ties with Mei Hong. Thus, after being helped, Mei Yu developed feelings for a young man in that family named Mei Liangxin, revealing her true identity and sharing her heartfelt thoughts with him. Mei Yu hoped that Mei Liangxin would officially marry her, granting both her and her younger brother legitimate citizen statuses. However, Mei Liangxin decided to report them to claim the bounty, but beforehand, harbored malicious intentions and attempted to drug and sexually assault Mei Yu. Fortunately, Mei Yu detected it ahead of time. In anger, Mei Yu devised a plan to castrate Mei Liangxin, quickly leaving with her younger brother. But she was still too compassionate. Upon waking up, Mei Liangxin immediately notified the Planetary Ground Police Force. As a result, Mei Yu had to separate from her younger brother while fleeing from the Star Alliance forces. In the end, her younger brother was shot dead by the military, yet Mei Yu narrowly survived. Later, everything unfolded when Mei Yu gathered the old subordinates concealed by Mei Hong and the human slaves from Xinjiang province who shared the same origins with her to establish the Xinjiang pirate group, constantly retaliating against the Red Elephant Empire and the Interstellar Alliance. Over the span of 8 years after that, the Xinjiang pirate group evaded numerous pursuits and defeated space fleets sent by both humans and the Red Elephant clan many times. Wang Sheng found it even harder to accept upon hearing this. How could this be possible? The image of her in his memory wasn't like this at all. Mostly, Mei Yu should have been gentle and ladylike. Even if occasionally, she showed mischievous and playful sides, it didn't mean she was active enough to become a pirate leader or go as far as to castrate a disloyal man. She and her father, Mei Hong, should have been completely different. She shouldn't have changed so much. Really, she's nothing like the pure and innocent version in my memory. Life, how can it undergo such drastic changes? I finally found my true love, but now she is entirely unlike my former true love. Now the question is, how should I face her? How do I deal with this complex and ever-changing world? What must I do to possibly rediscover the beauty of that past memory? You're lying. Mei Yu would never do such things. Often, lies told repeatedly become seemingly true half-truths. Even if Mei Yu gets angry, she wouldn't easily harm someone she once loved. She wouldn't even hurt a stray cat she encounters on the road. You don't understand her at all. You clearly don't know her. As Wang Sheng spoke, he tugged at his hair forcefully, his expression one of great anguish. If the universe had a temperature, right now, it felt like fluctuating between hot and cold, truly full of contradictions. It was hard to accept. In his memory, Mei Yu held a cute white cat, running in the light of a star, pure and sacred. Now, she had actually become the boss of space pirates who roamed the galaxy for plunder, even castrating men? Impossible. That couldn't possibly be true. No matter how much a person changed, they shouldn't differ so greatly. Wang Sheng couldn't accept it for the time being. Had this Mei Yu been swapped with someone else? But once again, the mechanical feminine voice came through. In fact, as a well-known beauty among the human society's most wanted criminals and a powerful pirate leader, Meiyu has faced more than one incident of harassment, including enthusiastic advances from male pirate leaders. In response to these troubles, she chose the most brutal methods of handling the situations. Meiyu often took action, killing those harassers who committed other crimes. As for those who just couldn't control their desires, she generally castrated them. Later, no man dared to openly pursue Meiyu. At most, they could only secretly admire her from afar. This is widely known. So as the head of the space pirate gang, her temperament now is completely different from when she was younger. Relevant detailed information is currently being sent to your personal terminal via encrypted email, and only you can access it. If you confirm receipt of this information, the current contract will then be considered complete. Wang Sheng looked disoriented, shaking his head slowly, unable to suppress a mournful smile. His emotions were exceptionally agitated, his eyes filled with deep despair. If he were to go see Meiyu now, even if by some chance he could meet her, would he not also become one of those lustful men in her eyes? That scenario was truly too horrifying. For a deeply devoted man, falling in love with a female captain of a pirate gang who enjoyed castration was an unbearable misfortune. Too many contradictions, truly unable to accept. He really couldn't accept it. The reality was, since Wang Sheng had come to his senses, he had thought of Meiyu countless times within this short period. He couldn't possibly give up on her. He couldn't forget her, even in death. He must find a way to rescue her. He needed to tightly embrace her, using his warm heart and fiery sincerity to melt Meiyu's now cold and hardened heart. No matter the outcome, he had to be with her. I'll go inquire about the Xinjiang pirate group's related information. You'd better not have deceived me. Wang Sheng grabbed the silver chain on the table and turned to walk out. But right then, Fei Hongya called him back. Please wait a moment. According to the terms of the contract, if you wish to keep this private item belonging to Meiyu, you need to pay our shop an additional fee. After all, this item of evidence we've provided goes beyond what was stipulated in the contract. And there's another crucial point. The hair used in this piece of jewelry is actually from Meiyu, the legendary female captain of the space pirate group herself. So, it holds a certain value as a collector's item. Chapter 22, Three Folds. Ever since Wang Sheng woke up, he had fantasized countless times about the touching reunion with Meiyu, longing to relive the warmth of the past. But now, the situation was completely different. He meticulously pondered over how to rescue Meiyu. He soon approached Qi, the guardian envoy of the Light Clan. However, Qi's response left Wang Sheng feeling disappointed. Because of my Light Clan origin, I am revered by all races and appointed as the guardian envoy for the forces of light here. I cannot arbitrarily use my authority to interfere in matters below. Our clan rules constrain us as guardians from interfering in affairs of various races. The key responsibility of a guardian is to maintain stability across the star domain. Wang Sheng remained silent for a moment before pleading. Meiyu's nature is inherently kind. Although she later became a space pirate, it was due to environmental coercion. If we release her now, I will earnestly persuade her to start anew and lead a completely new life. Unfortunately, Qi refused again. In fact, I've been closely monitoring your actions this whole time. After all, your power is overwhelming, which could easily disrupt this star region and result in chaos, an outcome that would represent a serious failure on my part as a guardian. The story of Meiyu you mentioned, I have already investigated thoroughly. As a matter of fact, Meiyu once led raids against multiple shipping routes within the territories of the Red Elephant Empire and the Interstellar Alliance, causing much unnecessary suffering to the Red Elephant and human populations who lived in relative peace. Even if she didn't attack civilized planets, her crew did raid many resource planets, plundering vast amounts of people and resources from some impoverished, abandoned planets. Millions of civilians suffered harm due to the actions of the Xinjiang space pirates, crimes which are indeed proven. Even in situations where they may not have intended malice, damages have already been done. As the Light Clan Guardian Envoy, I must remember my duties, not overlooking right and wrong, and certainly cannot request the Red Elephant Empire to release a criminal space pirate whose guilt has been established beyond doubt. Wang Sheng felt a surge of agitation, shouting angrily. If you've been following my movements all along, then you should know the depth of my feelings for Meiyu. I don't care about what is right or wrong. I simply want her to gain freedom, begin a new life, and obtain the happiness she deserves. Anyone who stands in my way, I will act without hesitation, even if it causes serious consequences. As a guardian, you also need to learn how to be flexible. If there are no other options, I will take action against the Red Elephant Empire for Meiyu's sake, and any subsequent disorder will be due to your inflexibility. She responded uneasily. If you act recklessly and disturb the balance of this star domain, our Light Clan will not remain passive. Of course, if you are willing to personally negotiate with high-ranking members of the Soul Clan to keep them neutral during the faction wars, I would offer you every convenience within the Light Force's scope. Wang Sheng frowned. What, Soul Clan high-ranking member? He knew absolutely nothing about them. I've already told you. I'm human. I do not wish to get involved in the affairs of the Soul Clan. I just want to live a good human life. And also, I really do not know anyone at the upper echelons of the Soul Clan. Right now, although there is indeed a group of low-tier Soul Clans around me, they wield zero influence in the overall hierarchy of their race. Your demand, I cannot meet. If you're unwilling to help Meiyu, I'll figure it out myself. Don't prematurely divulge this, thereby increasing risks for her. Qi chuckled lightly. The Golden Soul Clans, legendary entities defying the odds, are qualified to become rulers of the entire Soul Clans. They harbor immensely potent energy. To claim that you are not a member of the Soul Clans sounds like nonsense. The reason I offer convenience, making active concessions, stems from recognizing your potential future influence within the Soul Clans. In another 100 years, the Soul Court meeting held once every million years by the Soul Clans will take place on Emperor Soul Planet. At that time, powerful Soul Clans throughout the universe will gather there for the Supreme Soul Clans Assembly. At that point, if you reveal your identity as having golden souls, you will undoubtedly draw the utmost importance from the higher ranks of the Soul Clans, receiving respect even from the lower-tier Soul Clans. Any opinions you present will necessarily be seriously considered. Your pro-light alignment will naturally affect the decision-making stance of many lower-tier Soul Clans over an extended period afterward. If you truly want to assist Meiyu, this little request I make now should pose no real difficulty for you. As Wang Sheng watched the luminous image transmitted via the light emblem of the Light Clans, concern inevitably grew within him. Had Meiyu already been reduced to a bargaining chip? Could she actually speak so casually about such crucial issues between two major factions? How could such things possibly be achieved easily? Naturally, Wang Sheng had doubts about all of this. Meiyu must be saved, but under no circumstances should she be dragged into bigger trouble or danger while saving her. Wang Sheng was beginning to regret approaching Qi. Do not forcibly tie Meiyu's stance with the Soul Clans. Meiyu has absolutely nothing to do with the Soul Clans. Are you implying that if the Soul Clans don't choose the light side, Meiyu is supposed to bear the consequences for this? I will naturally consider your proposal, but I cannot use Meiyu as a bargaining chip. She is just a human woman. Regardless of her situation, she can neither determine my position nor affect the stance of other Soul Clans. Exchanging Meiyu's freedom would put her at great unknown risks. If Meiyu were to get harmed, not only other Soul Clans, but I, Wang Sheng, would become an eternal enemy of the light side. If you insist on forcing her as leverage, then I will forever remember this matter, and any existence that has schemed against her, whether it be from your Light Clan or the Dark Clans. I vow to retaliate in hundreds or thousands of ways without mercy. This is a clear warning to you, and also a warning to the entire Light Clan. I hope you do not overestimate your cleverness and misuse my emotions. It will only create new enemies for you. A blinding white light flashed several times before Qi's voice came through again. Please do not misunderstand us. We have no intention of using Meiyu to pressure you. All right, I assure you I won't meddle in Meiyu's affairs. Although I did pay some attention to her previously due to your connection, I never bothered Red Elephant Empire for her sake. To avoid misunderstanding between us, henceforth, I will no longer intervene in matters concerning this tiny human woman. However, when facing the Red Elephant Empire, I expect that you will not target too many innocent Red Elephant civilians and cause excessive unrest. As their protector, I would feel quite torn. In my eyes, you are still a friend of the Light Clan. As for attending the Soul Court meeting, please give it serious consideration. Wang Sheng mulled over the words for a moment, trying to gauge whether Qi was truthful. He didn't continue dragging Meiyu into the conversation. If there's time, I'll attend the Soul Court meeting. If you really want me to cooperate further, then provide me with some necessary conveniences. Like here on Black Market Star where stores can only be rented, not bought? Well, if I am your so-called collaborator, shouldn't you spare a few stores for me? Or at least offer me a place to dock my starship? In that case, I might consider attending the Soul Court. Wang Sheng took control, shifting from asking for help to proposing a trade-off condition. Qi didn't refuse. Actually, those who possess Light Clan artifacts can enjoy certain discounts when renting stores on Black Market Star. You might not have been aware of this earlier, but now I can authorize the highest discount level for you, although it's limited to 2 shops on Black Market Star. You can head to the trading hall, present your Light Clan artifact, and receive these benefits. Wang Sheng was still dissatisfied. Be specific, what exactly is this highest discount? How much discount are we talking about? Qi paused for a couple of seconds before replying helplessly. Threefold discount. Chapter 23, Business and Shops. Wang Sheng called over Zhou Lulu, and also Cold Huiro, who had gone out with Zhou Lulu to handle the procurement tasks. 19-year-old Cold Huiro, tall and elegant with features as vivid as a painting, was a cold beauty of icy temperament. Previously, when Wang Sheng returned to the starship, seeing how hard Zhou Lulu had worked outside, he allowed her to find an assistant to help manage the procurement of supplies during this period. My Starry Sky escort ship is currently being renovated. It's estimated to be completed within 10 days. After that, we will switch to the escort ship for deep space exploration. During this time, you need to prepare the necessary living supplies for everyone on the escort ship in the coming days. Because there are many people, it's difficult for you to handle the procurement alone. You can select 1 or 2 assistants from the group of female slaves. Later, Zhou Lulu recommended Cold Huiro. At this moment, Wang Sheng summoned them and instructed. You both go to the trading hall at the Black Market Star and check the information on shops available for rent. I plan to lease 2 shops as future footholds whenever we visit the Black Market Star. The first shop should meet 2 criteria. It must be easy to sublease, and its rent must not be too low, since I am entitled to discounted rents for 2 shops on the Black Market Star. If I successfully sublease them, it will be a profitable deal. As for the second lease shop, it doesn't need a large trading building, but it must have an attached spacecraft parking lot, where some ships can dock. That's my requirement. Go thoroughly examine and gather information about suitable shops. It's impossible to keep the matter of leasing shops hidden. Wang Sheng directly told Zhou Lulu and others his plan. After hearing this, the women were inevitably surprised. Apparently, their new master not only possessed considerable wealth, but also had connections in the Black Market Star. Could just anyone enjoy the discount on shop leases on the Black Market Star? Perhaps throughout the entire Star Alliance. there were very few individuals who could boast such influence. Renting a shop on the black market star costs billions of universal coins per year, even at the lower end. As for large shops located prominently on the black market star, their annual rent could reach tens or even hundreds of billions of universal coins. Even if these larger shops offer a 90% discount each year, it still amounts to savings of billions. So Wang Sheng planned to make use of this benefit by leasing the shops and then subleasing them. Though troublesome, it could still yield profits. Zhou Lulu understood even more clearly. The shop from which they, the female slaves, came, operated under a businessperson named He Hen, who rented a medium-sized storefront on the black market star. The annual rent was 9 billion universal coins, with no discounts offered. A significant portion, about 1/3, of He Hen's annual earnings went toward paying the rent. He Hen once applied for a better position, a larger shop with higher traffic volume, but it was rejected due to the excessively high rent of those prime locations. For He Hen, who ran a human pet business, even renting a large shop might not generate enough profit annually to cover such exorbitant rent. Zhou Lulu worked very efficiently. Maybe the female slave was naturally suited to doing business? According to Wang Sheng's requirements, she quickly sent him organized information on available rental shops via his personal terminal. After reviewing the details of over 100 shops compiled by the female slave, Wang Sheng made his choice swiftly. He entered the land-based fighter mech and personally headed to the trading hall. This time, Wang Sheng couldn't remain low-key. Leasing shops required navigating through the busy trading hall and accessing information via personal terminals. However, he still chose to enter the heavy armored body of the mech to obscure his identity. The various intelligent creatures moving around in the hall promptly stepped aside upon seeing the most advanced land-based fighter mech. They all knew that only the wealthy or noble could command such top-tier mechs. Wang Sheng wasn't surprised. This was precisely why he had come encased in the mech, to avoid unnecessary complications. However, when Wang Sheng produced Qi's artifact, the clerk handling transactions at the black market star window was left utterly astonished. Is that really a light god's artifact? The clerk, from the white rat species, who was nearly 2 meters tall, couldn't help but stand upright on his hind legs, emitting continuous squeaky screams. He was truly excited. The light god's artifact was incredibly rare. Only individuals highly regarded by the powerful Light Clan could possibly possess such an artifact. The hall instantly became silent. Countless amazed gazes from various alien races fell on the light god's artifact held by Wang Sheng. Even more eyes, overt or covert, focused on the most top-tier land-based fighter mech, speculating about the mysterious figure inside. Instantly, countless flashes lit up the hall, capturing every detail of the mech and the light god's artifact held within it. Then, from nearby to afar, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Whispered murmurs of admiration finally broke out. How many years has it been since we last saw the light god's artifact appear? Could it be that another powerful being has emerged? But lately, there doesn't seem to be any major events happening. Shut your mouth. What business is it of yours to comment on such a mighty individual? Perhaps it's one of the followers who have contributed greatly to the side of the light gods, and they've been fortunate enough to receive this divine artifact. This white rat truly envies them. The hall supervisor reacted quickly, rushing over to invite Wang Sheng into a private VIP room. May I inquire about the honorable sir's name? What kind of business brings you here? I am the chief manager of the Black Market Star Trading Hall. Wang Sheng was irritated as the mere sight of the Red Elephant clan made him annoyed. He cut off the rambling of the chief manager with a direct command. That's enough. I don't have time for nonsense, and you don't need to ask who I am. I'm here to lease 2 properties on Black Market Star, number 12 and number 491. According to the public leasing information, these 2 properties are not yet rented. Process the paperwork for me immediately. The chief manager bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. I will process everything right away. Please wait a moment. Faced with a strong individual holding an artifact of the Light Clan, he didn't consider Wang Sheng's curt attitude inappropriate, even though he was the head of the trading hall. To him, such strength was justified. The contract was prepared swiftly. Subsequently, Wang Sheng displayed his personal terminal, scanning and accepting the contract before signing it. However, the chief manager froze in place. At this stage of the transaction, according to the automatically generated information on the contract, the person in front of him seemed to be human. Dissatisfied, Wang Sheng produced the Light God's artifact once more. Are you daydreaming? Let me remind you. With this artifact, do I qualify for a 30% discount on rent? The chief manager snapped back to reality. Even if the individual in front of him was human, a race always looked down upon and oppressed by their Red Elephant clan, he was still someone entitled to enjoy rental discounts provided by the Light Clan. Someone whom the chief manager dared not offend. After all, behind this human, there stood a powerful figure highly regarded by the Light Clan. No matter how you looked at it, even just through possession of the Light God's artifact, privileges were numerous, envied and coveted by many intelligent beings. Yes, that is indeed correct. After connecting with the Light God's artifact, the granted authority indicates that you are eligible for the maximum discount on 2 properties of Black Market Star at 30%. Moreover, you can bypass all deposits and only pay the first year's rent, thereby gaining priority use of those 2 properties for a decade. One of the properties, number 12, is a complex covering nearly 10,000 square meters, accompanied by a 50,000 square meter plaza and an 80,000 square meter greenbelt, containing 18 smaller shops scattered within. Its original annual rent was 12 billion universal coins, but now you only need to pay 3.6 billion. Property number 491 is a 3-story building spanning 560 square meters, complete with a starship docking area covering 13 square kilometers. The original annual rent was $2 billion, but now you only need to pay $600 million. The combined rent for both properties comes to $4.2 billion. However, as the head of this hall, I have the authority to offer discounts for transactions exceeding 2 billion universal coins. Therefore, you now only need to pay 4 billion universal coins to lease both properties. Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. This chief manager actually knew what he was doing, giving him a discount of 200 million. Looks like not everyone in the Red Elephant clan was a fool. What's your name? The chief manager immediately became excited. My lord, my name is xuanhuan, and I look forward to continuing to serve you in the future. Chapter 24. How can he be so shameless? The process of leasing the shop went very smoothly. Wang Sheng paid 4 billion light crystals to rent the shop and left contact permission with the manager from the Hongxiang clan. Thus, not everyone is qualified to contact a holder of the light god artifact. Subsequently, Wang Sheng handed over the specific tasks to Zhou Lulu and Cold Huiro. Cold Huiro, like Yao Mingzhu, was born as an embryo in a test tube and had a simple background. However, Zhou Lulu came from the Interstellar Alliance's wasteland planet and entered the black market star through a slave-catching team. Wang Sheng summoned the 2 female slaves and asked Zhou Lulu, I've reviewed your records. You should be from the abandoned resource planet numbered R6281 under the Human Star Alliance's territory, right? Not all resource planets in the human domain belong to the Interstellar Alliance. Planet R6281 used to be a mining planet owned by the Dark Spirit clan merchants. Later, as the mineral veins neared depletion and lost their mining value, it was declared abandoned by the Dark Spirit clan. Since this wasteland was located within the Human Alliance domain, the Star Alliance took over the mining base and slightly improved the environment there so that humans could barely survive on it. Of course, the upper echelons of the Star Alliance weren't doing charity. They were after the tiny mineral income remaining on the wasteland. After remodeling the wasteland, they sent over convicts and cloned humans using various means to keep the tailings collection industry running. This way, the Human Alliance could continue to exploit the wasteland's resources at minimal cost, mining the residual minerals that still existed there. However, the Interstellar Alliance would never acknowledge the normal status of the people on the wasteland. These inferior black accounts were descendants of criminals who had fled to the wasteland for committing severe crimes. They would never be accepted. At this moment, Zhou Lulu glanced subtly at Yao Mingzhu and others upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, feeling slightly smug inside. See, doesn't the master regard me highly? He even pays special attention to my background. In the past while, Zhou Lulu handled trading affairs and felt as if she was in her element. She must have become the most important female slave by Master Wang's side. Other female slaves naturally didn't dare to offend her easily when facing her. Within just a few days, she had rallied more than 10 followers, including Cold Huiro, willing to take her lead. Zhou Lulu understood quite clearly that her foundation was quickly taking shape. They would become the capable tools to help her strike back against fox spirits like Yao Mingzhu and Xianxia in the future. Wang Sheng wasn't entirely unaware of these situations, but didn't think much of it. Jealousy among women often happens. In summary, he appreciated the abilities Zhou Lulu demonstrated during this time. Thus, he also began making some new arrangements for her future. With a sweet smile, Zhou Lulu answered in a very obedient manner. Master, I am indeed from the resource star, R6281. Wang Sheng nodded and gestured her closer. Don't stand there. Come sit beside me to talk. Zhou Lulu's heart swelled with pride. She walked lightly to Wang Sheng's side and sat close to him. You truly care about people, master. I really love you. Watching Zhou Lulu's watery eyes, Wang Sheng momentarily had a rash thought. Should I just pounce on her now? No, principles are still important. Moreover, I can resist the allure of beauty. Currently, a lot of businesses require Zhou Lulu. I can't take advantage of her immediately. I'll bear it for a few more days. Wang Sheng coughed lightly and pulled his arm out of Zhou Lulu's embrace with effort. I'm wondering, did you have a family when you were young? Do you remember them? This question was unexpected. Zhou Lulu's expression darkened slightly as she lowered her head, reminiscing. Since I was captured by the slave-catching squad, I've never seen my family again. I remember that in my hometown, I lived with my father alone because of the harsh conditions on the waste planet. My mother fell ill and passed away early. Actually, from a very young age, I already knew that the people where we lived were just black account holders abandoned by the Star Alliance, like trash discarded by someone. Yes, I was born and raised there until I turned 13. I met many bad people along the way, wanting to catch me to boil meat, but there were also some kind-hearted individuals. My father actually treated me well, always good. Zhou Lulu suddenly stopped talking. It seemed that the pain in her heart had disappeared. She wore a pleasing smile once more, appearing rather charming. Master, why do you ask me these things? Now, I've already forgotten them. My heart actually only has you. Master, forever only you. Master, you are so naughty. Zhou Lulu clung to Wang Sheng's arm again and gently shook it while coquettishly teasing him. Such enticing gestures were a little too blatant. Wang Sheng felt utterly helpless. It was very obvious that the female slave was concealing something. I am planning for you to stay on the black market star and manage 2 commercial properties. Cold Huiro can also stay with you. If you can remember your family, like your father, you could bring him here to live together on the black market star. As for those 2 businesses, they're not too small in scale, so they require someone to watch over them. I will have intelligent machinery continue to assist you both. At shop number 491, I plan to conduct some simple transactions. Of course, these aren't publicly operated projects, but possible deals between certain forces and some powerful individuals. That must involve recommenders as well as necessary guarantees. Not any intelligent life forms qualify to trade with me. The specific business doesn't fall under your responsibility. On the black market star, you will only handle intermediary communication. Apart from the two of you, some additional clerks will be needed to uphold the facade. Shop number 12 manages simple subleasing businesses, which I'll later hand over to you to take charge of. I don't require the highest rental income. Moderate lowering of rents for more stable earnings would suffice. I also plan to buy a batch of slaves. This time, we may need red elephant race servants or other racial slaves. Those alien slaves will be purchased by you and xuanhuan. Don't talk about human rights with them. If they disobey, punish them harshly, sell them, or even kill them. But regarding your father, he is obviously not a slave. You can bring him here to reside. If he can bear this work, I might offer him some payment, allowing the two of you to live together on the black market star. As for you, along with xuanhuan, as my female slaves, you belong to me for life and must dedicate absolute loyalty to me. A group of female slaves, including Zhou Lulu and xuanhuan, listened somewhat dumbfounded. Was it true that the two of them could stay behind to manage the black market star's businesses? Or perhaps, aside from tempting the master, they all had a chance to manage various businesses? Zhou Lulu trembled slightly. Her emotions seemed a bit agitated. Master, can I really bring my father here? Wang Sheng smiled faintly, reaching out to embrace her supple waist and speaking with certainty. Of course, if your father is still alive. I hope to see you reunite with your family, so you can serve me more wholeheartedly. I will trust you, as your future is inseparable from mine. As he spoke, he couldn't resist tightly embracing Zhou Lulu. He roughly kissed her passionately. How dare she use so many enticing moves against me? Don't you realize, my patience has its limits? The female slaves internally cursed, faces flushing red, slowly retreating step by step. But suddenly, xuanhuan froze in place. Even her body couldn't help but tremble, because the man who had just forcefully kissed Zhou Lulu now reached out a detestable hand towards her. Especially, that nimble index finger bending again and again. It clearly meant seducing her while he ate his current prey. His intention was for her to stay, right? Suddenly, xuanhuan felt shame flooding through her, her body unable to stop heating up and trembling. Oh no, how can the master be so shameless? Chapter 25 turns out to be a lecherous man. The external sublease of property number 12's commercial shop proceeded very smoothly. After receiving the authorization document from Wang Sheng, Zhou Lulu posted the rental information at the trading hall. She split property number 12 into separate units for lease. By doing so, it seemed as though the rent was dispersed on the surface, but in reality, compared to leasing the property as a whole, this method yielded higher returns. Property number 12 had an excellent location, situated in the most prosperous area of Black Market Star, where the included greenbelt was actually a part of the central garden of Black Market Star. The 18 small storefronts scattered throughout the greenbelt could not quite match the officially leased smaller storefronts of Black Market Star, but their prime commercial locations determined that they were highly suited for buying and selling transactions. Most importantly, with annual rent set at only 1.5 billion universal coins, all traveling merchants felt that the price was incredibly low. These 18 small storefronts were quickly rented out, bringing back a first-year rent of 2.7 billion for Wang Sheng. In addition, there were deposits paid by the traveling merchants, equivalent to 2 years' rent, amounting to 5.4 billion. As for the main structure of property number 12, originally Wang Sheng intended to lease it out as a whole, demanding an annual rent of 9 billion. However, Zhou Lulu suggested something different. That towering 377-meter main building, with 13 floors, could be perfectly divided and subleased floor by floor. Wang Sheng thought about it and agreed with Zhou Lulu's suggestion. Since you are in charge, you decide the specific operations. In this way, within just a few short days, 2 floors were successfully leased out. As a result, they collected 2 years' rent totaling 3.2 billion, plus a guarantee deposit of another 3.2 billion. To sum it up, Wang Sheng not only recovered the previous 4 billion, but also made a net profit of 1.9 billion. Regarding the deposit, Wang Sheng didn't intend to keep it himself. The deposit for the leased property should not be used casually. Part of the money you can use to purchase fixed-term government bonds, and the other part can be used as the principal for short-term loans. But remember, when lending out money externally, there must be sufficient collateral, and transactions must be certified through proper channels like the trading hall. The trading hall side should not reject your request. Additionally, regarding the matter of purchasing alien slaves and reinforcing the shops, you may proceed. With the principal recovered, Wang Sheng decided to extend a favor to Wu Guang. Wang Sheng contacted the starship merchant. Wu Guang, I want to inquire about the annual docking fee for the internal starship parking space currently in use. Wu Guang didn't give it much thought. After all, since Wang Sheng also had a starship, asking about its docking fee was quite normal. The docking fee here on Black Market Star is charged based on the starship's class and the duration of docking. The standard in this regard has been long-term fixed. For Class 1 starships, the fee is 10,000 universal coins per day. For Class 2 starships, it's 50,000 universal coins per day. For Class 3, it's 200,000 daily. For Class 4, the fee is 1 million per day. As for Class 5 starships, those are actually rarely seen. Even if they exist, they usually belong to the main fleets of various powers and won't easily come to Black Market Star. Generally speaking, our shop transacts dozens of starships every year, so the cost for starship docking on Black Market Star fluctuate continuously. Hence, there's no fixed expenditure standard. Let me think. Last year, the total expenses incurred by our shop and Starship docking exceeded 2.3 billion universal coins. The exact spending, I can't recall clearly. I would need to check the records. Wang Xing instantly felt somewhat disappointed. 2 billion star coins? It was nothing more than petty gain. However, even the smallest amounts mattered. It's like this. Recently, I leased a shop. It's property number 491, which comes with a Starship docking station. You can go verify it. Therefore, if you're willing, you can dock your Starships there. Regarding fees, I will slightly reduce them based on the standard rates on Black Market Star. As for the detailed cooperation terms, you can discuss them with my subordinates, Zhou Lulu or Ling Huru. They act as my representatives and will soon be stationed permanently on Black Market Star. We are now at shop number 491, and if you're interested, we welcome you to come discuss. Of course, if you don't need it, I will seek other Starship merchants to see if they require such a docking facility. Wu Guang listened in astonishment. He never imagined that Wang Sheng had actually leased a shop. That truly showed great wealth and power. An industry involving a Starship docking station must at least belong to medium-sized properties, with an annual rent likely exceeding 10 billion universal coins. Great thanks, my friend, to still think of me upon acquiring such a convenient venue. This matter personally concerning myself, I naturally wish to cooperate with you. However, I do have some business partners, so I must inform them before making the final decision. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll give you a reply. I believe this kind of mutually beneficial cooperation will not be rejected by my partners. In short, thank you for your proposal. Wang Sheng smiled and inquired of Wu Guang. How much longer until the modifications on my Starry Sky escort ship are completed? Wu Guang hurriedly replied. Another 6 days, and it will be done. If it weren't for your new requirement to install an automatic control system, the progress would have been even faster. Wang Sheng nodded. All right, noted. After cutting off communication, Wang Sheng glanced at the nearby female slave. Ling Huru cautiously ventured to ask, Master, since Wu Guang is your friend, what percentage discount should we offer him on the rent? Wang Sheng immediately felt speechless. When it comes to business, polite words are no big deal. But if you take them seriously, that's when things get troublesome. So, little Ruru, first off, forget about whether Wu Guang is my real friend or not. When it comes to doing business, one can't be like you. Wang Sheng scratched his head. Smack. He slapped Zhou Lulu's bottom. Lulu, what do you think? What sort of discount should we offer him? Zhou Lulu squirmed slightly and chuckled. Master, it is, after all, business. Of course, the higher the rent, the better. Our Starship docking station is convenient to use, with flexible facilities, no time limits, and complete freedom of movement. It has advantages over public docking stations. So little girl here thinks, could we ask Wu Guang for more rent instead? Wang Sheng instantly relaxed. He tightened his grip and planted a loud kiss on Zhou Lulu's cheek. This idea of yours, Lulu, is great. You're really born to do business. No dodging, let me kiss you properly. As he spoke, Wang Sheng reached out and rubbed Ling Huru's head. You should learn from her. Zhou Lulu's face was radiant as she tried to resist, but couldn't help giggling. Ah, master, you're so bad. On the side, Ling Huru had a bitter look on her face, head down without a word, silently criticizing in her heart. Looking at how Master and Zhou Lulu were acting now, wasn't it just like the stories where people are called dogmen and women? While Wang Sheng was arranging the management of his properties, an investigation targeting the holders of light god relics quietly unfolded among various factions. That previous manager of the trading hall, Xianxia from the Red Elephant clan? At this moment, he respectfully stood before a nobleman of the Red Elephant clan. Revered Viscount, I've already contacted the merchant who sold that land fighter mech. He is a mechanic from the Wise Rat tribe who has quite a few dealings with our Red Elephant clan. I asked him to release false information stating that a high-class black soul bought the mech. In exchange, a portion of this year's mech procurement share from the Red Elephant clan and Black Market Star will be purchased through his store. With this move, we should be able to buy some time to establish individual contact with the human strongman from the human race. After a while, from the heavy metal reclining chair came a sonorous voice. I still think you were a bit too hasty. I cannot fathom why a human could obtain the relic of the light god. After investigating, we discovered that this human strongman named Wang Sheng turned out to be quite lecherous. According to reports from spies familiar with human behavior, Wang Sheng previously purchased 60 human female slaves, and in recent days, most of his time has been spent mating with those female slaves. Upon close observation, nearly 20 of the female slaves entering and exiting his starship have lost their virginity to him. I cannot understand why such a human would be favored by the powerful light god, but precisely because of this, I have prepared a small gift for him, catering to his preferences, which should win his favor. It can be delivered from the Empire tonight. Prepare everything thoroughly by early tomorrow morning, then go contact him. Also, send me all the detailed information you have on Wang Sheng right away. I need to fully understand this peculiar human. Xianxia bowed deeply. As you command, Viscount. Chapter 26, Mutual Benefit. Wu Guang quickly made contact with Wang Sheng. Not only did he want to negotiate the docking of the starship, but he also planned to introduce an important partner to Wang Sheng. Naturally, Wang Sheng would not refuse. With Wang Sheng's approval, Wu Guang and his group arrived swiftly. His partner was also a member of the Jisoo clan. This Jiju member, just like Wu Guang, stood inside a flexible mechanical device nearly 3 meters tall, appearing even more advanced and sophisticated than Wu Guang's machine. Unlike Wu Guang's gray fur exterior, the newly arrived Jiju member revealed faint white fur on the back of his rodent hands. Esteemed Mr. Wang Sheng, please allow me first to make a brief introduction about myself. I am Bai Jiangxing, a Viscount from the White Rat Kingdom, and I am also the representative of the Jisoo United Political Entity stationed in the Red Elephant Empire. Now, I have come along with my friend Wu Guang, hoping to get acquainted with you and establish necessary cooperation. Wang Sheng immediately understood. It seemed that the Jisoo clan were not only fast runners, but their reactions were also swift. They had come precisely because of his status as the holder of the Light God token. Wang Sheng invited the representative of the Jisoo clan to take a seat. After some polite formalities, they moved into the main topic. Bai Jiangxing formally presented the proposal for cooperation. If you could use the preferential purchasing quota of the Light God token to help purchase some rare resources on behalf of our Jisoo United Political Entity, then our Jisoo clan would be extremely grateful for your assistance, and we certainly will not neglect to reward our own friends. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. He felt it was hard to deal with. The procurement quota of the Light God token he intended to use as a bargaining chip to make the Red Elephant Empire release Meiyu. This was also the primary purpose of leaving communication privileges to xianxia. But now, the Jisoo clan was the first to step up. As an old saying goes, I won't let go of the eagle until I see the rabbit. This Bai Jiangxing only mentioned requesting help, but didn't specify what resources needed to be purchased. He simply said there would be no ingratitude, but did not mention the specific terms of gratitude. This left Wang Sheng completely at a loss. After waiting for a moment, Wang Sheng gave no response. Bai Jiangxing immediately realized something. He laughed sharply. I've heard repeatedly from Wu Guang, who praised you profusely for your enthusiasm and sincerity. Since you do not wish to reject us, naturally you agree. The holders of the Light God token can, each year, purchase some rare resources controlled by the Light race through this token. Materials such as the rare 693 alloy, GT508, or etc. Those once-in-a-lifetime scarce materials are all strategic reserve resources required by all races and powers. According to established purchasing rules, holders of the Light God token do not have to wait for the Light race's auction to begin. They can designate a batch of rare resources for advance purchase. Therefore, our Jisoo clan hopes that you can help with an early purchase. You using the Light God token to buy light crystal energy or other equipment and supplies allows you to enjoy a 1% discount price. But we are willing to offer 2 additional percentage points above the original purchase price. In other words, you could earn a 3% commission from this transaction. To an individual intelligent life form, this is a considerable amount of wealth. I've already heard that you purchased and remodeled a level 2 escort ship from Wu Guang, so we're willing to offer you starship services at even more advantageous prices. Even for level 3 starships, within our Jisoo United Political Entity, the most advanced starship models will be available to you. In pricing, we will offer you an 80% discount. When Wang Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but be intrigued. The most advanced level 3 starship from the Jisoo clan? It seemed that the rebate they offered this time would not be less than the high selling price of a level 3 starship. Even the most basic level 3 transport ship has a price exceeding 100 billion. For Wang Sheng now, actually, he doesn't have too much capital at hand, so it would be difficult to use the Light Race token to gain large profits. However, the Jisoo United Political Entity, as one of the top-ranked forces among beast races, with the enormous funds they can provide, could fully realize the potential of the Light Race token. This is mutual benefit. Wang Sheng asked, what type of goods do you intend to purchase? And exactly how much is the specific procurement amount? To be honest, I've always been cautious and keep a low profile. Although I luckily obtained the Light God token, I cannot recklessly exploit the permissions associated with the token to make purchases. Doing so would inevitably leave an unfavorable impression with the Light God, making them think I am short-sighted and greedy for profit. However, in order to establish contact with the Light God and gain their attention, I've already paid too heavy a price. Therefore, appropriately utilizing the trading quota at hand to compensate for some of the previous losses is justified. Taking into consideration the rare and precious friendship between Wu Guang and me, it's hard for me to refuse this collaboration proposed by the Jisoo clan. But the amount of supplies you wish to procure can't be excessive. Moreover, compared to the conditions offered by other races, your procurement discount terms are still somewhat low. Wang Sheng was showing his shamelessness here. The relationship between him and the Light Race was one of mutual exploitation. She was courting him and providing convenience just to use his golden soul status to influence decision-making among the soul race's upper echelons. However, for most ordinary races, the rare resources controlled by the Light Race might impact their developmental prospects over the next period, or even determine the rise and fall of an entire force. But from Wang Sheng's perspective, we're looking at it from the perspective of the entire soul race and the broader context of factional battles. These resources weren't particularly significant. Where exactly could she see that Wang Sheng was cautious when dealing with him? So all of his current words were nonsense. But Bai Jiangxing, upon hearing what Wang Sheng said, couldn't help but feel tense inside. Conditions set by other races? Judging from this, not only their Jisoo clan was reaching out to Wang Sheng, representatives from other forces had already made their moves. This was somewhat expected. After all, the appearance of the new Light God token represented many opportunities for development for various races, especially those small factions. If the Human Galactic Alliance didn't have such weak foundations and no room for significant growth, nearby races would now need to consider whether they should eliminate Wang Sheng and cut off the human race's chances of rising. Especially the Red Elephant race, which previously oppressed and suppressed humanity without reservation. Bai Jiangxing controlled his mechanical suit, extending his iron arm behind him to make a subtle and concealed gesture toward Wu Guang. Wu Guang immediately understood and took the initiative to step forward and speak. We've prepared the list of materials we'd like to ask you to help us purchase. Of course, there's also the catalog of our latest starships owned by the Jisoo clan. I'll send the data to your personal terminal right away for your review. As he operated the system, he continued. The total procurement value we propose exceeds 3 trillion universal credits. At a 3% profit margin, that's nearly hundreds of billions in substantial income. Of course, if you're not satisfied, we can continue to negotiate. And more importantly, our advanced starships include some of the most cutting-edge models available in the Shog race fleet today, including several Level 3 multifunctional starships. I must add, though you may not like hearing it, but spacecraft cobbled together using imported parts after grinding and cutting them simply cannot compare in performance and every other aspect to ours. Most crucially, we have already offered the greatest concession on pricing. All starships will be sold to you at cost price. I believe after seeing them, you will surely like them. Chapter 27. The Omnipotent Transport Vessel. Upon hearing Wu Guang's words, Wang Sheng's face flickered with a hint of surprise. If it weren't for his limited funds, he wouldn't have had to trade for a second-hand Starguard frigate. Now it seemed that Wu Guang, in order to ensure smooth future cooperation, had even revealed some of the industry secrets about starship modifications, not shying away from exposing his own shortcomings. All this was just to make Wang Sheng understand they were genuinely considering what was best for him. Wang Sheng had reviewed the data provided by the Wise Mouse clan, but did not immediately agree. He kept his expression calm and simply said that he needed time to consider before making a decision. Thus, Bai Jianxing proposed even more favorable terms when he took his leave. We can raise the payment percentage to 4%. This way, you'll earn 5% profit, which should exceed 1,600 billion universal credits. Considering the price we quoted for the starship, it would be enough for you to purchase a brand new Star Destroyer. The Class A1 type, 2 Star Destroyer is a far more powerful warship than a Starguard frigate. Beam cannons with a range of 1 million kilometers might only be equipped on a single regular frigate. However, destroyers could carry several beam cannons, and as for heavy destroyers, they might even carry over 10 beam cannons. 1 million kilometers is also the basic range of interstellar combat. Beam cannons are the most fundamental weapons used in space warfare. Of course, Wang Sheng was tempted, but he wasn't willing to show it. Originally, he had planned to use his purchasing shares to negotiate good terms with the Red Elephant clan, but now that the Wise Mouse clan had been so sincere, he couldn't refuse. After all, the resources of the Red Elephant clan couldn't compare with those of the Wise Mouse clan. At least just moments ago, the starship catalog he saw represented the most advanced starship technology available to the beast races, which the current Red Elephant Empire definitely could not grasp. Bai Jianxing left after taking his leave, but Wu Guang lingered somewhat shamelessly. After all, they were good friends. Regarding the lease of the spaceship docking area attached to this shop, we are willing to pay 500 million universal credits annually. The contract has already been prepared. Please confirm receipt. If you're satisfied, we can sign right now. Of course, even if the contract is established, your starships will still enjoy priority docking rights here. Not far away, Zhou Lulu and others were momentarily stunned once again. They already knew that divine relics involved huge profits, but they hadn't expected someone to actively give money. 500 million universal credits far exceeded the normal rental price for a starship docking area. This wasn't business, it was directly handing money over to Wang Sheng. Probably, Wu Guang had never done such a deal before. However, his position within the Wise Mouse clan dictated that he must follow the instructions of the higher-ups. Now, he had no choice but to offer Wang Sheng this unprecedented losing proposition so that his family and relatives could lead a better life and a brighter future. In essence, this deal today, he had to lose, and willingly at that. Wang Sheng smiled and gestured toward Zhou Lulu, indicating she forwarded the contract to herself. Lulu, take a look. If there are no issues, then sign it. Then he addressed Wu Guang. I've entrusted the shops on Black Market Star to her, Zhou Lulu, for management. She'll be in charge here going forward, so I can't meddle in her work. It's best to let her handle everything herself. Our past collaborations have always been pleasant. Just now, I briefly looked through the thousands of spacecraft models you prepared. The variety was overwhelming. You've been in the starship business for years. You're an expert. What types of ships do you recommend? When Wu Guang heard Wang Sheng's question, he appeared confident. Although his previous focus had mainly been on second-hand starship transactions, as an experienced starship merchant, he often dreamed at night of running businesses involving new advanced spaceships with top-notch technologies. Now, his dream had unexpectedly come true. Many of the starships in the catalog he'd just presented were advanced vessels he previously wouldn't have dared to operate. Even though currently, he could only sell them exclusively to Wang Sheng. As long as this transaction went smoothly, he'd definitely secure access to new supply channels for these advanced starships in the future. Please open the catalog and enter E621 model in the search box under Level 2 starships. Yes, exactly like that. Wu Guang pointed at the new three-dimensional image displayed on the holographic screen and began explaining. The E621 Level 2 starship is a multi-purpose omnitransport vessel. It has an 820-meter hull length, with its design being both simple and robust. The internal space is nearly twice as large as the average Level 2 multi-purpose transport ship. The reason we've achieved this lies primarily in its main body, constructed using a new type of alloy steel, whose strength and toughness can match materials typically used in Level 3 starships. Because of this, its propulsion system adopts a third-level drive standard, making the speed of such an omni-transport vessel faster than a second-level destroyer and on par with faster frigates. Its weapon system is not as complex as those of second-level frigates and destroyers, making it easier to operate. Two ordinary energy cannons with a range of 20,000 kilometers serve as close combat weapons in space. One high-frequency ray cannon has a range of 1 million kilometers. The primary weapon, however, is a light cannon with a range of hundreds of millions of kilometers. It's the main weapon developed by the Light Clan for star warfare, restricted for sale externally. But, since you possess the Light God artifact, you naturally won't face any restrictions. Therefore, the light cannon serves as the main firepower for factional battles and usually requires third-level warships for possible installation. However, the E621 model's hull strength can withstand the powerful recoil force during the firing of the light cannon, and its power unit can meet the energy reserve requirements for firing the light cannon. This transport ship was designed from the outset to have a larger hull, allowing for the direct addition of the latest types of functional compartments, perfectly meeting your previous requirements. It is actually the work of a genius designer from our Wise Mouse clan's highest technological institute. The design received approval, its performance acknowledged by everyone, and after obtaining the ship type number, a batch of samples was produced. But due to the relatively high manufacturing cost, plus the difficulty in acquiring light cannon components and systems, along with higher energy consumption, it has always been unable to enter mass production. Within the Wise Mouse United Polity, the E621 Omni transport vessel is mainly marketed to high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, with its publicly listed price being as high as 350 billion universal credits. In my opinion, it meets the requirements you previously outlined. The cost price of 18 billion universal credits, if discounted by 20%, is less than 15 billion. That falls right within the limits of your earnings from this collaboration. Furthermore, if you decide to cooperate with us, I am willing to repurchase the second-hand frigate you ordered earlier at the selling price. You know, such a price would actually cause me to bear some risk of loss. By doing this, you will have more funds available to install more functional compartments on the Omni-transport vessel, and for this installation, we will also only charge the cost price. Chapter 28, Walking the Milk Kittens. Wang Sheng's 3 Little Milk Kittens? Essentially, as starry sky insectoids, they generate specific gravity substances within their bodies that can sense, capture, and even shield nearby celestial gravity. This enables them to move freely in space without any foothold. This operational principle is the same as the gravity engines equipped on some starships. At this moment, Wang Sheng, dressed in simple protective gear, was floating not far from outside the transport ship. Dozens of multifunctional robots were connected to the starship and circled around Wang Sheng, preventing any accidents. Even near the transport ship's exit, assault boats were ready for immediate rescue if needed. Wang Sheng, wearing thin protective gloves, pinched the little tails of 2 milk kittens to let them run in space. The versatile little milk kittens tried to run in space, but obviously struggled a lot, their movements unsteady and clumsy. They clearly needed more practice. After all, they hadn't been born for more than just a few days. Their little tongues were sticking out slightly, and the milk kittens probably were meowing anxiously since they couldn't be heard by Wang Sheng. They truly resembled adorable little creatures desperately trying to escape from an approaching big monster, but always failing to slip away from the villain's clutches. Perhaps, the large milk bottle tied to the fixed long rod extending from the helmet was one of the driving forces for the 2 little milk kittens to struggle so hard. With a gentle turn of his head, Wang Sheng could change the direction of the milk bottle, precisely controlling it wherever he pointed. Anyway, Wang Sheng watched their furry little butts trembling non-stop like electric little motors. Their 8 tiny little legs were rapidly circling in the air while their fluffy white fur floated wildly in the starry sky. Finally, they slowly began to pull their own bodies forward. Wang Sheng felt a weak forward force transmitted through the 2 little tails in his hand. That feeling was really quite intriguing. Of course, there was still a third milk kitten. Its entire little head was strenuously pushing against Wang Sheng's rear. The windmill-like spinning of its 2 little paws and the chaotic kicking of its hind legs, due to its relentless frantic digging, also brought a small amount of forward thrust. Therefore, in this way, Wang Sheng managed to deceive the 3 little milk kittens into using all their might to allow him to leisurely drift through space. That person relaxed his mind and body, appreciating the scenery of space. He actually felt a trace of peace. But then Meiyu suddenly came to mind. It was unfortunate they couldn't be together, otherwise, everything would have been perfect. Wang Sheng's mood became somewhat low. He placed the 3 milk kittens into his embrace and returned to the transport ship, having already made up his mind. He connected with Wu Guang's communication terminal. I intend to cooperate with your smart rat tribe and act on your behalf to purchase a batch of rare materials. However, it will only go as far as this because I've already promised other races regarding the procurement of light crystal energy and some equipment. Also, before formal cooperation begins, I want to trade my second-hand Starry Sky Destroyer for the E621 transport ship. How much does it count for? When purchasing high-grade energy crystals with the light race's artifacts, some discounts are available, though the quantity is limited. High-grade light crystal energy provides stable power for high-grade warships and greatly reduces equipment wear and tear. Lower-grade energy blocks are inefficient and accelerate equipment wear, reducing the lifespan of devices, making it difficult to fully utilize the performance of high-grade equipment. For example, the main weapon in space warfare, light cannons, using low-grade energy makes it hard to start. Therefore, to drive high-end light race equipment, it's best to use high-grade energy crystals. Especially in intense battles, if the high-grade energy crystals are insufficient and the equipment's performance is restricted, it may lead to extremely serious consequences. Thus, for races and factions under the Light Alliance that are equipped with light race equipment, high-grade light crystals are the most basic strategic material. Currently, hearing that Wang Sheng excluded light crystals and equipment from the deal and only agreed to help the Smart Rat tribe purchase rare materials, Wu Guang felt a bit disappointed. However, Wang Sheng's agreement to help was considered an achievement in this matter. Alright, I'll contact the Duke right away to explain your cooperation terms to him, and we'll soon get back in touch with you. As for your second-hand guard ship, it can be converted into 850 billion universal coins. Regarding the all-purpose transport ship, do you have any specific modification requirements? As these words were spoken, Wu Guang's heart couldn't help but tighten. This deal was too disadvantageous. That second-hand Starry Sky Guard ship, despite now being equipped with a light sail system, was truly worth only about 750 billion universal coins. In the future, it would be very difficult to find a human buyer willing to pay more than 800 billion for it. But to achieve this cooperation, he could only recover Wang Sheng's purchase price for now. Fortunately, some losses could still be recouped from Wang Sheng's transport ship and the fighter craft. Wang Sheng thought for a moment and made his request. All other requirements remain unchanged. As for the medical pod, I want the top-of-the-line cloning equipment currently mastered by the Smart Rat tribe. Also, relevant parts for the all-purpose transport ship should be prepared in advance, preferably capable of self-maintenance inspections. How much will all these cost? Without further ado, Wu Guang quickly tapped on the smart terminal and soon came up with the result. The price of the all-purpose transport ship after an 80% discount is 1,440 billion. It originally came equipped with a top-tier light sail system, and adding the required function rooms won't be difficult either. Calculated at cost price and after applying the discount, it comes to 1460 billion universal coins. However, the top-level medical cloning pod costs 220 billion universal coins. Relevant accessory components cost another 350 billion universal coins. These are post-discount prices, totaling 20-30 billion universal coins. But those parts do not include replacement parts for the light cannons. After all, the light cannons are also restricted equipment that are hard for our tribe to acquire. So, after deducting the 850 billion universal coins worth of the guard ship, you would need to pay another 1180 billion. Of course, considering our cooperative relationship, we will start modifications based on your requests right away. The starship can arrive here within 3 days. You can first inspect and take over the starship. If there are no other issues, you can settle the final payment later. We accept installment payments. You just need to complete the last payment within 1 year of receiving the starship. Hearing this, Wang Sheng's face lit up with a smile, and internally, he was quite pleased. The Smart Rat tribe had put forward very generous terms of cooperation. Moreover, they had taken everything into consideration, showing sufficient sincerity. Wang Sheng was extremely satisfied with their proposal. In that case, let's finalize this collaboration. There's also the 12th commercial property on Black Market Star located near Central Garden. It's a well-situated place managed by Zhou Lulu, and it's available for floor-by-floor lease. If you know anyone who wants to rent a shop on Black Market Star, they can consider renting from there. Could Wang Sheng be counted as a good employer? Wu Guang readily agreed to the suggestion. Everything went ahead very swiftly thereafter. A massive amount of capital from the Smart Rat Coalition was soon transferred into Wang Sheng's temporary account. Following that, Wang Sheng activated the light race artifact to purchase a batch of rare materials. After the electronic pickup slip was generated, he forwarded it to the Smart Rat tribe. During this transaction process, the vast sum exceeding 2.2 trillion brought Wang Sheng an impressive profit of 112.1 billion. In accordance with the preferential conditions proposed by Wu Guang earlier, Wang Sheng ordered an all-purpose transport ship. Once it arrived in 3 days, it'd be time for him to trade his outdated equipment for something newer and better. By then, he could dispose of his old starship and gladly welcome the new one. Chapter 29. It tastes so good. The deal with the Smart Rat tribe was completed quickly. Then, a merchant from the Smart Rat tribe contacted Zhou Lulu through Wu Guang. He rented 2 floors of commercial space in property number 12 at one go. This brought Wang Sheng a rent income of 3.2 billion over 2 years and also a deposit of 3.2 billion. Generally speaking, the Light Clan holds auctions for all tribes every 100 years. The upper echelons of the Smart Rat tribe might have thought about their next collaboration with Wang Sheng. Hence they appropriately accommodated some minor requests from Wang Sheng. After taking his cats out for a walk, Wang Sheng received a reminder from Tan Kong. Sovereign, earlier outside the starship, your 3 cat bugs received a hidden probing signal from distant bug tribes. In our Hun clan's inheritance memory, this kind of signal is used by bug clans to locate targets. Therefore, it's very likely that there are bugs who intend to harm the Supreme Sovereign. Please give an order. Let me lead the exploration spiders out to investigate and eliminate those stupid bugs who dare to spy on the Sovereign. Regarding this matter, Wang Sheng had actually noticed as well. Although the 3 little kittens were growing stronger, fundamentally, they were still shape-shifting bugs. However, he didn't expect them to become tools for the bugs to locate himself. Could it be that Edong's losses were too small? That's why they came back again. Apart from this reason, Wang Sheng could not think of any possible connection between himself and the bug tribe. He thought carefully, and then decided to stop Tan Kong with a thought. There's no need to make a big fuss. If these bug clans insist on sending themselves to us like free meals, why should we stop them? Sovereign is wise. Wang Sheng shook his head lightly, showing some disbelief. He thought he wasn't just wise, but also charming and handsome. Just as Wang Sheng was happily eating breakfast with Yao Mingzhu, he suddenly received a communication request from xuanhuan. Frowning slightly, Wang Sheng parted from Yao Mingzhu. Thinking that the Red Elephant tribe was about to take action, he activated the communication terminal. Hello, respected human race warrior. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I am xuanhuan, the chief manager of the trading hall. A few days ago, thinking to himself that he was already disturbed, Wang Sheng interrupted Xiangleshan's words. Just get to the point. Xiangleshan immediately shifted the topic. Yes, Lord Wang Sheng, our esteemed Gold Leaf Viscount heard that you possess the artifact of the Light God, and has immense admiration for you. Therefore, Viscount prepared a grand banquet in the Gold Leaf Hall of the Black Star Grand Hotel, sincerely inviting you to attend. Would my lord honor us with your presence? Wang Sheng felt impatient. When Xiangleshan smiled humbly. We will welcome you anytime. Wang Sheng nodded slightly. I'll come at noon today. That's all. With that, Wang Sheng casually ended the communication, feeling somewhat disdainful inside. Compared to the low-profile and pragmatic Smart Rat tribe, the current show put on by the Red Elephant tribe seemed ostentatious and insubstantial. What could have been clearly communicated in a few sentences was unnecessarily complicated, and if it weren't for considering Mei Yu's future, he wouldn't even bother responding. However, when it came to the Gold Leaf Viscount, such a title within the Red Elephant Empire wasn't randomly bestowed. It must have some connection with the Gold Leaf family, one of the 7 royal families in the Red Elephant Empire that selected the emperor. The tall plants in the central garden of the Black Market Star aren't just green, but colorful and bizarre, ranging from black and gray to white and blue. They're multicolored and diverse. From the human perspective, these sites seem peculiar. So the scenery doesn't align with the aesthetic preferences of the weak human race. Wang Sheng took a speedboat to go to the Black Star Grand Hotel near the Central Garden. Rumor has it that this business is one of the few hotels on Black Market Star, run by rich merchants of the Red Elephant tribe, and it offers various food and drinks developed specifically for different races, widely acclaimed. 30 years ago, when Wang Sheng followed Mei Hong to Black Market Star once, the pirates back then could only stand outside the Black Star Grand Hotel, pointing and dreaming, without daring to take even a single step closer. Because most of the Red Elephant tribe's businesses refused to serve humans. Especially hotels like these, which almost posted signs saying humans and pests are not allowed inside. However, Wang Sheng, being invited this time, did not encounter any cliché-like unfortunate incidents. After all, Xiangleshan, the chief manager of the trading hall, had been standing at the hotel entrance waiting for Wang Sheng's arrival. Even more so, at this moment, the Black Star Grand Hotel had simulated and activated an environmental system suitable for humans, demonstrating just how seriously the Gold Leaf Viscount of the Red Elephant tribe regarded this meeting. Walking into the abnormally tall hall, observing the intricate decor styles of the alien races, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel uneasy. Facing an overly enthusiastic Xiangleshan, Wang Sheng didn't wish to say a single extra word, not caring about the surprised gazes of nearby alien races when they saw a human here. Wang Sheng cut straight to the chase. Where's the Gold Leaf Viscount? Take me to him. Xiangleshan momentarily froze, silently complaining in his heart. It seems humans are always barbaric and ignorant, not knowing even the most basic social etiquette. All right, Lord Wang Sheng, please follow this way. Passing through several halls and winding corridors, they arrived at a spacious hall. Seeing the golden leaf decorative patterns on the walls, Wang Sheng suddenly developed some disdain for the aesthetic standards of the Red Elephant tribe. A tall red elephant wearing a red costume appeared almost naked. He stood proudly in front of a group of red elephants and came forward to welcome Wang Sheng. As he bent down to level his height with Wang Sheng, he extended his thick hand, ready to touch Wang Sheng's palm. Xiang Jinming, Viscount of the Gold Leaf family in the Red Elephant Empire, greets you, Lord Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng casually nodded and waved his hand, saying, You're too polite. If there's anything good to eat, just bring it out quickly. To be honest, Wang Sheng hadn't tasted fresh and delicious human cuisine for a long time. So his coming to the Red Elephant Grand Hotel wasn't for showing off or formalities. He came for the food. The crowd of red elephants became somewhat embarrassed by Wang Sheng's straightforwardness. However, no one was stupid enough to criticize Wang Sheng for being impolite when they needed something from him. Soon, various dishes were placed all over the massive dining table. Though these plates were still slightly large for humans, Wang Sheng paid more attention to the food inside them. Who knows where the red elephant in charge of the Black Star Grand Hotel found these human foods? Wang Sheng picked up an unnamed crab leg and gently applied force, successfully separating the hard shell. It was evident that the thoughtful hotel chefs had already cracked it open. The crab leg meat was refreshingly smooth as it entered his mouth. How does it taste? Wang Sheng's eyes immediately bulged wide open. It tastes so good. Yeah. Oh, it's really good. Too good. He ate greedily, completely ignoring others around him. What bad manners. The leftover food scraps on the table soon piled up like a small mountain. The faces of the many red elephants darkened helplessly. Finally, after being thoroughly full from eating and drinking, Wang Sheng was content. He finally remembered the Viscount of Gold Leaf sitting at the same table. A long and loud burp. Oh, I must say, Viscount Xiang, your food is truly delicious. I've eaten too much. Let me rest for a bit before we talk. Chapter 30, Viscount Jinyi. Jin Ming's eyes flashed with anger when he heard Wang Sheng's words, but he still maintained a smile on his face. After all, As a noble from an aristocratic family, regardless of his abilities, his poise and demeanor naturally far surpassed that of the person in front of him. This debauched manslave, named Wang Sheng. The purpose of this invitation is to show the hospitality of our Red Elephant clan. As long as you have a pleasant dining experience, that's fine. Wang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. The hospitable Red Elephant clan? Not long ago, when he was purchasing a starship, he was enthusiastically chased away by a group of Red Elephant waiters and security personnel. I truly appreciate the warmth and hospitality extended by Viscount Jinyi, but I doubt other members of the Red Elephant clan are as friendly toward us humans as you are. So, may I ask what exactly brought me here? Jin Ming seemed unaware of the faint mockery hidden in Wang Sheng's words. He spoke again, his tone seemingly sincere. To be honest, I've never had any prejudice against humans. Those unfavorable rumors before actually began with distorted reports from your own human side, misleading public opinion and tarnishing the reputation of the Red Elephant clan. Perhaps it's because the Star Alliance lags behind in every aspect, while the higher-ups in the human race lack vision and thus adopted an isolationist policy, deliberately slandering other races. As a Viscount of the Empire, I have always advocated for friendly cooperation with humans. However, sometimes things don't go as planned. This time, the reason for inviting adult Wang Sheng is that you possess the artifact of the Light God, which is sufficient proof of your worth. Regardless of whether it's due to luck, your personal ability, or perhaps even the support of a strong power behind you, those factors aren't important. What matters is that the Light God artifact in your possession represents an interest that cannot be ignored. This isn't something that a single human being, or frankly speaking, even the weak human race, can possibly possess. I believe, for your safety, and also, listening to these seemingly polite, yet arrogant words, Wang Sheng, who had just eaten too much, suddenly felt a stifling urge to vomit. Wang Sheng belched continuously. There was no way around it. It was a purely physiological reaction, difficult to control. Unable to continue, Jin Ming subconsciously frowned. All the red elephants stared at Wang Sheng with eyes that clearly wanted to tear him apart and devour him alive. Wang Sheng paid them no heed, ignoring those gazes completely. Next moment, he slumped lazily into the large chair back. Viscount, I understand why you called me over. It probably has something to do with offering me a clear path forward. However, you know that this Light God artifact is no ordinary thing. You should value it highly, and even the upper echelons of the Red Elephant Empire must consider the Light God artifact significant. I am willing to discuss cooperation with you, but the environment here doesn't seem conducive to in-depth discussions. Our human race has an old saying. Too many people, too much gossip. The more one talks, the more mistakes one makes. The development potential and influence of the Red Elephant Empire naturally far surpass those of our human Star Alliance, so you are always under constant scrutiny from nearby powers. Your contact with me should not be overly publicized, lest it invites sabotage from competitors. Do you really intend to discuss detailed specifics with me right now, in front of so many of your kin? Jin Ming's thunderous laughter echoed incessantly. Ha! Who would have thought someone born as a manslave could understand the might of our empire? Excellent, excellent. It seems you're indeed willing to cooperate with us. However, you need to know that the mighty Red Elephant Empire has never feared any conspiracy. Here on Black Market Star, within the borders of the empire, this is precisely the main stage of the Red Elephant clan. Whoever dares to disrupt our plans will surely come to know the grave consequences of offending the Red Elephant clan. Wang Sheng froze mid-listen. Could this be one of the heirs to the future 7 great houses of the Red Elephant Empire? I've already heard that there are 7 imperial houses in the Red Elephant Empire. The most prestigious among them is the Golden Leaf House, which originates from Jinyi Star. And this illustrious title, Viscount Jinyi, can it prove that you, Lord Viscount, hail from the Golden Leaf House, and even claim Jinyi Star as your fief? Jin Ming emitted another deep, hearty laugh. Wang Sheng's words pleased him greatly. The irritation from moments ago dissipated entirely. Very good. It seems you also have a certain understanding of our imperial families. I am indeed the eldest legitimate heir of the current Golden Leaf House and the next generation's Duke Jinyi of the Empire, a contender with the qualifications to compete for the imperial throne. The Light God artifact in your possession has some utility for us of the Golden Leaf House, which is why I've approached you. Although Wang Sheng needed a translator to understand the Red Elephant language fully, nevertheless, arrogance was evident in the tone of the Viscount opposite him now. Jin Ming, as an elephant from such a noble lineage, should place great value on his heritage. So, judging by appearances, this kind of elephant doesn't seem too hard to handle, right? But Wang Sheng dared not let down his guard or be easily deceived. As the heir to the prestigious Golden Leaf House and a great aristocrat with potential claims to the imperial throne of the Red Elephant Empire, could he really be as coarse and easy to manipulate as he appeared on the surface? The moment you feel smarter than your opponent usually means you've already fallen into their trap without even realizing it. Wang Sheng picked up his wineglass and took a sip of some unknown light fruit wine. Sweet and sour. It was pretty good, and it might even help digestion. After pondering for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Viscount Jinyi, if I were to refuse your proposal today and choose to cooperate with other families of the Red Elephant Empire instead, would that really cause any significant loss to you? Jin Ming's expression darkened, and his eyes glared coldly at Wang Sheng. Human, are you playing games with me? Wang Sheng replied indifferently. That's too straightforward. We're all acting here. If you lose your temper and flip the table, it'd be entirely your fault. Rules shouldn't be broken. Ming fell silent for a while before letting out a heavy sniff. Rules? Humans don't deserve to be our opponents. However, the Empire will not allow a holder of the Light God relic to continuously assist the Star Alliance. The Black Market Star is currently under the rotating jurisdiction of my Golden Leaf House. Others won't break the rules unless news spreads that you rejected me. Otherwise, they won't seek contact with you. Wang Sheng nodded. It seems that, in foreign affairs, the Red Elephants have a certain level of tacit coordination. And what if I collaborate with another species? A hint of relief appeared on Ming's face. In that case, I'd actually welcome it. Though I'm unclear why exactly you've been favored by the Light God, one thing is certain. Make sure not to harm the interests of my Golden Leaf House here on Black Market Star. Also, don't fantasize about playing both sides among our imperial families, or attempting to disrupt the power balance between our 7 families, which might spark internal conflicts within the Empire. I suspect, did the human race pay some heavy price to secure the Light God artifact for you? Ultimately, I'm willing to accept you, but I won't take the risk of opposing others just for your sake. Chapter 31, A Special Gift. Upon hearing Ming's words, Wang Sheng immediately laughed. Lord Viscount, you worry too much. I am someone who avoids trouble and doesn't like to meddle in others' affairs. I only care about my own enjoyment, and do not concern myself with the life or death of others, because those things have nothing to do with me. As for the Red Elephant Empire, I wouldn't even have cared about it originally. At least before deciding to cooperate today, the matters of the Red Elephant Empire had no relation to me. To be honest, any potential cooperation between us in the near future will only be limited. The rare material purchase quota owned by the token of the Light God has already been used by me for transactions with other races. If Lord Viscount wishes to cooperate with me, then you must hurry. Otherwise the crystal and equipment purchase quotas from the token in my possession will end up in the hands of other races. Ming was stunned and asked in dissatisfaction. Are you telling the truth? What race are you cooperating with? Wang Sheng replied. There is no need and no way to hide this matter. The race I'm cooperating with is the Wise Rat Tribe. To be precise, it is the Wise Rat Union. You can go and check. Ming gritted his teeth, his face somewhat ferocious, because he had already judged that Wang Sheng was not lying. So how dare this despicable human bypass the Red Elephant race and conduct transactions with other races on their own? The greatest value of the Light God token is the ability to purchase rare materials unavailable elsewhere, which can increase the strategic resource reserves of the Red Elephant Empire. Some of these special materials can boost multiple industries, giving the Empire entirely new development opportunities. This should have been a significant accomplishment. If it were successfully done, it would also become political capital for his rise in the future. But now, Wang Sheng had easily traded it away? Damn human slave. However, the Wise Rat Union is an overwhelmingly powerful force compared to the Red Elephant Empire. Even though the Black Market Star is located within the Empire's territory, they cannot use this transaction to accuse the Wise Rats. At most, they can refuse to cooperate with the Wise Rats in future businesses. What is most hateful is, of course, xuanhuan. He had previously assured him that he had successfully persuaded a certain mech merchant of the Wise Rat race, causing him to misjudge and leading to the Empire missing out on acquiring a batch of crucial strategic resources. Anger flashed across Ming's face as he glanced at the gathered members of the Red Elephant race, making them tremble. Suddenly, Viscount Jin Yi roared loudly. All of you retreat. Go outside. Xuanhuan and the others shrank back in fear and quickly left the Golden Leaf Hall. Ming looked at Wang Sheng, paused for a moment, and finally spoke again. You seem to have deliberately acted this way, unwilling to hand over those important materials to our Red Elephant race. But I still don't understand why you kept the trade quota for Light Clan equipment. Is it something you wish to exchange with me? Wang Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, and said while looking at Ming. Lord Viscount sees things clearly indeed. Since it's a trade, naturally I have a purpose. I've heard that the Treasure Elephant House of the Red Elephant Empire is the biggest competitor of the Golden Leaf House. Is that correct? Ming showed disdain. Of course there exists competition within the Empire. You might as well say the other 6 major houses are all our competitors. I just told you not to try inciting internal strife within our empire, or else your Human Star Alliance will suffer first. The warning tone was quite clear. However, Wang Sheng paid no attention to it. 5 years ago, the new Duke of the Treasure Elephant family took office, and now he has consolidated his power in the family. He is the strongest contender for the next imperial throne of the Red Elephant Empire. And I hope that I can work together with the Golden Leaf House, or rather provide some assistance so that you can gain greater advantages and prevent the Duke of Treasure Elephant from ascending. This should not be a bad thing for Lord Viscount. After some thought, Ming countered. What assistance can you provide? What grudge do you have with the Treasure Elephant House? Wang Sheng smiled and replied. I have never met anyone from the Treasure Elephant family. How could there be any grudges? Through the Light God token, purchasing a batch of high-grade light crystals and Light Clan equipment for your family would undoubtedly make the Star Guards of the Golden Leaf family ascend to a higher level. Isn't that right? Ming shook his head directly. For our Golden Leaf family, this is not a good deal. No matter which house experiences rapid growth and strength, the result is always facing suppression through collaboration from the other houses. This has happened more than once. It is a tacit understanding among the 7 major families of the Empire. When there's meat, everyone gets to eat it, and when there's soup, everyone gets to drink it. Originally, when the Red Elephant Empire was established, apart from the 7 major families, the royal family also existed. However, due to their wrongful actions, we united to overthrow them. Ever since then, The power of the empire has rotated among the 7 major families. The treasure elephant family was the first to ascend to the imperial throne, but unfortunately their ambition was too great. They sought to monopolize the throne indefinitely and were dealt with by the 6 of us acting in concert. Their power suffered greatly, forcing them to step down. Today, the treasure elephant family is the weakest among the 7 major families, far less influential than before. So excessive greed will bring no benefit. The 7 families have formed a tacit understanding, voluntarily restraining rapid expansion and instead supporting subordinate families. If I were to cooperate exclusively with you, it's very likely I'd end up as the 2nd treasure elephant family. Wang Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, then spoke again. Since you refuse, I'll have no choice but to collaborate with another family. Can't your Jin Yi family resell the Light Clan equipment purchased through the token to other families? Instigating civil strife within the empire is ridiculous. As Xiang Jinming listened, he did not refute. Light Clan equipment may be crucial, but without adequate energy resources, even advanced equipment would be useless. The Jin Yi family stockpile wasn't sufficient to support a stronger army. Selling the advanced Light Clan equipment they acquired to the other families indeed seemed like a good idea. Wang Sheng was correct. Since your goal isn't to incite internal conflict, what do you truly want? Starships? Universal currency? Or perhaps women? The Light Clan auction will take place in 10 years. Once the auction concludes, you'll gain a second chance to specify purchases. Unfortunately, humans can live no longer than 200 years. The Light God token in your possession might still work once more. Although it could bolster a family's heritage, it wouldn't instantly give them dominance over the others. So, while the Light God token has value, it isn't suitable for one family alone to possess. Rather, it should belong to the entire empire. I've already reported to my family. If you're willing to cooperate, we'll assign you a fief on a civilized planet suitable for human habitation, apply for a noble title on your behalf, arrange some servants to attend to you, allowing you to enjoy a life of wealth and honor. Henceforth, as a member of the nobility, you'll contribute your efforts alongside us for the Red Elephant Empire. Isn't this arrangement sincere enough? Whatever else you desire, the empire should also be able to provide. So serving the Red Elephant Empire is far better than your returning to the Star Alliance. In addition to that, I've also prepared a special gift for you to join the empire. As Xiang Jinming spoke, his fleshy hands clapped together, making sharp sounds. The side door of the hall immediately opened. A woman's figure appeared. She moved gracefully barefoot, her skin as white and tender as jade. Gently stepping forward, she swayed seductively, exuding charm. Her curves were exquisite, stirring the heart. Though her mouth and nose were veiled by white gauze, her features between the eyebrows were undeniably beautiful. Approaching, she bowed respectfully to Xiang Jinming, her eyes shifting meaningfully toward Wang Sheng, conveying 1,000 unspoken words that made his heart flutter, momentarily forgetting everything else. Chapter 32. An Irresistible Temptation. Seeing Wang Sheng staring blankly at the female slave, Xiang Jin felt extremely satisfied. Indeed, humans as these kinds of pets have many weaknesses. Take Wang Sheng for instance. His greatest flaw is his lust. With a weakness identified, dealing with him wouldn't be hard. After all, among the human alliance, there are hundreds of billions of female slaves. There should always be some who fit this Wang Sheng's taste. Based on recent observations and statistics, Wang Sheng has already slept with 26 female slaves. Therefore, as long as they aren't too young, washed clean, and doused with fragrance, that should make him lose his mind. In this regard, the adaptability of Wang Sheng, this human slave, is relatively strong. How should we describe it? Is he someone who doesn't care about anything or anyone? Or perhaps someone who accepts everything without refusal? The despicable female slave before him was captured by one of the clan members from the Star Alliance several years ago. In the Human Alliance, she was called the first beauty of the galaxy by those so-called noble humans. I've heard many of them adored her. So, she definitely has what it takes to become a pet of the great red elephant race. Of course, if she doesn't know how to submit, then she will simply end up in the pigsty. The group of pets from the Galactic Alliance could only pretend not to know after she was taken. Later came the explosive news about the first beauty. She voluntarily quit the entertainment circle for pets. The feeble and incapable human pets quickly followed false public opinions, and the once celebrated first beauty soon became scorned by them as morally corrupt and thoroughly evil. This was just another tactic used frequently in human society. They liked to deceive their numb pet counterparts. From their reports, the Galactic Alliance seemed like the most advanced and powerful civilization in the universe. However, the much stronger star constellation empire instead earned the label of barbaric and backward. Thus, human pets have quite a short memory. They had forgotten the occupied administrative planets and were immersed in self-congratulatory fantasies. What a group of stupid yet amusingly adorable pets they are. Xiang Jin quietly sat there, elegantly and patiently observing Wang Sheng's grotesque state. That delicate female slave cleverly flirted, causing Wang Sheng to unconsciously drool. Therefore, to Xiang Jin, this game was still interesting enough. Everything had returned to its main storyline. From this moment forward, these human pets would continue to be firmly controlled by him. At this point in Wang Sheng's eyes, her veil gently slid down, revealing an absolutely beautiful face, which struck him dumbfounded. A bolt of lightning on a clear day, it completely stunned him. Could there be such a stunningly beautiful woman in the universe? I want to hold her. I need to possess her. Next, there's mutual interest, a meeting between fire and dry wood, leading to passionate encounters. Skipping countless formalities, directly embracing each other. What Wang Sheng held on to seemed to be merely his base desires. But what the woman held on to was her sole hope for survival. If she couldn't captivate Wang Sheng, then she would lose her value, and the rest of her life would be spent alongside those filthy pig beasts. She didn't want to be drugged anymore, used as a mere cushion beneath those pigs pressing her into nothingness. Ironically, even her broken bones were swiftly and properly healed using the most advanced medical equipment. Regardless of whether she attempted biting her tongue or slamming her head against walls for suicide, they would successfully revive her. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Regrettably, while one's spirit can die, the body is often forced to remain alive and intact. She truly had endured enough. Alas, begging for mercy never works. As a pet, her main purpose of existence is her faint groans and futile struggles that provide a bit of potential amusement to the nobles of the Red Elephant Empire. Such mechanical repetitions of being drugged, crushed by pigs, and revived by machines. Thankfully, during her state of numbness, she unexpectedly found a way out. If she could successfully entice the man before her, she could start anew and lead a fresh life. It seemed life had offered her another chance, even though she still lacked the right to take her own life. Otherwise she would have to endure living with those beasts. At least this nauseating man before her looked somewhat better than the pig beasts. Not bad either. Perhaps this was some form of divine merciful grace. Though more repulsive, compared to the pig beasts, he looked somewhat closer to human. Attempting a new way of life was utterly irresistible temptation. What a horrifying abyss of darkness, overflowing with suffering and despair. Having gone through countless cycles of death and revival, it made her yearn to pass away painlessly rather than linger another second in this universe. Thus, the former first beauty of the Star Alliance, Wei Jia. She extended her arms, gently encircling Wang Sheng's neck with soft movements and elegantly pleaded in his ear. My dear new master, will you take me in? She willingly offered a fragrant kiss. It made Wang Sheng feel as though primal forces surged within him suddenly, making it impossible for him to refuse her. He even felt that he was still a man, who fundamentally couldn't say no to such a beautiful woman. Wang Sheng greedily kissed back. After an age, they finally parted. Yet, he continued to hold on to Wei Jia, unwilling to let her go. He finally remembered that there seemed to be other Xiang present in the hall. With a face glowing with springtime cheer, Wang Sheng looked at Viscount Jing. Thank you, Viscount, for this precious gift. I really love it. This time, I've decided, I'll cooperate with you, purchasing a batch of luminal race equipment. As for the commission, I don't need a single cut of it. Xiang Jiming was slightly surprised. Not taking a share? Was Wang Sheng so generous? Just for this female slave. Looks like he had underestimated the allure that refined female pets held over male ones. So, 10 years from now, you'd also be willing to contribute your efforts to our empire's deal. Wang Sheng smiled while hugging Wei Jia tighter. Of course, naturally I'm willing to serve the great Red Elephant Empire. However, I have one small request. I want a little gift from the empire. Xiang Jiming, calm and composed, picked up a piece of food and placed it in his mouth, chewing deliberately. He then sipped some fruit wine, swallowed the food, and finally looked up. Oh, what kind of gift? Wang Sheng chuckled, appearing quite shameless. Just like the gift Viscount is now giving me. She's another extraordinarily beautiful woman. She is the infamous leader of the Blue River Pirates from 20 years ago, Meiyu. To be honest, she's truly stunning. I've never seen a woman with so much charm. Ever since I saw that extremely cold and elegant face on the wanted poster, I fell madly in love with her. So, if only I could obtain Meiyu. Any condition you set, I'll accept without question. Titles within the empire or riches mean nothing to me. I only want Meiyu. Right now, I want just her. It's been my long-held wish. She represents my favorite type, the truest love of my life. For me, being able to obtain the woman I love most makes renouncing everything in the world worthwhile. As Wang Sheng spoke, a despicable and lustful look came across his face. He wantonly caressed Wei Jia, who was in his embrace, speaking shamelessly. As long as you can fulfill this small wish of mine, during our next collaboration, I'll voluntarily procure those rare resources from the luminal race for the empire without charge. Viscount, do you think you can help me achieve this tiny desire? Chapter 33, Clone a Platoon. Wang Sheng, upon returning to the transport ship, finally released Wei Jia. Staring at her stunning beauty, Wang Sheng's eyes were fixed, his face revealing an expression of infatuation. Through the intelligent AI-provided search and identification information, he had already known Wei Jia's true identity from before. The interstellar first beauty who once captivated countless people. Because her perfect image was suddenly shattered, countless infatuated men and women in the Star Alliance committed suicide. According to statistics, at that time, the number of people who jumped off buildings for Wei Jia exceeded 50,000. Of course, those have all become part of the past. You used to be a star, named Wei Jia, right? I've checked you mechanically, you're not a cloned life form. So how did you end up in the hands of the Red Elephant clan? Rest assured, follow me as a slave from now on, and I will treat you well. When Wei Jia was sent out by Xiang Jiming, Wang Sheng's personal terminal received the electronic slave contract for Wei Jia sent over by the Red Elephant clan. Legally, Wei Jia had already become Wang Sheng's private slave, just like the others, like Yao Mingzhu. However, facing normal humans, Wei Jia would not easily surrender. The Red Elephant clan shamelessly kidnapped me, while the Star Alliance avoided trouble by slandering and defaming me. But that doesn't make me a slave. And as for you, what qualifications do you have to make me your slave? I warn you, release me immediately or my fans will never forgive you. Wang Sheng felt utterly exhausted. Earlier, he'd been acting for so long. It had really tired him out. Now encountering this muddled woman who wouldn't stop acting, it only made him feel even more drained. In no time at all, he lost all interest in Wei Jia. All right, fewer words. If you don't want to be a slave, then leave now. This ship is mine. Here, I'm the master. If you're Bufu cheat, unhappy, leave. Or why don't you just fly up into the sky? As for those fans, don't they soften in boiling water, add vinegar and garlic, mix with cucumber? Isn't that right? I haven't had them in a long time. And besides, let me tell you, your genetic sequence spectrum is already in the slave contract. Even if you escape, I'll still clone several of you, rolling around with them every night. So, whether you're there or not makes no difference, does it? Just go, leave now, jump straight into space. Wei Jian nearly exploded after hearing this. You are despicable. You are vile. You are lewd. Wang Sheng sneered coldly and collapsed onto a large bed. He gave Wei Jia a side glance. Yes, I am despicable. You, as a slave, fail to recognize your own identity and think about rebellion. Wei Jia thought of the inhumane treatment she had suffered, tears streaming down her cheeks. You jerk, I don't want to see you. Wang Sheng snorted. If you dislike it, I'll release you. Go quickly. Wei Jia shouted accusations loudly. You deliberately make things difficult for me. Without identification, without money, unable to find a starship, how am I supposed to leave? Wang Sheng sneered mockingly, turning over and staring at Wei Jia attentively. TSK, that figure, TSK, that face. I should at least clone an entire platoon of you. So, I'm quite lustful. You shouldn't bounce around recklessly in front of me to avoid getting bullied and feeling wronged afterward. The situation is simple. You're now a slave with nothing. If you're dissatisfied, go find the Red Elephant clan. But dare you do it? Wei Jia fell silent, glaring furiously at Wang Sheng, tears falling like rain in her eyes. But Wang Sheng showed no mercy. So, regardless of anything, there's always a price. You stand on my starship, breathe our air, consume my energy, then curse and accuse me. Tell me, isn't your brain rusted? To me, you're useless except for your good looks, yet your temperament is so terrible. I even suspect whether you're a double agent sent by the Red Elephant clan, perhaps hiding ulterior motives. I can't even be bothered to touch you. So have some self-awareness and stay out of sight. Or jump directly into space. Alternatively, rip your clothes into strips and hang yourself. Upon hearing this, Wei Jia, overwhelmed with wrongdoing, burst into tears uncontrollably. Wang Sheng became annoyed. Block her mouth. Led by Zhou Lulu, the female slaves rushed forward competitively, effectively silencing Wei Jia's mouth. They had seen Wei Jia brought back by Wang Sheng, amazed by her stunning beauty, and perceived a great threat. Now given the chance to discipline her, they naturally didn't hesitate. Wang Sheng turned over and muttered something inaudible, calling it bad luck. Then he recalled the conversation with Xiang Jinming in the Golden Leaf Hall earlier. You actually took a fancy to that crazy woman? Haha, quite an unusual taste. Do you know what a mess you caused in the empire? No wonder earlier, when you specifically mentioned the Baoxiang family. The previous heir of the Baoxiang family, who is the current Duke Baoxiang's elder brother, had his nose cut off and teeth pulled by that madwoman, completely disgraced. For our Red Elephant clan's noble family, this equates to losing the qualification for inheritance. Meiyu extorted more than 600 trillion units of wealth from the Baoxiang family, hiding it away in a secret place. That represented a substantial portion of the wealth accumulated by the Baoxiang family over countless years. Who wouldn't be envious? Even the current emperor didn't execute Meiyu after capturing her. Instead, he kept her imprisoned. If this is your small request to me, I can directly tell you that the empire will never release Meiyu. She violated imperial territory and insulted the nobility. In her lifetime, that woman will never be released. Regardless of whether she reveals the location of the hidden treasures in the future or not, she will never regain freedom. Are you intentionally refusing to cooperate with me by proposing this impossible exchange condition? Jin Yezi, speaking thusly, stared intently at Wang Sheng, observing his reaction. The entire Red Elephant Empire was salivating over the enormous wealth plundered by Meiyu. Perhaps at that moment, Xiang Jinming had already begun suspecting whether Wang Sheng might be an accomplice of the former Green River pirates. Was there a possibility that Wang Sheng knew some clues about Meiyu's hidden treasures? Wang Sheng had keenly detected this suspicion then, so he refrained from continuing to demand Xiang Jinming release Meiyu. Still, he wouldn't lightly agree to Xiang Jinming's terms either. If his lordship Z could apply for titles and honors for me, I would be willing to serve the empire. Compared to the enormous wealth Meiyu plundered from the Baoxiang family, the value of the Divine Light relic simply wasn't significant. From the very start, Wang Sheng made a mistake. He didn't clearly know how much wealth Meiyu had actually stolen. As a result, the exchange condition proposed by Wang Sheng to Xiang Jinming seemed like a joke. Realizing the error he made, Wang Sheng had no choice but to feign ignorance and appropriately display awkwardness to handle Xiang Jinming's suspicions. Though outwardly unflustered, Wang Sheng couldn't help but have his thoughts thrown into chaos. He was in a terrible mood now. Of course, he didn't give Wei Jia a good face. To rescue Meiyu, would it really only be possible by charging straight in? Perhaps the power of the Red Elephant Empire meant little to those major forces. But for Wang Sheng, it held certain threats. The foundation of a national power was unimaginable for an individual. Wang Sheng's accumulation was still too shallow. His existing strength was far from capable of resisting the Red Elephant Empire. The crux of the matter lay here. What is Meiyu's present situation? If it truly came down to fighting, could he guarantee her safety? Wouldn't this probing contact with Duke Jin Yi raise the Red Elephant Empire's vigilance? Chapter 34, Receiving the New Ship. The all-purpose transport ship Wang Sheng purchased from the Smart Rat tribe had already arrived at the Black Market Star. On the other hand, the human evolution agent that Black Trace promised to deliver within 5 days still hadn't arrived. After receiving a transmission from Wu Guang, Wang Sheng boarded the transport ship and headed to the spacious starship docking field to receive the new ship. Originally, the multi-purpose transport ship he received from Yidong had accompanied Wang Sheng for a while. Now, it was being used as part of the funds for purchasing the new ship, with Wu Guang handling the transaction. The destroyer ordered by the Black Souled race customers, which he also received from Yidong, had already been handed over to Wu Guang for handling. The wide gangway connecting the airlocks of the 2 large spaceships is a common small general-purpose device in the docking field. Nearly 200 meters long and almost 100 meters wide, it allows small or micro equipment between starships to pass quickly and conveniently. The rental price for this gangway per day is as high as 30 million universal coins. Wang Sheng, dressed in a protective suit, stood on one side of the gangway. Yao Mingzhu and the others stood obediently behind him. Even Wei Jie didn't succeed in dying. She just cried and raged to let off steam, but no one consoled her, and she even had her hands and feet bound and her mouth gagged, so all the sorrow remained hers alone. Of course, in the end, she chose to live on. If she wanted to die, she should have done so long ago. There's no reason to die in vain after enduring hardships until now. In her heart, she actually harbored resentment. How can someone as stunningly beautiful as her be rejected like that? She must make Wang Sheng fall in love with her, and then cruelly toy with and abandon him. And those sinners of the Red Elephant tribe? She swore to use every possible means to severely retaliate against them. 2 close combat mechs and 1 fierce-looking insectoid mech tightly followed by Wang Sheng. Wu Guang felt puzzled about this. Ordinary close combat mechs also have automatic models, but when could insectoid mechs be directly controlled by humans? It seems that Wang Sheng has mastered a secret method unknown to their Smart Rat tribe. Thus, the one who obtains the token of the Light God is definitely not an ordinary person. 3 powerful ground combat mechs stood nearby, behind the group of female slaves. A raid boat and 2 landing boats had already entered the new ship. Meanwhile, 200 multifunctional machines kept passing through the gangway, transporting some devices from the transport ship as well as Wang Sheng's and xianxia's things to the new ship. Among these, there was even a metal box spanning more than 10 meters, which was Wang Sheng's habitual bedroom. The elliptical new ship, 820 meters long, has a sleek black streamlined design. Compared to the normal multi-purpose transport ship with most equipment exposed outside, its defensive capabilities have improved several levels. The internal space has doubled, and its performance cannot be compared. Wu Guang stood beside Wang Sheng, continuously introducing the details via a personal terminal. All the function chambers you requested have been installed. The automated kitchen not only includes fast food machines suitable for humans, but can also prepare up to 1280 varieties of human foods in different flavors. Later, the expanded restaurant can meet the dining needs of 200 people simultaneously. The dormitory quarters located at the rear of the ship consist of 100 single-person rooms, each 12 square meters, and 100 double-person rooms, each 20 square meters. Although their spaces are small, they can accommodate 300 people comfortably. Moreover, all kinds of human daily necessities are fully equipped, enough to last for years. The agricultural breeding chamber can operate independently with energy consumption, producing 50 types of vegetables and 12 types of meats that are quite suitable for human consumption. Its production speed is adjustable, and the amount of energy consumed determines the specific output. Running at full capacity, this mini agricultural breeding chamber can satisfy the food needs of 220 people. Most importantly, it adopts an advanced resource recycling system, maximizing the reduction of energy consumption. Additionally, there are miniature study rooms, reading rooms, music rooms, and multi-purpose meeting chambers, built according to a standard for 30 people. As for the small sports room designed for human use, it employs virtual reality technology to maximize utility space within a smaller starship area. Lastly, the medical cloning chamber. Considering this is your special request, we've utilized the most advanced small-scale medical devices available in the Smart Rat tribe. Of course, apart from basic medical instruments, there is extremely advanced cloning equipment. If we don't account for energy loss, the cloning production line can simultaneously clone up to 30 individuals. And during the manufacturing process, the most advanced genetic customization technology can be used to adjust their personality, emotions, and various tendencies. In other words, all units produced by the medical chamber will be absolutely loyal to you and can be processed and manufactured according to your different needs. Furthermore, we have added a micromechanical installation function to the cloning production line. After all, the inherent strength of organic clones is always limited. Adding high-strength micromechanical devices can effectively enhance their abilities, improve their adaptability to extreme environments, and even provide you with an effective last line of protection. Of course, to use those small or micro-sized mechanics, you need to add some rare materials. Depending on your needs, you should follow the device manual for operation. Choose the corresponding machinery based on your requirements, and then proceed with the installation and modifications. Wang Sheng nodded repeatedly as he listened. He was quite satisfied with this. The person's gaze then swept over Wei Jie at the back of the group, pausing momentarily on her stunning beauty. It's unclear what plans Wang Sheng had in his mind. Most times, women are very sensitive. Wei Jie felt Wang Sheng's ill-intentioned gaze and couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, although she couldn't hear Wu Guang's words, having already entered the new ship, how could she miss the sight of that largest medical cloning chamber? Could this damn Wang Sheng really dare to replicate an entire squad of herself? In that case, she would find a chance to infiltrate her own team and then try her best to fight Wang Sheng. At this moment, Wu Guang had already accompanied Wang Sheng past the central control room of the giant spaceship. The huge metal box under Wang Sheng's feet was actually the most formidable weapon of the all-purpose transport ship, the light cannon system. That formidable weapon which made opponents tremble was concealed at the front end of the elliptical hull. Wu Guang simply operated the starship, letting Wang Sheng see the impressive sight of the massive gun barrel quickly extending out from the bow. This is the light cannon system. It occupies nearly 1/5 of the hull space. One firing consumes an advanced energy block worth 60 million credits. As for the two rotating energy cannons hidden underneath the hull, they only take up a small area. They are highly agile, able to quickly adjust and attack enemies from multiple directions. On the upper part of the hull, there is a high-frequency ray gun whose rate of fire can be adjusted at any time. There is also one important equipment, the novel light sail system hidden on both sides of the hull. When not chasing ultimate speed, releasing the light sail system greatly reduces the energy consumption of the starship. As Wang Sheng listened to Wu Guang's introduction, he became increasingly satisfied with his new starship. And one of the conditions he proposed earlier? At present, the components taking up nearly half of the rear space of the ship were sold at a discounted price of 35 billion universal coins. Plus, 3 specialized Paytao maintenance machines were included in the gifts from the Smart Rat tribe. Following automated repair procedures, those 3 machines could utilize the components to maintain and repair the starship. Wu Guang walked Wang Sheng through various parts of the starship, talking nonstop for half a day, explaining the equipment performance of the new starship item by item. This time, the Smart Rat tribe demonstrated full sincerity. This made Wang Sheng contemplate further cooperation later on. While speaking, Wu Guang suddenly shifted the topic. He seemed to mention something casually. I've already heard from Black Trace about your purchase of female slaves. But now, many secret micro-tracking and detection devices can be injected into living organisms, mixing with the natural flesh and blood organs of life forms, making them extremely difficult to detect. Wang Sheng's heart suddenly jolted. Was Wu Guang trying to warn him? Could there be something wrong with the female slaves? Chapter 35, Subsequent Cooperation. Wu Guang paused after speaking, giving Wang Sheng time to react and think. He continued. Recently, I met with Hei Hen mainly to promote the fighter craft you had. That should be a customized starship ordered by a member of the Black Spirit race from the dark side. Due to certain special technologies involved, that starship requires dark crystal energy for propulsion. Although the bright side can also produce similar equipment, the price for the same kind of devices would be significantly higher there. So when Hei Hen saw that starship, he was quite surprised. He repeatedly asked me where it was purchased from. It seemed he was very interested in your situation. Hei Hen hoped I could recommend you to him, so that you could purchase human slaves from him. In fact, your fighter ship was sold long ago, the buyer being a racial friend of Hei Hen. Wu Guang's reminders did not surprise Wang Sheng too much. He had previously noticed when the insect race used by Bian Nai Mao to pinpoint his position and realized there was nothing simple behind all this. The delay in receiving the human evolution agents he purchased from Hei Hen only further indicated that there might be some issues. As professional traders dealing in human slaves, were Hei Hen and the dark spirit race doing business with the dark side? Did they have any transactions with the bug merchants like Yidong? The answers were obvious enough. Wang Sheng thought, and told Wu Guang. Thank you for your kind warning. I'll be careful and prepared. There are more important things at hand now. Your representative stationed in the Red Elephant Empire, by Jiangxing Esquire. I'd like to meet with him again sometime. Because there are matters I wish to deeply cooperate on with the Rat Intelligence Tribe. Not just for the next purchase limit of the Light God artifact, but also regarding renting a shop this time on Black Market Star, where I intend to conduct an important business. To my mind, the Rat Intelligence Tribe, with its large population spread across many powers and highly informed on news, makes a good partner. If cooperation is achieved, I believe it would benefit your Rat Intelligence Tribe as well. Wu Guang was a bit curious. What exactly was this significant business Wang Sheng spoke about? Of course, obtaining the purchasing rights to the next Light God artifact from Wang Sheng was precisely what the upper echelons of the Rat Intelligence Tribe wanted, including the representative by Jiangxing. His active overtures to Wang Sheng, offering numerous discounts, and even exposing possible conspiracies from the Black Spirit Tribe, certainly aimed at securing the transaction quota for the next Light God artifact. This outcome was highly favorable to the Rat Intelligence Tribe. For Wu Guang himself, it was a substantial gain. The Union government really should award him, Wu Guang, with a big medal. I will soon pass on your proposal to my representative, and I trust the Union government won't refuse subsequent cooperation with you. After achieving the desired result, Wu Guang happily departed with the ordinary transport ship. Soon, Wang Sheng's Huanzu intelligence had already taken full control of the new ship. He glanced at the neatly lined-up group of female slaves and thought for a moment before giving instructions. As everyone has seen, in the future, the food supply on the ship will be available to you without any restrictions on time. However, I hope you don't turn into foodies, affecting your figures. Based on the ingredients produced on the ship, go to the dining room and order meals yourselves. Or, if you want to cook, use the existing ingredients to make your favorite pastries. These are all entirely permissible. I also allow you to choose personal dormitories and decorate them as you please. You can apply to purchase whatever decorations or furniture you desire. Of course, the dormitory area also has double rooms, for those who wish to live together closely related. But once chosen, do not change randomly. Moreover, going forward, the workload should be appropriately distributed. While your primary task is to take care of my life, You do not need to follow me around all day. You can take turns on duty shifts, 10 people per shift, 8 hours or 6 hours, or even shorter periods, rotating and taking rational rest and holidays accordingly. This matter, Xianxia and Yao Mingzhu, you two are responsible for discussing and making a simple distribution. The two female slaves exchanged glances, smiling as they agreed. Most other female slaves displayed joy on their faces. After all, their living conditions provided by their owner, Wang Sheng, had already far exceeded their previous expectations. Wang Sheng continued. During long voyages, signals cannot connect to the external network. However, when near civilized star zones, you are allowed to access the internet in your dormitories. The one thing to remember is that you may send messages, but you must not speak ill of me behind my back. If you have any objections, raise them to my face. I might accept them, or personally punish you, possibly even expel or sell you. Simply put, be responsible for your words and actions, and know your place. For entertainment, you can use the electronic devices in the dormitories to set up a local area network for leisure and entertainment. You can also play single-player games, watch movies or series, or play cards. These activities are all allowed to pass the time. Additionally, you can apply to purchase various toys, including electronics and appropriate sports equipment, all of which are within the permitted procurement list. In the future, your activity areas will be limited to my residential area, nearby dormitories, kitchens, and dining rooms. Also, there's the study room, reading room, and exercise chamber available. The conference room can be used as a mini cinema to play your favorite films, but that requires my permission. Other chambers, including all warehouses and main storage areas, whether they're agricultural chambers or medical chambers, must not be approached without my orders. Do you all understand? The female slaves quickly replied in agreement. Wang Sheng nodded, gesturing with his hand. You may all go and choose your dormitories. Also, during our stay on Black Market Star, those on vacation can apply to Zhou Lulu to go out together to buy personal items. Of course, this needs my approval, and there must be mechanical companions accompanying you. Oh, Wei Jia, stay here, don't leave. Come over to me. Wei Jia's heart tightened at once. Reluctantly, she watched as the other female slaves happily left in groups. She had no choice but to approach Wang Sheng unhappily, dragging out her words. What do you want? Wang Sheng spoke. You can only choose a single occupancy room, and unless I summon you, you must remain in your room and are not allowed to leave Ziyi without permission. Wei Jia's eyes widened instantly, feeling deeply aggrieved as she cried out. That's unfair. Wang Sheng sneered in disdain. You, as a slave, talking about fairness? And if you still don't listen, from now on, you'll only be eating instant food. In my view, that would already be a waste of my resources. Wei Jia bit her lower lip, with her large eyes full of pleading. Master, I've already learned my lesson. In the future, could I please be allowed the same freedom and entertainment as the others? As Wang Sheng scrutinized Wei Jia, he couldn't help but feel somewhat moved. But this woman was too changeable, even harboring ill intentions towards him. He couldn't give her too many chances to interact with others. From 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. each day, 1 hour is allowed for you to order meals in the restaurant. Preferably, eat fast so you can walk around a bit afterward. As the price for this privilege, you will immediately go to the medical chamber and leave your complete information along with a clone sample. Wei Jia suddenly became furious. She dropped the act. She couldn't endure this any longer. Was she supposed to watch countless duplicates of herself serving a brute? Just thinking about it made her feel like going crazy. Her dignity was completely shattered. You're being too excessive. How many clones of me do you intend to create? If you do this, how am I supposed to face them? All I want now is to live the normal life of a female slave, so please don't. Wang Sheng frowned, displeased. Don't what? As a slave, you must accept the awareness required of a slave. You know Xianxia and the others. When I bought them, I obtained each of their genetic samples as well. If I'm willing to expend the energy, I can clone and replicate any one of them at any time. This is slavery, or rather, the cost of a slave depending on the master. So, if you live on my spacecraft, you need to follow my rules. If you won't obey, then jump into space. Chapter 36, The Gold-Swallowing Beast. Wang Sheng gave the order for the multifunctional transport ship to conduct trial runs around Black Market Star. The female slaves on duty, staring at the grand cosmic views displayed on the large screen in the control room, were lost in admiration. They couldn't help but praise it. So beautiful, truly magnificent. Wang Sheng also sighed with heartfelt admiration. It's absolutely stunning. From now on, this ship shall be named Yu Mei. As for the female slaves, they naturally dared not object. However, Wei Jia, who had previously witnessed Wang Sheng's meeting with Xiang Jinming, upon hearing the name Yu Mei, her eyes flickered with an introspective glint. It seems that so-called bandit chief of Xinjiang province, Mei Yu, has a place in Wang Sheng's heart that goes far beyond mere infatuation. Now, Wei Jia appears, on the surface, to have completely submitted to Wang Sheng. She pleads bitterly and promises to repent from her past wrongdoings. She seems to fully recognize her prior mistakes. I'm wrong. I truly know my faults. Please, don't imprison me. Lord, I've realized my mistake. At that moment, Wang Sheng was bursting with laughter internally, because Wei Jia wouldn't bow down until faced with severe punishment. Being lifted like a chicken by a multifunctional machine, and feeling some pain, she quickly admitted fault. You actually realize your fault? So would you willingly let me ravish you? Upon hearing Wang Sheng's shameless question, Wei Jia nearly exploded with anger. But she dared not show any sign of dissatisfaction anymore, only responding pitifully. My lord, I am willing. Everything. Wang Sheng smiled softly, but his smile appeared more terrifying to Wei Jia than the faces of 10,000 ferocious devils combined. I will clone an entire platoon of you. Would you be willing to serve me alongside them? Wei Jia had no choice but to give in. I'm willing, my lord. Wang Xing seemed somewhat satisfied. Therefore, first and foremost, understand your position well. I dislike people who don't know their place most. If you do not wish to stay, I won't force you. I can be very reasonable. I can let you leave and restore your status as a Star Alliance citizen. But that is not happening now. At least before I accomplish certain things, you, this arrogant woman, must remain on the starship. Now, go to the medical chamber and leave your genetic information behind. Later, rotate with the other female slaves. This way, Wei Jia earned more freedom. But deep inside, she hated Wang Sheng with every fiber of her being. In order to secure a delicious lunch, she was forced to hand over what she prided herself on, her genes. That already marked the last shred of her dignity. Yet it was cruelly taken away and trampled by Wang Sheng. Nevertheless, she would never abandon her hope for freedom. She plans to seize an opportunity to rise up again and think of ways to kill Wang Sheng. While Wei Jia thought about all this, she noticed Wang Sheng's gaze seemed to fall upon her once more. Thus, the female slave remained calm and skillfully highlighted her exceptional grace and beauty among the crowd. Inside, however, she vowed harder to bewitch him, making him lose himself, and then, kill, kill, kill. After a brief trial run, Wang Xing soon transferred the final payment to Wu Guang and expressed his thanks. Subsequently, news arrived from the Hongxiang clan. Xiang Jiming contacted Wang Sheng via a personal terminal. Unfortunately, even though I informed His Majesty of your vital role, the imperial ministers are highly concerned about rewarding a human with honor. Thus, together, they dissuaded His Majesty from bestowing you with an award. No humans have ever been granted noble titles within the empire. Of course, the situation isn't completely without chance. If you are willing to continue cooperating and proactively purchase light race equipment for the empire, apart from giving you 1% commission, I would be willing to submit another letter on your behalf, explaining your achievements and loyalty to His Majesty. With that, the opposition of many ministers will decrease, perhaps enabling you to earn a noble title. Consider carefully. It's a rare opportunity, a good thing bringing both fame and profit. When you've decided how to express your cooperative sincerity, feel free to contact me again. Wang Sheng looked crestfallen, clearly appearing quite disappointed. Xiang Jiming chuckled, then ended the communication. He enjoyed the current sensation immensely because everything returned under his control. Certainly, Wang Sheng would be quite disheartened about not receiving an imperial noble title, wouldn't he? Regrettably, the purchasing quota of rare materials has been given to the Jishu clan, while the remaining resource quotas mean less to the Hongxiang clan. Ultimately, by spending more universal coins through other channels, the same light race equipment could be obtained. So His Majesty and the capital ministers deemed it unworthy to offer such a high rank as compensation. Especially, as Wang Sheng is but a lowly human slave. How can he be easily elevated to nobility? That might very likely bring disdain from other factions, turning the Hongxiang Empire into a laughingstock. After disconnecting the communication, Wang Sheng wore an expression of nonchalance. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sheng had decided to forget about cooperating with the Hongxiang clan. Cooperation? What cooperation? Was there even such a thing? In the main hold of the multifunctional transport ship, which stretched to 363 meters in length, assault boats and landing crafts were currently parked. 10 probe space spiders were neatly aligned against the metallic walls. Mechas and multifunctional machines were scattered throughout the spacious main hold, sealing off all passages of the colossal vessel. Wang Sheng stood at the center of the main hold, attempting to awaken the intelligence of the multifunctional transport ship. Countless beams of golden light appeared, gathering the gray glows from all parts of the huge ship. Unfortunately, awakening intelligence wasn't always successful. The gray glow of the giant ship quickly dissipated. The attempt was a failure. Wang Sheng sighed in resignation. Subsequently, he commanded his subordinate level 2 soul clans, guarding stars, to take over the multifunctional transport ship. What surprised him, however, were the repair machines that came attached with the versatile ship. One of the 3 successfully awakened a level 1 intelligent soul clan, becoming Wang Xing's 33rd soul clan member, specifically number 29. After thoroughly taking control of the starship through various soul clans, Wang Xing noticed a luminous sphere appearing in his hand. It was the gift Qi had given him, the self-generating light shield. As Wang Sheng activated the shield with his pure soul force, a white beam of energy spread instantly, merging with the multifunctional starship. Subsequently, a faint layer of energy shielding emerged outside the multifunctional transport ship. Wang Xing suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He remembered Qi's warning. The self-generating light shield consumed quite a bit of energy. Even with Wang Sheng's current pure soul force, it could only support the self-generating light shield for protection around the starship for more than 10 minutes. Of course, the self-generating light shield could also be powered by the starship's energy source. If so, as long as there was sufficient energy, it could last for a very long time. Wang Sheng sensed the energy was being consumed too quickly because the protective range was too large. If he used the shield to protect just himself, the consumption would significantly decrease. After trying it out, Wang Sheng thoughtfully retracted the shield. No one noticed his actions while testing the shield. Perhaps during possible retaliatory attacks from insectoid races, the self-generating light shield could serve as a trump card for the starship's self-preservation. Just like that, Wang Sheng, who was testing and adapting to his new vessel, suddenly received a terminal communication signal. He glanced at it. It was by Jiangxing, the representative of the Jishu clan. This made Wang Sheng feel excited. After all, Next, he intended to reach a cooperation agreement with the Jishu clan and start earning money. Surely the upper levels of the Jishu clan wouldn't reject his proposal. The limited funds Wang Sheng had now needed to be reserved for starship maintenance. Take the second-hand space guard vessel he bought earlier. Its annual maintenance cost exceeded 10 billion credits. For a level 2 multi-purpose transport ship, the yearly maintenance costs reached 2 billion universal coins. And the multifunctional ship Wang Sheng possessed, equipped with various advanced systems including many energy-saving technologies, still had its annual maintenance and care costs not falling below 5 billion coins. It was necessary to replenish all sorts of consumables, including starship parts. Thus, starships were truly gold-guzzling beasts. Especially military vessels, under normal circumstances, individuals would find them hard to maintain. For Wang Sheng, he probably still had around 150 billion universal coins left, not including the deposits from tenants, and nearly 300 billion worth of energy light crystals. If he didn't strive to expand into new sources of income, then his current earnings would at most only sustain his starship fleet. Chapter 37, The First Deal. Bai Jiangxing looked at Wang Sheng in surprise, asking him, "Can you really provide intelligent Hanju for external leasing? This isn't a joke, is it?" After making contact with Wang Sheng, he quickly came to Black Market Star to meet him. First, Bai Jiangxing officially confirmed from Wang Sheng that the next procurement authority of Light God relics would still be in collaboration with Zhimao's tribe. Secondly, what important business Wang Sheng spoke about. This left Bai Jiangxing currently shocked and surprised. Hanju in the universe has always been renowned for its scarcity. Where could Wang Sheng get so many Hanju to lease out? Such transactions should only occasionally occur between higher-ups of forces possessing large quantities of rare items, right? Wang Sheng calmly explained. I have an intimate relationship with a high-ranking member of the Hanju. He has gained the allegiance of many low-level Hanju and thus plans to offer them for external rental, entrusting me with handling this matter. I was able to obtain the Light God relic because the guardian of the nearby star domain leased me a second-tier Hanju. My intention in collaborating with you is to utilize your numerical advantage within the Light faction to connect with those who require such services. The terms can be negotiated. However, there's one point. Don't disclose my specific identity externally. I don't like trouble. As Wang Sheng spoke, he sent a mental command. The several Hanju by his side ceased hiding within their mechanical apparatuses and directly appeared, forming orbs of soul power. Seeing this, Bai Jiangxing finally fully believed Wang Sheng's words. After careful consideration, he said, the unique abilities owned by the Hanju are indeed needed by many races. Even our Zhimao's consortium needs them desperately. But I am worried that if we extensively rent or sell the Hanju, it may very well provoke discontent from the core leadership of the Hanju, causing the Hanju to target us Zhimais. The methods of the Hanju are secretive, yet formidable. Even a small raid force of the Hanju wouldn't be easily resisted by the Zhimao's tribe. If that happens, the gains from this cooperation might not compensate for the losses to our tribe. The Zhimao's tribe cannot bear such risks. As for you, under the protection of the high-ranking member of the Hanju, you will probably remain unscathed. Bai Jiangxing harbored some suspicion towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng did not want to reveal personal information and wished to stay low profile, possibly predicting future trouble, and had made preparations to flee in advance before facing Hanju accountability. Wang Sheng realized this matter must not be taken lightly and sternly said, these risks I shall bear. A relevant contract can be drafted specifying the responsibilities each party needs to assume, as well as the distribution plan of actual gains. If any high-level Hanju arrives due to issues related to renting Hanju, you all can shift the blame onto me, Wang Sheng. Let the powerful members of the Hanju come and discuss matters with me. I naturally have ways to make them retreat after realizing the difficulty. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiangxing felt secretly pleased. It seemed that the high-ranking Hanju behind Wang Sheng was no ordinary figure. Unfortunately, Wang Sheng was unwilling to disclose the identity of the high-ranking individual. In that case, we believe in your proposal, Bai Jiangxing continued. But whether we can cooperate or not, I still need to explain the situation to the Speaker of the Supreme Council before finalizing any decision. And regarding the benefits post-cooperation, the conditions in that regard also require a mutually acceptable plan. Wang Sheng nodded and said, naturally, I've already pondered the specific terms of cooperation. Not long ago, I sought the assistance of a friend to inquire about the precise prices of Hanju rentals. According to recent trading examples, there were newly awakened Hanju AI beings who directly recognized masters. That was actually a first-tier Hanju being rented for 5,000 years at an annual rent of 120 million units. The rental fee for 5,000 years amounted to a staggering 6 trillion. As for my human body, if I'm lucky, I can live over 200 years. I plan to continuously use advanced cloning technology to acquire new young bodies, extending my lifespan indefinitely. Therefore, there are no restrictions on the lease term for the Hanju provided through me. Moreover, compared to the more common regular Hanju, based on recent examples, their annual rental fees are roughly between 20 to 50 million universal currency. My suggestion is to set the fixed annual rent for regular Hanju at 30 million universal coins. Of course, discussing cooperation now focuses more on subsequent allocation ratios. As the party providing the Hanju, I need to secure 80% of the revenue from operating this trade. Bai Jiangxing immediately expressed dissatisfaction. 80%? All our efforts, all the relationships we seek out. And at the end, we only receive 20%? That just doesn't seem fair at all. No. If you genuinely wish to cooperate, the allocation ratio we can accept is a 50-50 split. Wang Sheng shook his head. This was clearly unacceptable for him. The reason I proposed an 80-20 split is because it's the cooperation condition set by the high-ranking member of the Hanzhu behind me. Moreover, we're currently considering collaborating with more than just your Xi Mouse tribe. After some haggling between the two parties, they finally agreed on a profit-sharing ratio of 40-60. Xi Mouse tribe would take 40%, while Wang Sheng would take 60%. This allocation ratio was acceptable to both sides. Next, naturally, Bai Jiangxing had to consult with the higher-ups of the Xi Mouse tribe. The leaders were moved and personally communicated with Wang Sheng. They saw through a video call that there were indeed Hanzhu by Wang Sheng's side before approving and deciding to proceed with the collaboration. Soon after, business came knocking. It was Wu Guang who appeared. The first legitimate deal Wang Sheng completed after soul traveling was from the Xi Mouse tribe renting Hanzhu from him. We want to rent ordinary Hanzhu as research subjects and to handle some complex information tasks. According to our previous cooperation agreement, we only need to pay 60% of the rental fee to borrow the Hanzhu from you, right? Currently, the Xi Mouse United Government needs at least 5 ordinary Hanzhu. We will rent them for 1,000 years. We guarantee not to harm them during use. Wang Sheng looked at Wu Guang, who he'd already become familiar with, and felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. He then said calmly, 5 ordinary Hanzhu, rented for 1,000 years? The total rent is 1.5 trillion, and at 60%, it amounts to 900 billion. With Wang Sheng's thought command, several multifunctional machines swiftly arrived. The 5 ordinary Hanzhu, numbered 21 to 25, who were previously hidden inside these machines, now appeared before Wu Guang. Wu Guang's expression was somewhat excited. To be honest, this was the first time he had directly encountered the legendary Hanzhu. The transaction was completed rapidly. Wu Guang invited the 5 ordinary Hanzhu into special energy body containers and transferred 900 billion universal coins to Wang Sheng's account via a terminal. Wang Sheng immediately felt that his back could now be straightened a little. He had long wanted to purchase new machinery in bulk, but was limited by funds. Now with the money in hand, it was time for another round of procurement. Chapter 38, Transaction and Cloning. Wang Sheng went to the black market Star Mechanical Shop and purchased 200 multifunctional robots. This time, he was accompanied by Wu Guang. He recommended a fellow clan mechanical merchant to Wang Sheng. Thanks to Wu Guang's influence, they received a certain discount for this purchase of machines. The original market price of 80 million per machine was reduced to 75 million per unit. For 200 units, Wang Sheng spent a total of 15 billion. Increasing his number of multipurpose robots to 400 not only allowed Wang Sheng to control every part of his starships, but also expanded the size of his Huan race teams once again. When the gold Huan force field appeared in the main hold of the universal battleship, it enveloped hundreds of machines. From the 200 new robots, 17 ordinary Huan members awakened successfully, numbered from 30 to 46. This increased the number of Huan followers under Wang Sheng's command to as many as 50. Most importantly, the great Huan overlord now had new products available for rent. Being able to bask in the overlord's glory holds significant meaning for the Huan race. Take the 6th Huan member, who originated from the exploration spider. Thanks to Wang Sheng's released Huan force field this time, he successfully evolved from an ordinary Huan to a first-stage Huan. For Wang Sheng, this could be considered an unexpected gain. Upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. After all, exploration spiders are first-tier equipment. So, from the start, number 6 had a solid foundation, at least stronger than other ordinary Huan members. This time, his advancement was a natural outcome. Several days passed quickly. The high-level representatives of Han Yun Empire, which maintained good relations with the Wise Rat clan, after being recommended by the Wise Rat clan, obtained the qualification to lease low-ranking Huans. Wang Sheng did not show up directly, but conducted remote negotiations, swiftly finalizing this transaction. 7 ordinary Huan members were leased out, numbers 40 to 46, for a loan period of 3,000 years, bringing back a total rental income of 378 billion for Wang Sheng. Up until then, using the Light Clan artifact, Wang Sheng purchased a large quantity of high-grade energy crystals. Previously, when he visited the energy shop, he used the Light God artifact to withdraw 50 billion light crystals and subsequently gained the super VIP treatment from that Light Clan store. A purchase of over 100 billion universal coins worth of high-grade energy crystals would result in a 1% discount. Also, as long as within the universe sectors belonging to the Light Alliance, Wang Sheng could order light crystals through the Light God artifact, with the shop guaranteeing delivery within 48 hours. Of course, such direct deliveries do not qualify for purchase discounts, and transportation fees must also be paid. High-grade crystals, controlled by the Light Clan, represent highly mature production technology for high-purity energy crystals. In reality, the production capacity of high-grade crystals far exceeds their demand. The Light Clan does not allow other races to develop technologies for producing high-grade energy sources or related storage and transport technologies. The same applies to the Dark Clan. This means that the energy trade continually brings enormous profits to both the Light and Dark clans. Wang Sheng purchased, in one go, 30 billion worth of high-grade energy crystals, paying an actual amount of 29.4 billion universal coins. Thanks to the Light God artifact, purchases of up to 30 billion high-grade crystals every century enjoy a 1% discount. With the diajah of these benefits, Wang Sheng saved 6 billion universal coins. The bulk purchase of light crystals ensured Wang Sheng wouldn't have to worry about energy resources for a while. While Wang Sheng was conducting transactions, the proxy purchasing of human evolution agents by He Hen finally came to fruition. Mr. Wang Sheng, I apologize sincerely. The evolution agent we agreed would arrive no later than 5 days ago has been delayed due to strict inspections. Of course, because of the delay, we are willing to compensate you. We've recently bred a batch of completely new pet slaves, and I've chosen the top 3 supreme female slaves among them as compensation to you. We hope you will accept them. Listening to this, Wang Sheng felt that He Hen was truly petty. Just 3 female slaves, and they dared to offer them? You don't even know, I consume at least 8 or 9 of them daily, right? Almost all the female slave groups on the starship had already been conquered by Wang Sheng. Except for Wei Jia, he hadn't gone after her yet. That made Wang Sheng always feel somewhat itchy inside. As for the rest of the female slaves, they held a subtle sense of hostility and exclusion towards Wei Jia. Therefore, Wei Jia's days on the starship were rather lonely and helpless. But Wang Sheng didn't care much about it. He was only interested in Wei Jia's looks and figure. Also, the clone of Wei Jia was being cultured in the medical chamber and would soon grow fully developed. Hence, Wang Sheng wasn't too concerned about conquering the real Wei Jia. Manufacturing clones requires some energy expenditure and carries a certain risk of failure. Therefore, Wang Sheng is currently conducting cloning experiments to test the functionality of the medical chamber and prepare for the cloning of his beloved. He only cloned 3 copies of Wei Jia, and they are nearly successful. At the same time, Wang Sheng has also paid nearly 9 million universal coins worth of light crystals as energy. Unlike the mass-replicated individuals created by slave merchants, the cost of creating a clone in a small medical chamber increases several times. The more complete and comprehensive the sample obtained during cloning, the less time and energy it will require, and the higher the success rate will be. This is why, after obtaining Wei Jia's genetic sequence, Wang Sheng still needed her to go to the medical chamber for sampling. Wei Jia was truly beautiful. She was just too beautiful. Especially these past few days, every time Wang Sheng saw her, he felt some impulses he couldn't control. Although he knew clearly that Wei Jia harbored dissatisfaction and even hostility towards him, he still couldn't help but feel an immoral desire for her. So, Wang Sheng directly cloned her to keep as a plaything by his side. At this moment, hearing He Hen's words, Wang Sheng decided to accept the compensation. The evolution agent and 3 female slaves were delivered together by He Hen to the shop. You people delay like this. How can we cooperate in the future? Wang Sheng sat on the sofa, too lazy to stand up, with an expression of slight annoyance. He maintained the same somewhat arrogant attitude as when he last transacted with He Hen. He Hen smiled apologetically. So, I have prepared a gift of apology. If you ever need our help in the future, we will surely do our utmost. Wang Sheng's expression improved slightly. In that case, I won't refuse. From the beginning, Wang Sheng's gaze had been circling around the 3 young female slaves. Their figures and appearances were no less attractive than those of Jiaoming Zhu or other women. Of course, aside from looking lecherous, Wang Sheng didn't exhibit any other abnormal behaviors. In order not to raise He Hen's suspicion, he had to accept the female slaves. After a careful check with his soul power, Wang Sheng did not find any issues with the evolution agent. However, he discovered some unusual circumstances among the group of female slaves. But now wasn't the time to deal with them yet. As the days went by, Wang Sheng's life remained as peaceful and happy as before. When entering the medical chamber to inject the evolution agent, he felt subtle changes in his body, and his physical fitness continuously improved. Actually, under the control of the Gold Soul, Wang Sheng's human body had already been well developed. The current human evolution agent merely gave his physique a limited enhancement. What Wang Sheng cared about was mainly the means provided by the Gold Soul. The enhanced physical fitness allowed him to use soul power techniques more effectively. Besides that, what Wang Sheng most cared about was still his own happy life. The 3 Wei Jias have successfully cloned. They appeared simultaneously, walking towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng's face revealed a deeply infatuated expression. Chapter 39, Stupid Nouveau Riches. Wei Jia number 1 and number 2, they look almost exactly like the original. Their physical ages are 26 and 22 respectively, both looking incredibly beautiful. There is also a number 3, an 18-year-old Wei Jia. She appears somewhat more innocent. But even her pure, untouched demeanor attracts Wang Sheng's lecherous gaze. So, the moment Wang Sheng saw them, he lunged right at them. The 3 Wei Jias obediently responded. And then there were the 3 female slaves that had just arrived as well. When Wei Jia saw 3 versions of herself appear beside Wang Sheng, her feelings became incredibly complex. She already knew clearly. Her plan to seduce and get revenge on Wang Sheng should be considered ruined. Even her thoughts to use Wang Sheng to make their red elephant enemies turn on each other and suffer retribution were now impossible to achieve. Wei Jia thought back to her previous heartbreaks, then reflected on the recent injustices and neglect she endured. Unable to hold back, she ran back to her room and cried herself out. As cloned humans, Wei Jia number 1, number 2, and number 3 displayed unwavering loyalty to Wang Sheng. They quickly became his most capable henchwomen. The group of female slaves was divided into 3 teams. Wei Jia number 1, number 2, and number 3 became their respective leaders. At any time, one of them would always accompany and guard Wang Sheng. Wei Jia's successful replication also led Wang Sheng to start a new cloning plan. He removed a silver chain from his neck, placed it in the medical pod's analytical sampling device, and began cloning Mei Yu's physical form using her hair attached to it. Regardless of anything else, he wanted to see Mei Yu after such a long time. He couldn't wait any longer. This cloning process will take at least 1 month and consume energy crystals worth over 32 million universal coins. Because there was only Mei Yu's hair, the cost increased tenfold. Wang Sheng's face glowed with excitement, and without hesitation, he had already made up his mind. Regardless of how Mei Yu would view this matter after rescuing her in the future, he must replicate her as soon as possible so that he could reunite with the love of his dreams. Start the cloning process. Age selection, 16 years old. After beginning Mei Yu's cloning, Wang Sheng contacted He Hen. You've been in the business of trading human slaves for a long time. I'd like to buy some female slave genes from you to produce clones. Are you willing to sell? He Hen was a little surprised. From their last interaction, he had already seen through Wang Sheng's lustful and decadent nature. He Hen also knew that it wouldn't be long before Wang Sheng lost interest in the 60 female slaves he bought earlier, giving him the perfect opportunity to pitch new slaves to him. The 3 female pets sent to Wang Sheng previously were intended as bait. However, he didn't expect Wang Sheng to directly approach him for purchasing slave genes. Such cases usually occurred when slave merchants needed to replenish their inventory. Of course, selling genes imposed almost no cost on the slave merchant. Refusing Wang Sheng would be foolish. Selling female slave genes? That's certainly doable. However, once we've sold the gene of a particular female slave, in most cases, we won't replicate it again within a short period of time, nor will we sell it within nearby star systems. This situation forces us to capture more human subjects, resulting in significantly higher raw material collection costs. So, as slave traders, we prefer selling actual slaves to secure more stable profits. And I must remind you, the cost of cloning a small number of female pets is still much higher than the price of a regular female slave. Wang Sheng grew slightly impatient. He wasn't worried about money right now. Just tell me, how much do you want? He Hen smirked inwardly. This Wang Sheng was nothing more than a nouveau riche from the countryside, ready to throw money at him again. In a calm tone, he said, in general, selling the gene of a single female pet costs only 300,000 universal coins. Of course, quality may vary depending on the specific characteristics of the female pet, which might slightly increase the price. But, we can assure you, from the moment the gene is sold, within 100 years, there will not be another identical clone produced. I must ask, how many female pet genes do you wish to purchase? If the quantity is significant, we can lower our prices appropriately. Wang Sheng shook his head, dissatisfied with the answer. You're wrong. I intend to purchase exclusive rights to these female slave genes. He Hen was shocked. Exclusive rights to the genes? The cost might exceed your imagination. Wang Sheng cracked his knuckles, pressing his fingers forcefully until they popped audibly. Furrowing his brows, he insisted. I'm asking, how much does it cost to exclusively acquire the female slave genes? Also, regarding the 60 female slaves I purchased earlier, I want to buy out all their genes. You won't be allowed to continue cloning using them. I suggest you give me a reasonable price now. I don't want to waste time negotiating with you. So, don't treat me like a fool. If your price is too high, I'll consider purchasing from someone else. He Hen hesitated for a moment before speaking. Buying exclusive rights to the genes of these pets, especially the premium ones, will cost over 10 million universal coins per individual. Of course, the reason we set such a high price is understandable. We can provide you with an extensive database that contains records of over 6 billion female pets, detailing their body types, weight, features, appearances, and more. You can also input your specific requirements to screen for suitable female pet genes. Naturally, each pet in the database will have different pricing tiers depending on its quality. The listed prices are for live female slaves. Obtaining their genes would cost 10 times or more than their normal selling price. As for those 60 female pets you bought earlier, they all fall under the premium category. Thus, the exclusive gene rights for each of them are priced at 20 million universal coins. For 60 individuals, that totals 1.2 billion universal coins. I apologize, but as this is an exclusive purchase of their genes, it essentially cuts off one of our slave traders' main sources of income. There won't be any discounts available. This is my final offer. Strictly speaking, as a slave merchant, I shouldn't even agree to such a deal. But since you are one of our key clients, I hope to maintain a long-term business relationship with you, which is why I am agreeing to this proposal. Wang Sheng snorted coldly. It seemed like he wasn't interested in bargaining. Send me the database immediately so I can search through it myself. And regarding those 60 female slaves, I'm very satisfied with them, so they will forever belong to me as private property. No one else shall ever own them again. But you must ensure that after I pay, you immediately destroy any genetic information you retain about them. He Hen's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, just as Dong had said, newly wealthy people often lacked brains. There really were human fools willing to spend such extravagant sums buying exclusive rights to the genes of female pets. He couldn't help but wonder, just how long does Wang Sheng plan to keep these female pets? It seems he's attempting to extend his life indefinitely by using cloning technology. However, Wang Sheng appeared to have forgotten that even with the most advanced cloning technology capable of almost perfectly replicating youthful bodies, the success rate for transferring human souls remains a mere 9%. The more He Hen thought about it, the more he began to look down on Wang Sheng. Naturally, this wouldn't be reflected in the words of He Hen, the Black Spirit Clan slave merchant, who wouldn't dare expose his contempt for Wang Sheng. All right, I'll prepare the relevant contract right away, and everything will proceed according to its terms. However, I need to remind you, the most important clause in the contract states that while you may retain the database, you cannot disclose it publicly. If you can adhere to this condition, then I will promptly send you the contract and related data. Chapter 40 Heading to the Star Alliance. Wei Jia obediently followed behind Wei Jia number 3. She looked at that 18-year-old self, leading a group of female slaves forward, carefully attending to Wang Sheng, not knowing what to say. Wang Sheng was simply too cold-blooded. He had even laughed openly when he saw her shedding tears in sadness. Then, her tantrums did no good, and resistance only resulted in being bound. Since boarding this enormous pirate ship, she had already been tied up 19 times by the female slaves, sometimes 6 times within a single day. These people were all too wicked, especially Wang Sheng. He was entirely a cold-blooded bastard. Yesterday, she refused Wei Jia No. 3's command to feed the cats. Wang Sheng actually threatened her because of it. I kept you here not for your fits. You are useless to me, worthless. I'm just too lazy to figure out how to deal with you. If you keep causing trouble, I will exile you into space. From Wang Sheng's look, Wei Jia knew the bastard showed absolutely no mercy towards her, treating her merely as an object for amusement, or even as a clown. How can you degrade others like this? You're worse than the beastly red elephant race. Wang Sheng interrupted Wei Jia's speech contemptuously. I don't want to listen to nonsense. All my previous tolerance has brought about nothing but inconsistency. Letting you live is the last form of kindness. As for your experience with the red elephant race, it has nothing to do with me. As long as you are alive, recognize reality. If you want to obtain something, think realistically about what value you possess. All I know is, you today can't even take care of the cats. So, you don't deserve dinner, nor leisure entertainment. This is a formal warning. Before I cut off water and electricity and drive you away into space, you'd better understand quickly and admit your mistake. This was the recent nightmare life experienced by the dissatisfied Wei Jia. It seemed like everyone was rejecting her. Even Wang Sheng treated her as if she didn't exist. What was most frightening was that her 3 clones understood her more deeply than anyone else. None of her thoughts and plans could possibly be hidden from Wei Jia No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3. Therefore, Wei Jia decided to resign herself to her fate. She repented again, ceasing all futile struggles. Especially after the starship left Black Market Star and entered the starry sky, Wei Jia realized even more clearly that her second half of life probably wouldn't have any hope of turning around. After observing for a period, Wang Sheng determined that there was more than one spy among the group of female slaves. They secretly sent messages to the Black Spirit Race merchants intentionally or unintentionally. Also, before leaving Black Market Star, Zhou Ming, Zhou Lulu's father, arrived. Previously, under Wang Sheng's instructions, Zhou Lulu paid a total of 1.32 million universal coins for intelligence fees and travel expenses to search for Zhou Ming on the Star Alliance's Waste Star. In Wang Sheng's eyes, the man who appeared to be over 60 years old, with grayish hair and beard, was actually only 42 years old. The harsh environment of the Waste Star severely damaged human health, causing people living there to age rapidly and have shortened lifespans. Looking at Zhou Ming, Wang Sheng couldn't help but recall the origins of his predecessor. The planet where his predecessor came from was also an environmentally unfriendly waste star. Since 35 years ago, after being taken into the pirate gang by Mei Hong, he never returned there. Zhou Lulu's experiences were somewhat similar to those of Wang Sheng's predecessor. However, 30-plus years have passed, things and people should have changed greatly. Probably, the father of his predecessor was no longer among the living. After all, calculating by age, he would have been a 70-year-old elder. To survive that long on a waste star was practically impossible. Wang Sheng would not believe that so many miracles existed in the universe. So previously, even though he inherited his predecessor's emotions, he did not rush back to the waste star where he was born. And this time, Wang Sheng's first destination upon leaving Black Market Star was precisely the T505 resource star where his predecessor originated. Seeing Zhou Ming's appearance made Wang Sheng momentarily lost in memories. Zhou Ming stood respectfully, not daring to speak casually. Being able to leave the waste star and go to the legendary Black Market Star and meet the daughter who had been separated for many years was like a dream come true for him. The one who brought this twist of fate to their father-daughter duo was precisely the young-looking mysterious billionaire standing in front of them, Wang Sheng. Although they as father and daughter were unclear about why Wang Sheng suddenly changed plans and let Zhou Ming accompany him aboard the spacecraft, Wang Sheng remained silent for a moment, reminiscing about his predecessor's past. Next, Golden Soul force field spread out, cutting off all information transmission. Zhou Ming was completely unaware of this scene. The Gold Soul technique was something an ordinary person could not perceive. Wang Sheng then looked at Zhou Ming and spoke. That's about it. We've put some distance between us and the Black Market Star. Now, take a moment to recall. On your way here, did you have any contact with the Black Spirit race or other alien races? Zhou Ming's body trembled slightly as he thought carefully. He hadn't expected that Wang Sheng's first question after summoning him would be about this. With his seasoned experience, Zhou Ming immediately grasped the importance of the matter. Master, I took a mini spaceship when I left the Waste Star to head for the Black Market Star. Later, in the midway, I changed to a smaller spaceship whose origins I knew not. As the intelligence shop's employees handled the coordination, I couldn't find out detailed information. But now that I think about it, among the passengers who traveled with me on the spaceship, there were indeed 2 individuals who appeared to be creatures from the Black Spirit race, along with others of unknown origin. Wang Sheng nodded his head. Next, remember what I am about to say, and don't panic. On your journey here, the Black Spirit race used special hypnotic techniques to influence your soul consciousness, turning you into a tool for transmitting confidential information within a certain time frame. This led to our business dealings at the Black Market Star being uncovered by the Black Spirit race. The one who used this technique should be a 3rd-level warrior of the Black Spirit race. Though it could escape detection methods below the 3rd level, I possess a unique method, and thus noticed something was off with you during our first meeting at the Black Market Star. I had you board the starship for 2 reasons. First, to reveal the truth to you, and second, to use the advanced medical equipment on the starship to treat the internal injuries you've accumulated over these years. When your physical condition improves, once some of my plans are completed, I will then neutralize the Black Spirit race's secret technique within you so as not to tip them off prematurely. For now, you'll stay in the rehabilitation room of the medical ward for treatment and rest. Do not leave unless I give the order. After this matter concludes, you'll remain at the Black Market Star, keeping company with your daughter while helping me manage the shops there. As Wang Sheng pondered, a multifunctional robot approached. Wang Sheng gestured towards the robot. Follow it. I'll check up on your condition periodically, so the information relayed by the robot is my command. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming understood that he had been caught up in some trouble. It seemed that due to conflicts between Wang Sheng and the Black Spirit race, they had meddled with him mid-journey. Now, all Zhou Ming could hope for was that Wang Sheng would be able to defend himself against the powerful Black Spirit race. After all, right now, he and his daughter didn't really have another option. The fact that Zhou Lulu could become the manager of a shop on the Black Market Star was also because Wang Sheng valued her. With a bow, Zhou Ming respectfully said, "Thank you for your concern, master. Once I have fully recovered, I will do my utmost to manage your shop." Chapter 41, Eliminating the Spies. Wang Sheng had actually foreseen this long ago, the Black Spirit clan conspiring with the insect race, planning to act against him. Could it really be that the Black Spirit clan merchants dealing in human pets had absolutely no contact with insect merchants like Yudong? It made no sense at all. Especially not long ago, when Wu Guang reminded Wang Sheng about the exclusive Black Spirit clan fighter ship being purchased by He Hen and his group due to deeper cooperation between both parties. This only confirmed Wang Sheng's suspicion further. The current situation with Zhou Ming made Wang Sheng somewhat angry inside. Those shameless merchants of the Black Spirit clan who colluded with the insect race, as well as unscrupulous merchants from other races, would definitely have to pay a price this time. Before Wang Sheng left the Black Market planet, he spent 1.2 billion credits to buy out Xianxia's genetic information from He Hen. Also, he selected as many as 1239 high-quality genes from the human female slaves database, paying 15.8 billion universal credits for them. There were truly too many beautiful female slaves. This was still the result after Wang Sheng repeatedly raised his standards, choosing the best among the best, and painfully reducing the purchase quantity. He could say very responsibly that among the thousands of female concubine genes he had bought out, every single one was of the most beautiful woman level. Of course, replicating and producing them would require energy and time. Perhaps this transaction also sufficiently proved in He Hen's eyes that Wang Sheng was just some wealthy fool. Actually, Wang Sheng wished to shout right away, "Come on, rob me." Because recently, he had been spending extravagantly and needed those raiders who came knocking to replenish his consumption. His series of performances as a rich target on the Black Market planet should lure some greedy members of the Black Spirit clan or merchants from other races into becoming dishonorable interstellar pirates. So, he was looking forward to their appearance. Such a scenario corresponded well to a familiar saying, "Come on, who's afraid of whom? Let's deceive each other." In deep space, a black starship unfolded its enormous light sails on both sides of the hull, continuously moving forward. This navigation method utilizing light sails for propulsion could reduce the energy consumption of the starship. The advanced light sails installed on the multifunctional transport ship outperformed ordinary light sail systems. Wang Sheng was fully aware that the powerful cannons located at the bow of the ship would find it hard to unleash their full combat strength, because such long-range weapon systems required matching long-distance star radars. Just like third-level star cruisers with radar exploration ranges reaching 50 million kilometers, which could barely bring out the power of the cannons with a range of hundreds of millions of kilometers. However, the radar detection range of the multifunctional transport ship was only 1 million kilometers, making it difficult to fully utilize the power of the cannons. But Wang Sheng still had 10 probe spiders in his possession. The Soul Tribe communication methods should also be among the most mysterious and unpredictable means of communication in this universe. Even across distances spanning tens of billions of kilometers, Wang Sheng could maintain real-time communications with his subordinate Soul Tribe members. This point had been verified during previous tests. Nevertheless, intergalactic information transmission could not be achieved between individual members of the Soul Tribe. Especially for those rented-out members of the Soul Tribe, even with Wang Sheng's supreme golden soul, he could now only faintly sense their faraway locations but could not communicate directly with them. The radar range of the probe spider was the same 1 million kilometers, but its operational exploration radius reached 2 billion kilometers. Such an extensive exploration distance, along with the telecommunication method between soul tribes, would allow the formidable firepower of the multifunctional starship cannon system to be effectively utilized. Under the leadership of second-level soul tribes, Probe 4, 5, 6, and 7, all first-level soul tribes, controlled 2 probe spiders each, carrying ample high-grade energy supplies, stealthily following around the multifunctional ship while always scanning and guarding against any surrounding movements. By now, the starship had traveled a long way from the Black Market planet. With premeditated schemes, the Insect Clan and the Black Spirit Clan could strike at any moment, launching an attack and retaliation against Wang Sheng. In short, the current probe spider team had replaced the function of the long-distance space radar that allowed the multifunctional ship's cannon system to lock onto enemy positions at ultra-long distances and launch effective and precise attacks within a range of hundreds of millions of kilometers. At this time, Wang Sheng called the 5 female slaves on board the starship to his presence. He gave orders simultaneously for others to return to their respective dormitories, prohibiting them from leaving unnecessarily. 5 female slaves approached. The 2 multifunctional robots standing behind suddenly acted, knocking 2 of them unconscious. The expressions on the faces of the other 3 female slaves involuntarily changed. Master, why did they hurt us? After Wang Sheng looked over these 3 female slaves, he actually remembered them? After all, it hadn't been long since he had fallen on top of those 3 women. Basically, Wang Sheng would collapse onto any beauty he encountered, but he wouldn't so easily forget them either. As the man slowly spoke, Li Hongmei, Huaro, Yexin, don't you have anything to say to me? The 3 female slaves glanced at each other, with some panic in their eyes. Master, why do you ask this? Master, what do you want to do? We will comply with all your requests. Wang Sheng shook his head and thought for a moment. 2 robots stepped forward, bringing the 2 female slaves who had been knocked unconscious earlier to Wang Sheng's front. Then, an invisible golden soul field activated. From the perspective of the 3 female slaves, the 2 of their companions' bodies floated in midair as tiny streaks of light gradually got extracted from them by an unseen force. In the air, there were slight crackling sounds, and those fine beams of light turned into thin mists that disappeared without a trace. The 3 female slaves seemed to realize something. Their faces immediately paled. The soul technique Wang Sheng used now was originally imperceptible to normal humans, but he deliberately displayed it so Li Hongmei and the others could see clearly. Nano-tracking devices were injected into their bodies without my knowledge. Now I'm stripping and destroying these devices from their bodies to eliminate future hidden dangers. While Wang Sheng spoke, the multifunctional robot caught the 2 unconscious female slaves again, returning them to their respective dormitories. Among the other 3 female slaves, Hua Rou reacted quickly. Master, do you mean that nano-tracking devices were also injected into our bodies? But I'm entirely unaware of it. Wang Sheng gazed at the 16-year-old Hua Rou and sighed softly, seemingly lamenting something about her. I'll ask one more time. During the recent time on Black Market Planet, when you applied in shifts to follow Zhou Lulu out for errands, did you do anything else besides shopping? Don't worry, I'm asking openly. If you tell me the truth, I'll give you a chance to switch sides. However, remember your current identity and don't make mistakes again. The 3 women exchanged glances, communicating subtly through their eyes. Their lifelong education made them miss their final chance to survive. Li Hongmei replied firmly. Master, your question is confusing. Right now, we are your people. Everything about us belongs to you, Master. Hua Rou and Yi Xian both echoed Li Hongmei's statement. After examining the 3 women, Wang Sheng concluded from their performances that they wouldn't confess. These brainwashed women served another race, truly unfortunate. Although he inwardly sighed, Wang Sheng showed no mercy. The golden soul field was triggered once again, causing the 3 female slaves to collapse simultaneously. In an instant, their souls shattered. Master, how shall we handle them? Wang Sheng responded calmly. Destroy all traces of them. Activate cloning replication to fill in their places. Yes, Master. Chapter 42, The Hidden Fleet. Dominus, ahead in the V6783612 star system. Inside the 7th planet, a fleet of starships has been detected maintaining stealth silence. They are not far from the inevitable route of the Yumiko flying towards the 34U729 transmission stargate. At this moment, the probe spider controlled by number 5 had shrunk its metallic body into an irregular sphere resembling a common meteorite, quietly hovering and rotating in space. That was the powerful concealment method that made the probe spider famous in the 2 major camps and gave its opponents headaches. In the distance, within the V6783612 star system, there was an unremarkable dark red spot. That was actually a massive gas giant. Because of the great distance, the light it reflected from the star appeared somewhat dim. On the side away from the star, hidden behind this unremarkable planet, was a fleet. Under the control of number 5, another probe meteorite spider, stationed nearly 1,000,000 kilometers away, was monitoring that supposedly secret fleet of starships. After all, civilian and most military probe radars, to achieve basic performance, would almost certainly fail to detect targets deliberately concealed behind planets. However, as remote sentinels developed for reconnaissance on battlefields, the probe spiders were equipped with special military probe radars, allowing them to sense starship targets hidden behind planets. The probe spiders, skilled at hiding themselves, had the ability to closely investigate the majority of starships, because while conducting reconnaissance, they could be hard to discover by their opponents. At the moment, the probe spider contracted into a miniature meteorite, with a diameter no more than 3 meters. The fleet hidden behind the planet, due to being blocked by the entire planet, was completely unaware of the approach of the small probe spider. The information transmitted into Wang Sheng's mind caused his spirit to stir. Waiting was tormenting, and now the enemies had finally appeared. He had just thought it strange. The speed of the Yumiko wasn't fast, so why hadn't those probing and robbing entities pursued yet? Turns out, they were lying in wait along the necessary path to our jump gate. After discovering the hidden fleet, Tansong and the others of the Soul Race began controlling the other 8 probe spiders to gradually approach forward. Soon, after relayed transmission signals, the images appeared on the big screen of the omnipotent ship. The blurry image of the hidden fleet entered Wang Sheng's eyes. He looked at the lying-in-wait opponent with interest, but then he realized something was amiss. Involuntarily, he exclaimed in surprise. This isn't a bugger fleet. It's a beast race fleet. Number 5's voice echoed again in Wang Sheng's mind. Dominus, this is a beast race fleet. Look at the emblems on those starships, which are exactly the same as the mark of the White Lion pirate gang listed on the Red Elephant Empire Star Outlaw Wanted list. Therefore, they are an interstellar pirate team, but we still cannot confirm whether their ambush here is specifically targeted at the Yumiko. Wang Sheng, stroking his chin, carefully examined the 7 pirate starships. As number 5 had said, among them, a second-level starry cruiser, a second-level starry escort ship, a second-level combat maintenance ship, and 3 first-level jet fighters. On these 6 ships, indeed, the exact same ferocious lion pattern was painted. Although he did not recognize the mark of the White Lion Star Pirates, as an intelligent Soul Clan member, over this period, number 5 connected to the cosmic network, becoming thoroughly informed about various pieces of information. In such circumstances, number 5 would definitely not make a mistake. However, there was still one largest third-level starry cruiser, upon which, though also painted with a lion emblem, it seemed slightly different compared to the other 6 starships. Wang Sheng asked, "Escort ship, how much longer until we reach the transmission star gate?" Dominus, based on Yumiko's current speed, we will reach the 34U729 transmission star gate within 3 hours and 19 minutes. Slow down and test the movements of the hidden fleet ahead. See if they are coming for us. Yes, Dominus. Yumiko suddenly slowed its speed, followed by the gradual retraction of its light sails located on both sides of the hull. After all, the distance to the star gate was already short, so it was quite normal for the Yumiko to adjust its navigation status and prepare to jump. After a little while, the probe that arrived ahead once again accurately relayed intelligence back to Wang Sheng. This time the picture became much clearer. It was obvious that there was quite a bit of difference between the reconnaissance abilities of second-level souls and first-level souls. Dominus, I have accessed the information-sharing channel through the leading probe spider and am investigating the hidden fleet. The 7 starships behind the planet include 6 second-level and first-level ships. According to the previously obtained information related to the Star Pirate Group, it can be confirmed that they belong to the White Lion Pirate Group. However, according to the intelligence gathered previously and analyzed results, it is indicated that the Level 3 Star Sea Cruiser belongs to the Red Elephant Empire's Starguard team. I have carefully investigated using Soul Force and confirmed that the lion emblem on the Level 3 starship was painted less than 3 days ago. The materials used are entirely different from those on the other 6 starships. It should be a temporary mark and could be easily removed. Wang Sheng slightly nodded his head and looked at the markers on the large screen, gaining a basic understanding in his heart. And in the main control room, at this moment, besides Wang Sheng and several of his soul race machines under his command, there was also a team of female slave attendants on duty. Seeing the images displayed on the screen, they quickly realized that it was a hidden fleet. Could it be that these starships were lying in wait for us on the Yomiya? If so, wouldn't we all be in great danger? The faces of the female slaves revealed signs of tension and restlessness. Of course, some appeared calm and composed, like Wei Jia No. 3 and Yi Xian. They held an absolute loyalty to Wang Sheng and had complete trust in his abilities. Now, Li Hongmei, Hua Rou, and Yi Xian had been successfully replicated and smoothly integrated into the starship's team. Since they were clones with absolute loyalty to him, Wang Sheng directly appointed the 3 newly created female slaves as deputies to Wei Jia Numbers 1, 2, and 3. At this time, a voice that sounded soft and vulnerable was heard. To Wang Sheng, it felt somewhat familiar. Lord, I've seen starships with this lion emblem twice before. They even intruded into a private secret base belonging to the Jin Yi noble family. Wang Sheng turned his head and looked at the speaking Wei Jia, furrowing his brows slightly. He had already guessed that the ambush fleet ahead might very well be a probing move by a certain noble of the Red Elephant Empire, or even by higher-ups in the Red Elephant Empire, aimed directly at Wang Sheng himself. But now, should he believe what Wei Jia said? This woman harbored deep hatred towards the Red Elephant clan's Jin Yi noble family. So her words right now might stem from her desire to take revenge on the Jin Yi family, to get back at the Red Elephant nobles who captured her and forced her into slavery. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Sheng counter-asked Wei Jia, "You've seen them twice?" Wei Jia took a deep breath, flashes of uncontainable pain and hatred crossing her face. "Yes, my lord. The first time was during the journey when I was abducted and being transported to the Red Elephant Empire. The starship transporting me made multiple stops along the way, receiving batches of supplies from more than one ship. One of those transport ships bore this lion emblem. The second time was when I was taken out as a pet for amusement. There was a Sky Guard ship with the same lion emblem present at a base of the Jin Yi family. I couldn't possibly remember wrong. If this really is the emblem of the White Lion Space Pirate Group, then they must have colluded with the Jin Yi family." Wang Sheng remained expressionless as he observed Wei Jia's expressions while she spoke. From appearances, this woman didn't seem to be lying. Chapter 43, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill. Wang Sheng smiled faintly and nodded at Wei Jia. "You're right. My speculation is the same as yours. This is the high-ranking officials of the Red Elephant Empire testing me, the holder of the Light God's token. Since that's the case, this time they will learn that anyone who dares to provoke me will pay a heavy price. You've been much more proactive in providing intelligence than before. Today, you'll get 3 extra drumsticks for lunch." Wang Sheng's last sentence carried a playful tone. After all, as long as there was no waste, the dining hall provided unlimited food. The female slaves all showed smiles on their faces. The tense atmosphere in the control room disappeared. Wei Jia paused, realizing Wang Sheng was joking, and slightly lowered her head. "Master said this, so even if I have a small appetite, I must eat more chicken legs. I don't have other skills, but as long as Master is happy, I'll be content even if I become fat and ugly, and am laughed at by others. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng felt somewhat awkward. I was just making a casual remark. Eat what you like, don't force yourself. If the information you provide turns out to be true, then for all of us, the Red Elephant race is an imminent, powerful threat. So, tell me everything you know about the secrets of the Red Elephant Empire's nobles. If it proves useful, I'll give appropriate rewards. Wei Jie looked earnestly at Wang Sheng and sighed. Perhaps because my memory is good, I remember every event involving the Red Elephant race very clearly. Although I want to forget those painful experiences, I simply can't. Saying this, her emotions became low, and after a brief silence, she continued. Even if Master hadn't mentioned it, I should have already recounted those past memories so everyone could know. So, even if recalling these nightmare-like experiences makes me feel painful, if I can see the Red Elephant Empire's nobles run into misfortune, I would still be happy. Now that Master has said this, if my words can't help Master, then there won't be any rewards. Perhaps Master might even think I'm talking nonsense and punish me instead. Master had only recently shared lavish meals with a viscount of the Red Elephant race, while I was merely given away as a minor gift without much thought. In the eyes of masters like him, a slave like me probably doesn't deserve rewards anyway. Wang Sheng felt helpless. It seemed that Wei Jie was still upset about the recent coldness and exclusion she experienced. We were not familiar with each other before, but as we understand each other better, it will be easier to get along. The Red Elephant race has always oppressed humans. I actually dislike that viscount, but at the time, I needed his help, so I pretended to go along with him. If you don't want to talk now, I won't force you. But if you do decide to share, I will reward you. At least from me. As long as you put in effort, you will receive something in return. Wei Jie gently shook her head. Master, there's no need. After being scolded by you earlier, I reflected deeply. I really don't serve any purpose, so I dare not accept your reward. Just knowing that I won't be punished makes me content. In fact, when I was among the Red Elephant people, as Wei Jie narrated, the group also grew somber. The Red Elephant race treated humans as mere toys and pets to manipulate at will. The tragic events you endured evoked sighs of sympathy, even feelings of sadness among them. At the end of the day, they were all slaves. In this great age of interstellar travel, humans, as a weaker race, inherently carry a tragic fate. Speaking of current matters, if Wang Sheng, who obtained the Light God's relic, had been born into the Black Spirit or Smart Rat races, would the Red Elephant Empire dare send warships and pirates to intercept him? Wang Sheng was moved upon hearing Wei Jie's story. Meanwhile, the satellite followed Wang Sheng's orders, controlling the Yume ship to slowly move forward. He sent timely information, reminding Wang Sheng. Master, the Yume is approaching the radar detection range of that star cruiser. Wang Sheng did not interrupt Wei Jie, but redirected his gaze back to the screen. The female slaves noticed Wang Sheng's movement, and Wei Jie stopped her narration accordingly. Wang Sheng observed the third-tier star cruiser and gave instructions. Satellite, halt the advance. Activate the light cannon system and prepare to fire at any time. Master, the light cannon system is activated, energy loaded. Slowly enter the exploration range of that cruiser without displaying any anomalies. If they take any action, it will confirm they are targeting us. Do not rush forward recklessly. When the time comes, adjust the course and lure them away from that planet, especially that third-tier star cruiser. Understood, Master. The satellite understands. The Yume resumed its forward flight. At this moment, on the third-tier star cruiser that was under the strict surveillance of the probe spiders, Yali, the lieutenant colonel commander from the Red Elephant Empire. He was savoring high-quality liquor produced in Greenwater Valley, along with those tufts of light purple young leaves of qingluo grass. Qingluo grass is one of the favorite foods of the Red Elephant race. Especially these fresh light purple young leaves need to be carefully stored in low-temperature herb boxes, neither too cold nor too warm, to keep their freshness and vitality for some time. Yali lifted a basketball-sized heavy glass, gulping down the black liquor inside with a hearty gulp. Then he stuffed that bunch of tender leaves into his big mouth, and amid the crunching sound of chewing, the juice of the purple young grass splashed all over. In response, Yali's elephant trunk let out a pleased grunt. Yali, who was only 40 years old, was a promising newcomer in the star fleet of the Red Elephant Empire. Not long ago, through his superior's introduction, he received attention from the Xianxia family and secretly pledged allegiance to them. Subsequently, he successfully completed several covert missions assigned by higher-ups. Thus, while gaining the appreciation of an important figure from the Xianxia family, he also promoted himself from the rank of major to lieutenant colonel. Now during his vacation, he suddenly received an urgent temporary mission to command the third-tier cruiser under his jurisdiction and temporarily join the White Lion pirate gang to ambush a second-tier transport ship traveling from Black Market Star to the Human Interstellar Union. In Yali's view, this was truly like slaughtering a chicken with a butcher knife, somewhat making a mountain out of a molehill. Of course, it was still the old rule. No matter how the mission went, he must use every means at his disposal not to expose his real identity. Moreover, he had to ensure that there would be no obvious mistakes made by the pirates. He already understood the situation of the mission thoroughly, even reviewed carefully the video footage coming from the Black Market Star. It was an E621 omni-functional transport ship manufactured by the Smart Rat race, which was slower than a space cruiser. However, the pirates' second-tier spaceships mostly couldn't catch up with the brand-new omni-functional vessel. This should have been the reason why he was sent here. Typically, those who ride omni-functional transport ships are affluent merchants, so Yali didn't need to worry about anything much. The true powerholder's spaceships should be even faster third-tier vessels. After indulging in delicacies, Yali finally waited for the reminder from below. Sir, we've detected the target. Please give further instructions. The radar signal of the target has been linked to the screen in front of you. Chapter 44, One Strike with the Light Cannon. Upon receiving Yali's orders, the other 6 star pirate ships, aware of Wang Sheng's arrival, began to act separately according to a plan. They swiftly flew around that planet heading toward their designated positions in order to form a makeshift starship net in space, ready to swiftly intercept and surround the Yume when it passed by. Simply because they had already assumed, the radar system of the Yume could only detect objects within a range of 1 million kilometers. Even though Wang Sheng still had several probe spiders at his disposal, there were no crew members who could operate them for long-distance exploration. Therefore, the total detection range of these two combined was merely 2 million kilometers. In front of a third-tier star cruiser, how much stronger could the so-called omni-capable second-tier ship be compared to someone who was deaf and blind? Stupid human rich merchants always deserve to be the prey of pirate gangs. So now, just be robbed quietly. The White Lion pirate group actually didn't know. The mysterious means of communication between soul tribes far surpassed any probe radar or transmission device. Therefore, the 8 human star pirates on board one of the pirate group's first-tier destroyer vessels had already entered a state of revelry. The commander of that vessel was named xuanhuan. That man shouted loudly, "Brothers, I've heard from the captain that this time the human rich merchant we're going to rob, before leaving Black Market Star, bought as many as 60 top-quality female slaves. Suck, ha. Hearing this makes my saliva flow down. So, the captain has promised me that after we seize the transport ship, he'll let the brothers go pick one from inside, take her home as a wife." Laughter rang out without restraint from the mouths of the star pirates. The main members of the White Lion space pirates naturally were those Red Elephant clan bandits. But there was also this small team of human slaves who were adept at piloting starships and familiar with Star War weapons. They served the Red Elephant clan space pirates. So these people, in order to survive, almost did every conceivable evil deed. In everyday life within the White Lion space pirates, they were mainly responsible for gathering information about the travel plans of nearby interstellar Union human rich merchants. Second elder, wasn't the woman you had before taken away by the Red Elephant nobility? The pirate speaking was named Xianxia. He hailed from the Stellar Alliance, later got into debt, and found himself without options, and was captured and sold off by underground forces to pay off his debts. By some twist of fate, he was chosen by the leader of the Red Elephant clan space pirates and became a human pirate within the White Lion pirate gang. And he even managed, during his infiltration missions to spy on the Stellar Alliance, to recruit his destitute brother, Qian Yi, into the thievery ranks. Qian Yi, hearing his elder brother's words, couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "That wretched woman didn't know her own limits and shouldn't have been brought out to enjoy comfort. She insisted on running around everywhere, offending the Red Elephant clan elders. Alas, Chief Zhu has been trying to find her for me, but there is still no news." Qian got a shock. He quickly glanced at the other 6 space pirates and scolded Qian Yi. "You stop saying nonsense. Stop saying nonsense. You can't control what comes out of your mouth. The Red Elephants are of high status. How can they be called elders? I warned you before, they can't hear it. Have you forgotten how old 7 died last month? All because he addressed someone as elder in their presence. Our captain thought it an insult to the Red Elephants and dismembered him immediately. Even old 9 was beheaded along with him, truly dying with eyes unclosed." The pirates glanced at each other, all showing looks of lingering fear. Zhu Jichuan seemed to recall something and quickly questioned 2 of his underlings. "Zhao De, Sun Yud, was the communicator turned on earlier?" Zhao De hurriedly replied, "It was off, completely off, nothing transmitted, don't worry leader." Zhu Jichuan took a deep breath, personally inspected again, and finally exhaled. Suddenly turning toward Qian Yi, he roared angrily, "I'm telling you Qian liar, if you're such a careless brute and wish to die, don't do it in front of your comrades. And furthermore, regarding the matter of your wife, I've told you countless times, it has nothing to do with me, absolutely nothing. You better listen carefully, because I will now clearly tell you. If she has gone out and gotten the attention of the Red Elephants, then if she's lucky, she might end up as a pet like a pig or a dog. If unlucky, she'll simply be crushed beneath their feet. Isn't that right? Shouldn't it be like that? To the Red Elephants, those sorts of people aren't worth more than mere lice. So why do you keep grumbling like a fool? So, don't daydream here anymore. Your stupid wife will never come back. Why are you crying? Stop crying. Look at me, look. Take a good look at your big boss. I certainly don't have the face or authority to retrieve your wife from the hands of the Red Elephants." Zhu Jichuan foamed at the mouth and unleashed a torrent of insults and shouts towards Qian Yi. For a moment, silence enveloped the destroyer. After a while, Qian Yi suddenly raised his head, glaring ferociously. "Leader Zhu, don't worry. Women are not a big deal if lost. Just go and capture another one. We who walk the path of star piracy must learn to let go. Isn't that right?" He roared with laughter, his voice echoing loudly. This incited shrill howls from the other star pirates. Qian Yi suddenly raised his sleeve, furiously wiping away tears brought on by his laughter, an evil glint flickering in his eyes. According to the plan previously agreed upon among the pirates, Leader Zhu's fighter craft was closely trailing behind the destroyer, serving as backup for the frontal interception of the Yume. At the very moment the pirate fleet set off, Wang Sheng confirmed that the White Lion space pirates were indeed targeting him. Instead of anger, he responded with a smirk. Why would anyone pass up such a delicious morsel delivered willingly to their doorstep? With a flicker of thought, "Guardian Satellite, do you know what to do?" Please rest assured, Master. Everything is under control. The enemy's cruiser has been detected. Trajectory calculation underway. Estimated to be within range of our light cannon attack in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The speed of the advancing Yume underwent a subtle change, seeming slightly faster than moments ago. As a Class 2 Guardian satellite belonging to the Soul Tribe, it could exercise nearly perfect control over the operations of a Class 2 spaceship. Just 3 minutes later, the Yume abruptly halted its progress. By this time, Yali's cruiser was mere seconds away from exiting the planet's shadow. As a Tier 3 warship, a space cruiser's cruising speed could approach 1% of the speed of light, so it took no time at all for the massive vessel to move from startup to emerging from behind the planet. Yume's premeditated halt had already factored in the forward inertia of the cruiser. A nearly 2-kilometer-long hulking mass like this could never come to an immediate stop. Yali, closely monitoring Yume's actions, noticed the sudden cessation of the small signal on his screen and instantly felt something was amiss. But for his starship, everything was already a little too late. In the brief moments prior, information from the Guardian satellite streamed into Wang Sheng's mind without pause. Gravitational engine activated, ship orientation adjustment ongoing, entering light cannon firing mode. Airspace data transmitted live for the 35th time, verifying enemy ship location, recalibration completed 9,181 times, confirmed computational results correct. Light cannon fully charged, launch system ready. From the bow of the transport ship, a colossal cannon barrel extended outward, holding within it a radiant ball of light capable of making hearts skip beats. In the vast expanse of the universe, before Yume lay a brilliant explosion of blinding light, completely illuminating the area around it. Almost simultaneously, the cruiser that had just emerged from behind the planet exploded in a fierce burst of flames. Chapter 45. All or Nothing. Yali heard the warning electronic tone inside the cruiser. Warning, we have been locked on by a laser cannon and are under attack. Before the electronic tone had even finished, he felt the cruiser he was in shake violently. The screams of the Red Elephant Race crew members and the violent explosions hit his ears at the same time. Yali's body flew up into the air. One by one, delicate, pale purple leaves followed him, swirling as if forming a pale purple curtain of grass leaf rain. Then Yali's body paused, and the force that had thrown him flying was cancelled out. A mechanical arm caught him precisely. This mechanical arm was connected to the starship's hull, part of the battleship's defense system, able to reduce injuries to personnel inside during intense combat. In the midst of the fierce explosions, the mechanical arm automatically extended, saving the lieutenant colonel commander who had flown up into the air. Yali tapped the mechanical arm several times, controlling his body to move downward. He noticed that the specially customized basketball-sized wine glass he had used before now had 2.5 of its 3 thick glass legs broken. Fortunately, the main part of the glass merely collided into pieces rather than shattering completely. Perhaps when Yali returned to the Empire, he could find a craftsman to meld it down again, saving a little bit of material cost. Of course, Yali no longer had the luxury to care about such matters now. He displayed the qualities of a competent commander. Rapidly opening his personal terminal, he checked the starship's damage situation through the light screen with his identity as the commander. Struck by enemy laser cannon. Severe damage to left side chambers of the ship. Deformation and tearing occurred, sealing off damaged compartments, cutting off abnormal channels, restarting spaceship's power system. Severe damage to the power system. Estimated cruising speed will drop by at least 59%. Weapon systems 36% damaged. Energy reserves reduced by 13%. Attempting to activate energy shield. Activation successful. The starship has suffered serious damage. The protective shield's consumption is accelerating. The commander is advised to immediately evacuate this area and repair the starship. The gravity system started up, and Yali was set back on the ground by the mechanical arm. To explain, the laser cannon, a primary faction weapon produced by the Light Clan, fires superluminal energy attacks, disregarding distances of tens of millions of kilometers, instantly delivering devastating damage to enemy ships. Such an attack is almost impossible to evade. Being able to resist the attack from a laser cannon requires the energy shields equipped on third-tier starships. Unfortunately, Yali made a grave mistake. He did not take a second-tier transport ship seriously, even though it was a fully equipped vessel armed with a laser cannon. From Yali's perspective, the so-called laser system on a universal ship was nothing more than an ornament patched together to satisfy the vanity of rich merchants. The radar facilities on the E621 universal transport ship determined that it would never be able to effectively unleash the full potential of the laser weapon. Yali was confident in this knowledge. So, for both achieving his hidden objective and conserving energy, he didn't even activate the energy shield. But how had the Yumi just now managed to lock onto them from 50 million kilometers away and precisely strike a third-tier warship with their laser cannon? Yali had fought in battlefields. He had led operations to destroy a second-tier starship and 2 first-tier starships of the Dark Faction. He was well-versed in space warfare, making him a seasoned veteran. Thus, he was very clear, very clear, that what he was encountering now should be something that simply cannot happen, contradicting common sense of starship combat. Yali clenched his teeth hard, then asked in the next moment, "Is the laser cannon intact? Can we counterattack?" "The laser cannon system is complete and can charge up for firing. Counterattack immediately. Hit them back right now." "I'm sorry, sir, but we can no longer detect the target's location on the radar. We are unable to lock on for the attack." Yali froze momentarily, then appeared somewhat disbelieving. Damn pets of humans, they actually ran away so fast. While cursing under his breath, he pulled up the radar images to check. Sure enough, the signal of the enemy ship, which had been at the edge of 50 million kilometers, was already gone from the screen. Only the 6 pirate starships near the cruiser had stopped moving forward at this point. Pirates were not blind nor foolish. Seeing the heavy damage dealt to the cruiser, they realized how formidable their opponent was, thus hesitating to advance. Yali's heart pounded rapidly, and he had a foreboding premonition. Now, with the cruiser's propulsion damaged and speed decreased, they could no longer chase after the all-purpose ship. If Wang Sheng decided to escape wholeheartedly, this mission might fail entirely. Thinking about this, Yali gave an immediate order. Establish contact with the White Lion pirate group, now immediately. The image of the pirate captain appeared on the screen. Order your men to pursue the target with full force. Don't think about delaying, I mean immediate pursuit. Don't let Wang Sheng get away. If he gets away today, the mission will fail. There will be no good outcome for me, and none of you will be able to escape. In that case, when I return, I will inform the families that the pirate group did not obey orders. Then you will have to face the relentless pursuit of the Imperial Sky Navy. The pirate leader didn't hesitate. He knew Yali wasn't bluffing even a bit. The 6 pirate ships, upon receiving the order, immediately commenced their pursuit. But just at that very next moment, the Yumi vessel, which had already retreated out of the encirclement ring and was getting further and further away from the cruiser, suddenly stopped again and turned its hull, aiming another beam cannon attack straight at Yali's cruiser. A dazzling light flashed in the void of space. Outside the energy shield of the cruiser, which had been activated not too long ago, a cluster of brilliant light rain suddenly erupted. The violent energy collision made Yali, inside the ship, feel an intense vibration beneath his feet. The startled screams of the Red Elephant Race crew members rang out once more. Yali could hardly accept this. He roared loudly. It's impossible. This is impossible. How on earth are they locking onto us? In accordance with battle manual protocols, we must remind Commander Yali that during the previous beam cannon attack, the ship's energy shield lost 22% of its power, and energy consumption has increased. Please replenish energy promptly and withdraw from the battle as soon as possible to preserve yourself. Unable to detect and lock onto the attacker's position. Commanders, avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Yali felt like he was about to go insane. A Tier 3 cruiser against a Tier 2 transport ship? And yet, the higher-class cruiser could not discover the opponent's position, being continuously and precisely attacked by a beam cannon from a distance of 50 million kilometers away. Even those editors of space war soap operas wouldn't dare to make such absurd scenarios up. Yali thought about his patron from the Genie family, recalled the difficulties faced earlier when first joining the military and being bullied by others, thought of the hard-won rank of lieutenant colonel after years of toil. He also remembered that bringing back this severely damaged Tier 3 warship would probably lead him directly to the military tribunal. That would be the abyss. An unfathomable abyss. One that chilled him to the bone just thinking about it. If he returned like this, everything Yali had achieved would be destroyed. So he couldn't give up. He had to continue fighting, even if it meant using his own cruiser as the primary shield to draw enemy fire and create an opportunity for the White Lion pirate group to pursue their adversary. Only in this way could he possibly complete the mission and satisfy the Genie family, and ensure his continued recognition and support from the person within the Genie family. Chapter 46. Destroying the cruiser. Yali commanded the cruiser to charge forward. Although the speed of the damaged warship was now hardly enough to catch up with the Yume, its presence always made Wang Sheng cautious. The Star Cruiser was also equipped with powerful lasers. If the cruiser were to get too close and lock on with its radar for an attack, it was uncertain whether the Yume could withstand the assault. As the Supreme Gold Soul, Wang Sheng, leading a group of soul clans, did not fear laser attacks. But his human body, along with the innocent female slaves and kittens on the starship, would likely be injured under the fierce attacks of powerful lasers. Of course, Wang Sheng had a certain amount of confidence. Apart from the 2 lasers equipped on the Red Elephant Empire's cruiser, the White Lion pirate group now had no other weapons capable of causing fatal damage to the Yume. Neither energy cannons nor ray cannons, even if the pirate ship approached for close-range firing, could harm the Yume. Therefore, the Yume kept retreating, maintaining distance from the pirate ship while continuously bombarding Yali's cruiser with lasers. Wang Sheng aimed to eliminate the greatest and only threat in this space battle. Even the energy shield and sturdy hull of a 3rd-level warship would find it difficult to resist continuous attacks from a powerful laser. The dazzling light flashed and exploded, illuminating the nearby starry sky. The attack frequency of the Yume completely surpassed the imagination of Yali and the pirates. How did Wang Sheng manage to fire continuously within such a short time when his starship clearly only had 1 laser cannon? Isn't this just setting off fireworks? No matter what, that is still a 2nd-level starship, isn't it? Could they not worry about equipment overheating, loss of control of energy, and the explosion of the starship? Or perhaps Wang Sheng was just a madman. Even in the most intense star battles, as long as one possessed basic combat knowledge, no one dared to so frequently overuse the laser cannon like this. Most importantly, how exactly did Wang Sheng manage to achieve rapid firing? In less than 2 minutes, the Yume had already fired 7 times, driving the laser system to its limit, fully unleashing the power of the laser. The miraculous abilities of the Level 2 Soul Clan were truly demonstrated, because neither the intelligent life forms who normally operate starships, nor the advanced automatic systems, could possibly make a 2nd-level starship unleash 7 strong laser attacks within 2 minutes. However, as the intelligent Soul Guardian satellite, he managed to do it. As a special energy life form perfectly fused with the starship, Just like humans unleashing their own potential, the Guardian satellite also drove the Yume to extraordinary performance. Of course, there was some risk involved. There might be accelerated wear on the equipment, but under the delicate control of the intelligent soul, the catastrophic result of the starship exploding would never occur. At this moment, the energy shield of the Red Elephant Empire's cruiser had disappeared entirely. Its once massive hull had been further shattered. The ship's hull now displayed numerous cracks. Among them, the largest crack continuously tore at the spaceship, flashing blinding electric sparks accompanied by the screams of Red Elephant race crew members. Yali heard loud, piercing noises, as if the entire warship could break apart at any moment. Warning: abandon ship immediately. Warning: abandon ship immediately. The repeated warnings from the terminal brought Yali back to reality from his heated state. Now, his cruiser was already destroyed. Staying any longer would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Yali quickly issued the order to abandon ship. This gave surviving crew members the chance to continue escaping. Under the last efforts of the protection system, Yali led dozens of Red Elephant race crew members onto that military landing craft and launched away from the cruiser. They had just barely escaped when the remnants of the giant ship behind them exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Chaotic energy erupted loudly. What had recently been an intact cruiser instantly disintegrated. The powerful energy shockwave caused the landing craft to tremble and moan, while all the Red Elephant race crew members let out cries of panic. Fortunately, the quality of the military landing craft was excellent, far surpassing civilian equipment. It was particularly solid. It withstood the impact wave of the cruiser's explosive destruction without suffering any damage. Dozens of Red Elephants, including Yali, managed to cling to life. Now, they could only pray that the White Lion pirate group ultimately triumphed, because only then would they have the chance to be rescued. Otherwise, relying on a mere small landing craft, they could never make long-distance voyages. Moreover, with limited resources aboard the landing craft in deep space, they wouldn't last long either. On the landing craft, some Red Elephants couldn't help but cover their faces and weep bitterly. The brief skirmish earlier, or rather, being beaten passively, was truly an unbearable nightmare encounter. Yali's face was filled with bougon. He stared through the small porthole, his gaze fixed on the deep space where the White Lion pirate group had pursued. Although he could not see the exact details of the battle ahead with his naked eyes, the only comfort he felt during the evacuation was that the starship of the White Lion pirate group had significantly closed the distance with the Yume. Because of continuous laser cannon fire, the speed at which the Yume retreated was no different from that of a snail. That was also the purpose of Yali's desperate pursuit in luring the Yume to attack the cruiser. The fastest spaceship of the White Lion pirate group, the Starlight frigate, had already caught up to the Yume. Inside the command room of the frigate, the Red Elephant race captain shouted loudly into the communicator. His loud voice echoed throughout the frigate. "All right, you young elephants, is the high-energy cannon ready? If anything goes wrong, I'll kill you myself." A reply from the crew came. "Captain, all high-energy cannons are fully charged. The ray cannons are already prepared, just waiting to catch up with the enemy ship and blow their butts off." Upon hearing this, the Red Elephant pirates erupted in laughter. At this moment, inside the control room of the Yume, the gathered female slaves looked at the approaching pirate ships on the screen, their expressions tightening with anxiety. The impending crisis left no one able to hide in their quarters. Everyone had come to the vicinity of the control room, anxiously watching the star battle that would decide their fates. Xianxia, who had always been quiet, now felt her heart suspended high in the air, above an abyss so deep it was terrifying. The sensation of impending fall made her body tremble slightly, overwhelmed by fear. Diao Mingzhu furrowed her brows, clenching her small fists tightly as goosebumps covered her skin. She wasn't necessarily afraid. Rather, experiencing the scene of a star battle for the first time filled her with immense tension and excitement. Huaro and Yi Xian hugged each other, trembling with fear. The young Huaro weakly consoled Yi Xian. "Sister Xian, don't worry. With Master here, nothing will happen to us." Her trembling voice lacked conviction, and she likely didn't believe her own words herself. Thus, the female slaves grew even more anxious. On the contrary, Wei Jie, holding 3 little kittens, appeared calm and composed. Whether she was truly calm or pretending, it was hard to tell. Of course, there were also Wei Jie 1, Wei Jie 2, and Wei Jie 3. They stood beside Wang Shang, seemingly not very nervous. Chapter 47. Blowing up the Starry Sky escort ship. A new paragraph begins here. Chapter 47. Destroying the Starry Sky escort ship. On the control room screen, the image of Baishur Star Pirates escort ship was clearly transmitted back by the probe spider team. In front of the massive hull, hundreds of meters long, high-energy cannons and ray cannons were already prepared to fire, with energy glimmers flashing from the cannon muzzles, which made the female slaves increasingly tense. In the control room, the air seemed to be condensing. In the blink of an eye, the escort ship had already entered the detection range of Omiai no S radar. That also marked the detection distance of the Starry Sky escort ship. Both sides quickly closed in. Dozens of thousands of kilometers passed in a flash. Simultaneously locking onto Omiai no S position, the star cannons on the escort ship fired immediately. Streams of ray energy traversed across vast distances, shooting fiercely toward Omiai no. The pirates aboard the escort ship roared like they were venting their frustrations. In their eyes, the approaching Omiai no had already become a lamb awaiting slaughter. As the female slaves witnessed the enemy ship's attack, involuntary cries escaped their lips. It felt as though the universe would be destroyed the next moment. Unfortunately, the reality wasn't so grim. Omiai no S light cannon system was somehow withdrawn. Around the elliptical dark body of the ship, a faint glow enveloped it, the self-generating shield earlier integrated by Wang Sheng into this new vessel. It was then instantly triggered by the satellite guard, neutralizing and dissipating several beams of energy aimed at them. At the moment of being struck, there was an immediately visible strange fluctuation of energy within Omiai no S shield, yet silently, just like shallow ripples on a calm water surface that soon disappeared without a trace. All the female slaves could barely feel a mild tremor beneath their feet inside the spaceship. Could those Red Elephant Clan space pirates have been conducting a probing attack? Were the energy rays merely warnings? Wei Jie didn't know what was happening. Just a moment ago, she'd been bitten by 3 little kittens. When she got nervous, her hand tightened and accidentally hurt the tender kitten. So, they must bite back. Such is the downside of keeping cats. Sometimes you don't even know why, but you get suddenly bitten. Wei Jie was the unluckiest one, bitten many times, multiplied by 3. Alas, aboard the escort ship, hearing his crewmates cheering, the captain initially exuded a mood of excitement. But upon realizing via the detection system that the opponent was unscathed, his expression immediately changed. When the next moment's radar picture returned, revealing Omiai no S outer layer protected by a light shield, that captain was astounded, gaping like an elephant fish. Impossible. How can he have a self-generated light shield? Self-generating light shields, for space pirates, were mythical-grade equipment. Thus, that captain from the Red Elephant Clan, whose skin tone usually deep red on his elephant-like face, turned noticeably pale with fear. Because even regular energy shields weren't something that the escort ship's high-energy and ray cannons could easily penetrate, let alone a more powerful self-generating light shield. In other words, as long as Wang Sheng's starship maintained sufficient energy, these pirate ships could only endure beatings. To break through a self-generated light shield, at least photonic cannons were needed. And the bigger issue was, someone who could produce a self-generated light shield for a second-class starship couldn't possibly be a common human being. Surely this Wang Sheng must be a notorious figure among the Light Clan. Even if they managed to defeat him, how would they survive when the Light Clan pursued them later because of this? Realizing all this, the escort ship captain immediately gave orders. Turn around, turn the ship, right now. Join forces with the rear flagship and notify them to evacuate immediately. The enemy has a self-generated light shield. The pirates were stunned, fumbling to maneuver the escort ship for a turn. Unfortunately for them, would Wang Sheng allow such an easy getaway? Just at this time, the sole high-frequency ray cannon on Omiai no fired. Appearing above the ship's hull, streams of energy rays were continuously launched towards the enemy escort ship. On the large screen inside Omiai no S control room, the female slaves watched as the pirate ship was repeatedly hit by energy rays, causing bright explosions one after another. Although it might seem like a drawn-out process, it actually lasted just a few breaths. Under the continuous bombardment of energy rays, that escort ship turned into a mass of luminous flames in no time, bursting apart spectacularly and transforming into thin streaks of brilliant light, flashing and combusting in space before quickly cooling and disappearing. Upon seeing this scene, the pirates aboard the pirate ships couldn't help but be shocked. Omiai no finally revealed its self-generated shield-tough skin and initiated a countercharge swiftly. The remaining 5 pirate ships simultaneously decided to turn tails and fled quickly. Even though they may have been brave, there was absolutely no reason for them to recklessly confront a second-class starship equipped with a self-generating shield directly, right? Thus, against the pursuit of an omnipotent warship, will these pirates manage to escape? Inside the control room at this moment, the group of female slaves were deeply shocked, feeling both unexpected joy and delight, bursting into cheers after some time. It turned out that we were actually this powerful? Wang Sheng let out a laugh, feeling that they should celebrate. He shamelessly reached out his hand, touching the bottoms of Wei Jie 1, 2, and 3. Their feel was quite nice. As a result, all 3 of them turned bright red in the face. Wang Sheng pulled Mingju closer, planting a kiss on her cheek, causing the beautiful female slave to scold him coyly, as if she was about to hit him. He quickly dodged and accidentally hugged xianxia. Thus, all the female slaves blushed. In fact, just moments ago, Wei Jie had asked Wang Sheng for a reward. Master, I've already disclosed all the intelligence on the Red Elephant Clan. You said you would reward me. May I now make a request? Wang Sheng suddenly felt a headache but didn't want to back down in front of everyone. With a feigned generosity, he replied, "You may ask for anything within reason, and I will not refuse." Wei Jie's eyes lit up with expectation. Master, I have an irreconcilable enmity with the nobles of the Red Elephant Empire, especially the Jin Yi family. So if one day you confront them directly, please allow me to pilot a fighter mech and take revenge personally. Wang Sheng wore an expression of difficulty. You must know, all my mechs are fully automated AI systems. They don't require human pilots. Sighing internally, Wei Jie understood that Wang Sheng wasn't willing to meet her demand. However, time could change things. Since she'd become a slave, even being cloned against her will, what else was there to fear? Sometimes life is like a play, just go with the flow. Since Master doesn't need it, who dare defy? But may I practice mech control techniques in the training room? Back at the Star Alliance, I loved piloting mechs and trained for nearly 2 years, earning a C-level civilian mech piloting license, so I do have some basis in it. So, Master surely wouldn't refuse me, right? Mingju listened nearby, her eyes shining brightly. Piloting tall and sturdy, powerful mechs, charging around recklessly and thrashing pirates and vermin alike. Though that mightn't be something a lady should do, it still sounded thrilling when she thought about it. Even ordinary days ahead could thus become exciting. She applauded in approval. Exactly, everyone can practice mech skills together, even engage in simulated combat. Lately, I've been practicing mech driving using the simulation feature of the learning room. Also, starship piloting and maintenance courses, some management knowledge, all sorts of useful stuff. I'm studying by myself. If Master needs it later, I can certainly provide assistance. Listening to her, Wang Xing only felt helplessness. If you're so capable, then what use am I, who's no scholar or skilled technician? In my plans, I was mainly focused on how to joyfully sweep you off your feet, not let you rush out into battlefields. So, this idea of yours is dangerous and mustn't continue. Learning is naturally important to encourage. However, when it comes to mech operations, I need no pilots. Mingzhou stuck out her tongue quickly and explained. Master, I just want to pass the time. It's like playing a game for fun. Wei Jia, though, was a bit disappointed. Alright then, Master should at least allow me to take care of the 3 little kittens. Since I was upset earlier, I rejected Captain 3's orders. From now on, I'll look after them well. This requirement, surely Master won't refuse again, right? And so, taking care of the baby cats became Wei Jia's primary task. Chapter 48, Captured Starship and Secondary Nova. In the face of the 5 fleeing enemy ships, the escort satellite calmly pursued them. After all, the speed of Omiai had already exceeded that of the Star Destroyer of the White Lion pirate group. As for the 3 first-class fighters, their speed was even slower than a second-class destroyer. Of course, the pirate group also had 1 second-class combat maintenance ship. Although it was equipped with ordinary energy cannons, its speed definitely could not match that of a combat-type starship. The light cannon system was activated again. The next moment, the energy ball in the cannon's mouth flickered and burst out. Wang Xing only felt the slight vibration of the hull. However, millions of kilometers away, the Star Destroyer that had just turned around suddenly exploded with an intense energy ball on its hull, followed by several violent explosions. The chaotic shouts of the Red Elephant Clan pirates echoed inside the starship. It's over. The command room has been destroyed. We have no power. Wah wah wah, boss. Why did you leave so suddenly? Shut your damn mouth. I am the boss now. Yes, vice leader. Call me leader. Yes, leader. The order to retreat was received by the 3 fighter craft, but only one chose to obey. At this time, Omiai's pursuit speed was increasing continuously. While the fighter craft was rescuing the Star Destroyer pirates, it approached within a 1,000,000 kilometers range. The high-frequency ray gun protruding from the top of Omiai fired again. Suddenly, there were 3 energy beams in space. They shot forward instantly and hit the fighter craft that was trying to rescue its companion connected to the destroyer. The explosion of the fighter craft plunged the remaining Red Elephant Clan pirates aboard the destroyer into complete despair. Soon, a request for dialogue signal appeared. After connection, Wang Xing heard the words of the surviving Red Elephants. We are willing to surrender, please don't attack anymore. If we continue, if the destroyer is destroyed, it will be a loss for Master Wang too. Wang Xing maintained his composure, without giving any response. In fact, through Soul Tribe telepathy, he sent a message to the escort satellite. Pursue that secondary battle repair ship. After all, that is also a second-class starship, at least worth hundreds of billions, much more valuable than a first-class fighter craft. The escort satellite had already judged that the Star Pirate Destroyer had completely lost power. Therefore, after destroying the fighter craft, he skillfully controlled Omiai to turn in space and rush toward the battle repair ship. The battle repair ship of the White Lion Star Pirates group actually only equipped with a few common energy cannons with a 20,000 kilometer range. Its combat capability was even inferior to a primary class fighter craft, and certainly no match for Omiai. Moreover, the battle repair ship had the slowest speed among the present starships. Omiai quickly caught up, firing a ray cannon. An energy beam with immense power grazed past the repair ship's hull, causing severe vibrations throughout the repair ship, terrifying the pirates on board to the point of losing their senses. Subsequently, Wang Xing received their signal of surrender. To this point, only 2 fighter craft of the pirate group were still escaping, but one of them suddenly met with a fatal attack. While they were flying at full speed to escape, they unexpectedly entered the ambush net set up by the Exploration Spider network of the Exploration Corps. The dense energy beams fired by 10 ordinary energy cannons almost simultaneously struck that primary-level fighter craft. The miniature energy cannons equipped by the Exploration Spiders had a range of less than 10,000 kilometers, far less powerful than the energy cannons installed on the fighter craft. However, the Exploration Corps, through precise calculations, ensured their attacks left no possibility for the pirate group's fighter craft to counterattack. The light ball emitted by the explosion of the fighter craft also confirmed the great success of the Exploration Corps' combined ambush. The last escaping pirate fighter craft, Zhu Zichuan, the Zhu leader, was also a man of decisiveness. Although he had done countless evil deeds, the reason he could survive until now was because of his prudence. Zhu leader was very clear that in the vastness of space, closely following the steps of the strong and standing in the same camp as the victors was the only way to safely protect one's fortune and life. So at this critical moment, Zhu leader didn't hesitate to surrender. He watched as 10 exploration spiders surrounded him from the side, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, utterly unable to resist. Under the supervision of the exploration spiders, 8 human pirates brought the fighter craft near Omiai. Then they were escorted by mechanical control onto Omiai. Entering this new ship, Zhu Zichuan was overwhelmed by the pervasive sense of technology. Because he had been a pirate for over 30 years, but had never seen so many advanced devices. Almost 200 surviving members of the Red Elephant clan, including Yali, were herded into a closed warehouse by intelligent machines and kept under strict surveillance. Wang Sheng didn't have time to deal with them for now. He first went to check the spoils of this battle: a battered second-class star cruiser, an intact second-class combat maintenance ship, an intact first-class fighter craft, an intact first-class military landing craft, 2 complete miniature landing craft, a total of 49 various types of mechas and machines, and a pile of starship wreckage, which was estimated to sell for at least hundreds of billions. Wang Sheng stuffed them all into the warehouse of the combat maintenance ship, separating them from the spare parts of the starships in the warehouse. Including starship energy sources and equipment, the spoils of this battle should be worth close to 200 billion. After reviewing the spoils, Wang Sheng felt satisfied. Thus, a successful plunder, especially this kind of successful counter-robbery, is not only a gain but also an immense joy. Wang Sheng entered the 500-meter-long second-class combat maintenance ship. The front part of this starship is actually a contracted repair factory. It can unfold and reassemble in space, providing maintenance and some simple repairs for second and first-class starships. The middle part is the warehouse. The tail consists of warehouses and power systems. The ordinary energy cannons equipped at the rear give the combat maintenance ship a certain self-defense capability. For star pirate groups that often carry out plunders, the role of the combat maintenance ship cannot be overlooked. Because after plundering, starships often suffer wear and tear, and that's when a combat maintenance ship is needed. Wang Sheng briefly inspected the unmanned maintenance ship and attempted to awaken the intelligent soul tribe. The golden soul force field appeared once again. Not long after, a white soul body about the size of a fingertip successfully condensed, floating before Wang Sheng. O mighty Supreme Lord, your devout believer, your most loyal follower, awakens in response to your call, thus gaining rebirth. Thank you, great lord. Wang Sheng was used to this. These low-level soul tribes always showed extreme excitement when they saw the golden soul. Starting today, your name will be Xianxia, and you will temporarily be in charge of this second-class maintenance ship. O mighty Supreme Lord, Xianxia awaits your every command at any time. Chapter 49, Capture by Force. Wang Sheng watched as Xianxia's soul entity merged into the entire starship. The next moment, he sent a message. Take a look outside at that damaged Star Destroyer. Can it be repaired? As a second-tier soul race member from a repair ship, Xianxia was most skilled in repairs and almost instantly gave a response. Master, unfortunately, the materials and parts inside the ship are insufficient to completely repair the destroyer. Can't fix it? Then can you drag it away? Even though it's severely damaged, if we take it back, it could still be sold as scrap. Master, although I cannot fully repair it, restoring its basic power isn't hard. That means you can make it work? You told me before it couldn't be fixed. Yes, Master. I can use existing materials to perform partial repairs on the external destroyer. Its propulsion system is heavily damaged, and rare materials will be required. In my warehouse, there are remnants of a third-level starship, and I can dismantle these components, gather ready-made materials, process them simply, reassemble them, and restore the damaged propulsion system. However, complete repairs and full restoration of performance are impossible with the current materials and parts alone. Wang Sheng nodded, concluding that Xianxia might have some uses after all. How long will it take to restore the destroyer's power? It will be done within an hour. However, I also need at least 5 generic ordinary machines to assist inside, organizing and moving the chaotic pile of materials and parts. Fine. The machines will arrive soon, along with some help from others. Prepare for the repairs. Understood, Great Master. Please move to the command room of Xianxia. Now I need to deploy my repair team. Wang Sheng left the repair ship. Then, he dispatched 50 multi-purpose machines to board the repair ship to assist Xianxia's work. He entered the fighter and landing craft, continuing his attempt to awaken the intelligent soul races. Regrettably, his attempts ended in failure. 1 fighter and 4 landing crafts yielded no success. However, among those 49 armors and machines, 7 soul races successfully awakened. They were numbered 47 to 53. 6 were ordinary soul races. Wang Sheng ordered them to abandon their original armor and machinery, entering the multi-function machines instead. Wang Sheng didn't consider those ordinary armors and machines worth his attention. Among the 7 awakened intelligences, number 47 was a first-tier soul race. Wang Sheng didn't understand why an ordinary mechanical origin like number 47 could become a first-tier soul race, but immediately gave him an order. You will be responsible for controlling the military landing craft outside. The nearly 40-meter-long first-tier landing craft was equipped with no significant weapons, but had a very sturdy hull, surpassing the speed of combat-type fighters. Its conservative estimate value exceeded 2 billion. It was a hard-to-find military equipment, even on Black Market Star. Wang Sheng really liked that military landing craft, and decided to keep it for use on the Yumei. As for other starships, including the second-tier destroyer and repair ships, Wang Sheng somewhat looked down on them. He planned to bundle them together and sell them off, then exchange the proceeds for advanced starships. Just mentioning the battle repair ships, their functions were far inferior to those provided earlier by the Smart Rat Union. To leverage Xianxing's abilities as a second-tier soul race, it was necessary to assign him a more suitable starship. That way, Xianxing's repair capabilities and other talents would be further utilized. Wang Sheng took out the specialized communicator the spaceship merchant had given him when leaving the Black Market Star and began contacting Wu Guang. From the dedicated terminal provided by the Smart Rat United government, it could connect to the Smart Rat race's Star Network satellite system. allowing direct communication as long as the spaceship was near a star route or gate. After a while, due to the distance, Wu Guang's voice finally came through the terminal. Mr. Wangsheng, hello. If I'm not mistaken, you should currently be on your way to the Star Alliance. Why do you suddenly contact me? Wangsheng went straight to the point. Wu Guang, I encountered space pirates on the road, defeated them, and seized some starships. Would you help check if you'll buy them, and tell me how much they can be sold for? Wu Guang's rat face showed an expression that became quite lively despite his best efforts to remain calm. Goodness, listen to Wangsheng's casual tone. Encountered space pirates and seized some starships? I'm really curious about what kind of incompetent pirate group you encountered. At this time, Wangsheng had already returned to the combat transport ship. Just moments ago, Xianxia had successfully repaired the destroyer's propulsion system, so Wangsheng could not set out with a fleet of starships. After roughly explaining the situation and detailing the captured starship models, Wangsheng transmitted the real-time footage taken, including both the interior and exterior of each new vessel. Wu Guang was somewhat astounded. Unexpectedly, Wangsheng had actually captured the space pirate fleet, including 2 second-tier starships. However, as a longtime buyer of used starships, Wu Guang quickly adjusted his state and began to evaluate Wangsheng's spoils with a professional eye. With his extensive experience, Wu Guang soon noticed something unusual about the Star Destroyer. Mr. Wangsheng, the most valuable item in this batch of second-hand starships you've provided is undoubtedly the Star Destroyer. However, I can see that this destroyer was previously damaged in battle and underwent some emergency repairs, which may greatly affect its value. Therefore, the price I offer may not meet your expectations. As for the other starships, they are mostly intact without much damage, and I can give you an estimate right now. The second-tier combat repair ship, I appraise it at 37 billion. The first-tier fighter at 4 billion. 3 mini-landing crafts at 2.35 billion. And the 49 sets of mecha and machinery are valued at 7.35 billion. Altogether, that makes around 42 billion. Regarding the wreckage of those starships, I cannot fully assess them as we might not find use for all parts here. Accurately estimating these scraps' worth isn't easy, but considering it contains remnants from third-tier starships, my estimation for you is 8 billion, and I cannot go higher than that. If you do not accept my quote, you could seek other scrap merchants. Perhaps you'll negotiate a better deal with them. Vaguely, Wu Guang had considered future cooperation with Wangsheng, hence providing such pricing. Wangsheng listened and found it acceptable. He knew Wu Guang wasn't deliberately lowering the price. In that case, apart from the destroyer, the other starships and materials total 50 billion, which I agree with. Regarding the Star Destroyer, if it were new, its value would never be less than 200 billion. Moreover, Star Destroyers are banned goods among various factions. Even on Black Market Star, there will always be buyers for destroyers. The previous destroyer was used as the flagship of the pirate group, clearly showing its value. Now, since this destroyer is partially damaged, I didn't intend to sell it for an exorbitant price. So tell me, how much can you offer? After pondering, Wu Guang gave a price. I think 130 billion universal coins. That's already quite high. You need to understand, I must consider the costs of subsequent repairs and potential effects on various aspects of performance. Wangsheng paused for a moment. 130 billion is a bit low. Add another 20 billion. I believe the repair cost will not exceed 15 billion, and the performance won't be affected. So from this transaction, you should still make a profit of over 10 billion. Wu Guang immediately shook his head, indicating he couldn't accept. Then, both sides haggled back and forth. In the end, the Star Destroyer was sold for 135 billion. Please wait at the communication location, and I will quickly arrange a starship to come and receive these captured ships of yours. Wangsheng was fairly satisfied with this outcome. His haul this time was significant. Don't forget the other seized items, like the light crystals and various energy sources carried on the pirate ships, whose value alone exceeds 15 billion. Of course, as hard currency, Wangsheng wasn't in a hurry to sell the energy resources. Chapter 50. An invitation from Fakon. In the distance, a colossal third-level transport ship, nearly 3 kilometers in length, was approaching the Yomiai. It was a dedicated starship transport vessel sent by the Xi Mouse clan for trade. It resembled a giant whale in space, appearing before the puny human eyes. Through the open mobility windows, one could feel the awe-inspiring sensation of being overwhelmed by the massive ship, causing those female slaves who had been long constrained to emit useless sighs. Wow, the real third-level starship looks totally different from what's on video. Poirot had stars in her eyes. Yi Xian casually voiced a nonchalant exclamation. Yeah, this ship is much larger than our Omiai. The female slaves crouched at the window, looking out, also chimed in their agreement. Yeah, it's almost as big as a 4th-level starship. Don't say that. Its size is impressive. It's the largest starship I've ever seen with my own eyes. That's right. I wonder what a 4th-level starship would look like. Wangsheng found the excited discussions among the female slaves a bit boring. The giant ship approached, hovering not far away in space. Its belly opened a massive aperture and countless mechanical arms reached out, grabbing the 2nd-level destroyer, pulling it slowly inside the vessel. Subsequently, including the battle repair ship, all spacecraft were swallowed up one by that colossal vessel. Meanwhile, on the control room screen of the Yomiai, appeared a protective machine with a member of the Xi Mouse clan seated within, speaking remotely with Wangsheng. Hello, Mr. Wangsheng. I am Xu Ming, the trading representative dispatched by the Fakon United Manufacturing, responsible for the spaceship recycling business of the group in nearby star domains, as well as the chief engineer of the 171st Research Institute of Xi Mouse spaceships. The starships and materials traded with you this time have been completely received without any issues. Thank you for your consideration. Hopefully, we can continue our cooperation in the future. Also, according to your previous request, the transaction funds have already been transferred into the personal terminal on the black market star. You can confirm it. Wang Xing also exchanged a few courteous words. Just then, 185 billion universal coins arrived in his account, and he received the notification. But he did not expect that Wu Guang was not the one to arrive this time. Feikong United Manufacturing is a super spaceship manufacturer belonging to the Xi-Mouse joint government, which Wang Xing has long known about. Their dispatch of a trading representative likely indicated there were other matters. Next moment, Xu Ming spoke up. Mr. Wang Xing, Wu Guang will be our long-term dealer on black market, star going forward. And by Jiangxing's representative, a good friend of mine in the Hongxiang Empire, holds you in high regard in front of me and mentioned your ongoing deepening cooperation with us. Therefore, I have some new suggestions I would like to propose to you. According to the confidential information provided by some of our friendly collaborators within the Hongxiang Empire, the higher-ups in the Hongxiang Empire are deeply unsettled by the appearance of someone like you, a holder of the Light God artifact, within the human alliance. Thus, they have already conducted detailed investigations about you, knowing that you originated from a human wasteland and followed a former pirate gang in raids. Now, the attack by the Baishur pirate gang indicates that the higher-ups in the Hongxiang Empire harbor certain enmity towards you. Meanwhile, the Xi-Mouse United government does not wish to see any mishap happen to you. After all, we possess an important cooperative relationship. Feikong United Manufacturing is the largest spaceship machinery manufacturer under the Xi-Mouse United government and ranks 12th in the animal faction spaceship machinery manufacturing sector. Our business footprint spans all civilized planets throughout the entire animal faction alliance. And I am here this time officially inviting you, on behalf of the Feikong Group, to settle down on the civilized planet owned by the Xi-Mouse race. There, we can allocate a separate area specifically for constructing a suitable home for your residents, providing a safe environment, and fulfilling your living needs. For example, if you want, you could bring along members of your kind to reside there together. In this way, your safety would be secured, allowing our cooperation to proceed smoothly and last long. Listening, Wang Xing didn't feel too surprised. Perhaps just possessing the Light God relic isn't enough for the Xi-Mouse race to expend so much effort courting him. Indeed, those scarce resources are rare, but the Xi-Mice have other purchasing channels. However, Wang Sheng's ability to continuously provide Hun creatures is something no other intelligent life forms can accomplish. Hence the Xi-Mouse clan wants to establish a long-lasting cooperative relationship with him and further tie their interests closely together. Xu Ming waited for a moment, seeing that Wang Sheng was still contemplating, and continued to speak. Mr. Wang Sheng is a favored intelligent being by the powerful Hun race, and also a holder of the Light God relic. Thus, we consider you an excellent partner and are willing to increase our investment, looking forward to jointly achieving success in future cooperation. The Xi-Mouse clan treats humans equally and will not refuse to accept you because of your background. If Mr. Wang Sheng is interested, we can arrange a position you like within the companies or industries under the Feikong Group. If you want to conduct research, we can provide you with the most advanced instruments and equipment from the Shoyu race. If you prefer management, we can assign you to oversee one of our subsidiary companies or take on managerial positions in some of our industries. If you enjoy exploration, then you can collaborate with our exploration teams to develop those resource planets that were discovered not long ago. The Feikong Group, as a robust spaceship machinery merchant within the Shoyu Race Alliance, currently owns total assets exceeding 2,000 zillion universal coins, which is several times more than the total assets owned by the entire Hongxiang Empire. We have relevant resource industries across all major civilizations in the Light Alliance. The number of resource planets that we directly control or indirectly invest in exceeds 180,000, and their property rights are recognized and protected by the Light Union. Therefore, if Mr. Wang Sheng is willing to join us, we certainly possess sufficient capability to offer you protection and help you achieve your ideal life. Wang Sheng couldn't help but be moved by this. The proposal presented by Xu Ming could provide him with a stable future. Simultaneously, the Hun race leasing business could bring substantial profits to the Feikong Group. Hence, what Xu Ming referred to as jointly achieving success was essentially an exchange of interests. After all, regarding the revenue generated by the Hun race leasing, it's highly unlikely that the Xi-Mouse race would settle them entirely in universal coins. Wang Sheng was well aware of this point. I will carefully consider joining the Feikong Group. After I complete my journey in the Interstellar Alliance, I will give you a clear answer. Actually, regardless of whether I join your group or not, I plan to collaborate more deeply with you in the future. There is another matter. If you can accomplish it, then I am willing to join you and make appropriate concessions in future cooperation. Xu Ming nodded and asked, "May I know what task Mr. Wang Sheng wants us to help you with?" Wang Sheng shook his head, a trace of bitter laughter appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You already know that I used to follow a pirate gang. Hence, I hold special feelings for Mei Yu, the leader of the Xinjiang pirate gang. Currently, Mei Yu is detained in the Hongxiang Empire's prison. If you can rescue her, I am willing to agree to your proposed cooperative terms." Xu Ming didn't deny it. "Previously, we obtained information about Mei Yu since she is associated with you. As an exchange condition, we are willing to attempt rescuing Mei Yu, but cannot guarantee success. Because behind the Hongxiang Empire, there is also powerful support. Although the Hongxiang Empire harbors concerns towards our Xi-Mouse race, they will not comply with everything we request. Therefore, they may not agree to release Mei Yu." Chapter 51. using force against force and a 3 trillion compensation. After Xu Ming proposed the cooperation suggestion, he did not further urge Wang Sheng and soon bid farewell to leave. Wang Sheng checked his gains and felt a sense of pleasure. This trip had also proven to be somewhat fruitful for him. He then brought up the internal surveillance of the starship to review the prisoners captured during the previous battle. Seeing the dejected red elephant race, Wang Sheng frowned, pondering how to deal with them, sell them off as slaves, or kill them directly. The White Lion pirate gang ranked 982nd on the pirate wanted list in the Red Elephant Empire, making it a medium-sized pirate gang. Of course, Wang Sheng had no idea before that they were actually in collusion with the Jin Yi family. Now that the Jin Yi family had instructed the pirate gang to attack, they ended up being completely annihilated by him. Could he use the pirate gang captives to gain leverage over the Jin Yi family and force them to make some concessions? Wang Sheng thought about it for a while and decided this kind of action would be too dishonorable if done personally. That would be too embarrassing. To thrive in the universe, one must know how to complain effectively, but more importantly, learn how to use force against force. He took out the luminal race relic and contacted the regional overseer. Chi, I am contacting you because high-ranking officials from the Red Elephant clan tried to take me down. They directed the White Lion pirates to ambush me. Didn't you once say that if I encountered any blind fools, I could have you deal with them? So now, what do you plan to do about this matter? I currently have prisoners from the Red Elephant clan's White Lion pirates, and if I'm not mistaken, there are also some captives who are members of the Red Elephant Empire's space defense fleet. They're detained on my starship. You should be clear about this too, right? Chi's holographic projection flickered slightly. The Red Elephant clan instructing pirates to attack you? Is there possibly some misunderstanding involved here? I hadn't noticed this previously, but in order for our future collaboration, I will look into this. Wang Sheng laughed. The evidence is all laid out right in front of you. Regardless of whether these pirates admit to it or not, surely there are several methods at your disposal as luminals to make them confess the truth. In fact, I don't even bother questioning them anymore since I can deduce the general situation already. If you won't give me a proper explanation, then I will resolve the underlying issue when I see fit. This time, I'll try to adopt soul race methods to solve the threat posed by the Red Elephant clan using their flexible tactics. I hope, as the luminal overseer, you won't bias your decisions against me. You should understand, beings like us need to respond appropriately when faced with unwarranted provocation from weaker entities. I may overlook the Red Elephant clan targeting humans, and I might not care much about some of their petty actions against me, but those around me and the lower class souls are innocent. Since they've chosen to follow me, I cannot idly stand by and let them get hurt. Therefore, retaliation is necessary. Don't you agree, Chi? Chi remained silent for a moment. I apologize, but if you choose to act against the Red Elephant clan, I fear I can't remain indifferent. Just as you said, the Red Elephant clan to beings like us are akin to ants. Their so-called attack was more like a joke, an immature game. Why bother to stoop to their level? They have no real knowledge of your identity and acted blindly, without a clue, thus they dared to move against you. This incident was likely a misunderstanding. I believe you may have deliberately lured them to attack, finding an excuse to put full pressure on the Red Elephant clan to make them realize the consequences of offending xuanhuan, thereby forcing them to release Meiyu whom you value, isn't it? I'm willing this time to mediate on your behalf and warn the Red Elephant clan to stop targeting you. Wang Sheng shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. You're looking at this too narrowly. Not long ago, during a meeting with a viscount of the Red Elephant Empire on the black market star, I expressed my willingness to help them purchase luminal equipment and advanced crystals, asking them to release Meiyu. Unfortunately, they explicitly rejected my offer, which prevented our ultimate cooperation. Even so, I never intended to break the rules and use the Soul Race's methods to retaliate against the Red Elephant Empire. However, they made the first move, so how could this still be considered a misunderstanding? They were fully aware that the luminal artifact was in my possession, yet they still chose to set an ambush for me. This is no joke, no game. It's a premeditated crime. The Red Elephant clan clearly does not take you luminals seriously. They believe that even if I knew of their conspiracy, I'd have no chance to turn things around, for as a human, I should have been killed by the White Lion pirates by then. If your current logic holds, the Red Elephant clan's actions were merely a misunderstanding. But if I were to join a star pirate group or assemble a team of pirates and attack territories belonging to the Red Elephant Empire, would that also be considered a misunderstanding? Not everything can be explained away as a misunderstanding. You, as this so-called luminal overseer, want me to speak well of the Light faction at the Soul Court, but at the same time you show favoritism towards the Red Elephant Empire, worrying that I might disrupt the nearby situation and even guard against me. Judging from this, it seems there is little possibility for cooperation between us. The token of faith you gave me has only brought some discounts on purchasing supplies, but it also brings uncertain risks. Perhaps this is what they mean by drawing unwanted attention when becoming too powerful. So now, do you still think this is all just a misunderstanding? Chi helplessly asked. Then what do you want to do? I've already promised to warn them personally, so in this way, the Red Elephants will not dare to make another move, and you will have no more worries in this regard, right? Wang Sheng emitted a scornful chuckle. Even though I'm just a human, I can't let them bully me like this without repercussions. I'll remember the debt owed by the Red Elephant clan. If they don't know their place and continue to provoke me, then eventually both old and new debts will be settled together. Therefore, when I decide to take revenge one day, I hope that you, the luminal overseer, won't meddle unnecessarily. And regarding this matter, if I'm to be satisfied, the Red Elephant clan must compensate me adequately. As Wang Sheng spoke, he pretended to deliberate deeply, calculating with apparent difficulty. For these captives, there are a total of 205 prisoners. I demand the corresponding ransom from the Red Elephant clan, which is 10 billion universal coins per captive. Isn't this the price they should pay? If the ransom is too low, they won't remember this lesson properly. Moreover, they need to pay an additional compensation. My newly purchased starship was damaged during the battle, leading to considerable loss, as well as a great deal of energy consumption. The E621 all-purpose transport ship costs 3,500 billion when it comes out of the factory. My ship is a customized version that costs close to 5,000 billion. If I only ask for 1/5 of the compensation, that makes 950 billion, plus other losses, which already exceeds 3,000 billion. But taking into account your position as the luminal overseer, and for future friendly collaboration, I cannot haggle over every single detail. Therefore, I'll offer them a discount and magnanimously wave the zero head, asking only for 3,000 billion. How's that for being reasonable? As soon as I receive 3,000 billion, this incident becomes a misunderstanding, and we are all friends who will coexist harmoniously from now on. She began to understand. It appeared that the Red Elephant clan would indeed need to pay a price for targeting Wang Sheng's forces this time. Chapter 52. Securing compensation and purchasing a new ship. The Omei slowly sailed into the starship docking area of Black Market Star. Since the Red Elephant clan had agreed to compensate, Wang Sheng accepted Qi's suggestion and turned back to Black Market Star halfway through their journey. To complete the prisoner exchange and ensure smooth payment collection, the Omei operated at full speed, returning within just one day. 300 billion universal coins? For an ordinary individual, this would undoubtedly be a massive fortune. But for a guardian of the light race, it was essentially meaningless. In Qi's eyes, anything that could be resolved with universal coins was trivial. Wang Sheng's willingness to back down and refrain from causing trouble in his jurisdictional star domain saved him the trouble and showed respect. Therefore, Qi personally intervened, asking questions about the incident involving the bearer of the light race's artifact. This made the higher-ups of the Red Elephant Empire tremble with fear. The emperor summoned the grand nobles of the Red Elephant Empire noble court in the middle of the night for an emergency meeting. They decided to severely punish the degenerates of the Jin Yi family who had planned the ambush behind the scenes, reprimanding all members of the Jin Yi family harshly. The ownership of 2 resource planets belonging to the Jin Yi family was stripped away and redistributed to other families and the imperial household. At this moment, Wang Sheng encountered again the Red Elephant Empire's Lord Jin Yi. Lord Xiang Jinming appeared as if he had no involvement in the plan against Wang Sheng. As the representative of the empire for this compensation, Xiang Jinming maintained a low profile. He knelt at the edge of the deck of a third-level giant ship, while not far outside the deck in space. Qi's radiant light figure flickered faintly. Xiang Jinming couldn't help but feel fear inside. To a powerful light race guardian, crushing Xiang Jinming would be like squashing a small bug. Great light God above, His Majesty received your inquiry last night and immediately launched an investigation. The misunderstanding between us and Mr. Wang Sheng is entirely due to traitors among the imperial nobility colluding with the White Lion pirate gang. All those degenerate members of the Red Elephant clan have been captured and detained. They are currently aboard the starships, awaiting disposal by the Light God. Regardless of the actual truth, disturbing the Great Light God is an unforgivable sin. The entire Red Elephant clan must sincerely repent. Our wrongdoing demands that we follow the will of the Great Light God and provide Mr. Wang Sheng with appropriate compensation accordingly. Even though the Red Elephant clan harbored resentment, they could only accept it with resignation when the Light Race Guardian stepped in personally. The famished prisoners from the Red Elephant clan, who had gone without food for more than a day, were brought out under escort by machines. Subsequently, 300 billion universal coins were transferred to Wang Sheng's terminal on Black Market Star and quickly confirmed. Qi, seeing the Red Elephant Empire meet the compensation requirements, didn't linger further. After a brief telepathic communication with Wang Sheng, Qi departed directly. Then, Wang Sheng handed over the prisoners gradually to Xiang Jinming and his team. Despite this, Xiang Jinming still held some arrogance deep down towards Wang Sheng. These human captives have nothing to do with our Red Elephant clan. Since they have offended you, Master, leave them to you to handle. As for the other Red Elephant clan pirates, after taking them back, we will mete out severe punishments. The unfortunate existence of such scoundrels within our family has caused you inconvenience. We deeply apologize. Hopefully, there will be future opportunities to continue cooperating with you. Xiang Jinming said seriously, flashes of coldness gleaming in his eyes. Although the Red Elephant Empire admitted defeat this time, things wouldn't end so simply. Can you sway the Light Race Guardian? Can't we also persuade other powers? A weak and lowly human can only rely on the favor of the Guardian to temporarily enjoy success, but who knows what the future holds? Wang Sheng seemed oblivious to the anger concealed in Xiang Jinming's heart. He offered another suggestion to Xiang Jinming. If you hand Mei Yu over to me, then there will be no obstacles between us, and we might achieve cooperation. At that point, I'd be willing to persuade the Guardian to offer some preferential conditions for the Red Elephant clan. Lord Viscount, personally speaking, I have no grudges with the Red Elephant clan. If I obtain Mei Yu, I will properly restrain her from conflicting with the Red Elephant clan in the future. Would Lord Viscount be willing to help? Xiang Jinming glared fiercely at Wang Sheng. He truly couldn't understand what kind of relationship existed between Wang Sheng and the Light Race Guardian. In Xiang Jinming's view, even though Wang Sheng probably exaggerated slightly, he wasn't just relying on someone else's influence either. After all, the Guardian had already intervened personally, indicating Wang Sheng could indeed influence them. So, Xiang Jiming couldn't reject him outright. Otherwise, the Emperor and the old men in Wangdu would interfere and find another chance to weaken the Jinyi family. Mei Yu is an empire criminal, guilty of unpardonable sins. Why does Master insist on obtaining her? Considering your connection with the Guardian of the Light God, I am willing to relay your message to His Majesty, leaving everything to His Majesty's decision. Wang Sheng nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Thank you, Viscount. I have a few more words I wish for you to relay to your dukes and ministers. To the Red Elephant clan, as of today, Mei Yu is merely a prisoner. Her continued imprisonment offers no benefit to the Red Elephant Empire. Even if you found the treasures worth tens of trillions in resources and precious items from the old days, they would still be incomparable to the long-term benefits that my cooperation could bring you. Your insistence on holding Mei Yu might cause the Red Elephant Empire to miss out on gains far greater than pirate treasures, and even face unbearable losses. I hope the ministers of the Red Elephant Empire will carefully consider what is truly most beneficial for the empire. Do not let my human origin lead you to overlook the substantial advantages I can offer, thus clouding your rational judgment. Xiang Jiming gritted his teeth, his eyes growing icier. The Viscount knows how to speak appropriately. I do not require your reminders. Farewell. Wang Sheng sighed in helplessness. He had expected this kind of situation. Most times, regardless of the arguments he might make, deeply ingrained prejudices wouldn't easily change. If the Red Elephant clan persisted, it would become difficult for both sides. Of course, for Mei Yu's safety, he could only endure temporarily. He really didn't want further conflict. He hoped the higher-ups in the Red Elephant Empire could make rational decisions. Actually, Wang Sheng couldn't resist the persistent pleading of several female slaves during their return journey. He finally gave in and agreed to Di Zhu's and others' request, allowing them to accompany Zhou Lulu to select desired empty combat mechas from the machine merchant. After all, having secured a massive compensation, Wang Sheng also reached out to Wu Guang, inviting him to meet at shop number 491. Congratulations, my friend, on becoming a dealer for the flight control group. Perhaps one day in the near future, I too will join the flight control group. Wu Guang looked rather excited. Becoming a dealer for the flight control group was akin to a life-changing event for him. It wasn't just about bringing a better life to his family, but also establishing status and connections within the Wise Rat tribe. All this is due to your efforts. Without our collaboration, I would still merely be a small-time second-hand starship merchant. They exchanged pleasantries, flattering each other heartily. Then Wang Sheng asked, previously, we had an agreement. I buy the new model starships from the Wise Rat tribe at 80% off the cost price, so I am shamelessly coming to you now. In these 2 days, I've gained some extra income and am looking to acquire a new vessel. Wu Guang replied. Of course, the agreement remains valid forever. As a flight control group dealer, the range of starships I currently operate surpasses the previous ones greatly and surely can meet your needs. Do you have any specific requirements? Chapter 53. Tier 2 C-53 Universal Repair Ship. Wang Sheng nodded and stated his requirements. I want to buy a Tier 2 starship. The first requirement is speed. It must be able to keep up with the Yume. Second, it needs to have repair ship functions. Can you recommend one that meets these requirements? When it comes to specialized repair ships, considering production costs, very few will prioritize speed. Wang Sheng's primary requirement was speed. Like that previous turtle-like repair ship, he truly didn't look up to it. The highly skilled Wu Guang immediately agreed. All right, no problem. He brought up a dedicated terminal and started typing to search. Soon, Wu Guang stopped his actions. With a tap on the terminal, a holographic screen appeared between him and Wang Sheng, showing lines of starship information. There are 1,391 types of Tier 2 starships listed here that can meet your requirements. The one I'd like to recommend is this model equipped with a new drive system, the Tier 2 C-53 Universal Ship. It's very fast, surpassing the average space escort ship, utilizing new materials to significantly reduce the weight of the hull. Its defect primarily lies in its high cost, as the pursuit of speed increases energy consumption, making it impossible to install standard function modules. Instead, specially designed starship modules must be used. Additionally, its cargo capacity is less than that of an ordinary transport ship. However, for you, perhaps a large freight space isn't necessary. Instead, what you need is a starship prioritizing speed and performance. In the rear starfields near the battlefield, the C-53 ship running at full speed can outpace a Tier 3 cruiser and is significantly faster than your E-6-21 all-purpose transport ship. So the emergence of the C-53 is to adapt to supply missions behind battlefronts. Later, related civilian models were also developed, and during its initial design and construction, diverse modification requirements were considered. In those pirates' mouths, the C-53 Universal Ship has a nickname, Seagull, describing its speed and agility. Even just the civilian model of the C-53 starship, its speed makes most pirate groups unable to catch up. Without considering costs, by replacing specialized modules, it can be transformed into an escort ship, a repair ship, a supply ship, or even a fast hospital ship. Our Jishu clan researchers work together with other races to participate in most of the research and development processes of the C-53 starship, mastering independent production capabilities, including technologies related to the repair module. We can sell you a fully functional military model without any restrictions. Based on your requirements, I suggest replacing part of the original storage rooms with spacecraft modules that have repair functions. This will slightly increase the price, but won't affect the overall performance of the spacecraft. Wang Sheng roughly browsed through various Starship data displayed on the holographic screen. After carefully reviewing the parameters of the civilian type C-53, he felt inclined. The civilian C-53's performance already surpasses most starships. Wouldn't the military model be even more impressive? Especially its speed, among starships below Tier 3, it ranks top. Can the C-53 universal ship also be equipped with a weapon system? Wu Guang replied. It can be equipped with ray cannons and energy cannons, but not light cannons. The C-53 is less than 500 meters long, and the power system cannot simultaneously meet the energy demands of high speed and light cannons. Wang Xing thought for a moment. What about the military version of the C-53? If we switch to a repair module and add one high-speed ray cannon, what would the price be then? Wu Guang controlled the machine, directly tapping on the holographic screen. As he calculated, he explained to Wang Sheng. Ultimately, the selling price was displayed on the holographic screen. In the Fly Control Group's product catalog, the most basic civilian model of the C-53 is priced at $1.57 trillion in the market, surpassing regular Tier 3 transport ships, with little difference compared to the prices given by other spaceship manufacturers. The procurement price of the military model reaches $2.25 trillion, usually sold only to the military. Its cost price is $1.85 trillion. Switching to the repair module adds $90 billion. Installing the high-speed ray cannon adds $60 billion. After an 80% discount, the final price is $1.6 trillion. Wang Sheng nodded, satisfied internally. $1.6 trillion really isn't expensive. After all, this is a military model that's unavailable on the market. If I purchase now, how long will it take to receive the delivery? Wu Guang responded. Within 3 days. Wang Sheng couldn't help but praise. Fly Control Group truly deserves to be one of the top spaceship and machinery merchants. Their delivery speed is indeed very fast. I also want to purchase some other equipment, such as space mechas and new multifunctional machines. For this C-53 repair ship, I plan to equip at least 100 automatic machines. Also, I'd like to buy a second-hand fighter boat, fitted with a human operating system. Do you have stock available? Not those I've seen before. Wu Guang was somewhat puzzled. Buying space mechas and multifunctional machines to use in conjunction with the repair ship, he could understand that. Although the quantity seemed a bit excessive. However, the reason Wang Sheng praised Fly Control Group and proposed the idea of purchasing machinery was because he wanted to enjoy an 80% discount cost price along with the Starship, saving some purchasing fees. So his buying more machinery could be understood. But, second-hand fighter boats? What did that mean? Why see if there's stock available? Wu Guang didn't hesitate for too long and quickly gave a response. Regarding space mechas and multifunctional machines, if you wish to purchase them, I will apply above to help secure you a certain discount. I believe the superior in charge will not refuse. However, if you decide to buy all at once, you need to provide the model and quantity of the mechas and machines. As for the second-hand fighter boats, I currently have no stock on hand. Most of the second-hand starships I had were dealt with before, and in the future, my operations will mainly focus on new products from Fly Control Group. Of course, I have a few acquaintances who deal in second-hand starships on Black Market Star. Though competitors can be rivals, that's in the past. Now as a distributor for Fly Control Group, the starship resources I control make them quite envious. If I suggest taking you to take a look at their second-hand starships, they wouldn't dare refuse. Wang Sheng wore a smile on his face. Since that's the case, let's finalize this deal. I've thought about the models of the mechas and multifunctional machines. I'll have my subordinates organize the details later and send them over to you. Also, it would be troublesome for you to accompany me for a visit, to take a look at the second-hand fighter boats. There wasn't much to say about multifunctional machines. Daming Zhu and the others would go select the mechas, but Zhou Lulu wouldn't make a direct purchase. She'd definitely come back and seek Wang Sheng's approval. At that time, after the models were confirmed, the starship could be purchased together. Also, earlier, 8 Starnappers led by Chief Zhu were rejected by the Red Elephant Viscount. Human Starnappers don't qualify to be exchanged as war prisoners. Wang Sheng let one of his female slaves contact a slave merchant to inquire about the purchase price for male human companions. The result shocked him greatly. The highest bid from the slave merchant. The maximum purchase price is 75,000 per person. It can't be any higher. 8 captured Starnappers could only sell for 600,000? Compared to the compensation fund from the Red Elephants, it was like heaven and earth. Honestly, it was just too pitiful. Everyone was treated as a slave. So why shouldn't gender equality be observed? The price difference was so large. Wang Sheng found it hard to accept. Even collecting garbage shouldn't be done this way. He even felt a little regretful. Back then, he shouldn't have impulsively gone to rob Wing Thong. Otherwise, Chief Zhu and the others would surely have fetched a much higher price now. Wang Sheng ordered the machine to bring the 8 human Starnappers over, intending to set them free. Unexpectedly, Chief Zhu and the others immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. We implore Master to take us in. We were forced to join the Red Elephants as Starnappers. Wang Sheng felt somewhat helpless. A group of rough men couldn't possibly match the pleasing sight of female slaves. Looking at them was just annoying. What use am I going to have for keeping you? Chief Zhu hurriedly responded. I'm very familiar with the nearby star domain, and we can skillfully pilot ships and participate in star battles. Moreover, regarding the base location of the White Line Star Bandits on behalf of the Red Elephants, we are also aware. Should you wish to get revenge on them, we're willing to guide you. Hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately became interested. These Starnappers know the location of the White Line Star Bandits base? In that case, they could be kept for the moment. Thus, Wang Sheng's intention to buy a second-hand fighter boat was to prepare it for the 8 Starnappers. For some dangerous places, the second-hand fighter boat could be sent out as cannon fodder. It wouldn't be a pity if it got broken. Chapter 54. Expanding the team and setting sail again. Wang Sheng's purchase of a first-class fighter craft cost him 4 billion universal coins. The universal repair ship he had ordered was quickly delivered to Black Market Star. Unfortunately, neither of the two starships managed to awaken an intelligent soul clan in his attempts. The C-53 universal repair ship was handed over to xianxia, the second-level soul clan member, for management. Of course, there was a certain discount when Wang Sheng bought mecha from the flight control group. 100 multi-purpose machines cost Wang Sheng 7 billion universal coins. For space exploration spiders, 6 billion. In the last battle, the team of space exploration spiders played a vital role. Now, Wang Sheng expanded the team again. Under the command of Tang Kong, who is now a second-level Soul Clan member, there are 5 first-level Soul Clans as subordinates. Number 4, Number 5, Number 6, Number 7, and Number 8. They each control 2 exploration spiders. Tang Kong controls another 2 himself, keeping 2 others as backup. 12 units of space mecha cost Wang Sheng 5 billion universal coins. The price gap between space mechas and land mechas is negligible in the market. The difference lies in that space mechas are more agile and lightweight, making them better suited for activities in outer space. However, the weapon systems of space mechas are less destructive than those of land mechas. Out of the 12 space mechas, Wang Sheng successfully awakened 2 ordinary soul clans. Among those mechas, he specified 2 as his personal mechas and entrusted them to newly awakened soul clans responsible for their maintenance. They were designated as Number 62 and Number 63. Yao Mingzhu and her group originally planned to buy 10 mechas because not all female slaves liked playing with mechas. For instance, xianxia, although she also went out with Yao Mingzhu and selected a mecha, clearly did it just to make up the numbers since she had never practiced mech operation before. As for the extra 2 mechas, those, of course, were added on by Wang Sheng at the last minute. After all, 10 or 8 billion universal coins wasn't much for him, so he decided to treat himself to the 2 most expensive models available. It wouldn't do for his mecha to be worse than what his female slaves were using, right? Whether they would actually use them or not wasn't really important. What mattered was the face value, maintaining his status as the male master. Naturally, other awakened intelligent souls, numbered from 54 to 61, emerged among the newly purchased 100 multi-purpose machines. 54 to 60 included 7 ordinary soul clans tasked with overseeing these multi-purpose automated machines. 61, however, turned out to be a first-level soul clan member. Wang Sheng appointed him to handle the first-class fighter vessel, requiring him to remain concealed during normal times but keep tabs on any suspicious movements from behind the scenes made by the 8 pirates. In case of any signs of rebellion, he would take decisive action, even eliminating them directly if necessary. Wang Sheng didn't easily trust the 8 pirates. He still regarded them as prisoners. The 8 pirates were locked aboard the repair ship, and Wang Sheng limited their range of movement to a small warehouse. To conserve energy, oxygen and gravity systems in other compartments wouldn't be active all the time. Thus, on that repair ship, the pirates couldn't leave the warehouse without permission. The freshwater supply could be continuously provided via the ship's circulation system. At a corner of the storage room, the machines constructed a cramped living area with metal plates welded into a 4-layered simple bed frame. Steel sheets served as bedboards, and everyone was issued thin blankets. Maintaining a human-suitable constant temperature within the warehouse ensured that the pirates didn't need to cover themselves with blankets. There was also a food synthesizer installed in the corner, which took care of their meals. Naturally, there were 2 necessary outlets for excretion. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng strictly warned the pirates to maintain cleanliness in their own living spaces. In the restaurant aboard the Yomiai, all the delicious food had absolutely no relevance to the 8 pirate captives. There's no life here without value. I look forward to your future performance. Therefore, all of the fighter crafts, new purchases including machinery, and the original batch of 100 multi-purpose machines from Omiai were all loaded into the repair ship. Additionally, the 2 miniature landing crafts also found themselves stuffed into the storage room of the repair ship. With his acquisition of military-grade landing crafts, the smaller versions no longer interested him. Altogether, adding past revenue from renting soul clans, Wang Sheng astonishingly retained around 450 billion universal coins. Within this period, the commercial shop property number 12 on Black Market Star managed to successfully rent out 3 more floors, bringing in 4.8 billion in rent and deposit each. Deposits continued being forwarded to Zhou Lulu for lending. Rents, Wang Sheng collected himself. Before leaving Black Market Star, he directly purchased high-grade energy light crystals worth 450 billion, costing him 445.5 billion universal coins. Wang Sheng almost spent all the universal coins he had, purchasing top-tier light crystals. After all, advanced energy sources remained the essential currency in interstellar navigation. Standing by the porthole, Wang Sheng watched the scene near the starship. Wei Jie and Jiao Mingzhu each piloted a space mecha for combat practice outside the starship. Wei Jie chose a white mecha, while Jiao Mingzhu opted for a pink one. Because of the distance, they looked like 2 small humanoid toys. The ceaselessly dancing light energy blades appeared to Wang Sheng as nothing more than light filaments the size of toothpicks. They left streaks of light on the porthole, making it somewhat dizzying to watch. Wang Sheng didn't truly understand. In actual interstellar warfare, space mechas are hard-pressed to play a decisive role. Take the 12 mechas he purchased not long ago. Their effective combat range was only 20,000 kilometers, equivalent to the range of an ordinary energy cannon. The destructive power they could unleash probably wasn't even comparable to a single shot from an energy cannon. Compared to the massive starships, these human-sized battle armors seemed more like toys. To be precise, they were merely an expensive space life support system that allowed them to stay in space for a maximum of 3 days. This duration was shorter than that of common life support equipment, making them far from practical. However, after acquiring the mechas, the evident excitement and joy of Jiao Mingzhu and the others were undeniable. Back then, they eagerly offered themselves to him with open arms, and with so many women, Wang Sheng had difficulty keeping up. At this moment, the two mechas fought intensely, leaving fleeting trails of light in space. The agility of top-tier mechas exceeded what the human eye could capture. They moved so fast that people could barely see the blurred shadows. Each fierce collision of the light energy blades burst into clusters of colorful light stars. Those light stars scattered in all directions, lingering momentarily in space with dazzling brilliance, akin to meteors streaking across the universe or swift fireworks that faded instantly, blossoming again and again with resplendent light. It was clear that both Jiao Mingzhu and Wei Jie skillfully handled the fighter mechas. Their talent in piloting mechas surpassed Wang Sheng's by leaps and bounds. Wang Sheng watched for a little while and soon found it insipid, since every intense collision was pointlessly depleting his energy reserves. He didn't know why those two women outside enjoyed such games. Wang Sheng lowered his head and planted a kiss on Xianxia's face, who was in his arms. Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes cutely and used her hands to cover her cheeks. Hey, stop it. Wang Sheng smirked shamelessly. Since you can't operate a mecha, I have every right to bully you. As he spoke, the man scooped up the woman in his arms and headed toward the big bed in the room. Chapter 55, Arrival at the Human Alliance. Wang Sheng's former home, a waste planet, is located on the fringes of the star domain belonging to the Stellar Alliance. Because of the unique geological activity that cannot be replicated on that planet, it produced a one-of-a-kind T505 ore. From this kind of ore, after screening out the concentrate, several materials with widespread uses can be extracted. For example, W5267 mineral. It is a critical raw material for a special adhesive used in many advanced instruments and equipment, including most starships. That's why this resource planet was occupied by alien forces for a long time. Later, as the veins of the ore approached depletion, production declined, and the revenue kept diminishing. Eventually, it was sold to the first real estate group, Stellar Property, under the jurisdiction of the Stellar Alliance. Stellar Property bought the T505 waste planet, utilized the existing mining machinery, and introduced a group of cloned humans, driving them to further explore deep underground veins to mine the dwindling quantity of T505 ore. Based on information Wang Sheng had collected recently, there should still be close to 10,000 humans on the current T505 waste planet. They are mostly descendants of clones. Most of these people are miners. There are also a few employees from the 505 company. Of course, there are also individuals like Wang Sheng, human undocumented residents who were offspring of escapees from the Star Alliance. Now, through relations with the Rat intelligence race, Wang Sheng has obtained citizenship status within the Stellar Alliance. To be more precise, he is a newly naturalized human citizen, applying for citizenship under the Stellar Alliance from the Rat United Polity. Returning home, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel somewhat reflective. He didn't hide the signals of the two starships either. Therefore, the appearance of the two starships made the radar operator stationed on the T505 planet instantly nervous. The 505 company, subordinate to Stellar Property, is responsible for all affairs on the planet. At this moment, in the surface mine field at the radar station, a radar operator from the 505 company suddenly stood up, pointing his finger at the radar screen and shouted excitedly. Wow, look! There are actually 2 foreign starships coming. All right, stop your chatter. Who would bother to visit such an isolated planet? This is nonsense. The other person muttered while glancing at the radar screen, only to fall silent immediately. Then he couldn't help jumping up. I've been here for nearly 3 years. Except for the supply ships the company sends regularly, I have never seen other starships approach this place. Could these be pirate ships coming to plunder us? I don't think so. They didn't hide their signals. Look, the ground-based radar detection shows both starships are Class 2. One is the E621 Universal Transport Ship manufactured by the Rat intelligence race, and the other is actually a C-53 type general-purpose warship. Really? Is this the rumored Seagull ship? Even pirates don't want to encounter such a ship. Exactly. The identification signal transmitted from the 2 starships already confirmed their models. These advanced spaceships have always been banned items targeted by aliens against our species. I know. I once saw online introductions about the Seagull ship. It's far more expensive than some Class 3 starships. Could it be that an elite from an alien race is coming here? Strange. Why would he come to such a remote waste planet? Is he thinking of robbing our mineral warehouse? Hold on. You're talking nonsense. A wealthy individual possessing these starships would never come just for the mineral warehouse. All right, I'm wrong then. So, it's useless talk because even if we dig up all the remaining veins on this planet, how many minerals could we accumulate? We definitely couldn't exchange those for such advanced starships. You will send the radar signal upwards, and I will contact these 2 starships to first figure out their intentions. The man verbally agreed. Fine, let's do it this way. The 2 radar operators then took action accordingly. Very soon, the communication link between the ground radar station and the Omii vessel was established. Hello, incoming starship, please immediately identify yourself. Upon seeing the human displayed on the screen, Wang Sheng felt immense joy within. He had finally returned to human territory, to the hometown of his predecessor. Even though it might be somewhat backward here in the Human Alliance, it still gives him a sense of belonging. Wang Sheng spoke up. I am Wang Sheng, a citizen from the capital star of the Flying Fish Alliance, the Flying Fish Star. I have come here to purchase a batch of T505 ores. At this moment, looking at Wang Sheng, the communicator was utterly shocked. He felt as though he had seen a ghost. How could this possibly happen? According to legend, the Seagull ship and the advanced universal warships of the Rat intelligence race, their owners, how could they possibly be a human citizen? This truly astonishes one. It's just too unbelievable. As the headquarters of the Feiyu Consortium, a rising super conglomerate within the Stellar Alliance, the Flying Fish Alliance has always been a focal point for the worst technological blockades enacted by foreign spacecraft merchants. So how could it possibly be that there exists a human citizen in possession of such advanced starships? The main body of the Feiyu Consortium, one of the 10 major conglomerates in the Stellar Alliance, is the largest interstellar ship operator in the Alliance, the Feiyu Group. It controls over half of the starship sales market within the Stellar Alliance. However, to those alien races who possess advanced starship technology, the Feiyu Group is regarded as an entity to be guarded against and restricted. Hence, the radar correspondent now finds it unacceptable that the owners of these two advanced starships are citizens of the Flying Fish Alliance. Furthermore, the price of these two advanced starships themselves can explain the net worth of this particular human before their eyes. When exactly did the Flying Fish Alliance give rise to such a low-key, super-rich individual? Mr. Wang Sheng, are you a human citizen of the Flying Fish Star? Wang Sheng nodded, feeling rather speechless inside. Judging from this correspondent's reaction, he was far too unprofessional. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. An intelligent mechanical soul race stepped forward and spoke, quoting a long string of numbers. That was Wang Sheng's current Stellar Alliance citizenship identification number. If you have any doubts, you can verify my identity number right away. Matters like this cannot be faked. Without waiting for Wang Sheng's reminder, the correspondent had already begun the verification process. The result came quickly, relieving him of his anxiety. Indeed, Wang Sheng was a citizen of the Flying Fish Star, and according to the relevant registration information, both starships were clearly marked as being owned by Wang Sheng. Alright, Mr. Wang, I've already checked and your identity has no issues whatsoever. So what brings you to T505 planet this time? Wang Sheng shook his head, feeling even more helpless. I've already said it earlier. I wish to purchase a batch of minerals produced here. Didn't you hear me? The correspondent hurriedly replied. Mr. Wang, that was my oversight. I was so curious about your background that I lost focus and didn't catch your words clearly. Please forgive me. Now, I'll contact my superior immediately, explaining the situation to him. I believe the company will not reject your purchasing request. Also, your two starships cannot directly land in the mining area. Doing so might affect the stability structure of the underground mine tunnels, leading to unforeseen accidents. Chapter 56, Breathing Tax. Under the guidance of the surface base station signal, two starships slowly approached planet T505 and eventually landed successfully. The powerful propulsion system of the starships stirred up what seemed to be a flat and stable sandy area, raising clouds of dust that momentarily obscured all nearby sights. After a while, the wind and sand slowly settled. Through the porthole, Wang Sheng and his companions saw the desolate landscape outside the starship. On the mining planet, humans could not survive normally. Most miners lived in the underground mining bases of T505 Corporation. They would wear simple life support equipment for long periods, working tirelessly day and night to explore underground mineral veins. They sought cheap minerals in exchange for oxygen, fresh water, food, and essential survival and mining equipment. Many miners never see daylight their entire lives. At this moment, the hatch of the Yume spacecraft opened, and one by one, mech suits and machines descended from the starship. Ultimately, 10 multifunctional machines lined up in rows. There were 3 land combat mechs, 2 close combat mechs, and a menacing yet agile insectoid machine under the control of an intelligent soul clan, following Wang Sheng's space mech. Wang Sheng had come this time to find the father of the previous owner, which was also one of the lingering regrets left by the predecessor. The reason for bringing these mechs was primarily as precaution against unexpected incidents. If necessary, he would dispatch the multifunctional machines to search underground mines. Sitting inside a newly purchased space mech, Wang Sheng took in the surrounding desolate scenery. Inside the starship, Yao Mingzhu and the others exchanged puzzled looks before starting a buzz of discussion. When did the master learn to operate a space mech? That's right, we've never seen the master use one. Looks like the master is doing pretty well. At least, they can make the space mech move properly. Xianxia, didn't you say the master claimed he couldn't operate a mech? Is this what you meant by can't? Are you deceiving everyone? Tickling you. Don't dodge, sisters, hold her down. No, I didn't lie to you. The master really said he doesn't know how to operate a space mech. He's never touched one. Master is bad, he tricked me. Hey, let me go. The female slaves thought Wang Sheng was fooling them. In fact, Wang Sheng had truly never operated a space mech before. Now, although seated within the mech with his hands on the controls, every action was being carried out by an intelligent soul clan. The next moment, Xianxia and the others stopped horsing around. Because from a short distance away in the main cabin, a level 1 assault craft controlled by Zero suddenly roared to life, the sound of the starship engines activating. The assault craft rose in suspension inside the massive hangar bay of the Yume ship and slowly passed through the enormous hatch. Finally, it hovered not far from Wang Sheng. However, Wang Sheng didn't hurry onto the craft. Instead, His gaze turned towards the distance, where beams of increasingly bright lights appeared. Several specially modified large-wheel off-road vehicles emitted thunderous sounds as they drove over the rugged surface of the mining planet, kicking up trails of dust. They came to a stop not far from Wangsheng. Subsequently, more than 10 guards, dressed in protective gear and armed with laser weapons, disembarked and approached Wangsheng. The captain leading the group was named Jishan. Upon seeing the dozen or so mechanical units and mechs, he couldn't help but feel astonished. These should all be automated mechs and machines, right? So look at the equipment of others. Their so-called mining planet security team's weapons were little better than sticks for lighting fires. And those old-fashioned off-road vehicles? Their estimated actual procurement price wouldn't exceed several 10,000 universal coins. Yet, on the company accounts, they're listed as brand new vehicles worth hundreds of thousands. Thankfully, there are rarely starships visiting the abandoned planet on normal days, so everyone only occasionally experiences turbulence. Guard patrols? It's nothing more than showboating, driving a couple of rounds around the base. In summary, this mysterious billionaire Wang Sheng who suddenly showed up is probably no ordinary wealthy person, because excessive use of automated mechs leads to a straight increase in energy consumption. Furthermore, regular maintenance and inspection of these mech units incur substantial costs, not small figures by any means. Just talking about these multifunctional machines alone, each requires at least tens of thousands of universal coins annually for normal maintenance. Not to mention, those combat mechs. And Wang Sheng can even pilot insectoid mechs. Who knows where he procured dark crystal energy? Perhaps, he has connections with some high-ranking official on the front lines with the beast race. What a real tycoon. Keep in mind that the annual salaries of ordinary members of the guard team won't exceed 30,000 universal coins. Therefore, the exorbitant operating costs of automated machines and combat mechs determine that they can only be equipment for the wealthy. Jishan's feelings were somewhat complicated. He stepped forward, tilting his head to look at Wang Sheng inside the space mech. Hello, Mr. Wang Sheng, nice to meet you. I'm Jishan, whom you spoke with earlier. I am the captain of the T505 mining planet ground guard team. Jishan was tall, wearing protective gear. Yet, even he was a few inches shorter when facing the space mech towering over 3 meters in height. Wang Sheng thought, and under the control of the Soul Clan, the space mech nodded to Jishan as a gesture of acknowledgement. I know why you've come. It's to collect the starship docking fee, right? Jishan's laughter echoed out. Even in his own heart, it felt somewhat ironic to him. The so-called starship docking area here was essentially just the planet's original surface. But according to the rules, there was no way around the docking fee. Yes, sir. The docking area requires some maintenance costs, so we will charge 5,000 universal coins for each starship this time. In addition, if you wish to enter the mine base, there are other fees you must pay. Company policy generally prohibits outside mechs from entering the underground base. However, if you're willing to pay a deposit, we trust you and respect your personal preferences, allowing your mech to enter both the base and the underground mines with necessary convenience provided. Of course, if Mr. Wang Sheng is not interested in the mines and merely wants to purchase minerals, then after paying a 10,000 universal coin docking fee, a business representative will come to negotiate specific mineral transactions with you. As Jishan spoke, he glanced at the level 1 assault craft hovering nearby, unable to suppress his envy. When would their ground guard team be able to equip themselves with these land-air dual-use fast assault crafts? Of course, Jishan knew well that since Wang Sheng had even brought down an assault craft, it was impossible that he was only here to buy minerals. He definitely had other intentions. From within the space mech, Wang Sheng's somewhat muffled voice transmitted out. Captain Jishan, does entering your base and underground mines require paying a head tax or breathing tax? Jishan slightly paused, then smiled. It seems Mr. Wang Sheng has a certain understanding of our underground base situation. For those miners, they need to pay the most basic annual head tax. But you don't have to worry about that. As an external guest, Mr. Wang Sheng, we will only charge for the energy consumed by human respiration maintained inside the base. The fee is calculated by time, 5 universal coins per hour, which amounts to 120 coins per day. If you stay in the base for a long time, then a monthly breath tax of 3,000 universal coins would suffice. As for regular machinery, if they don't consume base energy, there's no need for additional fees. However, Mr. Wang's multifunctional mechs, having certain combat capabilities, need to pay deposits to enter the base, with each unit requiring a deposit of 10 million universal coins. For combat-type mechs, the deposit is 30 million per unit. Your insectoid mech should be classified as a combat mech. Please rest assured, we'll refund the deposit when you leave. But there may be some deductions for various fees incurred by the mech while inside the base. Chapter 57, each worth 1 billion. 10 multifunctional machines entered the first-class assault craft in sequence. Subsequently, the assault craft took off, slowly following behind Wang Sheng and his team. Wang Sheng, under the protection of the mechas, directly ordered the space mechas to leap forward on the mining planet. With the speed of the multifunctional machines, it was somewhat challenging to keep up with the planet off-road vehicles. However, the mechas could fly, so their speed performance naturally far surpassed that of the off-road vehicles. Now, the mechas trailing behind the vehicle were only considered to be doing a slow jog. Even so, the rolling dust and sand raised by the front off-road vehicles, along with the incessant gales on the mining planet that carried countless pebbles, continuously struck the mecha shields, producing a faint yet dense tinkling sound. Wang Sheng felt the experience of the mecha's forward leap and began to appreciate the scenery of the mining planet. The dim light from the star, coming from a distant place, sparsely fell upon the surface of the planet. He bounded through the rolling dust and sand, looking into the distance at the dark red star that always shone over T505 mining planet, which gave him a feeling of gloominess. Through the mecha shield, he could barely see the vast expanse of desolation in the distance. Some familiar memories surfaced in his mind. The predecessor remembered the first time they ascended to the surface. It was on their 12th birthday. Father Wang Yu, who never left underground, brought them up in a high-speed elevator, together ascending to the surface to admire the desolation of the planet. The young predecessor had been full of anticipation for this, because they had never seen the scenery on the surface of the mining planet, so that time ended in disappointment. Dad, it looks gray up here, without much brilliance. Why does Grandpa say that the brilliance of the stars is beautiful, with many pleasing sights? Wang Yu remained silent for a moment. I'm not sure. Your grandpa came from the sky world. Now he has returned to the sky. If you have the chance, you should go out and see. The young one hummed in response, still confused. Dad, won't you take me with you? Wang Yu gently shook his head, a hint of gentle smile flashing on his lips. I will stay because I promised your mom long ago that I would always be by her side. Her entire life belongs to the mining planet. She has always been underground. She hasn't been to the sky. She has always been watching us. At that time, Wang Sheng's predecessor did not understand what his father was saying. Later, when the predecessor left home and became a space pirate, there was no longer any opportunity to return home. The landing point planned by the 505 company was hundreds of kilometers away from the main base. Wang Sheng and his group reached there in less than an hour. A huge metal top covered in dust, about a kilometer in diameter, had its center slowly bulging, allowing the dust covering the center to slide off to all sides. Afterward, the protruding metal lid gradually cracked open, forming a circular portal dozens of meters wide. A massive elevator rose from beneath the portal. Wang Sheng knew that this elevator had nearly 1,000 years of history. Initially, it was an essential tool used by alien races to transport minerals upward from below. Later, as the ore veins were dug downward and extended, the role of the elevator was no longer limited to transporting goods. It was remodeled into a rotating mobile transfer device connecting various passages below. Due to prolonged excavation, large spaces were formed underground here, and the original freight elevator became an important route to enter and exit the underground world. After the Interstellar Property Management took over, they closed off the underground space centered around the elevator and created a livable environment for humans. They also renovated and increased the range of the elevator, making it one of the key core facilities of the mining planet base. Even Wang Sheng's first-class assault craft could pass through the elevator into the upper parking area of the base below. As the mechas entered the elevator, Wang Sheng saw countless lights flashing below. This underground space spanning dozens of kilometers was actually the result of the labor of those alien miners. Equipped with advanced detection instruments, they almost exhausted the rich deposits underground, creating vast spaces below, leading to deep mine shafts extending endlessly. Later, human miners followed the traces of mines excavated by aliens, continuously conducting organizing and digging. For the interstellar property, the remaining output of poor-quality ores here was somewhat disappointing. Yet the less than 10 billion units of T505 mineral stones per year could still allow the 505 company to continue to make profits. Especially their system of exploiting miners had already been established. While being exploited, the miners could only rely on their meager income to obtain resources necessary for their bare survival. At this moment, the appearance of the mechas startled some of the miners lingering here, causing them to point fingers and chatter incessantly. Wang Sheng looked at the vast base, and some familiar scenes re-emerged in his mind. Those childhood memories made his mood somewhat excited. The elevator soon arrived at the company management's quarters located in the middle of the base. Wang Sheng stepped out from the space mecha, inhaling the familiar scent of his childhood. Suddenly, he turned to ask Jishan, "Is there a market in the base? I plan to visit it after the trade to understand more about the miners' lives." Jishan replied, "The market is on the second-to-last floor, a place where miners often gather. However, it's a mixed bag down there. The order is somewhat chaotic. If you go, you should be cautious. Of course, with your mecha protection, safety isn't an issue. But those miners are quite cunning. Don't expect them to operate with honesty. Now, let me take you to meet our company manager, Xuanhuan. He's the base supervisor. After I reported your situation, Manager Zhang said he would personally welcome you." Wang Sheng responded, "Fine. There are some things I wish to discuss with your supervisor." He quickly met the manager of the 505 company, a short and chubby man around 50 years old. "Mr. Wang, it's an honor to meet you. I am the manager of the 505 company responsible for this mining planet. Please have a seat over here." Zhang Lan stood up to welcome him, extending his hand as a gesture of goodwill. After sitting down and exchanging pleasantries, "Mr. Wang, Jishan must have informed you of our service charges." Wang Sheng nodded. Instantly, one of the mechas came forward, opened its chest energy box, and took out 3 ping-pong ball-sized energy blocks, placing them in front of Zhang Lan. Wang Sheng stated, "These are worth 300 million universal coins in energy light crystals, which should be sufficient as a deposit for this trip. However, Manager Zhang, besides wanting to purchase a small amount of natural or for personal collection, I also intend to find the exact whereabouts of someone through your base. If Manager Zhang is willing to assist, I will pay a satisfactory reward." Zhang Lan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the 3 glowing light crystals. "Of course, whether buying minerals or locating someone, I am willing to help." As he spoke, he signaled for an assistant to step forward, taking out an energy detector and bringing it close to the energy light crystals. The precise energy value appeared immediately, confirming the worth of the 3 crystals. The assistant exclaimed, "Standard high-grade light crystals, and used, each valued at 1 billion. Chapter 58, A Familiar Tone. The advanced energy technology of the Light Clan allows a ping-pong ball-sized light crystal to contain an enormous amount of energy worth 100 million universal coins, providing powerful and long-lasting power for starships or other high-end equipment. For human civilization, advanced energy crystals belong to restricted import products and are not easily obtained. At least in the Star Alliance, very few people use advanced light crystals as payment when consuming goods or services. Of course, Xuanhuan and his group were more than happy to accept Wang Sheng's offer of high-grade light crystals as payment. If later on, Wang Sheng's mech incurred some additional costs at the base, they would then have every reason to keep one of these 3 light crystals and settle with Wang Sheng using mid to low-grade energy sources plus universal coins. Ji Shan and others standing nearby could only stare with their eyes wide open. This was what you call being rich and extravagant. The beautiful female secretary approached again with a sweet smile. In an elegant posture, she refilled Wang Sheng's tea, her enticing figure bending down gracefully so that her chest hovered right before Wang Sheng's eyes. A faintly alluring fragrance seemed to waft towards him. Wang Sheng instantly couldn't tear his gaze away, swallowing hard. He found it really captivating. Of course, he wasn't completely lustful. He still had control over himself. He wouldn't just leap forward. Zhang Lan's eyes flickered slightly, revealing hints of seriousness beneath them. Because, whether it was the 2 expensive starships produced by the Rat Intelligence Clan, the top-tier mech accompanying Wang Sheng, or these 3 high-grade energy light crystals, they all indicated that Wang Sheng possessed influence and capabilities that couldn't be overlooked. He needed to carefully weigh the significance of all this. The next moment, Zhang Lan's expression grew even warmer. "Mr. Wang, if you wish to collect minerals, you may go to our company's storage exhibition room for careful selection. As long as the quantity is not too large, I can personally give them to you as gifts. As for the person you want to inquire about, please tell me his name and information, and I will investigate immediately." Wang Sheng nodded and provided the name and details of his father. "He is my father, named Wang Yu. If he is still alive, he should be 73 years old this year. I remember when I left, father. I greatly appreciate Manager Zhang's willingness to help. Should the exact whereabouts of my father be found, I am willing to offer 1 billion universal coins as gratitude." By saying this, Wang Sheng directly threw out an astronomical reward. He believed these people would strive hard to locate Wang Yu because of this bounty. Indeed, the next moment, everyone present was deeply moved. They couldn't quite fathom why. If Wang Yu was Wang Sheng's father, he hadn't returned earlier to look for him. But that didn't matter much. What mattered was how to get their hands on that 1 billion coin prize. 1 billion. That was serious money. Even Zhang Lan was irresistibly tempted. He immediately assured Wang Sheng that he would find Wang Yu as soon as possible. In a remote mining tunnel that had been abandoned for many years, the only sounds heard now were the heavy steps of advancing machinery. It was there, in Wang Sheng's memory, that lay his once familiar home. Not far into the mine vein, at a hidden corner, stood a secluded cave. His predecessor was born, raised, and spent over a decade there. Once, it had been a warm haven for 3 generations of his family. Now, however, it appeared long abandoned. The machines emitted bright lights, illuminating the half-collapsed cave. Wang Sheng inspected the desolation spread across the ground and confirmed that no one had been inside for a very long time. Yet he still refused to give up hope. He ordered the Soul Clans to control the machines for cleanup. Countless rubble and dirt fragments were swiftly dug up and moved aside by the highly efficient machinery. After all, as advanced multifunctional machines, each one was incredibly powerful. With sufficient energy, they could even bore through an entire mountain. In fact, it didn't take long. Before Wang Sheng's eyes, the dilapidated appearance of his old home began to reappear, as if from memory. That was his former bedroom, though somewhat low-ceilinged. There was the dining area where he ate meals with his father, and that was where his mother lived before she left. The familiar layout of the cave evoked no sign of familiar family members. Today, only the mechanical souls accompanied Wang Sheng, who stood quietly. Clusters of miners moved to and fro within the trading market. From afar, they would point fingers and whisper among themselves about Wang Sheng and his entourage. However, upon approaching, none dared to strike up a random conversation. The miners were fully aware that the precision machinery reflecting metallic luster were worlds apart from their daily lives. No one wished to invite unnecessary trouble. Wang Sheng sat in control of his mech beside a stone wall, meticulously watching the passing miners in the hope of finding someone he once knew. Unfortunately, reality was disheartening. It had been over 30 years, and the underground world had changed drastically. People remained, but times were gone. Miners came to the market and laid out their respective goods. There were also merchants who drove mining machinery, bringing the supplies and equipment needed in the underground world. Wang Sheng's group stood in the corner of the market, gradually being ignored by people. The entire trading market restored its lively atmosphere. Suddenly, amidst the clamorous voices, there was a shout that made Wang Sheng suddenly feel familiar. Ha ha, how hasn't this one-legged beggar died yet? You fellows, don't snatch my ore. When my big tiger comes back, he won't let you off. Return my ore. Old man, get out of the way, or I'll beat you to death. Sensing Wang Sheng's intention, the space mech under the Soul Tribe's control instantly stood up. In a corner of the market, it became quiet. The heavy machines marched forward, causing the hard abandoned mine ground to tremble slightly, along with shrill frictional clattering sounds. Wang Sheng approached the one-legged elder who had been pushed down. A gaunt body, utterly filthy with dirt. The base of his few remaining beards actually revealed faint streaks of white, likely because they had just grown out without being covered in dust. Wang Sheng didn't know the old beggar's name. However, he dimly remembered the tone of voice. My big tiger. That tone is exactly right. Big Tiger, who had once been the former's childhood friend and one of the unregistered individuals who set sail on the pirate ship with the predecessor. Unfortunately, within a few days after boarding, Big Tiger tried the delicious food on board, got knocked unconscious by the pirates, and taken away. Since then, Wang Sheng hadn't seen him again, not knowing the full name of his former childhood companion. But now, in the memory of the predecessor, Wang Sheng clearly found the My Big Tiger tone again. The one-legged old beggar lying on the ground must be Big Tiger's father. Wang Sheng controlled the mech and kneeled halfway down to closely examine the trembling beggar. He finally confirmed that this was indeed Big Tiger's father. Wang Sheng's heart raced with emotion. The cold faceplate of the mech suddenly opened, revealing Wang Sheng's present-day visage. Do you recognize me? I'm Big Tiger's playmate, his childhood friend everyone called Xiaoxiang. Do you remember? I'm Big Tiger's friend. The old beggar was dumbfounded, as if unable to believe what he heard. In the next moment, his mouth began murmuring incessantly. You're Big Tiger's friend, you're Xiaoxiang? Where's my big tiger? Where's my big tiger? Wang Sheng's nose tinged with sadness. He stood up again, twisted the massive head of the mech, looked toward the group of panic-stricken hooligan miners beside him, and roared in anger. Apologize to him. Do it immediately. Leave all your mind, or with me. Chapter 59, Never Want to See Him Again. Faced with Wang Sheng, the hoodlums didn't dare to resist, and could only obediently comply. They left all the minerals they had on them to the old beggar. Wang Sheng thought for a moment. Then an armor moved forward, picked up the injured old man, and walked toward a corner nearby. Looking at the weak elderly man who seemed almost out of breath, Wang Sheng took out fresh water and food. Since they were no longer on the starship, Wang Sheng only had fast food in his hands. It would have to do for now. However, even so, many miners nearby had their eyes fixed on the fast food taken out by the mechanical device. The old beggar unconsciously swallowed his saliva, and his stomach let out a growl of hunger. It appeared that he was already hungry. However, the old beggar did not rush to take the food but continued to ask Wang Sheng, please tell me, where is Dahou now? Upon seeing this, Wang Sheng consoled him. Uncle, you eat something first, we can talk slowly. The old beggar shook his head with difficulty, pleading, where's Dahou? Please tell me. Wang Sheng smiled, his face showing a look of reminiscence. Dahou, he should be on an unknown starship by now. At that time, when we left here, we became new crew members on a starship. Dahou was very smart, smarter than everyone else. His adaptability was strong, so he was selected by the captain to learn starship navigation. Later, he successfully passed a strict test, becoming a qualified starship navigator. He truly has a talent for navigating starships. Afterward, not long after, we separated. Because Dahou learned how to navigate a starship in a battle encountering space pirates, he performed exceptionally well, so he was recommended by our captain to an alien tycoon, becoming a high-salaried pilot of a starship guard. By that time, he had already become a core member of a protection team. As for me, my talent was inferior. I couldn't learn to navigate a starship, so I became a mech operator responsible for operating new types of mechs to ensure everyone's safety. Currently, I am employed by a large interstellar security company responsible for protecting wealthy people. Among these is an alien tycoon who appreciated me greatly and left part of his heritage to me. Though it was only a small portion, it was indeed a considerable fortune. So as you see now, I am also considered a wealthy person. Wang Sheng said, pointing to the mech on his body. Upon hearing this, the old beggar's expression softened, and there was a flicker of relief in his eyes. In that case, Dahou has become a starship navigator. That brat is still quite capable. Later, you haven't met him again, right? Wang Sheng recalled. No, I met him once later, though it was just a chance encounter. Both parties were busy with important matters and passed each other hurriedly. It was over 10 years ago when I saw him. He had become the captain of a third-level starship. He was together with a woman, and there was a girl beside him. I only knew she was Dahou's daughter. Because our time was too tight, I forgot to leave contact information. Since then, I haven't seen Dahou anymore. Even if I did, so much time has passed that I wouldn't know what to say. Wang Sheng spoke, shaking his head with a bitter smile. As the old beggar listened, he suddenly reached out, snatching the fast food handed to him by the mech, devouring it voraciously. After seeing him fill his belly, Wang Sheng suggested, Uncle, why don't you come with me onto the starship, and I will support you in the future. As for Dahou, I will try to find out about his whereabouts, but I cannot guarantee I'll find him. There is one thing I would like to ask regarding my father Wang Yu. What happened to him after we left? The old beggar was silent for a while, seemingly pondering something. Too much time has passed. I can't recall clearly for the moment. Let me think. It wasn't long after Dahou and you left, probably within a few years. Suddenly, a group of Star Alliance soldiers came and took away your father. The specific reason for his arrest, I actually don't know. But I did hear someone mention that your father was the family member of an important fugitive. Besides, although I don't have any savings now, I can still support myself. I have experience. I can collect some minerals and manage to survive. Dahou now has his own life. I am relieved, and you don't need to deliberately look for him. I also do not want to see him again. If he remembers me, let him come back and find me. Maybe one day, I won't be here anymore. Wang Sheng didn't force the old beggar. When he met Zhang Lan again, a day had already passed. Mr. Wang, I must regretfully inform you, your father Wang Yu was listed as a missing person by my predecessor in the mine. The truth is, no one knows where he is now. Naturally, Wang Sheng was unsatisfied with this. He felt that the old beggar would not deceive him. Therefore, there were significant loopholes in Zhang Lan's words. How did I hear that my father was taken away by the Star Alliance army? It's been so long. Even if there were any responsibilities, they should have passed by now. Could it be that you don't know about this matter clearly? If you tell me honestly, I will give you a handsome reward. Zhang Lan looked regretful and apologized with a smile. Mr. Wang, I cannot accept your gratitude. That would violate company regulations. So our investigation result is simply that your father went missing, which is what the records state. As for whether he was taken by someone, I wasn't here as the manager at the time, so I do not know what happened then. Wang Xing knew he wouldn't get much from Zhang Lan. He quickly bade farewell and left. However, on the way, he encountered the security captain who suddenly appeared, Jishan. In the desolate surface of the mining planet, Jishan blocked Wang Sheng's path. Mr. Wang, I have accurate information about your father, and I wonder if the bonus you mentioned earlier can still be fulfilled? Wang Sheng glanced at Jishan. The bonus can certainly be honored since it means little to me, but how can I confirm whether what you say is true or false? Jishan hurriedly said, I have a video surveillance clip that should be of your father, Wang Yu, being taken away. So you must understand, my meeting with you now puts my job at risk, and even involves potential retaliation. Wang Sheng nodded. If it's truly my father, I can provide you with protection, arrange other work for you, and pay you a full billion in universal currency, without a single cent deducted. Jishan didn't hesitate, but immediately pulled out the recording. After viewing it, Wang Sheng immediately exclaimed anxiously, It's indeed my father. Why was he taken by the army? Jishan explained, Your father is rumored to be the offspring of an important fugitive and also related to pirates. This is why the military took him into custody. After receiving the news, Wang Sheng kept his promise. Do you have anything else you want to take with you? If not, then come aboard the assault shuttle with me and leave together. I'll give you a high-level energy cell as compensation. Upon returning to the starship, Wang Sheng had a heavy expression. Seeing his demeanor, the group of female slaves dared not disturb him. Quickly, Wang Sheng retrieved a communicator and attempted to connect it. It was the specialized communicator given to him by Jiangxing when they previously interacted. Wang Sheng had asked Jiangxing to secure a legal Star Alliance identity for him. This is a secret communication device used by humans, capable of conducting important single-line communications. He is a good friend of ours among your human race. If you encounter any difficulties there, perhaps you can contact him for assistance. Chapter 60, Chief Engineer of Fly Universe Group. Wang Sheng connected the communicator Jiangxing had left for him. A voice came from inside. Hello, Mr. Wang Sheng. I am Yan Ji, the Vice President and Chief Engineer in charge of spaceship production at Fly Universe Group. Not long ago, I received a commission from Jiangxing, representative of the Smart Rat Union's co-government, asking me to provide some necessary support for you within the Interstellar Alliance, so I've been waiting for your call. I apologize if this bothers you, but I'm quite straightforward. I have always been involved in technical work and don't enjoy much socializing. For those who are not valuable to my work as friends, I won't spend too much time on them. So, may I ask what is the relationship between Mr. Wang and by representative? In human interaction, only by understanding each other's values can we determine the proper way to associate in the future. Wang Sheng paused for a moment. He didn't expect that Vice President Yin would be so direct, not even paying attention to basic etiquette. He couldn't imagine how Yin managed to reach his current position as Vice President of the Fly Universe Group. If it weren't for his need, Wang Sheng wouldn't have wasted a word on him. I'm just an ordinary friend who has met Representative Jiangxing twice. There exists a certain cooperative relationship between me and the Smart Rat race. I have an artifact of the Light Clan which was used by the Smart Rat race to buy a batch of rare resources through me. Also, I control a special goods channel, something other intelligent beings cannot replace. It brings great profits annually to those cooperating with me. So the Smart Rat race wants to pull me into their side and hopes I'll join them. But personally, I still hope to stay in the Human Alliance. Yan Ji's voice sounded again. The artifact of the Light God is indeed rare, so it's no surprise that the Smart Rats are trying to recruit you. Unfortunately, even though the Star Alliance got its hands on those precious resources, they were unable to use them properly. Otherwise, we'd also procure through you. You say you control a special goods channel. I'm not sure whether I should believe you or not. If this is true, our Fly Universe Group is willing to step in and help you resolve some issues. After talking with Bai earlier, I investigated your background and ultimately traced it back to the T505 star. Your grandfather was a fugitive. He participated in counterfeiting, which caused losses to more than one large company, and was sentenced to 59 years in prison. When he escaped halfway, it made his crime even more serious. Later, you became a space pirate. These intelligence data aren't difficult for us to uncover. I know well that the leader of the pirates you once followed was named Mei Hong. The starships and control systems they used were actually produced by our Fly Universe Group. Even though they underwent modifications later, we can still track the rough whereabouts of the starship. Our company's confidential archives recorded tracking Mei Hong's location multiple times, eventually cooperating with the Star Alliance Skyguard team to eliminate Mei Hong's pirate gang. That happened over 30 years ago. At the time, I was the production director, and the headquarters sent us out temporarily to carry out the military task of tracking the pirate fleet. Mei Hong was once a scholar I respected very much, but it's regrettable that he strayed onto the wrong path. When speaking about Mei Hong, Yanji's usually calm tone revealed slight excitement. Wang Sheng remained silent for a moment, his expression somewhat uneasy. What do you mean by telling me all this? Yanji replied, my meaning is very clear. In the Interstellar Alliance, you're nothing more than the offspring of a criminal, and you've previously been involved in a pirate group. Therefore, the military has always been secretly investigating and hunting fugitives like you. You want to return to the Star Alliance. First, you must gain their trust, especially from the military. If it hadn't been for my intervention earlier due to Bai's request for you, you probably wouldn't have been able to enter the Star Alliance territories and would instead have been intercepted and attacked by the Sky Guard team. After hearing Yanji's words, Wang Sheng fell silent for a moment. He didn't expect the Star Alliance to have such an attitude towards him. Why bother then trying to force himself on someone unwilling? In fact, Wang Sheng felt little attachment to the Interstellar Alliance. Wang Sheng said, "So it seems I should thank Vice President Yan for stepping in. But to me, it seems you haven't even fully understood the essence of the matter. I am indeed human-born, and therefore, I wish to return to the Interstellar Alliance now. However, this shouldn't be a reason for you to leverage against me. Even without the Interstellar Alliance, I can still live well enough. After all, the resources and channels I command make even races as powerful as the smart rats extremely interested. This point, you surely cannot deny, right?" Yanji responded, "I understand these things clearly, but to gain the Star Alliance's trust, shouldn't you pay a price of some sort?" Wang Sheng sighed helplessly and shook his head. It seemed that this Vice President Yan really knew nothing about human relations. "Mr. Yan, before I returned this time, wasn't I a blacklisted space pirate? You've just confirmed that with me. So, since I was young, I followed my father, working hard in the depths of the mines. We sweat blood and dug out precious minerals, which were ultimately bought at low prices by companies belonging to the Star Alliance. What did they leave for us? Just resources barely enough for survival. So what should I do for the Star Alliance? And on what grounds does the Star Alliance demand something from me? If I had been a citizen of the Star Alliance, perhaps you'd have the right to negotiate some deals or even make demands. But I'm not a citizen, and I haven't enjoyed any benefits from the Star Alliance. From the moment I was born, I became a blacklisted outsider excluded by the Star Alliance, a despicable life not accepted by it, with living conditions worse than most pets during my childhood. So, Mr. Yan, it seems you don't fully understand the background." Yanji fell silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. "Perhaps differing positions lead to different perspectives. My request is not excessive. After all, if you now wish to live within the Star Alliance, making some contributions should be expected." Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile. "Mr. Yan, I indeed have channels to purchase rare equipment from the Light Clan. Moreover, I have some confidence in persuading the smart rat race to cooperate more deeply with the Star Alliance. This may include technology transfer sales that interest you. But the issue is that I used to be blacklisted. My grandfather was a fugitive. His crimes resulted in both my father and me never being accepted by the Star Alliance. My father was captured by the Star Alliance military before, and I don't know his current situation, whether he's still alive or not. Although I personally long to integrate into human society and get along well with my kind, there are some opportunistic higher-ups in the Star Alliance who view me as a potential threat. In such a situation, how could I possibly stay? If you want cooperation, we can discuss terms. However, wanting me to stay has become unrealistic." Chapter 61, Enemy Attack. Yanji heard the firm tone in Wang Sheng's voice and realized that he might have made some mistakes before. Perhaps he shouldn't have prematurely disclosed the situation to Wang Sheng. However, Star Alliance just lost a blacklisted member, which was not too big of a loss. As long as they could use Wang Sheng's channels, his relationship with the Wise Rat clan, to obtain some rationed equipment, then for the Star Alliance, it would be an acceptable result. "Mr. Wang, I regret to inform you, your father has already passed away. At that time, the young major who annihilated the pirate gang had some personal grudges with Mei Hong. He was also one of the rising young officers in the military and was ruthless against pirates. After destroying 2 armed starships of Mei Hong, he ordered all ground defense forces to search and capture the families of the pirates. Your father was captured because of this. After all, in the military's list, you are also considered a member of the pirate gang." Wang Sheng fell silent for a moment and then questioned seriously, "Where is my father's body? Who exactly is that major commander?" Yanji replied, "Your father's remains, along with those of many criminals, were discarded on the M25V4 planet. The bloodthirsty bugs there can digest various corpses, so there's no need for you to go searching. As for that commander, I cannot tell you who he is. That would be betraying the Star Alliance. It seems that you were indeed unaware before. If you had truly investigated, you should know the identity of that major commander. Because of his annihilation of Mei Hong and other pirate gangs, he received commendations from the upper echelons of the Star Alliance and has now become a general, even serving as the deputy commander of the Red Earth Union Space Defense Force, commanding a starship army and wielding considerable power. Due to the cooperative relationship with Feiyu Corporation, that person has promised us not to target you actively, so you'd better not provoke him, otherwise, it would mean seeking your own destruction. At the end of the day, as a soldier, he was fulfilling his duty by combating pirates. If you seek revenge on him for this, the entire Star Alliance will become your enemy." After hearing this, Wang Sheng didn't continue to dwell on the matter. "I found you this time not only to know about my father's whereabouts, but also to ask for your help with another thing. It's not difficult for you to do. If you agree, then I can use the Light Clan artifact to purchase some previously banned equipment for the Star Alliance." Yanji sighed in relief. "What do you want?" Wang Sheng responded. "On the T505 mining planet, there's an old beggar with a limp. He used to be an excellent miner named xuanhuan, someone I remember from the past. So, please arrange a suitable retirement position for him, allowing him to spend his remaining years peacefully. There's no need to explain to him that it's my arrangement, and if he refuses, don't force him. I believe that this matter isn't difficult for you. As long as you are willing, I will help you purchase the equipment. Yanji immediately agreed. I agree to your terms. We need you to buy automation production lines that can produce mid-level intelligent machinery. The Light God Artifacts Procurement Authority should include such equipment, right? Wang Sheng had checked. Each set of mid-level intelligent machinery automation production line costs 750 billion universal coins. The Light God Artifacts limit for purchasing this kind of equipment was 2 trillion. Mid-level intelligent machinery automatic production lines were comprehensive, systematic production lines among those devices, extremely significant for civilizations lacking this technology. Although these production lines couldn't manufacture high-end automated mechs, they could already mass-produce combat mechs at a lower price than high-end mechs, more practical, and more suitable for large-scale use in armies. Human troops equipped with mid-level mechs would significantly enhance their performance in ground battles. Moreover, if there were enough numbers, high-end mechs might not guarantee victory against mid-level ones. The top-tier mechs Wang Sheng purchased earlier were not designed for human use, but produced models targeting other humanoid-sized beast races. He now had no hesitation. The procurement authorization does include such equipment, and it's ranked quite high. Each production line is not cheap. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yanji shivered. We want 2 sets of production lines. In that way, the Star Alliance can produce a large number of mid-level intelligent machinery in the near future. The Star Alliance will have a greater chance to break through and even master relevant technologies. It was evident that Yanji was somewhat tense. Wang Sheng didn't waste words. Firstly, you must fulfill my condition, arranging things for Xuanhuan. Then transfer 16 trillion universal coins into my account, and I'll make the purchase. Yanji was stunned. How much did you say? 16 trillion universal coins? To our knowledge, purchasing 2 production lines should not exceed 15 trillion universal coins. Wang Sheng frowned and remained silent. He had agreed to act as a proxy purchaser for the Star Alliance, out of consideration for their shared humanity. Yet, he never expected Yanji to still harbor resentment. Yanji continued, his tone unyielding. On top of 15 trillion universal coins, we can additionally give you 300 billion in universal coins. This means that you will earn 300 billion just by placing an order on our behalf, which is already far more wealth than most humans could accumulate in a lifetime. Even I, the chief engineer of this corporation, cannot make this much in my entire life. Wang Sheng felt disdain, but slowly spoke. Compared to the Wise Rat clan, you are indeed too stingy. Mr. Yan, if the Star Alliance refuses to agree, then other channels exist where production lines could be purchased at even lower prices. If you wish to purchase through me, then do so according to my conditions. Yanji became agitated. My highest authority allows me to increase your payment to 500 billion universal coins, no more. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to those above me. From a personal standpoint, why would you need so many universal coins? Taking too much now will only hinder our ability to cooperate in the future. Wang Sheng was speechless, thinking inwardly that he didn't even want to collaborate. Convey my conditions to the higher-ups of the Star Alliance. If they're willing to cooperate, great. If not, I'll seek out the Wise Rat clan or another species instead. Goodbye, Mr. Yan. Wang Sheng cut off the communication, his expression somewhat darkening. At this point, the starship had already taken off and left the T505 mining planet. Not long after entering space, Wang Sheng gave an order to change the starship's course. He then called Xu Ming instead. This contact is to inquire about the Y221U39 planet, where the Wise Rat clan participates in business operations. If I were to settle there, could you allocate a piece of land as my private domain? The Y221U39 planet was located within the territory of forces allied with the Wise Rat clan. Most importantly, its environment was suitable for human survival. Or rather, it was suitable for the survival of most beast-like races. As such, a group of interstellar merchants had gathered there, turning it into a thriving intermediate trading planet. Wang Sheng had long considered potential destinations for settling in the future. After thorough comparison and selection, he believed that Y221U39 was one of the more appropriate choices. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's inquiry, Xu Ming was internally pleased but then slightly regretful. He wasn't entirely surprised by this result. After all, the cost of transforming an entire planet was simply too high, and the Wise Rat clan couldn't possibly modify a whole planet just for Wang Sheng. Furthermore, sustaining an area specifically adapted for human survival over the long term would be overly expensive. Therefore, Wang Sheng settling on a planet within the sphere of control of the Wise Rat clan's allies, which was suitable for human habitation, was an acceptable outcome. Xu Ming's voice carried a sharp note of delighted laughter, though Wang Sheng found this unsurprising. After all, Xu Ming was an alien, and Wang Sheng himself now needed to adapt to such behaviors as quickly as possible. Just as Xu Ming was examining planetary data and preparing to propose further terms of cooperation, Wang Sheng is willing to enter. The ship, the Yumei Hao, suddenly jolted violently. The female slaves let out cries of alarm. Simultaneously, urgent warnings from the Hun race reached Wang Sheng's mind. Lord beware. Enemy attack. A sinister and icy energy force invaded the starship, swiftly charging toward Wang Sheng. Chapter 62, Level 6 Shadow Bugs. Wang Sheng was on a call with Xu Ming. He learned about his father's death, and although his face remained calm, he was deeply saddened inside. Therefore, he decided to leave the human alliance and settle on an alien planet. Just as Wang Sheng was plunged into grief, the enemy seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The female slaves didn't know why, but in that instant, they began screaming wildly. Blood flowed from their mouths and noses, and they collapsed weakly. The 3 adorable kittens also suddenly went berserk. Wei Jia, holding the 3 kittens, was furiously clawed, bitten, and scratched by them. This woke her up again from the strange ambush, and she screamed in unimaginable pain. She tried to push the kittens away, but the crazed shape-shifting insect race only knew how to attack mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, after being reminded by the Soul Clan, the Golden Soul Force field activated instantly. From the perspective of the Soul Clan, a faint shimmering golden light appeared momentarily, enveloping the nearby starry sky. 2 invisible monstrous insects over 3 meters long that had infiltrated the Umei spacecraft, not far from Wangsheng, were forced to reveal their sinister outlines in the Golden Force field. The 3 horrifying, previously deranged kittens immediately calmed down. They seemed to lose their vitality and fell off Wei Jie's body onto the ground. With countless wounds on her face and body, Wei Jie convulsed uncontrollably and collapsed, blood flowing from her wounds. She no longer had the strength to struggle, having been severely injured in an instant by the 3 crazed cat bugs. Tankong had already warned. Master, these are level 6 insect clan members, shadow bugs. They excel at ambushes and assassinations. Just like the Black Spirit clan, shadow bugs can convert between energy form and physical matter. Wangsheng realized this. The 2 level 6 insect clan members, after learning of his impending visit to T505 Mining Star, used the moment of his departure and emotional turmoil as an opportunity for a sudden assassination. It wasn't hard to guess that these 2 adept ambushers were subordinates sent by the high-ranking insect race behind Yidong, seeking retribution. Indeed, the means of the Soul Clan were remarkable, but the Guardian Star was merely level 2. Against level 6 insect clans, especially shadow bugs hidden in energy form, Tankong and his companions couldn't detect anything. As for Wangsheng, he was just distracted earlier. His thoughts were focused on other matters, and for a while, he forgot to be vigilant. During the trip to the Mining Star, Wangsheng had always been cautious about any move from the insect clan, yet nothing unusual happened. At this moment, he saw the female slaves who had fainted due to the sudden energy attacks launched by the insect clans earlier. There was also the heavily injured and unconscious Wei Jie, and even those 3 kitten bugs that had lost all signs of life. Enraged instantly, Wangsheng abandoned any pretense. That Golden Soul Force field emitted a dazzling golden light, intruding into the 2 exposed level 6 insect clans. Savage screeches erupted from their insect abdomens. Or rather, they directly released ear-piercing screams in their energy forms. Impossible. It's the Supreme Soul Clan. Don't kill us, we were deceived. Yidong only mentioned an awakened AI, but never talked about the Supreme Golden Soul. Unfortunately, an enraged Wangsheng required no further explanation. As the golden glow shone brightly, the 2 level 6 shadow bugs instantly shattered. They broke apart piece by piece within the Golden Soul Force field, turned into powder, then burned into ashes by the soul power, finally disappearing without a trace. Only 2 strange energy spheres emitting blackish blue light, resembling crystal clear water droplets, floated out of the Golden Soul Force field, landing in Wangsheng's hands. Upon contact, he guessed, these must be the energy essences of the 2 level 6 insect clans. He had seen descriptions of such things in the Light God relics. They were pure energy bodies that the Light faction purchased regularly, quite valuable indeed. Just as the 2 level 6 shadow bugs were destroyed simultaneously at a certain insect base in the battleground area, several high-ranking insect races enjoying a feast of beast meat. One among them suddenly shrieked loudly and rolled around on the ground in agony. No, this startled the nearby insect clans, making them enter a tense state, ready for battle. The tall insect in the center looked at the one screeching. High Priest, what is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly? The High Priest bug let out another screech, suddenly spitting out a jet of green bug fluid from its mouth. Leader, our most capable guards, the 2 level 6 shadow bugs, were just killed instantly by an unknown powerful presence. This made the insect leader jump in alarm. No wonder the High Priest spat blood and was injured. It's because the shadow bugs you formed a contract with met with an accident. This is bad, since they come from the Abyss. The Abyss lineage will surely not let this rest, and they will certainly investigate the perpetrator. High Priest, did you receive any information from them through the contract as they died? The High Priest insect emitted rhythmic screeches in response. A burst of golden light exploded in the air, then the image disappeared again. The insect races exchanged uneasy glances, none understanding what had transpired. No one dared to speak up rashly. Only the leading insect continued to ask, High Priest, what sort of technique was this? Why were level 6 shadow bugs directly wiped out? Even the warning method from the Bug Soul contract failed to transmit properly. The High Priest's insect body trembled uncontrollably. It's too powerful, far too powerful. The shadow bugs must have provoked an existence beyond their reach. This should be a soul force field technique possessed only by 9th tier soul clans or higher. It can rival the divine domain of topmost experts. But why is it golden? Could it be the legendary emergence of the supreme gold soul of the Soul Clan? The leader insect was terrified and dared not utter a sound for a long while. After quite some time, it finally spoke again. High Priest, don't joke with me. It's impossible, simply impossible. After all, the supreme gold soul is merely legend. There's never been any precedent among the soul clans. But perhaps our dispatched shadow bugs angered a certain mighty warrior. Right, where's Yidong? Bring Yidong here immediately. Putting aside the reaction of the insect clan for now, at this moment, Wangsheng saw the various female slaves injured without fault and immediately issued an order to rescue them. The soul clans acted swiftly, and the machines began the rescue operation. Wei Jie, the most gravely wounded, received rapid and thorough treatment. She was taken into the medical chamber and pulled back from the brink of death successfully. Among Wang Sheng's subordinates, Zhou Ming, father of Zhou Lulu, was the least injured. Since he was already residing in a rehabilitation pod, he benefited from the automated medical care and regained consciousness first. Of course, Zhou Ming might need to stay in the medical ward for several days. Conversely, several female slaves staying in dormitories were overlooked because the machines arrived to rescue them last, and also due to insufficient equipment in the medical chamber. They failed to regain consciousness and lost their lives permanently. Wang Sheng could only bring them back to life through cloning technology. But even if cloned successfully, they wouldn't entirely be their former selves. Compared to those unfortunate female slaves, Ji Shan, who followed the crew from the mining star onto the ship, was revived in time. Looking at the bloodstains left by Wei Jia on the deck, Wang Sheng clenched his teeth in anger. Insects, you'll pay for this. I'll avenge myself tenfold sooner or later. Due to the existence of cloning technology, the surprise attack by the two level 6 insect clans caused no loss of personnel to Wang Sheng. However, the insane deaths of the 3 cute kittens left Wang Sheng unable to accept it. He would have to recreate them. But this time, it wouldn't be a simple transformation like before. Species transformed from versatile insect eggs actually became vile bioweapons controlled by the insects in critical moments. Wang Sheng resolved deeply upon reflection. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. If Meiyu had already been saved, she might have suffered the same fate as Wei Jia, getting injured by the claws of crazed kitten bugs. That thought made him want to die. Chapter 63, Dust Annihilation. Wang Sheng decided to attempt an entirely new method for creating milk cats. This time, he intended to eliminate all safety hazards. He wanted to make milk cats adorable beings that were unaffected and uncontrollable by the insect race, loyal only to himself. On the Yomiai ship, a group of mechanics were cleaning up the aftermath. In the distant universe, a sudden burst of bright light appeared and instantly arrived near the Yomiai ship. However, the Hun clan, including Tan Kong, remained completely unaware. Wang Sheng felt helpless. Their ranks were far too low. A level 6 insect race already made them struggle, not to mention Qi, who was even more powerful than a level 6 insect. The arrival of the Light Clan's town commander didn't surprise Wang Sheng. The time it took him to slay the level 6 insect earlier was extremely brief, though this was in comparison to ordinary living beings. For the Light Clan, such intense energy fluctuations were impossible to overlook. Wang Sheng's thoughts flickered as his golden soul force dispersed, quickly moving outside the starship to greet the Light Clan's arrival. He immediately presented the 2 energy essences condensed by the insect race. The insect race sent 2 level 6 shadow insects to attack me. This is what I left behind after exterminating them. Do you want them? 2 level 6 shadow insects? Qi listened with both shock and joy. He hadn't expected Wang Sheng's abilities to be so formidable. Level 6 shadow insects weren't easy to deal with, and even if Qi himself had intervened, defeating 2 level 6 insect races would have required some effort. However, he clearly sensed earlier that Wang Sheng's release of soul power hadn't lasted long. This indicated that the Supreme Golden Soul held overwhelming dominance in combat. Moreover, the insect race's attack on Wang Sheng could only push him further toward the Light Alliance side. One wonders whether those insects had lost their minds, acting so rashly. Could it be they were unaware of Wang Sheng's identity or possibly misled by other intelligent life forms? Those Black Spirit clans actually turned out to be somewhat useful. At least in this matter, their fanning of the flames benefited the Light Alliance. Actually, earlier I noticed traces of the insect race around the Black Market Star. I tracked them down and discovered their dealings were linked to the Black Spirit merchants of Black Market Star. The Black Spirit clan traveled between the 2 factions, engaging in trade with the insect race, which isn't strange, so I didn't pursue it further. However, I didn't expect that they were targeting you. Fortunately, the insect race didn't succeed. I need to investigate this matter further. If these Black Spirits don't know better than to mend their ways, we'll need to give them a lesson. A level 6 shadow insect is already a high-ranking member of the insect abyss lineage. Thus, their deaths may very well bring you bigger trouble. Even though your golden soul methods are powerful, when facing deliberate ambushes and attacks from the abyss insects, you might find yourself constantly on guard. I suggest you seek help from other higher-ups among the Hun clans and warn the insect faction not to act rashly. As for these 2 energy essences, I can feel the purity of the forces contained within them, so I am willing to purchase them. What do you wish to exchange from me? Wang Sheng said. I was also suspicious before that the Black Spirit merchants were colluding with the insect race, revealing my whereabouts. But now it seems that, including humans, some of the corrupt elements may secretly cooperate with the dark faction. Otherwise the shadow insects wouldn't have known my movements so thoroughly. If I find anyone privately collaborating with the Dark Alliance, I won't forgive them. Originally, I didn't intend to get involved in the disputes between the factions, but now it appears that even if I tried to avoid them, the insect race may not leave me alone. Since that's the case, don't blame me for taking sides. Also, as you've seen my current situation, do you have any equipment that can resist special energy-infused insect attacks? Although I'm not afraid of the insect race, I need to consider the safety of those around me. Resisting special energy-infused insect attacks? Qi swiftly responded. Though the energy essence has value, trading it for defensive equipment against energy-infused insects might not seem equivalent. However, we still have much collaboration ahead, so I'm willing to exchange with you. As he spoke, a tiny black emerged from his luminous body. The black dot flew out and stopped in front of Wang Sheng. It was a black sphere about the size of a fist. Wang Sheng released his soul force, carefully investigating the black sphere, yet it seemed as though he couldn't detect its presence at all. That left Wang Sheng astonished. Golden soul detection was usually highly insightful, but today he encountered not only the shadow insect, but also this strange black pearl, both significantly reducing the effectiveness of his probing skills. Qi's intent communicated again. This is a small object, a product of the Dark Clan, called Dust Annihilation. Its name means even dust cannot pass through its detection and defense. Dust Annihilation is a special piece of equipment seized by a senior member of our clan previously and then traded over to me. It can be used to detect and defend against energy entity attacks, and can also be utilized on some starships. It mimics the high-level Dark Clan's methods, automatically dispersing after high-level energy is input, transforming into an existence akin to fine dust distributed around the protected target. Once it encounters an attack similar to that of a shadow insect, it will automatically respond. It not only serves as a warning to delay sudden energy attacks, but can also consume and weaken incoming energy entities. Of course, Dust Annihilation is a consumable item. When used, it will experience continuous wear and tear. The value of this piece of equipment, in exchange for 2 level 6 insect race energy essences, should be more than sufficient. Wang Sheng didn't hesitate and proceeded directly with the exchange. You want me to contact the upper echelons of the Han clan to test their reactions beforehand, to see if they value me, this golden soul owner, correct? I am currently unsure how to contact those of the Han clan. After I handle some matters, I will head to Han Emperor Star. Qi achieved his purpose and took his leave. Meanwhile, within the Umei ship, including the second-level Han clansmen, none had noticed Qi's arrival. Wang Sheng recognized his own weakness. It lay in this group of subordinates under him. His subordinate Han clansmen were powerless against energy entity attacks, and were even outright ignored. The shadow insects tracking and attacking surely already noticed that there was more than one Han clansman by his side, yet they still initiated the attack, indicating that the insect race likely harbored hostility towards the Han clan. In that case, he would absolutely not let any insect race members he encountered in the future off easily. Wang Sheng attempted to create entirely new loyal milk cats. He retrieved a versatile insect egg and, through the instrument's identification, selected a normal insect egg from them. Subsequently, the recently awakened ordinary Han clansman number 63 entered the insect egg under Wang Sheng's orders. I want you to destroy the insect consciousness within as the egg transforms into its final form, replacing the insect soul and creating a milk cat loyal only to me. Thus, Wang Sheng looked forward to the birth of the new milk cat. The bizarre methods of the insect race should have no effect on the Han clan. Soon, the advanced medical tank began its automated operations. Cat genes were added to the versatile insect egg, and then energy was injected to accelerate catalytic transformation. This time, Wang Sheng, who possessed abundant energy resources, no longer cared about the minor energy consumption needed for catalyzing the insect egg. He wanted to see the results as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Number 66 Nanomachine. Under Wang Sheng's golden soul perspective, the state of the tiny insect egg was thoroughly examined. The originally gray-white insect egg had darkened in color after number 63 entered it, turning a gray-black hue and trembling slightly, while emitting weak energy fluctuations. Wang Sheng's golden soul perceived ordinary soul clans to be actually quite weak. But the energy possessed by the number 63 ordinary soul clan was quite powerful for a tiny changeling insect egg. Before, Wang Sheng hadn't refrained from attempting to use the soul clan to control the insect eggs, aiming to create more reliable close-range protection for Mei Yu. But unfortunately, the result was failure. This trial involved a level 1 soul clan, number 5, originating from an exploration spider. The result of his entry into the insect egg was that the weak egg couldn't bear the stress and burst directly. As a result, number 5 was somewhat affected, with his soul strength weakened. However, he was strengthened and recovered again within Wang Sheng's golden soul field. Regarding previous attempts using ordinary soul clans, Wang Sheng never even considered them. Even if an ordinary soul clan successfully replaced the insect soul, what kind of decent protective measures could they possibly exhibit? Isn't that still as weak as a kitten? But now, after experiencing the betrayal incident of the kitten, Wang Sheng decided to make an attempt with an ordinary soul clan. In the small culture dish of the medical chamber, pure energy was continuously injected into the insect egg, causing its interior to undergo faster and more intense transformations. The outline of a larva was gradually forming almost visibly to the naked eye. Subsequently, under instrument control, biological cells containing kitten information were also infused into the insect egg, which made subtle changes occur in its microscopic state. It greedily absorbed energy and began accelerating its growth, transforming from its original small gray dot into an embryo the size of a fingertip, while also shifting toward the shape of an infant kitten. It was exactly at this moment, without Wang Sheng needing to issue another command, number 63 Soul Clan initiated the fusion. The growth rate of the changeling insect egg immediately stagnated. Because the newborn insect soul had no resistance against the Soul Clan, even if it was just an ordinary Soul Clan, it could only be extinguished. Then the insect egg turned black. Wang Sheng's heart soared with joy, seeing some hope for success. Snap! In the next instant, the golden soul sensed the insect egg explode. The culture dish was covered in bloodstains. Number 63 Soul Clan recondensed, his black soul body already unstable with wisps of black gas dispersing, looking like it might vanish at any moment. As Wang Sheng's most recently awakened ordinary Soul Clan, number 63 was the weakest existence in the team in terms of soul power. Now, due to the explosion of the insect egg, his soul body was damaged. With a flicker of thought, Wang Sheng enveloped number 63's soul body with threads of golden soul force from the golden soul field, enhancing and stabilizing it again. After a while, Wang Sheng stopped and withdrew the golden soul field. Master, number 63 was useless and has disappointed you. Alright, return to the machine to rest and recover. I oversimplified the matter. Just now, Wang Sheng clearly perceived through his golden soul that the integration of the soul clan had not reached the carrying limit of the insect egg, yet the insect egg exploded and self-destructed. This realization led him to understand that the insect egg itself had a balancing protective mechanism. Any attempt to erase the insect soul would fundamentally trigger a self-destruction program. Feeling helpless, Wang Sheng waved his hand. You all may step down. Wang Sheng looked at the black sphere in his hand, slowly infusing it with soul force. Then he saw the black sphere break down into fine black powder, diffusing and extending into the surrounding space. The sphere became increasingly smaller, a faint dark glow shimmering until it completely vanished without a trace. Wang Sheng wiped away a bead of sweat from his forehead. This attempt was successful, although transmitting a large amount of soul force all at once placed a heavy burden on him. Nevertheless, after the dust annihilation activation, it could envelop the Yumei ship, making Wang Sheng feel satisfied. If there were any abnormal energy fluctuations, the dust annihilation would play a role in warning and defense. The operation of dust annihilation also gave Wang Sheng some inspiration. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He felt like he'd forgotten something. Hadn't he obtained something during his visit to the pirate's secret base? Didn't he still have 100 nanomachines? Therefore, though the large-scale mech and mech-derived ordinary soul clans could not essentially alter the changeling insect egg, nanomachines, which originally acted on the molecular substance level and could change material properties, perhaps they could successfully modify the insect egg? As soon as Wang Sheng thought of this point, he took immediate action. He instructed his subordinates to retrieve long-forgotten test tubes from the storage box. Within the pale blue maintenance solution lay the 100 nanomachines invisible to the naked eye. Wang Sheng accepted the test tube from the mech's hands and lightly pressed on it, inputting the password to activate the nanomachines via the semi-transparent numeric buttons on the test tube. Instantly, subtle changes occurred within the pale blue liquid. Of course, these changes were imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Wang Sheng activated his golden soul technique, forcibly magnifying the vision of the test tube. In that expanse of pale blue liquid, 100 nanomachines appeared. They were neatly arranged, shimmering with a faint glow. At this moment, what should be done was to insert a special medium rod deep into the liquid in the test tube, so the 100 nanomachines would automatically attach. Then by contacting the medium rod with an object to lock the sample, other objects could undergo particle-level transformations. Of course, during that process, a large amount of energy must be provided through the medium rod for the nanomachines to function normally. But Wang Sheng's current goal was to directly attempt to awaken the intelligence within the nanomachines. The powerful golden soul field enveloped that expanded area of pale blue liquid within Wang Sheng's awareness. Countless threads of golden soul force densely filled the maintenance solution in the test tube. Under Wang Sheng's mental command, they began the arduous task of gathering the material spirits of as many as 100 nanomachines. In the end, only 12 succeeded. Wang Sheng furrowed his brows. The spiritual aggregation of ultramicroscopic machines was entirely different from ordinary machines. On the microscopic level, it required thin threads of black soul force to barely form clusters. Wang Sheng sensed the rapid depletion of his soul force, but he knew this was make or break, and he didn't dare relax in the slightest. The golden soul field accelerated its operation, almost injecting all pure soul force into the test tube. What had originally been a pale blue test tube now emitted a brilliant, dazzling golden light, illuminating the space around Wang Sheng. 12 mini-soul spheres, after some evolution, finally left 3 stable ones behind. One of these soul spheres even transformed into gray-black under the unrelenting supply of soul force from the golden soul field. Wang Sheng clearly perceived everything, feeling waves of joy in his heart. Out of 100 nanomachines, ultimately 3 awakened, with the last one being a level 1 soul clan. Master, the soul clan thought transmitted into Wang Sheng's mind, making him even more clearly understand the unique substance transformation abilities possessed by the final level 1 intelligent soul clan. Starting today, you two will be number 64 and number 65. As for you, since you begin at level 1 and have control over substance transformation ability, henceforth you'll be number 66. Yes, master. A smile spread across Wang Sheng's face, and anticipation began to build inside him. He now had a distinct intuition. Loyal milk cat plan. It might very well be possible to achieve. Chapter 65. The birth of the super milk cat. Inside a small petri dish, under the control of number 66 of the soul race, 30 nanomachines invisible to the naked eye entered it. The selected insect egg began to slowly undergo changes under the influence of the nanomachines. Outside the petri dish, the optical crystal energy source connected to the instruments began to be consumed at an alarming rate. In the end, the chameleon insect egg was completely reset under the reconstruction by the nanomachines. That is to say, the nanomachines had fully replicated the insect egg at the molecular level. The only element added was the attribute that would allow the insect egg to adapt and even actively welcome the control of the soul race. While making this change, number 66 did not destroy the innate ability of the chameleon insect egg to transform. To accomplish this transformation, Wang Sheng expended millions of universal currency units in energy. He couldn't understand how such a small insect egg could consume so much energy, even exceeding the cost of cloning a female slave. Could it be that the life grade of the chameleon insect egg surpassed that of ordinary beast race life forms? But humans should be the most advanced intelligent race in the universe. How could they be outdone by the chameleon insect race? Wang Xing ceased further research on this matter. The preliminary transformation of the insect egg by number 66 was complete, followed by the previous process of promoting its development. At this point, Wang Xing no longer felt the same sense of urgency as before. He ordered the guard satellite to control the speed of energy input so that the whole developmental process of the insect egg would align with number 60 SIXS replacement and integration of the insect soul. As a result, number 66 was unlike number 63 from before. From the start, he intervened in the formation of the insect soul. Even the undeveloped insect egg was entirely remade by him. Because of the earlier recreation of the particles of the insect egg, when the egg formed, the number 66 of the soul race thoroughly replaced the insect soul. To be precise, number 66 had now become the insect soul. He was inseparably fused with that insect egg, forming one entity. This chameleon insect egg became a kind of special mechanical being. It was a biomechanical creation that aligned with the means of the soul race at the microscopic particle level. Next, milk cat genes were again introduced into the petri dish, beginning the fusion and transformation with the new chameleon insect egg. This time, the fusion went smoothly. The only downside was that during the rapid growth of the milk cat life form, it absorbed an unimaginable amount of energy. Nearly 12 billion universal coins worth of high-grade energy was absorbed by that little milk cat. By the time Wang Xing noticed something was amiss, several billion units of energy had already been consumed. Number 66 also transmitted information. Master, if left to natural development, my current shaping would take 1,681 years. Therefore, it's necessary to catalyze with pure energy. However, I can assure you that this milk cat life form born this time will inherently have my abilities. It can absorb and store external energy, altering its own physical constitution and achieving myriad transformations. Of course, specific abilities still need testing. 1,681 years? Myriad transformations? This seemed to be a major undertaking, but who knew how effective it would be? Wang Xing wasn't sure whether to cry or laugh about it. Thus, to soon see the reborn loyal milk cat, he clenched his teeth and provided it with an enormous amount of energy. When the little milk cat appeared, its fur had grown fully, catching Wang Xing's attention with bright eyes. He nodded slowly, issuing thoughts inwardly. Not bad. It looks cuter than the previous three. Especially those big eyes. She will definitely like it too. Very nice. Upon receiving Wang Xing's praise, number 66 milk cat leapt up from the petri dish, then started showing off with its graceful movements, twisting its furry body around and licking its tiny paws nonstop. Its lively tail curled into a little circle. All the female slaves watching stared wide-eyed, their mouths filled with exclamations. Cute little thing. Wow, it can actually fly? I love it to death. With its body perfectly integrated with the intelligence of the soul race, combined with the transformation capabilities of nanomachines and the starry sky survival ability of the chameleon insect race, number 66 milk cat could move freely in the air. Master, my current milk cat body can exhibit level 1 strength, and I can survive for long periods in space. I can obtain energy through multiple methods, including absorbing star energy and directly ingesting and digesting energy items. Of course, common human foods can also be converted into stored energy within my body. However, these human foods contribute insignificantly to my internal energy storage. I can maintain a flying state without consuming any energy and even absorb other types of energy for internal energy storage. Watching number 66 prance around, Wang Xing felt somewhat moved. Come here. Following Wang Xing's command, number 66 milk cat transformed into a streak of white light in the air, instantly appearing in front of Wang Xing. Seeing his cat eyes widen and all the white hair on his body standing up, he looked ready to attack at any moment. Master, number 66 is always ready. No matter what opponent comes, I will fight to the death. Wang Xing was immediately displeased. Always ready? Fight to the death? You short-circuited cat brain. Does old man need your fighting strength while I have not destroyed my golden soul yet? If you don't act cute, I wouldn't even bother keeping you around. You're lucky I didn't just throw you away. Don't you think your main task is catching mice or even fighting monsters? Wang Xing sent a message with impatience. Number 66. In normal times, I don't need you to stand by or go into life and death battles. Your main task is to show off the natural cuteness of a milk cat, using your charming attitude to attract women's attention. Do you understand? Let them fall in love with you at first sight. That's your key mission. And your true female master cannot come to meet you for now, but her clone will probably appear in a few days. Then your job will be leading the group of milk cats to win her heart. Go and practice carefully so that there won't be any mistakes when you see your female master later. Wang Xing had been quite concerned about Mei Yu's situation. He planned to let number 64 and number 65 fuse with insect eggs, and then create 2 new loyal little milk cats. After receiving Wang Xing's intent and sensing his dissatisfaction, number 66 instantly realized he might have committed a great mistake earlier. Wang Xing made him look like a milk cat to make him a cooperative pet primarily, and yet he had forgotten this most basic responsibility, which was truly unforgivable. As for attracting women, judging from how the female slaves are reacting now, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Meow. Xianxia and others' eyes followed the movements of the milk cat. The ability of number 66 to jump and run in midair astonished the female slaves. But in the next moment, Number 66 gave out a meow and fell down from midair. His cat head hit the ground heavily, emitting a meow sound. Number 66 was inwardly making a vow to become a normally adorable and innocent little milk cat in the future, successfully completing the fundamental task assigned by Master to allure women. This sudden accident left even Wang Sheng unprepared. All the female slaves cried out in alarm. Oh no, did our little darling get hurt? Chapter 66. Threat from the Nun clan. After successfully raising the kitten, Wang Sheng quickly connected the communication with Xu Ming. There were some accidents earlier, which caused injuries to the crew on board. Fortunately, there wasn't too much loss. The reason for the communication interruption was due to the intense energy burst. Wang Sheng didn't directly mention that it was the insect clan that made the move. Xu Ming also knew that he didn't want to say more, so naturally wouldn't press further. He expressed his willingness to guarantee Wang Sheng's settlement on the Y221U39 planet. Before the contact was lost, I immediately tried to call back and found that the signal couldn't be locked. I suspected that there might have been an accident on your side. Fortunately, you're safe now, and the trouble has been resolved. Mr. Wang previously mentioned intending to settle on the purple bamboo star of the Bamboo Kingdom. Our Wise Rat clan is also pleased to see this. The Bamboo clan gets along well with the Wise Rat clan. It is closer to the Human Alliance star domain than the position of the joint rule of the Wise Rats. The Flight Control Joint Manufacturing is willing to provide a guarantee to help Mr. Wang smoothly settle in the purple bamboo star and purchase land properties. Mr. Wang wants a private territory. How big should the area be? Do you plan to use it as a starship docking station or for other purposes? A mechanical sales company controlled by the Flight Control Group owns plenty of land and properties on the purple bamboo star. I can mediate and see if we can demarcate a portion of that land at a reasonable price to resell to you. Hearing Xu Ming's words, Wang Sheng felt satisfied inside. This is true cooperation. Like Yan Ji before, that wasn't cooperation. It was merely a transaction at best. The starship docking station is only the basic infrastructure in my plan. And as for private territories, since many people will live there permanently, the larger the area, the better. I plan to build a villa complex suitable for human habitation, equipped with various sports fields and ideally natural grasslands and forests. As Xu Ming listened, his determination grew even stronger. The purple bamboo star, being a prosperous intermediary trading star, has quite expensive land resources, and Wang Sheng plans to live on the purple bamboo star long term. In that case, I'll contact the sales company later and negotiate with them to buy some land from their holdings. If the land area is insufficient, we will also provide appropriate trade information for Mr. Wang to choose from. Wang Sheng smiled. Thank you for your help, and thanks to Flight Control Group too. Hopefully, we can deeply cooperate in the future. Xu Ming also smiled. To make Mr. Wang satisfied, I'm also very glad. As for the business of renting out the Soul Clan, recently we've discreetly approached some friendly forces again, and they all showed great interest in leasing the Soul Clan. The Bamboo Kingdom is one of those interested friendly forces. Now, as Mr. Wang wants to settle in the Bamboo Kingdom, we can advance the transaction order with the Bamboo Kingdom. The income from this transaction can be used to purchase land and properties on the purple bamboo star. If you look favorably on important lands and properties on the purple bamboo star, but find them difficult to acquire, we can seize the opportunity to propose exchanging these for renting out the Soul Clan. I believe the Bamboo Clan won't reject this easily. Hearing this, Wang Sheng nodded repeatedly. Xu Ming handled things considerately, thinking through all aspects for him. What a fine partner, who brings a win-win situation. Yan Ji is nowhere near comparable. Xu Ming added. Previously, when I suggested you leave the Red Elephant Empire and the Interstellar Alliance to settle down on our side, it was because friends in the Red Elephant Empire informed me that the Red Elephant Clan intended to act against you adversely. Actually, more than 10,000 years ago, the Red Elephant Clan was still a weaker race, not much better off than humans today. The Red Elephant Empire was able to be established first because the previous Light Guardian supported them. They have always oppressed the human race, yet there appeared a human bearer of the Light God relic, so the Red Elephant Clan will absolutely not stand idly by while you grow. Speaking of the current Red Elephant Empire, its relationship with the current Guardian is average, but because the previous Guardian once helped them, the Red Elephant Empire isn't without influence among the high-ranking members of the Light faction. Among the most powerful followers of that Light Clan powerhouse, the most potent presence is an 8th-level powerhouse of the Nun Clan, who receives offerings from the Red Elephant Empire every year. Also, due to the backing from the followers of the previous Guardian, the Red Elephant Empire dared to dispatch pirate groups to ambush you, the newly emerged bearer of the Light God relic. Of course, regular small fleets would not be a match for your mechanical soul clans. What worries us is that the Red Elephant Empire might send medium or even large-scale fleets, recklessly surrounding and attacking, and then Mr. Wang might fall into danger. If you remain in the Human Alliance, the higher-ups of the Red Elephant Clan may continue to make moves against you. Now that you've chosen to settle in the Bamboo Kingdom, the influence of the Red Elephant Clan won't reach here. However, Mr. Wang should still beware of the Nun Clan because they have always regarded the Soul Clan as their adversary, even a natural sworn enemy. Even if the moderate faction of the Light Clan seeks to improve relations with the Soul Clan through you, the Nun Clan would absolutely not wish to see your growing closeness with this period's garrison commander. Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, Wang Sheng understood better. Previously, she appeared so distressed in front of him due to the considerations for the influence left by the previous Light Clan garrison commander, who was after all his senior clansman. Of course, she personally pressuring the Red Elephant Empire aimed to express dissatisfaction towards its backer. The Red Elephant Empire caved in without hesitation, likely following orders from its backer and also because Qi held evidence. Wang Sheng said, I thank you for your warning. I will be mindful of the Nung clan's actions. There is another matter. I want to request the Wise Rat clan to help investigate. If I haven't guessed wrongly, Zhou Haojia, the first deputy commander of the Red Earth Alliance Space Guard Brigade and an interstellar general, is definitely involved in my father's death. I want to know detailed intelligence about Zhou Haojia and what happened to my father back then. This is not urgent. I don't want to alarm the snake by beating the grass. As for the cost needed to exchange these pieces of intelligence, I am willing to bear it. I'm even suspecting that there might be someone within the Star Alliance colluding and forming alliances with the Black Spirit clan or even the Dark Force factions, though I currently lack solid evidence. In order to protect myself and eliminate potential dangers, I must launch appropriate counterattacks at the right time. Xu Ming said, Mr. Wang's statement sounds distant. You are our key partner. Any move against you would directly mean hostility against the Wise Rat clan and the Flight Control Group. How could we possibly sit idle? After we gather intelligence related to you, we will notify and remind you free of charge. As for the Human Alliance side, although we haven't specifically cultivated intelligence networks there in the past, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain the information Mr. Wang needs based on what we gain from neighboring forces. I will collect and organize the information as soon as possible to complete Mr. Wang's commission. Chapter 67, Urgent Cuteness. After making contact with Xu Ming, Wang Sheng headed to the medical bay ward to visit Wei Jie, who was most severely injured. Seeing Wei Jie's face marred by wounds and her body wrapped in white bandages, Wang Sheng felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the reason she was so gravely hurt was because he had neglected to account for the insect race's tactics and had not been prepared for the versatile cat bugs. If he had been more cautious and taken appropriate preventive measures when the insect race used the cat bugs for positioning, perhaps Wei Jie would not have been injured this time. This serious injury also caused Wei Jie some psychological trauma. Since she woke up, she had been crying non-stop and refused to say a word. Wei Jie couldn't accept it. How could the three adorable kittens that she genuinely loved and took care of day and night suddenly transform into terrifying and brutal crazy cat bugs that violently harmed themselves? Anyone would find such a change hard to accept, including Wang Sheng. So the insect race must pay their debt in blood sooner or later. Wang Sheng thought he should find a way to erase the shadow in Wei Jie's mind. Thus, he gave silent orders to number 66 and number 64, those two newly born loyal little kittens. Both of you together. Be cute, be adorable, cheer her up. The two kittens moved lightly and quickly, leaping onto the bed and into Wei Jie's injured body in the blanket. Wei Jie screamed in fright, showing an expression full of unimaginable terror. Her injured body began to struggle fiercely as if trying to escape the ferocious animals' enthusiastic disturbance. Wang Sheng hurriedly consoled her nearby. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Everyone is here. There won't be any more rebellious cat bugs this time. I've modified the insect gene within them. The insect race can't affect them anymore. It was my lack of vigilance earlier. I didn't expect the insect race could stimulate the aggressiveness of the three kittens. Although the damage they caused was limited, it certainly came as a surprise. Wei Jie's nose twitched, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She really couldn't understand what limited damage meant. And the bigger issue was, why did she always get injured? Wei Jie covered the scar on her face with her hand, struggling to shrink towards the corner of the bed, unable to stop sobbing, her tears falling endlessly from her eyes. The two loyal little kittens worked hard to be adorable, but unfortunately, it seemed like it wasn't very effective. But Xianxia behind Wang Sheng couldn't stand it any longer. The loyalty kittens were too cute, too thoughtful, too empathetic, and could even be directed to act cute. Her love suddenly flared up uncontrollably. Xianxia lunged forward, pouncing number 64 kitten right in front of Wei Jie. Then she pulled at the kitten's whiskers, pinched its ears, tugged at its tail, flicked its head with her thumb, all aimed at its fluffy head. Wow meow woo meow woo. Number 64 could only respond by immediately trying to be extra cute. The ruler has ordered. But how come Wei Jie doesn't seem like other women? She didn't buy their cuteness routine with number 66 either. Xianxia let out a somewhat unseemly giggle. Watching the kitten squirm, hearing the chaotic meows, she felt incredibly relaxed. Her finger pushed the ball like number 64, causing it to roll awkwardly, its front paws continuously smoothing its beard, its small head shaking again and again as if reproaching Xianxia for messing up its whiskers. The next moment, the loyal little kitten kicked its 4 legs, leaped into the air, and landed in Wei Jie's embrace. Wei Jie was momentarily stunned, forgetting to cover her face and cry. Seeing the kitten's cute performance, she didn't have time to feel fear and subconsciously hugged number 64, but shouldn't she still be afraid of the little kitten? Number 64 curled up in Wei Jie's arms, using its tiny claws to cling to her bandaged arm, showing half of its kitten head and staring intensely with its wide-eyed yet fierce kitten gaze at that naughty girl. Meow woo. Its gaping little mouth revealed tiny milk teeth, as sharp as needles. Number 66 seized the opportunity to join and squeezed into Wei Jie's arms too. With tear stains still visible on her face, Wei Jie couldn't help but shed a smile through her tears. Soon after, laughter spread throughout the room from all the female slaves. They gathered around and played with the two loyal little kittens. Wang Sheng quietly stepped out of the ward, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The scene of a group of women playing with the cats was indeed lively. However, he had other things to deal with now. Wang Sheng returned to the command room and called Jishan over. Did you receive that high-grade energy source? Jishan laughed quickly. Mr. Wang kept your word. I already received the remuneration. Wang Sheng nodded. I originally intended to give you the energy and drop you off at a nearby human civilization star system, completing the transaction. However, now, certain people within the Star Alliance are monitoring my actions. They will likely target you once they see you leave my starship. Furthermore, before this, you actually betrayed Company 505 and offended the Interstellar Property Management. They probably won't be willing to see you continue living in peace. So, I'll help you completely. I intend to go to an alien planet suitable for human habitation and settle there. If you're willing, you can come with me. After we arrive, I'll ask a friend for help to find you a temporary residence over there. For you, this is a sensible choice now. And the energy resources you have in hand are sufficient to secure your life needs for the rest of your days. When things calm down, you can return to human civilization star system to live quietly. In that way, our transaction will be considered complete, and in the future, there should be no more relations between you and me. However, Jishan was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm willing to follow Mr. Wang and work for you. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept me. Wang Sheng was a bit surprised. Then he went on to refuse Jishan. No, between us, it's just a simple transactional relationship. Wang Sheng didn't take everyone in. What kind of capable assistant could compare to an intelligent Soul Clan member? At first, buying the cloned female slaves was to take care of Mei Yu, then later for relaxation and enjoyment. As for Zhu Zichuan and others, their staying behind was merely an accident. Jin Ming took advantage of Zhu Lao Da's human identity to insult and humiliate Wang Sheng. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Jishan felt disappointed in his heart, but he didn't dare to keep pestering. Originally, Wang Sheng had planned to continue cultivating 2 more loyal little milk cats, but this plan was forced to be put on hold. He only managed to produce the second one, which was number 64. So at that moment, he was quite shocked. Because number 64, the fusion transformation of a soul race into a loyal little milk cat, cost him as high as 4.2 billion universal coins for advanced energy, which was completely beyond his imagination. Who would have thought that producing just one little milk cat would result in such a massive energy loss? Actually, when this situation arose, Wang Sheng already knew. The production of milk cats was carried out under the control of the soul race, but the roles played by level 1 soul race members and ordinary soul race members during the birth of loyal milk cats were entirely different. Number 66 could control the energy cost to less than 1.3 billion universal coins. But for just an ordinary soul race member like number 64, almost unable to influence its own creation process, it required spending 4.2 billion. Wang Sheng was forced to abandon his immediate plan to produce a third loyal little milk cat. He couldn't rush things. Instead, he turned to enhancing the cultivation of number 65. As long as number 65 breaks through to become a level 1 soul race member, the cost of merging and creating milk cats would decrease significantly. Besides, Wang Sheng also took out the sapphire-colored gemstone, which was the communication device of the Rock Clan. He attempted to make contact with the Rock Clan merchants. Chapter 68. Contacting the Yin Clan and arrival at Purple Bamboo Star. The nanomachines produced by the Yin Clan can awaken intelligent Hun souls, which can be transformed into loyal small milk cats. This was extremely important to Wang Sheng. Therefore, he contacted Yin Clan merchants, wanting to purchase a batch of nanomachines. He even considered directly buying more advanced particle machines produced by the Yin Clan. On the sapphire gemstone, streaks of light flashed, making it appear increasingly captivating. Just talking about this gem communicator itself, it was worth at least several million universal coins. This even more highlighted the Yin Clan's unparalleled ability to create artifacts. However, the contact process was not smooth sailing. After Wang Sheng sent out the signal, he slowed down the Umei spacecraft's progress, waiting for the Yin Clan merchant's response. As it turned out, after a good half-day had passed, there was no response from them. Wang Sheng was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the Yin Clan's passing through before might not remember Mei Hong from 30 years ago. Previously on Black Market Star, he hadn't inquired about nanomachines, but this time heading to Purple Bamboo Star, there should be shops selling nanomachines there? Or, ask the Jishu tribe to help make contact with the Yin Clan, making transactions more secure. 3 days later, after passing through several star gates and traversing great distances, the Umei spacecraft had approached the star system where Purple Bamboo Star was located. Xu Ming acted quickly. Just yesterday, he gave Wang Sheng an accurate reply. This is the contact signal of the general manager of Wanji Sales Company. His name is Shiryu. He's our fellow clansman. I've already explained your situation to him, and Shiryu has assured me that he will arrange everything as soon as possible to meet all of Mr. Wang's requests. When you arrive at Purple Bamboo Star, you can directly contact Shiryu. Wang Sheng expressed his thanks. Now close to Purple Bamboo Star, almost 3 days had passed. Unexpectedly, the Yin Clan finally replied. I am Ko Chong, a member of the glorious Yin Clan. Who dares to disturb me while I'm eating? Upon seeing the translated message provided by his subordinate Hun, Wang Sheng momentarily lost for words. Eating? Disturbing someone during their meal? Has it been several days since the message was sent? How could eating take so long? Wang Sheng remembered some rumors about the Yin Clan. The Yin Clan possessed near-infinite lives, growing constantly by absorbing and fusing various minerals. They appeared slow in action, and even their thinking seemed dull. Kuching spoke very slowly. His mention of eating might mean fusing some mineral, hence taking several days. From this, those rumors were not baseless. Thinking this, Wang Sheng decided to get straight to the point. Before, you once sold nanomachines to humans. Now, I wish to continue purchasing nanomachines from you, even by more advanced particle machines. How do I meet with you? Kucheng replied. Give me a coordinate. I'll check when I pass by, then come to trade with you. Wang Sheng didn't hesitate and told him the coordinates of Purple Bamboo Star. After a long while, there was still no reply from Kucheng. Impatient, Wang Sheng ended the communication and pounced on Wei Jie number 2. Then, that Yin Clan Gem communicator received another message. The distance to Purple Bamboo Star isn't far. 3 months from now, I will go there to trade with you. Upon seeing the translated information on the large screen, Wang Sheng momentarily froze, forgetting to bother Wei Jie number 3, his mind barely catching up. Not far. Then, 3 months. Are you serious? By then, even the dish would have gone cold. I can't wait 3 months. By then, I might have already left Purple Bamboo Star to head elsewhere. Perhaps, I can go to your current location for the transaction. Or just tell me a place. Kucheng refused. Our Yin Clan territory doesn't allow outsiders to enter casually. Wang Sheng asked. I previously heard that the Yin Clan and the Han Clan have a good relationship, requiring Han assistance. Is this rumor true? This time, Kucheng's response time wasn't too long, only about 10 minutes. What does that have to do with you? Wang Sheng laughed. I can arrange for a friend to help you hire Han assistance. Kucheng was immediately interested. If I could obtain Han assistance, my mechanical production efficiency would increase by dozens of times. If you can really recommend such a friend, I will expedite the transaction with you and even offer a certain discount. You want particle machines? That's not impossible to negotiate either. Within 7 days, I can reach Purple Bamboo Star. Wang Sheng remained composed and did not rush to reply. He turned around and again pounced on Wei Jie number 3, even pulling Li Hongmei nearby innocently down with him. That beast was truly shameless. After a very long while, Wang Sheng paused, sipped a warm tea offered by Yao Mingzhu, and let out a deep breath. He finally saw Kucheng's urging message and replied calmly. All right, I just contacted a friend and confirmed that I can rent the Han Clan to you. So it's settled. We'll meet on Purple Bamboo Star in 7 days. Wang Sheng, who soon arrived at the star system where Purple Bamboo Star was located, connected via the gem communicator. A Jishu tribesman appeared on the screen. Hello, Mr. Wang Sheng. I am Yu, the general manager of Wanji Sales Company. Welcome to Purple Bamboo Star. I heard from Xu Ming that you are an important partner of our group. If you want to settle down on Purple Bamboo Star, our company will provide all possible conveniences for you. The other day, we already applied to the Purple Bamboo Star Governor's Office of the Bamboozle Kingdom on your behalf. They are reviewing your personal information now. If there is no unexpected problem, the immigration review should be passed by the end of today at the latest. Before that, considering your long journey and fatigue, I have booked the top space suite for you at the Purple Bamboo Hotel and granted you with the hotel's high-level VIP privileges. Your needs will be met as much as possible by the hotel staff. Tomorrow morning, I will host a banquet in the company auditorium to welcome you, Mr. Wang Sheng, and introduce some trustworthy friends here on Purple Bamboo Star to you. After listening to this, Wang Sheng expressed his thanks. With the satellite linked to the star system navigation, they headed toward the Purple Bamboo Hotel. In order to accommodate customers from different races, the Purple Bamboo Hotel was actually divided into 2 major parts, the ground building and the space hotel. The room Yu had booked for Wang Sheng was the super suite located in the space hotel. To be precise, it was a huge space station. The cost of staying for 1 day was as high as 12 million universal coins. The size and layout of the space could be adjusted appropriately, as long as it did not exceed the size of the space station itself. Races with enormous bodies could adjust it into a spacious large room. Small-bodied customers could divide it into 1,000 small rooms. These adjustments could be made autonomously. Because of the various demands of many alien clients, luxury suites used holographic simulation technology to set different styles according to the client's race. The Omi spacecraft and the Xian spacecraft were docked outside the outer suite, and a team of humanoid waiters appeared on the spacious bridge entering the suite. They were a group of female waiters from the cat ear race, known for their gentle nature. Their figures were graceful, their features delicate, and their demeanor warm and lovable. At first sight, Wang Sheng rather liked them. Chapter 69, Purchasing Land. Upon seeing the cat ear race waitresses, Wang Sheng's eyes involuntarily lit up. Could he perhaps be expecting the development of romance? However, the female slaves possessed an alert side as well. They were all too aware that Wang Sheng lacked the most basic resistance when it came to interacting with humanoid females. Speaking of Yamingzhu and the others, they had been accompanying Wang Sheng for some time now. One could say their thoughts were largely focused on Wang Sheng. As they became more deeply acquainted with Wang Sheng, the female slaves immediately knew what was on his mind. Wang Sheng must have harbored some sinister thoughts about those cat ear race members. Sensing a looming crisis, the female slaves exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts without words. In the next moment, they accompanied Wang Sheng off the ship, protecting him from all sides to prevent excessive contact with the cat ear race waitresses. Actually, the cat ear race was popular in various service industries, naturally excelling as outstanding servers. The hotel staff, through Yu, knew that Wang Sheng was a human who favored refined human female slaves. However, since their Purple Bamboo Hotel did not have any human attendants, they sent out a team of cat ear female waitresses that aligned with human aesthetic preferences. Before Wang Sheng entered his suite, a cat ear waitress approached with something small in her hand, speaking in a clear and melodious voice. Good day, esteemed guest of the human race. Welcome to our Starry Night Suite. Purple Bamboo Hotel will offer you the most top-tier services, totaling 318 items. All the service contents are stored in this dedicated personal terminal. Mr. Wang, you may review them yourself. If you have any needs, you can summon us through the terminal anytime. Wang Sheng nodded with a smile, wanting to engage the cat-ear waitress in conversation. However, Wei Jie, standing between Wang Sheng and the waitress, let out a light sniff from her nose before stepping forward, taking the communication terminal, then positioning herself in front of Wang Sheng to block his interested gaze. Master, please get some rest early. We have an important gathering tomorrow morning, don't we? Yimingzhu embraced Wang Sheng's arm. Master, I'm tired. Can we go inside? Facing threats, the female slave showed no mercy and immediately surrounded Wang Sheng, leading him into the suite. So, Wang Sheng's first night on Purple Bamboo Star turned out to be a fiery and passionate one. The following morning, Wang Sheng got up under the care of the female slaves. As soon as he stepped out of the suite, he saw the representative sent by Universal Sales Company to greet him. Good morning, Mr. Wang. I am Jiang Ling, Chief Assistant to President Shi and Vice President of Universal Company. President Shi is at the company, waiting for some important guests who have arrived earlier. He specially instructed me to welcome Mr. Wang to the company auditorium. Jiang Ling was of the bamboo section race, over 2 meters tall, but looked like she was made of segments. Outside her narrow long robe, her body resembled slender bamboo-like joints, moving stiffly. Wang Sheng felt strange internally, but certainly didn't show it on his face. For the upcoming period, he needed to try to integrate into the life of alien races, especially the bamboo section race. He also acted warmly, immediately inviting Jiang Ling onto the Yomiai ship, intending to head to the Universal Company together. Jiang Ling declined, but suggested instead, why doesn't Mr. Wang join me aboard our company's starship? Although it was just a Class 1 spaceship sent by Wanji Company, it was a dedicated luxury spacecraft unsuitable for interstellar voyages, but impressively stylish and very eye-catching. Wang Sheng shook his head. That won't work. The OMI has locked my personal information, and other people temporarily lack the corresponding command authority. Jiang Ling naturally didn't insist, showing understanding. Then we'll guide you ahead. 3 starships left the space hotel one after another, descending towards the bustling central business district where Universal Company was located on Purple Bamboo Star. Soon, guided by Jiang Ling, Wang Sheng walked into the towering reception hall hundreds of meters high. Though the time was short, nearly 100 guests invited by Universal Company to welcome Wang Sheng had already arrived. More than half were from the bamboo section race, while others represented important figures of various races on Purple Bamboo Star. Shi Yu, stationed at the entrance, maneuvered protective machinery to approach quickly, welcoming Wang Sheng's arrival. Subsequently, Shi Yu led Wang Sheng directly into the hall. Seeing Shi Yu personally guiding a rare human, the guests instantly understood that the main character of this banquet had arrived. Most of them, however, actually did not know why the machine company, backed by the rat race, treated a human so importantly. But they knew a human who could make Shi Yu ask the governor of Purple Bamboo Star wasn't just anyone. Shi Yu led Wang Sheng to the center of the hall, where stood a uniquely dressed bamboo section race member. He was dressed in a tight-fitting, narrow-length, light alloy garment in bluish-green tones. Soft gold material was used at the joints to ensure complete freedom of movement without any hindrance for the wearer. However, prioritizing a crisp appearance, hard alloy materials were occasionally utilized, resulting in a pleasant chiming sound akin to wind chimes whenever these sections met. The esteemed governor's name was Zhu Shangjin, hailing from a distinguished noble family within the bamboo section kingdom. He had already risen and greeted Wang Sheng with an evident show of initiative. Before Shi Yu could introduce them, Zhu Shangjin spoke up. Esteemed Mr. Wang Sheng, it is indeed an honor to meet you. My respects, Zhu Shangjin. Wang Sheng did not act overly proud. I wouldn't dare. Mr. Wang Sheng acknowledges Governor Zhu Shangjin. In future, I shall be settling on Purple Bamboo Star, so I sincerely hope for your support. Zhu Shangjin agreed verbally, then drew Wang Sheng to sit beside him, engaging in a warm exchange for some time before excusing himself with a plausible reason. Perhaps, the governor had numerous significant official duties to attend to? Of course, his presence here was largely out of respect for the intelligence rat race. Witnessing the governor's cordial conversation with Wang Sheng, which clearly displayed a welcoming attitude, all the guests comprehended the purpose behind the sudden hosting of this banquet by Universal Sales Company. They took turns approaching through Shi Yu, seeking acquaintance with Wang Sheng. Amidst such an ambience, everyone mingled harmoniously, sharing delightful conversations. The documents concerning Wang Sheng's immigration had been approved the day before. Now, as the banquet concluded, Shi Yu and Wang Sheng sought a representative from one company for discussion, swiftly finalizing a land transfer agreement thereafter. That piece of land originally belonged to another firm closely associated with Wanji Corporation, but thanks to Shi Yu's mediation, Wang Sheng successfully acquired the ownership of the 150 Xuanhuan forest land. This land remained in its pristine, undeveloped condition. As a seaside plateau near mountains, the neighboring bay housed a starship docking yard built against the hills, which almost entirely satisfied Wang Sheng's requirements. However, priced at an astronomical 1 trillion universal coins, it placed a heavy financial burden on Wang Sheng, because he still needed to construct habitats suitable for human habitation, a task that would incur substantial expenses. Had Shi Yu not mediated and agreed on installment payments, Wang Sheng certainly wouldn't have been able to cover such costs up front. Shi Yu offered to front the money for Wang Sheng, but was declined. How could a group, led by the soul race, ever lack resources? Indeed, it wasn't long before the intelligence rats stepped forward and negotiated a lease contract between the soul race and the bamboo section race. Chapter 70. Assistance needed from the Hun clan. Not long after, news came from Shu Ming. The Bamboo Kingdom rented 7 ordinary members of the Hun clan for 2,000 years, paying a cost of 420 billion universal coins in return. According to the previous distribution agreement, Wang Sheng once again received 25.2 billion. In this way, it temporarily relieved the pressure on his insufficient funds. Previously, when purchasing land, Wang Sheng paid 20 billion worth of high-grade light crystals all at once, and the remaining 80 billion were to be paid in installments of 2 billion every 3 months, finally completing the transaction after 1 year. As for the guarantor stated in the contract, naturally, it was Wanji Sales Company. After considering future cooperation and upcoming needs, Wang Sheng participated in a large-scale purchase of multi-purpose machinery from Wanji Corporation after the gathering. He spent 2.2 billion universal coins to buy 300 multi-purpose automatic machines. Among them, 29 members of the Hun clan had been successfully awakened. There were 2 level 1 Hun clansmen, numbers 67 and 68. 27 ordinary members of the Hun clan, numbers 69 to 95. The 7 ordinary Hun clan members rented out to the Bamboo Kingdom are numbers 69 to 75. Subsequently, under the control of the Hun clans, as many as 800 multifunctional machines began constructing buildings suitable for human habitation. Wang Sheng purchased a large amount of building materials, which were quickly transferred using a starship. The construction materials commonly used in the space age possess numerous advantages such as being sturdy, durable, and having short construction periods. They are far superior to construction materials on Earth. When Wang Sheng received the communication request from the Yin clan, and Ku Cheng arrived in the outer space of Purple Bamboo Star, 12 of his initial plan's 18 villas were actually already completed. Therefore, Wang Sheng's first phase villa project was built according to the standard for 90 people. The 12 that have been built can basically meet the accommodation needs of Wang Sheng and his group, ensuring that each person has their own room. Thus, the recent work focus of the machines has shifted to other supporting facilities. For instance, the beach sports court took less than half an hour to construct, and the construction of outdoor venues like basketball and soccer fields took less than half a day. Wang Sheng wasn't particularly interested in men's football, but girls playing football should be quite attractive, right? His planned enclosed venues belong to the second phase expansion plan. In the future, as the female slave teams continue to expand, consideration must be given to the new recruits' needs regarding residence and exercise. Actually, Wang Sheng had some complex plans in mind, wanting to clone more female slaves, like forming 12 basketball teams and organizing preseason games, while considering if there would be enough time for postseason matches. Also, he thought about creating 17 or 18 football teams to form a super football league. With 18 teams, each playing 2 matches per year, that's a total of 612 official matches annually, right? So, the number of teams cannot be too high. After all, they need to take turns competing, with a match in the morning, another in the afternoon, occasional days off, and still finish the games within 365 days of the year. If necessary, evening overtime games could be considered. Recently, the female slaves were also in high spirits. For several days, they had been on the starship discussing and pointing out the new constructions below, choosing the villas where they will soon reside. The main task Wang Sheng assigned to them was designing the interior decoration of the villas, including decoration and furniture procurement. After the furniture was ready, Wang Sheng ordered the Hun Mechanical Systems to transport a batch of grain produced by the starship, along with some daily necessities needed by everyone, into the villas. By then, everyone smoothly moved into their new homes. Wanji Corporation even sent gifts for the completion of the new residence. 20 amphibious sea land air vehicles were presented, priced at around 80 million universal coins. Seeing how much the female slaves liked them, Wang Sheng thanked them verbally and happily accepted the gifts. The transaction with the Yin clan's Kucheng was an important part of Wang Sheng's near-term plans. Although he collaborated with the Zhirat clan to conduct Hun clan leasing services, Wang Sheng did not fully open up. To date, through the Zhirat clan, he had only truly leased out ordinary Hun clan members. For level 1 Hun clan members, Wang Sheng rarely agreed to leases lightly. Level 2 Hun clan members were what Wang Sheng was unwilling to trade. After all, he needed loyal assistants around him. Mentioning the departure of the meteorite star, that was just a special case because it offended its ruler, wasn't it? However, this time, Wang Sheng did not intend to limit himself to transactions involving ordinary Hun clan members with Kucheng. After all, he urgently needed money right now. Wang Sheng left Purple Bamboo Star aboard the Yu-Mei number and headed to the designated outer space location agreed upon with Kucheng. It was a spot behind the star, one of Purple Bamboo Star's 2 satellites. As the Yu-Mei number slowly entered the area, Kucheng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Wang Sheng had no choice but to take out his gem communicator and contact again. After a moment, from the shadow behind Star, a piece of rock floated upwards forcefully. It emitted a signal specific to the Yin clan towards the Yu-Mei number. Wang Sheng, I am Kucheng. Wang Sheng watched as the large rock ascended. Was that a special starship used by the Yin clan? It also appeared to be nearly 100 meters in length, with an overall shape of an olive ball, undoubtedly a first-class starship. Wang Sheng ordered the Yu-Mei number to approach, and he stepped into his mech suit, preparing for the meeting with Kucheng. The starship's boarding ramp extended and connected to the rocky flying vessel. Kucheng's stone body, nearly 5 meters high, emerged from the rock ship and slowly stepped onto the Yu-Mei number's boarding ramp. Wang Sheng commanded his mech to step forward and meet face-to-face with Kucheng. Kucheng sent over a query. Wang Sheng, where is your friend who rents out Hun members? Wang Sheng replied. The friend I mentioned is actually a high-ranking member of the Hun clan. He trusts me a lot, willing to rent out lower-level Hun clan members through me in exchange for certain gains. Do you need any Hun clan members now? Kucheng paused for a moment. as if carefully scrutinizing Wang Sheng. Mr. Wang claims he can rent out Hun clan members? How do I trust you? A slight flicker passed through Wang Sheng's thoughts. From the Yu Mei number, a machine moved up the boarding ramp until it stopped in front of Kucheng. Subsequently, the small mechanism box on the chest of that machine opened, revealing inside it a black soul body of an ordinary Hun clan member, unreservedly showing its form and scattering the unique energy fluctuation of the Hun clan. Sensing the aura emitted by the Hun clan, Kucheng could not help but become somewhat excited. Even though this is only an ordinary Hun clan member, it can still be a powerful aid to our Yin clan. I want to rent as many Hun clan members as possible from Mr. Wang. How much do you want for the rental? Wang Sheng felt some excitement in his heart. Judging from this Yan's performance, it seemed like they didn't lack money. Perhaps he could resolve the impending debt crisis through transactions with Kucheng? But the problem was that Wang Sheng couldn't rent out all the Hun clan members under his command. Do you need to rent a large number of Hun clan members? Kucheng replied. I don't need too many Hun clan members. 2 or 3 will suffice. Of course, the higher their level, the better. You see, Hun clan members can assist us in improving production efficiency, allowing us to convert materials and manufacture machinery at a faster pace. They can also assist most of our Yin clan actions, helping us improve the response capability of our starships when necessary and fly even more swiftly. Therefore, many of my clansmen require assistance from the Hun clan. Unfortunately, previously no one rented out a large number of Hun clan members, so now that you have this service available, I'd be happy to rent more, then distribute them to other clansmen for use. There should be no usage restrictions, right? Chapter 71, Superfine Particle Machines. Wang Sheng smiled faintly upon hearing. Kucheng's mind turned pretty fast indeed. He knew that re-renting the Soul Clan to his fellow tribesmen could also make money. The Soul Clan I rent out has no restrictions on usage, but they cannot be deliberately harmed. For this, you need to provide me with a certain amount of collateral. Kucheng said immediately. Yes, I will take note of it. Normal use of the Soul Clan abilities should not cause any damage. The matter of collateral is also negotiable. If an accident occurs, I am willing to offer compensation. Wang Sheng nodded and replied again. Our transaction must not be disclosed to any third party. You need to keep your mouth shut. Kucheng said. This is not a problem. If the rental is successful, I do not wish to divulge the origins of my Soul Clan either. With Kucheng's assurance, Wang Sheng was satisfied in his heart. So, how much rent are you planning to pay? This time, I can rent out at least 10 ordinary Soul Clans. Of course, higher-level Soul Clans are not unavailable. It's just that the price needs to satisfy my friend. The next moment, the sound of Kucheng's voice had become somewhat louder, an urgency that rock people shouldn't have actually showed in his current behavior. 10 ordinary Soul Clans. The price I offer will surely satisfy your friend. The annual rent for one ordinary Soul Clan shouldn't exceed 50 million universal coins. If you could lend me more than 10 Soul Clans, I am willing to raise the annual rent for ordinary Soul Clans to 60 million universal coins. If your friend is willing to lease us first-level Soul Clans, then the annual rent would be 300 million universal coins. For second-level Soul Clans, I would pay 1 billion as annual rent. Of course, Mr. Wang, if you need particle machines or other rare items produced by the Rock Tribe, I am also willing to exchange them with you. Upon hearing Kucheng's generous offer, Wang Sheng's heart involuntarily lit up with joy. Listen, 60 million per year for ordinary Soul Clans? That's double what the Smart Rats tribe charges. And no profit sharing needed. Wang Sheng adored it. It seemed like a fortune-making pace. Well, let's start by discussing the trade of ordinary Soul Clans. Currently, I can provide 10 ordinary Soul Clans. How long do you plan to rent them, and how much deposit are you going to put down? Kucheng said slowly. Our Rock Tribe possesses nearly infinite life, and the Soul Clan is a beneficial companion for us. If we must define a companionship duration, then at least 10,000 years. So, I want to rent these 10 Soul Clans for 10,000 years, at a rent of 6 trillion universal coins. I hope part of the rent can be calculated in terms of other items or materials. As for the deposit, it's difficult for me to immediately come up with too many universal coins now. However, I can provide top-tier superfine particle machines as an exchange condition. Top-tier particle machines are rarely sold externally. After all, they involve techniques for transforming microscopic substances, representing our Rock Tribe's innate highest talent. Other races attempting to imitate them, whether the light race or the dark race, would still find it impossible. Wang Sheng did not feel surprised by this. As a member of the Rock Tribe, Kucheng naturally had long-term savings accumulated, but fundamentally speaking, the Rock Tribe drifts through the universe living anywhere, without needing a specific environment. They don't even require universal coins most of the time. What the Rock Tribe truly pursues are various kinds of rare materials. To tell the truth, Wang Sheng hadn't thought before that Kucheng would rent 10 Soul Clans at once. Leaving aside the issue of collateral, just regarding the colossal rent of 6 trillion, how do you intend to pay? Kucheng asked. I have 5 purple gold cards from the 100 Flowers Bank, each containing 200 billion universal coins, totaling 1 trillion. 100 Flowers Bank is a super bank in the universe, with operations spanning across numerous forces within the Light Alliance. Even on the important civilization stars of the Star Alliance, there are branches of the 100 Flowers Bank, let alone here on Purple Bamboo Star. Kucheng continued. I also have some rare materials stored earlier. Many racial powers have demands for them, and converting them into universal coins isn't hard. Some could even directly serve as universal currency. During my interstellar navigation, I discovered some 693 ores and managed to extract about 450 kilograms of alloy from them. This 693 alloy costs over 10 million universal coins per gram because it's an indispensable key consumable for ultra-long-distance communication devices, relentlessly collected and purchased by various parties. Therefore, the value of my batch of ores should be no less than 5 trillion universal coins. I am willing to exchange them along with the purple gold cards to rent 10 ordinary soul clans. This stirred something in Wang Sheng. Not long ago, he had helped the Smart Rat tribe purchase some 693 alloy on the black market star through the Light God token. He actually hadn't forgotten the procurement price at that time. The price for 1 gram of 693 alloy was 12 million universal coins, and the maximum purchase quantity was 1,000 grams. Recalling this, Wang Sheng immediately agreed. In that case, I'm willing to conduct a transaction with you, renting out 10 ordinary soul clans for 10,000 years, paid with purple gold cards from the 100 Flowers Bank, and 693 alloys totaling 6 trillion universal coins in rent. However, the superfine particle machines you mentioned, I might not be able to use them after all. Can they really serve as sufficient collateral? Upon hearing these words, Kucheng became immediately excited. Superfine particle machines possess all sorts of inconceivable abilities, directly influencing the inherent nature of substances at the particle level. Compared to nanomachines and particle machines, their conversion efficiency is much higher and faster, while energy consumption is somewhat reduced. It can become the most unique and secretive trump card. If their numbers are enough, even the most robust shield in the universe would succumb, and it could also serve as the sharpest weapon. In the vast cosmos, powerful beings of various races all hope to obtain our rock tribe's superfine particle machines. Under certain extreme conditions, superfine particle machines can become a life-saving measure. Even life forms without survival capability in space, as long as they own a batch of superfine particle machines and have sufficient energy, can continue to survive in space. Just like humans, if unfortunately falling into the vacuum of space, one can rely on the characteristics of superfine particle machines, consuming energy to form air and gravity environment within a designated space, allowing one to endure. As long as there is sufficient energy, superfine particle machines can even transform the vacuum, produce food, and meet the human body's energy and nutritional needs. At least theoretically, as long as one has enough number of superfine particle machines, by controlling them, one can form a realm similar to what top experts control. Each superfine particle machine is the sovereign of its microscopic space. They collectively form a microscopic universe. They are the strongest machines produced by our rock tribe, one of the ultimate powerful means with the widest adaptability in this universe. Their uses are too many and too broad, especially from the microscopic point of view. Superfine particle machines are almost omnipotent. In the eyes of many greats, the value of superfine particle machines is incalculable. How could it not be worth it to use them as collateral? Chapter 72. It should be met. Wang Sheng sealed the deal with Kucheng. Subsequently, 10 ordinary Han clan members, who had awakened not long ago, numbered from 76 to 85, were rented out by him. In exchange, he acquired 10 purple gold cards from the 100 Flowers Bank and 693 alloy worth over 5 trillion units. Kucheng then took out a white stone rod and said, "This rod is a special container. It stores 15 ultra-micro particle machines. Though their numbers are few, their value is immeasurable. Our Yin clan typically uses it to trade for rare and precious materials. So even if we have money, we wouldn't easily sell them. If you want to purchase these using universal coins, each ultra-micro particle machine would cost at least 1 trillion. In previous transactions, there have been instances where powerful individuals attempted to forcibly seize them. Therefore, we established relevant safeguard measures. Nowadays, each ultra-micro particle machine must be activated by our Yin clan's unique method. Of course, if you wish to verify their existence now, just rotate the end of the rod and align the appropriate numerical sequence to temporarily activate the ultra-micro particle machines. Their temporary activation code is 9813675982237. Wang Sheng took the stone rod without checking it and handed it over to the mechanic behind him. He then looked at Kucheng. "I'd like to purchase a batch of nanomachines and particle machines. How much are they?" Kucheng replied. "Nanomachines will be sold to you at 500,000 each. As for particle machines, they are much more expensive, starting at 9 million per piece. So, how many do you wish to buy?" Wang Sheng responded, 100,000 nanomachines. "And as for particle machines, I'll take 10,000 pieces. That totals up to 1.4 billion. But since I'm buying in bulk, can you offer a discount?" Kucheng shook his head. "I've given you the lowest price possible because you can rent out the Hun clan that we need. For other traders, it wouldn't be this cheap. You should know that on the market, the starting price of each particle machine is 15 million, while each nanomachine is 1 million. Also, I don't have so many particle machines with me right now. Nanomachines can be sold to you directly. For the particle machines, I'll have to return to my clan to prepare and bring out 10,000 units." Of course, Mr. Wang and I initially intended to carry out further transactions. Wang Sheng understood that Kucheng was referring to the leasing of level 1 and level 2 Hun clans, the rental of level 1 Hun clans, and even level 2 ones. I also need to go back and discuss with my friends. I will try my best to make this happen. In any case, within 10 days, I will give you a definite answer whether we can continue with our transactions or not. Now, how many particle machines do you currently have? 10 will suffice for now. Wang Sheng had already decided to continue renting out level 1 Hun clans to Kucheng, and afterward complete the transaction for particle machines. His current request for 10 particle machines was to check if they could be successfully activated. If successful, the capabilities of the particle souls should exceed those of number 65 and their group. Seeing this, Keqing did not refuse. Since you've made a request, I couldn't possibly deny it. This larger blue test tube stores 100,000 nanomachines. There are also 10 particle machines inside the second smaller test tube, which I will present to you as a gift. I hope the following transactions proceed smoothly. Wang Sheng ordered the mechanician to take the 2 test tubes and subsequently paid with corresponding valuable materials. The Yume returned to the purple bamboo star. Wang Sheng initiated another call with Xu Ming. I'd like to purchase 2 secondary starships. Still, the C-53 model secondary universal ships from last time. I am satisfied with its speed. Therefore, this time around, I wish to directly buy 2, but I have different requirements for these 2 C-53 models. For the first ship, I want a general-purpose transport supply vessel with expanded internal space and equipped with 16 probing spiders. The second one is a general-purpose medical ship with installed medical cloning chambers similar to those on the Yume, along with advanced mini-cloning devices and increased accommodation for 100 people. These customization requests should not be too difficult for your Starship factory, right? In addition, do you already have produced C-53s? I'd like to visit the factory to see the functionality of other types of compartments. Is that permissible? To acquire level 2 Hun clans, Wang Sheng proposed visiting the factory and starships. Xu Ming found this somewhat surprising. He certainly knew that Wang Sheng had recently purchased vast tracts of land on Purple Bamboo Star and begun constructing batches of human buildings. Thus, his funds were not particularly abundant. But now, Wang Sheng was going to purchase 2 starships in one breath. Moreover, starship factories involved intertribal secrets and generally were not open to outsiders. Mr. Wang, your purchase of starships, which takes care of our group's business, is naturally greatly appreciated by me. However, I heard from Shiryu that not long ago, when you bought land, you adopted installment payments. If you don't have much money on hand, we can accept other payment methods. For instance, you can pre-allocate part of the future income from renting out soul clans to offset the cost of purchasing the starships. As for visiting the Starship factory, the production of C-53 Universal ships actually adopts a fully enclosed automated assembly line, and even employees responsible for program operations are not allowed to enter it arbitrarily. Nevertheless, since you're our partner, I'll submit an application on your behalf. If the upper management of the group agrees, there will still be hope for you to visit the automatic factory and personally experience the functional compartments of the C-53 Starship. Wang Xing chuckled after hearing this. He knew about the concerns in Xu Ming's heart, and he was aware that his request was somewhat taboo. But his real purpose was to borrow a large number of level 2 starships from the Wise Rat clan to awaken new level 2 soul clans within. Without suitable goods at level 2 for rental, how could he bargain with Keqing and ask for high prices? To put it simply, this should be one of my aspirations, right? Since childhood, I've loved starships and always looked forward to seeing them before buying them. And being able to buy the starships I personally select would be my biggest dream since childhood. Previously, Wu Guang knew about this habit of mine when we did transactions. Perhaps there are strict confidentiality regulations in this area? I'm willing to sign relevant confidentiality agreements and use the soul clans previously rented through you as guarantees, so you don't have to worry about my leaking secrets. And regarding this transaction, I won't use any other payment method. Right now, I have a batch of alloy 693, and if you agree to let me visit the factory and choose the starships, satisfying my curiosity or say, a small eccentricity, then this time, I will use all the alloy 693 to purchase starships and equipment and settle accounts with you. Xu Ming was stunned upon hearing this. He was first surprised, then overjoyed in his heart. To settle entirely using alloy 693? That's no small sum. Because even the cost price after an 80% discount for the 2 starships added together approaches nearly 300 billion units, let alone adding compartments, weapons, and purchasing probing spiders, etc. Just speaking of the top-tier medical compartment Wang Sheng requested, its inherent value exceeds 20 billion units. Installing it on the C-53 Universal ship requires adjustments in materials, size, and various other aspects, and thus the cost might exceed 30 billion units? Does Wang Sheng really have this much alloy 693? Judging by his current demeanor, he doesn't seem to be joking around. Could it be that he went to Black Market Star again through the Light Tribe Guardian and purchased another batch of alloy 693? This is confusing. Alloy 693 is primarily used in ultra-long distance communication fields. Wang Xing seems to be quite isolated now. Why would he buy so much of it? Or does he have other trading channels that our Wise Rat tribe doesn't know about? Of course, these situations aren't ones I should pry into. Anyway, if Wang Sheng can indeed come up with a large amount of alloy 693, his request to visit the Starship factory and personally select starships should be granted. Chapter 73, Acquiring 2 second-tier starships. When Xu Ming heard Wang Sheng's proposal to settle the transaction with 693 alloy, he thought it should not be refused. Otherwise, it would show a lack of flexibility. Wang Sheng then took out some alloy for Xu Ming to inspect, making the representative of the Ji-Rat clan unable to resist the temptation. Of course, Xu Ming could not agree immediately. The visit to the Starship factory required not only the approval of his superiors, but also coordination with the factory side. As for Wang Sheng, he was not worried about revealing the secret of his golden soul. The function of the golden soul field is truly unpredictable. General surveillance simply cannot detect it. The process of awakening the soul clan may seem long. In reality, it's just an instant. For beings like the Light clan, awakening the soul clan appears to be a tedious and lengthy ritual. But in the eyes of ordinary beings, they only think it's a momentary pause. Unless there are energy life forms like shadow bugs among the Xirat clan, otherwise, it's impossible to detect Wang Sheng's golden soul technique. In fact, individual members of the Xirat clan are physically weak. Their strength lies in their intelligence and advanced technology that surpasses most interstellar races. After receiving Wang Sheng's promise, Xu Ming ended the communication and immediately contacted his superiors for permission. The high-level management of Feikong Group quickly agreed. Thus, Wang Sheng's tour of the Xirat clan starship factory proceeded smoothly. Feikong Group, as a top spaceship manufacturer, has countless factories. The nearest one to Zizhu planet took less than 2 hours for the Yumei ship to arrive. Wang Sheng feigned interest, following Xu Ming and the factory manager through an entire set of starship production equipment. He then entered the warehouse where the finished C-53 model universal transport ships were stored. Wang Sheng attempted to awaken them. Ultimately, out of the 58 completed starships, he successfully awakened 4 intelligent AIs. They were all second-tier soul clans. Wang Sheng named them on the spot: Jia Star, E Star, Bing Star, Ding Star. Attempting to awaken so many second-tier starships placed a heavy burden on Wang Sheng's golden soul. Despite enduring discomfort in his head, he inspected the starships with Xu Ming. He then selected 2 of them, specifically the physical forms of Jia Star and E Star. I'll take these 2. Convert one into a supply ship and the other into a medical ship. This time we won't do installments. Payment upon delivery. Once I see the new ships and accompanying equipment meet the requirements on Zizhu planet, I will immediately hand over the equivalent amount of 693 alloy to you. Xu Ming naturally did not refuse and agreed on the spot. Just 2 days later, 2 second-tier starships, reconnaissance spiders, and their corresponding equipment were delivered to Wang Sheng's Bay docking area. The second-tier C-53 universal supply ship cost 1.5 trillion. After simple modifications, it gained more space and could carry more equipment. It now carried 16 reconnaissance spiders, for which Wang Sheng paid an additional 28 billion. The ship was equipped with a high-speed ray cannon with a range of 1 million kilometers. Jia Star was responsible for controlling that supply ship. The second-tier C-53 universal medical ship controlled by E Star, even after discounts, still cost 1.8 trillion. Not only did it come with the latest medical cloning tanks, but it had over 100 beds and battlefield emergency capabilities. It also equipped with a high-speed ray cannon with a range of 1 million kilometers. After inspecting the starships, Wang Sheng wasted no time, handing over 3.58 trillion worth of alloy to Xu Ming and his team. In fact, those who came with Xu Ming included Shiryu from Wanji Sales Company. If Wang Sheng needed to purchase multifunctional machines for his new starship, would he need them next? Currently, the Xirat leadership was highly interested in Wang Sheng's rare alloys. They instructed Feikong Group to maximize transactions with Wang Sheng and find ways to exchange his rare alloys. With such a trading opportunity at hand, Shiryu was definitely restless. Mr. Wang, if you need to purchase machinery, we can offer you a more preferential price. Like the last time you bought 300 multifunctional machines for 22 billion. At that time, each machine was priced at 75 million universal coins. But if you continue buying this time, we can lower the unit price to 70 million. If you're willing to pay with the 693 alloy at a discounted rate, we can lower the price per machine to 50 million. Because for the Xirat United Governance, 693 alloy is a scarce strategic resource. For it, we're willing to reduce the unit price, and the group leadership has granted me authority to proceed with discounted transactions. Wang Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. Multifunctional automatic machines, as advanced technology matured in the universe, have a production cost of no less than 60 million universal coins per unit. Now, Shiryu offered a loss-making price, leaving Wang Sheng irresistibly tempted. There's no point in wasting words anymore. Buy. Must buy. Alright, since Mr. Shi is so sincere, then this time my procurement amount will likely increase significantly. I plan to purchase 1,200 multifunctional machines, which should be more than enough to meet the needs of the 2 new ships. Therefore, when your machines arrive here, I will pay with an alloy worth 60 billion. Shiryu immediately agreed. He said that the company warehouse stored a batch of the latest multi-purpose automatic machines, and he would arrange for them to be sent immediately, ensuring delivery by the end of the day. Upon hearing Shiryu's assurance, Wang Sheng felt very pleased inside. Perhaps before long, his team would undergo another round of expansion. Xu Ming couldn't help but speak up beside him. It seems, Mr. Wang has quite a lot of 693 alloy. For intelligent beings, such an amount could last practically forever. His words sounded like a joke, but were actually probing. Wang Sheng laughed. He had established a good relationship with the Xirat clan, whereas other forces really weren't that familiar. So, this batch of 693 alloys was actually useless to Wang Sheng, and it was better to sell them to the Xirats or exchange them for resources he needed. You want the 693 alloy? We can negotiate. Personally speaking, I indeed don't need that much. I obtained a large batch of 693 alloy in previous transactions with higher life forms. I originally wanted to trade it for advanced universal energy or other resources. Since you Xirat people are my partners, I would consider trading with you. Xu Ming and Shiryu looked at each other, their hearts brimming with joy. If Wang Sheng spoke thus, then as expected, this batch of 693 alloy would most likely become part of the Xirat clan's strategic reserve resources. Mr. Wang desires advanced energy? Wang Sheng nodded. That's right, because I am going to conduct some biological cloning experiments, so I'll have a great demand for advanced energy next. Hence, I'd like to trade away this batch of 693 alloy. If we trade with your G-Rat people, could you give me a little more advanced energy? Xu Ming immediately agreed. Of course, offering you a discount is only natural. Since Mr. Wang is willing to entrust us with these scarce alloys, we cannot let our good friends suffer any losses. As for the specific discount ratio, we still need to consult our superiors before final confirmation. Since you've basically agreed to the exchange, I will immediately report the situation upstairs. However, I would also like to take the liberty to ask, how much 693 alloy do you intend to sell this time? This was the key issue. Xu Ming and Sure Yu looked at Wang Sheng, awaiting his answer. The eyes of the two G-Rats even revealed signs of tension. Chapter 74, Team Expansion. Sure Yu kept his word. On the day Wang Sheng and Xu Ming agreed to exchange alloys, Sure Yu immediately sent 1,200 multi-purpose automatic machines. Wang Sheng handed over 600 billion worth of 5 kilograms of 693 alloy to Sure Yu and his team. The energy transaction with Feikong Group was not conducted immediately. As Xu Ming said, he wanted to secure more trading benefits for Wang Sheng. At that time, the Smart Rat tribe had procured rare materials through the Light God artifact in Wang Sheng's possession, which included this type of alloy. Because of this, the Smart Rat tribe gave Wang Sheng a 3% profit margin. Therefore, now when using the 693 alloy to exchange for advanced energy light crystals, the discount benefit could not be less than the previous 3%. Otherwise, Wang Sheng would have to consider exchanging light crystals from other places to secure better discounts. Due to the previous summoning, Wang Sheng felt somewhat tired. So after Sure Yu and his team left, Wang Sheng quickly went to rest. After acquiring 1,200 multi-purpose machines, Wang Sheng's mechanical team had already exceeded 2,000. More than 2,000 machines and mechs started from the villa area, heading towards the purple bamboo forest in the mountains. It looked magnificent, quite impressive. Wang Sheng entered a land fighter mech and led the patrol of his named mountainous lands. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, nearing the mountain waste, there were howling mountain winds. One could see the white fine waves caused by the distant ocean continuously impacting the gray-black mountain body. Even in the mountain winds, one could hear the faint sound of splashes. Wang Sheng ordered the mech souls to halt and activate the shield. He was able to step on solid ground, walking slowly amidst the dense purple bamboo forest. The Golden Soul Force field activated at that moment, covering the more than 2,000 machines in the bamboo forest around him. The Soul Clans, basking in the golden light of the Soul Force field, gradually gained a slight increase in their life force. The newly purchased 1,200 multifunctional machines were mobilized by Wang Sheng through the Golden Soul Force field to gather their inner material spirits, starting a collective awakening ceremony. In fact, it only took an instant to decide the success or failure of the awakening. Most machines' material spirits came and went like the wind, dispersing invisibly with regret. However, nearly 200 multi-purpose machines appeared before them, revealing the spirit body, symbolizing the awakening of the Soul Clan. Wang Sheng did not slack off at all. He continued to use the Golden Soul Force field, gathering pure soul force to assist the newborn intelligent soul clans in constantly stabilizing their spirit bodies. After quite a while, Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy visible. Just now, he awakened 188 more soul clans under his command. This number had already exceeded the number of the previously awakened 165 soul clans. From numbers 157 to 336, they were 180 ordinary soul clans. Wang Sheng commanded them to return to the machines and accept the allocation from number 9 and others. Of course, there were also 8 newly awakened soul clans, numbered from 337 to 344, who were all level 1 soul clans. Frankly speaking, compared to Wang Sheng's previous awakening success rate, this ratio wasn't considered high. But due to the large-scale awakening, Wang Sheng's team of soul clans doubled in size. This made him more confident in implementing his next plan. Wang Sheng allowed number 9 and others to be responsible for allocating the newly emerged soul clans. More than 2,000 machines couldn't all enter the starship. Inevitably, some would stay on the purple bamboo star. Wang Sheng re-entered the land battle mech, headed to the offshore starship parking area, and boarded the recently purchased C-53 supply ship. 16 space spider machines were placed in the warehouse. Without hesitation, Wang Sheng began a new awakening process. This time, the machines did not follow. Instead, Probe and others were on the supply ship, bathing in the Supreme Soul Force, awaiting the birth of the new Space Spider Soul Clans. Ultimately, 5 out of 16 Space Spiders successfully awakened. Numbered from 345 to 349, they were all level 1 Soul Clans. At this point, Wang Sheng's team, whether in terms of the number of Soul Clans or starship equipment, had been expanded multiple times. Wang Sheng took out the particle machine he obtained not long ago from Ku Cheng's hand and activated it. The Golden Soul Force field focused on that small test tube, carefully searching the blue ocean for particle machines. Awakening nanomachines was much harder than ordinary machines. At the molecular level of micromachines, the material spirituality that could be condensed was also extremely weak, making the awakening process difficult. As for nanomachines smaller than those, even particle machines and ultra-microparticle machines, Wang Sheng harbored significant doubts about whether he could awaken their inner intelligence. The Golden Soul meticulously searched within the tiny ocean of the test tube, finally detecting the vague positions of 10 particle machines. At the same time, Wang Sheng felt the severe depletion of soul force. Because he couldn't lock onto the precise existence state of the particle machines, The 10 particle machines were undergoing abnormally complex mechanical movements in the golden soul's perception, never stopping for a moment. That situation was like a speck of dust floating in the vast, boundless sky. To sense those specks amidst the countless substances in the intricate world of machinery was already quite challenging, and now attempting to lock onto them while they moved rapidly, making them accept ordered actions, and trying to gather the almost non-existent material spirituality within their particles was an extremely difficult task. Sweat dripped continuously from Wang Sheng's forehead. Directly utilizing the golden soul force field to lock onto a few minuscule particles was truly a tough job. He suddenly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and temporarily gave up on continuing with the awakening process. Before this, awakening nearly 200 new spirit clans had consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual force, and now, facing microscopic particle machines, Wang Sheng felt somewhat strained. He needed to allow his golden soul to recover to its peak condition before truly attempting the awakening. Thus, there was no rushing this matter. Wang Sheng put away the test tube and glanced at the 16 mahjong tables spread out in the nearby warehouse. The female slaves were playing mahjong enthusiastically, for people to a table, enjoying themselves immensely. It seemed like they were fully absorbed in the game, didn't it? Wang Sheng sighed inwardly. He shouldn't have impulsively agreed to let them play mahjong. Now, not only was his mind tired, but his heart as well. Life, huh? Xu Ming came again to visit Wang Sheng. He brought the decision from the higher-ups of the Smart Rat tribe. We are willing to exchange advanced energy for Mr. Wang's 693 alloy, paying the corresponding value of advanced energy at a price of 12.6 million per gram of alloy. This was a 5% increase based on the base price of 12 million. Wang Sheng paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. Good. According to the previously discussed quantity, for 100 kilograms of 693 alloy, the transaction value amounts to 504 billion high-grade light crystals, said Xu Ming. Mr. Wang, the deal is set. However, assembling this batch of advanced energy will require some time. By the latest, tomorrow morning, we will deliver the light crystals in full, and then we can proceed with the transaction, continued Xu Ming. Wang Sheng nodded, finally having a clear plan in his mind. After completing this transaction, he would have less than 15 kilograms of 693 alloy remaining. However, with this batch of advanced energy, he could unleash his full potential and cultivate a large number of loyal little kittens. Of course, before that, he still had to complete the transaction with Kuyan. Chapter 75. Unexpected Awakening of the Advanced Soul Clan. On Zizhu Planet, the construction of humanity's new home was proceeding with great fervor. The first phase of 18 villas had all been successfully built. Various sports facilities and venues were also barely complete. The female slaves discussed all day where they should go to play. After all, that 1.5 million mu land was a coastal territory nearly 70 kilometers long and about 20 kilometers wide, so it would take much time to tour around. Wang Sheng gave his subordinates, the machines, new instructions, ordering them to reinforce and expand the starship docking area at sea. That place, nestled between mountains and the sea, was originally built according to the terrain, but now Wang Sheng expanded it on a large scale, making the site capable of simultaneously accommodating dozens of starships. With the acceleration of the construction, Wang Sheng's 4 second-tier starships almost landed and took off every day. They were rotating in the transportation of building materials. Nearby bamboo joint clans, even members of other tribes, could not help but marvel at the busy construction scene and the continuous rise and fall of the starships, feeling how rich and powerful this new master, Wang Sheng, truly was. Wang Sheng did not care much about such admiration. These days, he focused most of his energy on awakening the soul clans. Unfortunately, all 10 particle robots failed to awaken. Even though the peak state golden soul clearly captured the existence of the 10 particle machines and successfully rallied their material spirits, they still failed to be awakened in the end. Though Wang Sheng was somewhat disappointed, there was an underlying sense of excitement in his heart. The condensation of the material spirits of the particle machines indicated that they might be awakened like ordinary machines. Wang Sheng rested for a day to restore the soul force consumed from trying to awaken the particle machines. He then took out the white stone rod, inputted the password left by Ku Cheng, and attempted to activate the 15 super microparticle machines inside. During this period, while on Zizhu Planet, he had been paying attention and gathering intelligence regarding super microparticle machines. There were also quite a few rumors about super microparticle machines on the intergalactic network. These rumors highly praised them, which indirectly demonstrated their extraordinary nature. Wang Sheng grew increasingly curious about the super microparticle machines mentioned as the ultimate tool of the Rock Clan by Ku Cheng. As the super microparticle machines were activated, the stone rod emitted streaks of colorful light. Subsequently, a black notch suddenly appeared on the white stick, revealing an inner dark void. To the naked eye, it seemed empty, but Wang Sheng, holding the stone rod, received a segment of sensory information in his mind. The 15 super microparticle machines were inside the hollow cavity within the stone rod. Now Wang Sheng just needed to add some pure energy to successfully activate them. Wang Sheng couldn't help but marvel. He was the supreme golden soul, and to be able to directly act upon his golden soul through the stone rod, this was certainly no ordinary technique involving soul force. This showed the wonder of the Rock Clan's super microparticle machines. Following the activation process, Wang Sheng took out a light crystal and embedded it into a groove on one side of the stone rod. Subsequently, the interior of the stone rod flashed with light, quickly absorbing the pure energy from the energy crystal. Wang Sheng mobilized his golden soul field, attempting to sense the presence of the super microparticle machines. This time, he easily managed to do so. It was much easier than sensing the particle machines before. Although the super microparticle machines were smaller than the particle machines, after being activated by Wang Sheng, they emitted light within that dark space, like bright stars dispersing light in a dark universe. How could Wang Sheng's golden soul not see them? Locking onto the position of the super microparticle machines, Wang Sheng tried to coalesce their material spirits. At this step, Wang Sheng encountered great difficulty, because whenever he tried to coalesce the spirit, they often immediately leaped away as soon as he started the motion. As the highest creation of the Rock Clan, the super microparticle machines had a clear perception of danger. Even though they had not yet developed specific intelligence, they effortlessly avoided outside influence and control. Wang Sheng couldn't help but marvel again. These machines were extraordinary. Even when faced with the enveloping restriction of the Golden Soul Field, they could easily break through and move away. Keep in mind that level 6 Shadow Bug clans, when in the Golden Soul Field, had absolutely no power to resist. But these super microparticle machines, merely undergoing trial operation, avoided the effects of the Golden Soul Field in a way Wang Sheng could not comprehend. Wang Sheng confirmed one thing by this. Without a doubt, the abilities possessed by the super microparticle machines had already surpassed the 6th level. Wang Sheng felt more anticipation for the super microparticle machines. The time to awaken the 15 super microparticle machines was short. Soon, the white stone rod stopped absorbing energy from the light crystal, and its internal space, which seemed small, restored to darkness once again. Even though the 15 super microparticle machines had cut off their energy supply and no longer remained in the previous standby state, instead becoming silent, Wang Sheng's golden soul still didn't immediately lose its connection to the super microparticle machines. Wang Sheng realized that an opportunity had come. The Golden Soul Field responded to his will, starting to gather the material spirits of the super microparticle machines. Then suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the soul of one super microparticle machine successfully coalesced. This surprised Wang Sheng. 1 out of 15 success rate. Could the awakening success rate of super microparticle machines be this high? When the soul appeared in the dark space, it manifested as a tiny blue form. Its soul force was far stronger than all the souls Wang Sheng had awakened before. According to the classification of the soul clans, blue should be the mark of a 7th level soul clan, right? Through the Golden Soul Field, Wang Sheng sensed a powerful suction force emanating from that microscopic blue soul, or rather, an endless craving for pure soul force. So, the powerful Golden Soul Field selflessly provided Golden Soul Force to meet the needs of the newborn soul clan. An endless stream of supreme soul force was being infused into the soul at a micro level. The originally invisible miniature particle soul kept growing and expanding within the Golden Soul Field until it became a robust soul about the size of a fist. It was now a genuine 7th level soul clan. But the blue soul did not stop there. It continued to greedily absorb the supreme soul force until its body started to glow with a faint red light. Could this be an 8th level soul clan? Wang Sheng was astonished by the rapid improvement of the newborn soul. This growth condition completely exceeded his imagination. This soul clan, born from the super microparticle machine, should have been 7th level from the start, or at least 6th level. Perhaps that reflected the extraordinary nature of the highest manufacturing techniques of the Rock Clan. However, the newborn soul's quick advancement left Wang Sheng feeling bewildered. Soon, the pale red soul finally stabilized, transforming entirely into red. Wang Sheng suddenly realized that the newborn soul force had strengthened again. It wasn't an 8th level soul clan anymore, but had reached the 9th level. Wang Sheng couldn't help but stare, shocked, while also sensing the rapid depletion of his golden soul force. But the Golden Soul Field continued to supply the newborn soul. As the Supreme Master, the strength of the Golden Soul always surpassed that of the newborn soul. Though he felt strained, Wang Sheng believed it was worth it. The higher the level of the newborn soul clan, the stronger its abilities, the greater the support it would provide him in the future. Chapter 76. Don't be so naive. Under the frantic output of Golden Soul power, the 9-level red soul bead began to flash with streaks of orange light, starting its transformation towards the highest 10th level realm of the soul race. Unfortunately, in the end, his evolution stopped. The newly born 9-level member of the soul race might have already reached his current limit. To be precise, this was his limit in a newborn state. Perhaps in the future, with the passage of time, he could still reach the 10th level, but for now, he was temporarily unable to complete the final evolution. Wang Sheng only felt utterly exhausted. Supplying a high-level soul race member and promoting their constant advancement consumed far too much energy. Even when Wang Sheng had just awakened in his human body, he had never felt this weak. The orange soul body flashed, exerting some pressure on other soul race members nearby. That was the natural suppression of a high-ranking soul over lower ones. Master, Wang Sheng moved his intent. I'm tired, I don't want to say more. Any issues can wait until I wake up. Yes, Master. Wang Sheng fell into a deep sleep in the chair, and the golden soul force field disappeared accordingly. That azure gemstone was flashing a blinding light, signaling communication from the rock tribe, but Wang Sheng, in slumber, couldn't respond. Meanwhile, the newly born 9-level soul member emitted an orange-red force field similar to the golden one, covering Wang Sheng to guard silently. When Wang Sheng woke up, he saw the new soul race member. Are you at the 9th level now? Master, I am at the 9th level. Through the golden soul force field, Wang Sheng sensed the 9-level soul race member. 9th level, not bad either. Your energy grade is purer than that guardian of the light tribe. yet not as powerful as him? It's a pity you didn't directly reach the 10th level. Otherwise, lending you out would probably fetch an exorbitant price. What capabilities do you possess now? The orange-red soul body became restless, appearing somewhat uneasy. Does Master plan to rent me out? No. I must make Master aware of my abilities, showing him how useful keeping me around would be. Master, I possess the ability to transform matter and create a controlling force field. I haven't reached my peak yet because, being born from particle machinery, I naturally have weaker energy reserves. Therefore, I need time to accumulate energy to reach and surpass the 9th level life form, and even attain qualifications to break through the 10th level. Wang Sheng wasn't particularly impressed. This was old news. He already knew it. Do you have any other skills? Master, being born from ultra-micro particle machinery, I can control other types of particle machinery and make them function at the highest efficiency. Wang Sheng seemed somewhat disappointed. You can play around with machinery without needing your help. It will just use more energy. Master, it's not the same. I can provide precise control and establish a permanent force field which works like the divine domain technique used by other powerful figures. The converted matter and space-time will forever belong to me. So, this is not just about modifying things, but achieving total control. Speaking of energy consumption, I can absorb energy from the outside world myself, though slowly, but the energy I gather will become the foundation of my force field realm. The longer the time goes on, the stronger my strength becomes. Wang Sheng found this somewhat interesting. So are you saying you can create anything? Are you something like a creator? Master, you're too kind, but we could also say that. You're not modest at all. Tell me, can you manufacture ultra-micro particle machinery? Master, currently, it's not possible to manufacture ultra-micro particle machinery since some materials required are produced within the bodies of higher rock tribes, who might be unwilling to sell them. However, I can produce nanomachinery and even attempt creating particle machinery. Wang Sheng was skeptical. Nanomachinery? That's all well and good. But when it comes to particle machinery, what does attempt mean? You can or you can't. Because I've been awakened by the Master not long ago, I currently lack sufficient energy reserves. Although I can produce nanomachinery, ensuring the successful creation of particle machinery would be difficult. If given time to collect external energy resources, or if Master provides some energy resources, then I'll be confident in producing particle machinery. Wang Sheng nodded slightly. That sounds reasonable. What about manufacturing efficiency? Currently, I can manufacture more than 1,000 nanomachines each day. As for particle machinery, without energy supply restrictions, I can produce hundreds daily. And with further accumulation, the speed should keep improving. Wang Sheng was satisfied. He wasn't necessarily demanding that his own nanomachinery production be carried out. But this 9-level soul race member could indeed generate some value, making the use of so much soul power worthwhile. In the future, follow me. Now that I have granted you a name, xuanhuan, get to know my situation as soon as possible. For now, take temporary command over those low-level members of the soul race. Yes, Master. Finally, Wang Sheng noticed the communication signal sent from Ku Cheng's side earlier. He connected with the rock tribe. Why are you contacting me so urgently? Our agreed trading time hasn't come yet, has it? The information from the rock tribe was quickly transmitted. Did you activate ultra-micro particle machinery before? One of them is experiencing an abnormal condition and can't stop running, which is why I contacted you to inquire about your situation. Wang Sheng somewhat understood. Ultra-micro particle machinery was extremely important for the rock tribe. Thus, they possessed methods to remotely sense ultra-micro particle machinery. After Wang Sheng unintentionally awakened xuanhuan, the rock tribe immediately realized the situation wasn't right and made an urgent contact. Wang Sheng grew dissatisfied. You're conducting remote surveillance? That's somewhat going too far. Of course, Kuching wouldn't admit being in the wrong. During our previous transaction, I clearly stated that the ultra-micro particle machinery was used as collateral rather than being sold to Mr. Wang. Thus, there's nothing wrong with my real-time monitoring of its status. Therefore, as collateral, Mr. Wang could temporarily activate them but shouldn't keep using them. Ultra-micro particle machinery is crucial for U.S. Rock Tribe. We cannot tolerate any accidents, nor can we allow them to be out of control. The focus now is that one ultra-micro particle machinery state has gone awry, violating its prior program settings and staying continuously operational. We need a reasonable explanation. Wang Sheng shook his head, sighing with some helplessness, and chuckled wryly. Explain? What needs to be explained here? Am I very familiar with your rock tribe? Don't be so naive, okay? Just because collateral can't be activated or used. I've already used it. What can you do to me? If it weren't for the high price you offered, I wouldn't even bother talking to you about these trivialities. After thinking for a moment, Wang Sheng spoke. At the moment, I'm with this soul race friend. Most of the gains from our transactions have already been handed over to him, including the ultra-micro particle machinery you mentioned. So, I'm currently working on securing further trading opportunities for you, seeing if we can rent you a more advanced member of the soul race. But now, you actually doubt me. So even if my friend fully activates one of your ultra-micro particle machineries, so what? Are we unable to pay for it? Or do you think my friend in the soul race doesn't deserve to use your machinery? If that's the case, there's no need for us to continue this transaction. Chapter 77, Trust and Respect. Upon hearing Mr. Wang Sheng's seemingly angry words, Kucheng remained silent for a while before responding. Mr. Wang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not implying any suspicion or accusation. We simply can't comprehend why the restricted ultra-micro mechanical particles would exhibit this abnormal condition. We hope to meet with Mr. Wang as soon as possible. If it's convenient, we also hope Mr. Wang's Hun clan friends could join us. We're willing to sell them the ultra-micro mechanical particles. However, before that, Let us inspect the machinery that showed anomalies first. Only then can we continue our transactions with confidence. Please understand, Mr. Wang. The particle machinery is extremely important to our Yin clan, and such an anomaly has never occurred before. Wang Xing knew that Keqing still harbored doubts. This matter didn't lie in how Keqing thought, but in how the upper echelons of the Yin clan handled it. Though the sudden appearance of 10 ordinary Han clans wouldn't betray Wang Sheng, their supreme lord, the Yin clan needed to thoroughly investigate the origins of the Han clans they were transacting with after spending large amounts of resources. For Wang Sheng, acquiring so many resources from the Yin clan, he could somewhat understand their concerns. Most importantly, it was about the ultra-micro-mechanical particles. The appearance of a level 9 Han clan made Wang Sheng realize the importance of obtaining top-notch mechanical equipment. So-called high-tech machinery bought from the market could at best awaken level 1 or level 2 Han clans. To awaken higher level ones, he now relied on the ultra-micro-mechanical particles provided by the Yin clan. The Yin clan wanted to find out more about the origins of the Han clan, and Wang Xing wasn't planning to keep hiding the truth anymore. Let Xiaohua Star take charge, backed by a senior Han clan member. This was enough to reassure the Yin clan. As for the anomaly with the ultra-micro-mechanical particles, attributing it to Xiaohua Star's activation attempt actually mattered little if Keqing believed it or not. Everyone had their needs fulfilled. It was business, not friendship. Wang Sheng agreed to meet with Keqing at the same place as last time. The Omiai vessel ascended toward the dark side of Yustar. As Wang Sheng approached from afar, the hidden Yin starship quickly flew up from the darkness behind Yustar, emitting a bright streak of light in the darkness. Initially, the radar screen aboard the Omiai showed no detection of that starship until the moment it emitted the light, when its signal finally appeared on the interface. This was the advanced stealth technology of the Yin clan. Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. Had Keqing switched to another Yin starship? Could it be that those 10 Han clans had already been subleased by Keqing, bringing him substantial profits? At first glance, that starship resembled a strange, translucent, smooth gemstone, yet it had the ability to change its own color. Prominent objects resembling energy cannons appeared on the exterior of the starship, with their muzzles pointed directly at the Omiai's position. A communication signal was connected. What Wang Sheng saw was still that strange starship. His subordinate Han clans issued a warning. Master, this isn't a special Yin starship, but rather the physical body of a level 7 Yin clan. Wang Xing understood. The 100-meter-long secondary starship was actually the body of a level 7 Yin clan. In the eyes of cosmic intelligent races, Yin clans do not have fixed shapes. Regardless of whether they are high-level or low-level Yin clans, their physical conditions are closely related to their growth environment. Yin clans growing in high-temperature environments absorb and accumulate high-temperature materials to form their bodies. Han clans living in the darkness of the universe absorb and accumulate cosmic dust to form their bodies. Intelligent races abandoned long ago the effort to categorize Yin clans. Wang Sheng gave an order inwardly. Xiaohua Star, you go ahead and repeat my previous instructions to them again. If they no longer wish to lease the Han clans, return the 10 ordinary Han clans. That constitutes their breach of contract first. Thus, most importantly, the things we've already obtained cannot possibly be returned. Be cautious of their potential backlash and prepare for possible attacks. Xiaohua Star followed the order and soon materialized in space. Now he attached himself to a space mech suit. An orange-red Han soul sent out the first message. Despicable Yin clans, you're going back on your word. Do you think you can reclaim the collateral you've already handed over? The implication was very clear. Meat in the mouth won't be spit out. It can only be swallowed further down. At the instant the level 7 Yin clans noticed Xiaohua Star manifesting, they immediately halted their approach and actively retracted their weapons. Facing a level 9 powerhouse with Huan force field abilities, the level 7 Yin clearly realized that he was no match. Still, the Yin clans enjoy a long lifespan not just due to nature, but because the ultra-micro mechanical particles continuously provide enhancements to their bodies and genes through constant remodeling. Therefore, the Yin clans must inspect the anomalous ultra-micro mechanical particles. Esteemed Sir Han, please do not misunderstand. We have no intention of reclaiming the collateral. I am Shantu, a member of the Yant clan and an elder to Keqing. Last time, you provided 10 ordinary Huns for us Yants to rent, and I am very grateful for that. Therefore, I have come this time to personally discuss with you why the ultra-micro mechanical particles showed abnormalities. Moreover, I wish to negotiate the leasing of higher-level Yants. Xiaohua Star wasted no words, and an orange-red Hun soul field erupted, enveloping the surrounding space-time. In the originally empty vacuum, a minute yet glaring source of light appeared. It was none other than Xiaohua Star's true form. Have you seen clearly? I tried to activate 15 ultra-micro mechanical particles, and one of them became like this. I thought it might be damaged. So, I don't understand why it continues to operate indefinitely, but under the current situation, there is no way I could possibly return it to you. Unless, you send back the 10 ordinary Huns first. Only then would I consider handing it over to you. Shantu on the opposite side fell into silence for a moment. It seemed as if he was consulting or seeking permission from some powerful entity. A subtle energy fluctuation emitted from Shantu's body. This was a secretive probing technique, but Xiaohua Star's soul field force blocked this subtle probe. If you don't trust me, hurry up and return the ordinary Huns, and we will find other intelligent beings to cooperate with. Upon hearing Xiaohua Star's words, Shantu transmitted another message. Esteemed Sir Han, we intend to continue transactions with you. After all, you are a level 9 Hun willing to lease your kin to us, which certainly deserves the trust and respect from the Yant clan. The ultra-micro mechanical particle in front shows no abnormalities. Although we cannot definitively ascertain the reason for its breakthrough of the protection program, it must certainly have some connection with you, being a level 9 Han. Since you do not wish to return it, who dares to compel you? Thus, we will lift the restriction permissions on the 15 ultra-micro mechanical particles, making them part of the negotiation stakes. Just wonder, what level of Huns can you lend us this time? Xianhua Star's soul body shimmered, and within a moment of thought, retracted his true form. Afterward, the orange-red soul field disappeared, and the level 9 Han had already merged with the mech. For specific negotiations, you deal with my agent. Best avoid such aggressive situations again, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourselves. Having said that, Xianhua Star manipulated the mech again and returned to the Umei vessel. Subsequently, the transaction proceeded smoothly. Kuching once again stepped forward to discuss matters with Wang Sheng. Chapter 78, T-258, Type Maintenance Mothership. Wang Sheng's transaction with the Yin clan was proceeding smoothly. Two second-tier Han clans, Bing Star and Ding Star, awakened the second-tier C-53 battleship. 8 first-tier Han clans, numbers 337 to 344, had previously awakened multifunctional machinery. They were rented by Wang Sheng to Kucheng for 10,000 years. According to the rent agreed upon beforehand, this would bring Wang Sheng an astronomical income of 44 trillion universal coins. So the inside could not possibly come up with this huge sum all at once. Kucheng proposed that 15 super microparticle machines be used as a substitute worth 15 trillion, and then other machinery or materials would be used for further calculation. But Wang Sheng wouldn't easily accept this, because after being awakened, these 15 super microparticle machines had lost their greatest value to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng put forward a new suggestion. Before, the super microparticle machines that you kept secret from us, my friend cannot accept. That is a lack of trust in us, and even an insult to a strong Han clan. Therefore, you must now provide 30 brand new super microparticle machines as substitutes, and guarantee there are no more secrets within them. Otherwise, we will not acknowledge this deal. Kuching looked somewhat awkward and also confused. It seemed that the 9th tier Han clan didn't tamper with the super microparticle machines. The Yin side wanted to figure out the reason why the previous super microparticle machines showed anomalies. Now if they could reclaim them through this opportunity, it wasn't unacceptable. Since so, to avoid your Han clan friend misunderstanding, we will provide 30 brand new super microparticle machines worth 30 trillion. Also, regarding the 10,000 particle machines you requested before, I have already brought them along, valued at 90 billion. Besides, what else do you wish to purchase? I mentioned earlier, the maximum number of universal coins we can offer this time is 8 trillion. They're financial cards issued by the 100 Flowers Bank, but top-level 100 Flowers Supreme cards, each card containing 1 trillion universal coins. Here are 8 of them. The relevant exchange information has been submitted to the bank. The 100 Flowers Bank has cooperated with our Yin clan for many years, and we hold a certain amount of shares in it. So in this aspect, Mr. Wang can rest assured, there won't be any mistakes. Kucheng said without hesitation. He took out a stack of 100 Flowers Bank Supreme cards, each containing 1 trillion universal coins. 100 Flowers Supreme card is a more advanced bank card compared to the trillion-level purple gold card and the billion-level platinum card. It is made using special alloys and contains the most cutting-edge alloy manufacturing technology. After every normal transaction, the bank will re-record the information of the new owner, make business adjustments accordingly, and continue to provide excellent services to the new customer. Last time, Wang Sheng obtained 10 purple gold cards, which amounted to 1 trillion coins. Wang Sheng's personal terminal received a service call from the 100 Flowers Bank on the second day, asking if he needed to be equipped with a financial secretary, or even a financial team. For those super banks across the universe, providing a considerate service team to a dignified customer owning assets worth over 1 trillion is worth the effort. However, Wang Sheng declined the bank's proposal. He had already begun cloning new human female slaves and inputted professional knowledge, including finance, into their brains. Using his self-manufactured female slaves gave him greater peace of mind. After hearing Kucheng's words, Wang Sheng ordered his mechanical subordinates to take the 8 supreme cards. Kucheng then took out a white stone stick container. Here are 30 super microparticle machines. Wang Sheng immediately responded. Just a moment, I will return the previous container to you. Soon, a mechanical hand holding the stone stick walked out from the Yu Mei number ship and completed the exchange with Kucheng. Wang Sheng made a simple mental calculation. He still needed to purchase mechanicals or supplies worth 4.91 trillion from Kucheng. I know that the Yin clan is renowned across the universe for manufacturing high-end machines. So, I would like to buy an advanced starship from you. Do you have a catalog list of ships available for export? Kucheng immediately agreed. Yes. Subsequently, he transmitted the list to Wang Sheng's personal terminal. Wang Sheng looked at the high-class starships, feeling perplexed. The highest level offered by Kucheng in the starship list was Tier 4, and the prices were higher than what was offered by the Xirat clan. For instance, the price of a Tier 4 Star Annihilator battleship had exceeded 10 trillion. Its daily maintenance cost and basic energy consumption should not be less than 100 billion universal coins annually. To truly activate the Star Annihilator battleship and effectively utilize its fighting power required setting up a complete logistical support system. That would be difficult for Wang Sheng to bear. With only about 5 trillion funds to purchase a warship, it was impossible to buy a Star Annihilator battleship. Instead, auxiliary-type Tier 4 starships could be purchased. Wang Sheng carefully reviewed the details of the 4th-level multi-purpose transport ship. Perhaps, among the 4th-level starships, the most suitable one for Wang Sheng would be this type. The Yin Clan catalog listed over 20 different models of 4th-level transport ships, each costing approximately 1 trillion universal coins. However, their maintenance and operational costs amounted to at least hundreds of billions of universal coins annually. For individual users, this was a heavy burden. A colossal warship exceeding 3,000 meters in length would find it extremely difficult to locate a proper docking point, not to mention the numerous biofissure required for specific operations and maintenance. After carefully reviewing them, Wang Sheng temporarily removed the option of 4th-level starships from his mind. What truly suited him now were 2nd-tier starships. The use and maintenance of 3rd-tier starships were relatively more challenging. Kucheng watched as Wang Sheng furrowed his brows but did not rush him, allowing him ample time to make his selection. To the Yin Clan, they never liked hasty decisions. They were naturally slow-moving beings. After quite a while, Wang Sheng suddenly appeared excited, looking up and saying, "This 3rd-level T-258 type maintenance mothership. I see from its description that it can repair starships below the 3rd level, and is also a mobile starship factory capable of manufacturing ordinary 2nd-tier transport ships and most 1st-tier starships." Upon hearing this, Kucheng calmly retrieved the information and personally reviewed it. That's correct. The 3rd-level T-258 type maintenance mothership can repair starships under the 2nd level, including some 3rd-tier ones. Simultaneously, it has the ability to manufacture 2nd-tier transport ships and 1st-tier starships. Mr. Wang, are you interested in purchasing this 3rd-level mothership? Wang Sheng nodded. The T-258 type starship suited him well at the moment. This maintenance mothership could serve as the core vessel to ensure the prolonged endurance of his subordinate starships. At the same time, it had the capacity to assemble and produce 2nd-tier transport ships. He could collaborate deeply with Wu Guang and even distributors from the flight control group. The transport ships produced could then be handed over to them for sale. Wang Sheng was willing to sell them at cost price, offering benefits to distributors like Wu Guang, forming a stable production and sales channel so his subordinates would always have a steady flow of starships available. His focus wasn't on the transport ships themselves. Rather, he was focused on using the T-258 mothership to produce 2nd-tier ships, which could awaken an endless stream of 2nd-tier Han clans. Ordinary 2nd-tier transport ships were naturally beneath Wang Sheng's consideration. Thus, the mothership manufactured by the Yin Clan proved to be quite useful. Of course, concerning major transactions, Wang Sheng remained very cautious. T-258 ship, priced at 1.65 trillion per unit. Could you provide me with its specific data? Chapter 79. Purchasing a Tier 3 starship. After carefully reviewing the technical data of the T-258 ship, Wang Sheng decided to buy it. He noticed that the Level 1 probe spider was also part of the T-258 ship's production lineup. However, the raw materials needed to produce the probe spider included some rare special materials that were not easy to obtain. Wang Sheng reviewed, and then simply instructed his Han clan subordinates to conduct the calculations. Soon, all the scarce materials required for various starships Wang Sheng wanted to produce, especially those difficult to procure from the market, were swiftly and accurately listed by the Han clans. Excluding common market materials, they still needed more than 67 different kinds. After all, producing starships, even ordinary level 2 transport ships, was no simple task. Wang Sheng made up his mind and spoke to Kucheng. "Please wait a moment. I need to return to my ship for a brief discussion with my friends and prepare a list of necessary materials for production." Kucheng agreed. Wang Sheng returned to the Yumei and quickly prepared. When he reappeared, he said to Kucheng, "I originally intended to assemble some low-level starships myself. It's been my dream since childhood. With support from my friends, purchasing this Tier 3 T-258 repair mothership will make my dream come true. I've decided to buy one T-258 type repair mothership, so could you possibly offer any discounts?" Kucheng, of course, refused. It can't get any cheaper. Equipment like this, which can produce lower-tier starships, is strategic gear that no race would easily sell externally. We're only selling these starships this time out of consideration for your friend in Mr. Wang's company. According to our clan rules, we shouldn't sell a Tier 3 repair mothership to you at all. This is an exception. Moreover, I must clarify in advance that before Mr. Wang purchases, he has to sign related agreements to prevent the technology for the T-258 starship from leaking out or being sold carelessly. If Mr. Wang doesn't want to use it anymore, contact us, and we'll offer a discounted repurchase price after deducting depreciation costs. This is actually standard practice for high-end starship transactions, particularly production-type starships. If Mr. Wang arbitrarily shows our technology to other forces, our mothership might be quickly copied. That is something the Yin clan cannot accept. Based on what I previously heard from my clan members, your human alliances seem incapable of independently producing level 2 starships. Thus, they are restricted as well. This starship, Mr. Wang, can be used personally by you. How you use it is none of our concern, but you cannot divulge its underlying technology. Hearing this, Wang Sheng wasn't surprised. As Kucheng had stated, this was standard protocol. I wish to manufacture advanced level 1 starships, such as probe spiders or specialized use starships, to sell to the human alliance. You should know, our human star alliance cannot independently produce many types of starships. Hence, prices for specialized starships remain high, as key equipment and propulsion cores for each ship require paying exorbitant patent fees to alien races. I believe the T-258 ship will not only fulfill my childhood dream, but will also bring me considerable profit. I am willing to sign confidentiality agreements. the Tier 3 T-258 repair mothership purchased from the Yin clan will not be arbitrarily resold. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's statement, Kucheng appeared satisfied. Then Wang Sheng added, in addition to buying starships, I would also like to purchase some materials for the trial production of special-purpose starships from the Yin clan. All costs would be included in the total transaction. Just now, I discussed this matter aboard the ship with my friends, among whom one person expressed interest in certain materials. In total, there are 67 kinds, and I hope you can assist in providing them. As Wang Sheng said this, he transmitted the procurement material list to Kucheng. After looking it over, Kucheng asked, why do you need rock essence powder? This material is indeed produced exclusively by the Yin clan, but it has always been exceedingly scarce. How could it possibly be used for manufacturing low-level starships? Wang Sheng responded helplessly. Because it's a material that only your Yin clan can produce, my friend specifically requested its purchase. Kucheng paused. That powerful member of the Hun clan wanted rock essence powder? Should he agree? Subsequently, the voice of a 7th-tier Yin clan elder came from behind. We can sell him some rock essence powder, but no more than 30 grams. Besides, the rock essence powder is crucial to our Yin clan, so this kind of trade will happen only once. Faced with the directive from his superior, Kucheng couldn't refuse. All right, Mr. Wang can buy up to 30 grams of rock essence powder. However, Mr. Wang, you also want M79S5 or powder and GA808 concentrate, both of which are rare materials. Even for our Yin clan, these materials are not enough to use and cannot be sold externally. As for other materials, some quantities need to be reduced, as they may not meet Mr. Wang's requirements. At this point, Wang Sheng could only agree. After all, some of the materials were quite important to him, especially rock essence powder, a material that only the Yin clan could produce. It was crucial for the Xuanhuan Star's trial production of ultra-micro-particle machinery. Even if he could only buy 30 grams, it would still be a significant gain. Then, after some haggling with Kucheng, Wang Sheng finalized the deal for 65 types of materials. Among them, he took the opportunity to purchase more of some rare materials, bringing the total transaction amount up to 326 billion credits. He then asked, how long will it take to deliver the repair mothership? Kucheng replied, within 15 days, we can deliver near the Zizhu star. At that time, we'll contact you for pickup. Wang Sheng frowned slightly. Compared to the Zizhu clan, the Yin clan's efficiency was really lacking. All right, during this time, I'll stay here waiting for your delivery of the starship. Once the transaction was complete, Wang Sheng returned to his starship. He directly contacted Xu Ming from the Zizhu Fly Control Group. Hello, Deputy Xu. I want to manufacture some special machines, but I'm short on 2 materials. I hope the group can sell or exchange some with me. Xu Ming did not hesitate. What materials does Mr. Wang need? And how much exactly? Wang Sheng responded. I need 600 grams of M79S5 or powder and at least 9 kilograms of GA808 concentrate. Of course, the price can be negotiated. The more quantity the better. Xu Ming replied. Please wait a moment. I'll immediately contact the relevant departments in the group to see if they can provide them. Wang Sheng waited for a while. A few minutes later, Xu Ming had an answer. For M79S5 or powder, it's priced at 250,000 credits per gram, and we can sell 1,200 grams to Mr. Wang. As for GA808 concentrate, we don't have enough ourselves, so it will be difficult to sell to you. Wang Sheng smiled. Deputy Xu, I'll send you a list of scarce materials, totaling 19 types. It lists the quantities of materials I currently have available, but these rare materials must be exchanged for GA808 concentrate at equivalent value. I think the group would find this interesting. Previously, when Wang Sheng transacted with Kucheng, he increased the procurement volume of rare materials available from the Yin clan. That was also for trading with the Zizhu clan. Chapter 80. With money, you should invest in troops. The materials for manufacturing ultra-micro-particle machines were finally successfully exchanged from the Flight Control Group, with Xu Ming's assistance in communication. Both parties also reached a brand new cooperation agreement. Wang Sheng sold part of the scarce materials in his possession to the Zhirat tribe. Xu Ming then went to consult with his superiors and agreed to some of Wang Sheng's requests. Previously, I purchased a 3rd-tier T-258 type repair mothership from the Rock tribe. It will soon be delivered to Purple Bamboo Star. I hope I can apply for a satellite venue within the star system through Wanji Company to conduct starship assembly. The reason why I bought these rare materials is that I want to use them to build ordinary 2nd-tier starships, as well as some special 1st-tier starships and equipment. Upon learning that Wang Sheng had purchased a repair mothership, Xu Ming was greatly surprised. Who would have thought that the 3rd-tier mothership produced by the Rock tribe had actually been acquired by Wang Sheng? It seemed that aside from that Guardian of Light and the upper echelons of the Soul tribe, Wang Sheng also had some trading channels with the Rock tribe. Xu Ming became even more enthusiastic towards Wang Sheng. Wanji Company will handle the communications, negotiating with the governor's office on behalf of the group to secure an appropriate orbit within the star system for you to produce starships. Actually, Xu Ming didn't fully understand what Wang Sheng intended to do. Could it be that producing starships has been your dream since childhood? The Zhirat tribe possessed numerous advanced starship technologies, but did not research starships like the T-258 type repair mothership. For the Zhirat tribe, this kind of technology was redundant. It was less efficient than starship factories and couldn't produce high-end starships easily. Xu Ming wasn't envious about this. But the fact that Wang Sheng had access to trade channels with the Rock tribe, which might provide scarce materials for the Flight Control Group, could not be ignored. The higher-ups in the Zhirat tribe definitely wouldn't stay indifferent either. Therefore, if Wang Sheng wanted to produce starships, then let him go ahead. Even Wanji Company could help sell them. It was a trivial matter. After all, this man was wealthy enough, so he might just be treating it as a pastime. Xu Ming continued. I will suggest that Wanji Company take responsibility for selling the starships on your behalf. Wang Xing shook his head. This was not part of his plan. Representative Xu, when the repair mothership arrives, I intend to produce second and first-tier starships suitable for human use and sell them to the Human Interstellar Alliance. At that time, I hope that the Flight Control Group can intervene and establish a sales company within the Star Alliance to sell these starships externally. In return, I will purchase scarce resources under the name of producing starships, buy the Guardian of Light and my friends in the Rock Tribe, and hand over part of them for your use. I don't intend to manufacture starships from scratch. I plan to trade these scarce materials to you and let the group regulate them. Then I will procure mature parts from you, completing the final assembly on the T-258 type repair mothership. In this way, the number of starships I can assemble will greatly increase. Xu Ming was completely baffled after hearing Wang Sheng. What did Wang Sheng mean? Did he intend to earn that pitiful starship assembly fee? However, how much money could that make? Even for second-tier transport ships, the total assembly fee per starship was merely 3 to 5 million. It couldn't possibly let the group give him preferential treatment and force the assembly fees of second-tier starships to skyrocket, could it? So, why was Wang Sheng doing this? For Wang Sheng, who held the leasing power of the Soul Tribe and possessed trading channels with the Light Tribe and the Rock Tribe, even if he wanted to make money, there was no need to do something like this. A billionaire capable of purchasing a third-tier starship worth trillions of credits would care about the annual 10 billion assembly fees? Operating this way, the depreciation costs of the repair mothership won't even be covered. While mentally criticizing, Xu Ming still wore a smile on his face. Since Mr. Wang wishes to conduct business in the Human Star Alliance, I will apply for approval from headquarters and establish a sales company in the Interstellar Alliance to acquire a share of the assembly business of some second-tier transport ships. We will pay you the highest standard assembly fee. Wang Sheng hurriedly shook his head again. Xu Ming still hadn't grasped what he meant. Was he concerned about those meager assembly fees? There's no need for that. We'll follow the contracting standards set by the Flight Control Group. I don't care about assembly fees. However, I require the position of a director in the sales company, as I will need the group's support when I carry out tasks in the Star Alliance later. As for the capital of the sales company, to start operations as soon as possible, I am willing to provide a sum of operational funds. Also, regarding the quantity of assembled starships, the more, the better. The T-258 type repair mothership can simultaneously assemble 4 ordinary second-tier transport ships. I hope that after that starship arrives, there will be a sufficient supply of components to maintain the assembly process of at least 3 second-tier transport ships continuously. Xu Ming stated. That goes without saying. I will report your request to headquarters as soon as possible, and I believe they will not refuse. Given those rare materials, the Flight Control Group would of course not refuse. Wang Sheng's starships produced through the T-258 type repair mothership would be handled by the Ji Rat clan's Flight Control Group. They would establish a sales company in the Star Alliance to sell the vessels alongside the civilian first-tier and second-tier starships produced by the Flight Control Group. Initially, the Flight Control Group had no interest in the small Star Alliance market. However, due to Wang Sheng, the Ji Rat clan extended their influence into the Star Alliance. 30 ultra-micro-particle machines were awakened in 3 batches, yet failed to achieve the results Wang Sheng had hoped for. Among the 30 machines, not a single soul from the Soul Tribe was awakened, leaving Wang Sheng quite disappointed. As for the awakening of the particle machines, it seemed rather uneventful. Compared to the ultra-micro-particle machines, the consumption of gold spirit power by the particle machines was negligible. With relevant experience, Wang Sheng successfully awakened 93 intelligent members of the Soul Tribe from 10,000 particle machines. From number 350 to 439, there were 90 first-tier Soul Tribe members. Additionally, there were 3 second-tier Soul Tribe members, Particle 1, Particle 2, and Particle 3. The awakening probability of particle machines was much lower compared to regular machines. Then, Wang Sheng began attempting to awaken the 100,000 nanomachines. It was truly an arduous task. After several days of hard work, Wang Sheng finally managed to awaken all 100,000 nanomachines. Among these nanomachines, there were 2772 ordinary Soul Tribe members awakened, numbered 440 to 3211. It seemed that for a long time, Wang Sheng wouldn't lack for ordinary Soul Tribe members. The leasing business of the Soul Tribe could also be accelerated. Besides ordinary Soul Tribe members, there were also 153 first-tier Soul Tribe members, numbered 3212 to 3364. Although awakened Soul Tribe members could continue to stay within the nanomachines, the 9th-tier Soul Spirit Star used to guide and control those ultra-micro machines did not require such a large number of intelligent Soul Tribe members. To accommodate some of the ordinary Soul Tribe members, Wang Sheng simply purchased 3,000 multifunctional machines at the cost of 19.5 billion credits. From these 3,000 multifunctional machines, another 383 Soul Tribe members were awakened. Among them, from numbers 3365 to 3725, there were 361 ordinary Soul Tribe members. They, along with the recently awakened Nano Soul Tribe members, would jointly manage the multifunctional machines. From numbers 3726 to 3747, there were 22 first-tier Soul Tribe members. Subsequently, without hesitation, Wang Sheng directly selected the versatile bug eggs, allowing the first-tier Soul Tribe members awakened from the nanomachines and particle machines to fuse with them, beginning the production of large quantities of loyal little milk cats. If you have money, you should invest in troops. Chapter 81. Awakening 3 Advanced Soul Clans. The exchange of materials with the Wisdom Rat clan was quickly completed, earning Wangxing nearly 300 billion universal coins. After obtaining all the necessary materials, Xiaohua Star began manufacturing ultra-fine particle machines. Currently, what Wangxing knew was that the method to awaken advanced soul clans was through these ultra-fine particle machines. There was no immediate need for producing nanomachines, because he didn't lack ordinary soul clan members right now. Perhaps, in the future, when resources were more abundant, Xiaohua Star could be tasked to produce a batch of particle machines. First-level and second-level soul clan members would form the backbone of Wangxing's future teams, playing an important role. But what was even more crucial was the ultra-nano mechanical equipment capable of awakening the advanced soul clan. With various rare materials and rock essence powder, the production of ultra-fine particle machines proceeded smoothly. As an advanced 9-level soul clan member awakened by the ultra-fine particle machines, Xiaohua Star's understanding and mastery of the machinery far surpassed what ordinary rock clan members could achieve. Under his control, 30 grams of rock essence powder could produce 90 ultra-fine particle machines. This was Wangxing's greatest gain from the previous transaction with the rock clan. Neither Ku Cheng nor Shan Tu would have ever imagined that Xiaohua Star, who originated from the ultrafine particle machines, had the ability to reverse engineer and produce ultrafine particle machines. Under Xiaohua Star's control, 30 ultrafine particle machines simultaneously began producing 10 new machines. Their microscopic production actions went unnoticed by the outside world. Through the golden soul force field, Wangxing could barely observe Xiaohua Star's operations. The second-level soul clan members, particle number 1, number 2, and number 3, led the first-level soul clan members in operating hundreds or even thousands of particle machines as auxiliary tools. This greatly accelerated the production speed of ultra-fine particle machines. Xiaohua Star and his team managed to produce 20 ultra-fine particle machines every day. Before the T-258 starship arrived, Wangxing had already acquired 90 brand-new ultra-fine particle machines. With 90 chances to awaken, finally some expected results emerged. It seemed his good fortune concentrated on the final batch. In the last round of 10 ultra-fine particle machines, 3 advanced soul clan members awakened at once. Wangxing was taken aback. Because the previous 80 machines all failed to awaken, he exhausted all his strength, activating the golden soul force field to supply 3 simultaneously awakening ultrafine particle soul clan members. Watching their soul forms, which started out as tiny pale blue particles, rapidly expanding and growing to the size of fists, transforming into standard 5-level soul clans within the golden soul force field, and then continuing to climb in energy levels. Blue, level 6. Deep blue, level 7. And then light red, level 8. Eventually, Wangxing couldn't support them any longer. The golden soul force field dimmed because it was supplying 3 advanced soul clan members simultaneously. He was forced to stop. Moments later, he sank into a deep sleep. When he woke up, Wangxing felt a needle-like intense headache. That was the aftermath of overextending his soul power, and extreme pain affecting his golden soul body. Wangxing gritted his teeth against the pain, slowly opening his eyes, as information from Xiaohua Star came to him. Master, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days and nights. Yesterday, the Rock Tribe sent a signal. The T-258 type maintenance mothership you purchased has reached the backside of the satellite around Purple Bamboo Star, where we previously traded. I told them you have important matters, and the handover would be delayed. Ku Cheng is willing to wait. A representative from Flight Control Group, Mr. Xu Ming, visited 2 days ago, leaving behind a spatial coordinate near Purple Bamboo Star as the future orbital position for the maintenance mothership. He said, after the arrival of the maintenance mothership, the Flight Control Group would provide sufficient parts for second-level transport ships. Regarding the trading conditions proposed earlier, the Intelligence Rat Clan has already started working on it. As for the Star Alliance, the Intelligence Rat Clan has dispatched a senior official as their representative, and the Flight Control Group has registered a company in the Star Alliance called Feishing Starships, responsible for conducting interstellar ship sales business throughout the entire Star Alliance. Clutching his head, Wangxing couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Wei Jie number 1, number 2, and number 3 approached together, helping Wangxing massage his temples. This slightly alleviated his pain. His unrestrained hands had already wandered onto the tender bodies of his female slaves. Staring at the group of loyal, cute kitten-like beings before him, Wangxing found his vision slightly blurry. They were all snow white, looking adorable as they stood neatly aligned and stared at Wangxing, waiting for their master's commands. Including the previous numbers 66 and 64, Wangxing now had a total of 245 loyal little milk cats under his command. Generally speaking, producing the additional 243 little milk cats cost him about 1 trillion units of energy crystals. However, Wangxing believed that everything was worth it. In the future, Meiyu would be surrounded by layers of NB protection. Wangxing retrieved the coordinates of the White Lion Pirate Group's base, provided by the Intelligence Rat Clan not long ago, from his personal terminal. It was a secretive rocky planet located within the Red Elephant Empire. According to the Intelligence Rat Clan's intelligence, the White Lion Pirate Group's base was beneath the barren surface of that planet. After confirming the location of the White Lion Pirate Group's base again, Wangxing's eyes became cold. With the significant increase in strength of his subordinates now, it was time to attack and eliminate the White Lion pirate group and give the hostile forces on the side of the Red Elephant Empire a necessary warning. However, before that, he still needed to rearrange matters at hand. 2 light red level 8 soul bodies and 1 deep blue level 7 soul body appeared before him. Master, our fault has caused damage to your soul power. Frowning, Wang Sheng sensed another wave of pain coming from deep within his soul. Impatiently, he began speaking. Enough, stop the nonsense. Unfortunately, my soul power couldn't keep up, or you all would have had the chance to advance further. Then he paused, looking at one of the pale red souls interwoven with threads of red among the 3. Among the 3 of you, your soul power is the strongest, only second to Xiaohua Star. Now, I grant you the name Xiaohua Star, as Xiaohua Star's deputy, to jointly oversee the miniature machinery team. As ordered, Great Master, Xiaohua Star thanks the master for bestowing a name. Wang Sheng then turned to the other level 8 soul being. His soul looked slightly weaker compared to Xiaohua Star. As for you, I want you to try merging with 100 changeworm egg. If successful, in the future, you will become the captain of my milk cat team. Wang Sheng did not consider appointing an 8th level soul clan member to transform into a milk cat a waste of talent. To him, soul clans were not hard to come by. On the contrary, building a loyal and powerful milk cat leader was far from easy. Only Wang Sheng, the supreme master of the soul clans, could make soul clan members willingly turn into faithful little milk cats. Master, I am willing to transform into a milk cat and lead your milk cat team. Good. I hereby grant you the name Chiwei Star. Do not disappoint me. Master, Chiwei Star will never let you down. Wang Sheng nodded and then looked at the last 7th level soul member. As for you for now, control the level 3 T258 type maintenance mothership for me. I hereby grant you the name Jueming Star. Now, follow me to take possession of that starship. As ordered, Master. Chapter 82. Infiltrating the Red Elephant Empire. The reception of the T258 maintenance mothership went very smoothly. The enormous starship, which was 2,800 meters in length, couldn't match the speed of the Yomiai, but it was still capable of normal interstellar travel. 500 multifunctional machines entered the massive starship one by one. Subsequently, Wang Sheng gave the order to Zhu Mingxing to activate the starship and head to the pre-applied orbital position for suspension. In the future, that starship would serve as a small starship assembly factory, mass-producing spacecraft to provide Wang Sheng with a continuous supply of awakenable second-tier and first-tier starships. After settling Zhu Mingxing and his team, Wang Sheng returned to Zizhu Star and decided to take action against the White Lion pirate gang with his subordinates. Before that, he needed to confirm the location of the pirates' secret base once again. Previously, Wang Sheng defeated the ambush set up by the White Lion pirate gang, capturing 8 human space pirates. Those were Zhu Lao Da and his group, who had been detained on the general repair ship all this time. Although they hadn't been physically tortured, the mental anguish left Zhu Zichuan and his team constantly anxious. Apart from not being allowed to leave the small warehouse, all other living needs were met. Wang Sheng even sent them mahjong tiles, chessboards, and 2 gaming tables for their leisure. Despite this, Zhao Da, Xianyong, and the others still felt stifled over these days. Even at the pirate base, they had never endured such treatment. Wang Sheng treated them like prisoners. Perhaps he had already forgotten about them? Or maybe, one day on a whim, Wang Sheng would remember them, mercilessly ejecting them into outer space, leaving everyone's lives in jeopardy. Zhu Zichuan once mustered the courage to speak to the machine under the request of other pirates, asking to meet Wang Sheng. His request seemed to vanish without a trace. How could Wang Sheng bother with a bunch of prisoners? At this moment, aboard the Yomiai, Wang Sheng, preparing to deal with the White Lion pirate gang, finally remembered Zhu Zichuan and the others. Connect me to the repair ship. I want to converse with those pirates. Wang Sheng gave the order aboard the Yomiai. The 8 pirates were utterly bored when suddenly the metal door of the warehouse opened, followed by the metallic sound of a mechanical lock. A mechanical arm quickly extended into the warehouse, grabbing onto a sturdy handle on the wall, and then pulling a multifunctional machine inside. The metal door swiftly closed, maintaining the environment within the warehouse. The pirates tensely stood up, sensing that what happened next would determine their future fates. A small hole on the chest of the multifunctional machine emitted colorful light, forming a hologram in midair where Wang Sheng's portrait appeared. Zhu Zichuan and you 7 others, I've come to you now to redeem your earlier words. The White Lion pirate gang has committed countless unjust acts. It's only right that we destroy them. Tell me now, the location of the secret base. I hope you tell the truth and don't deceive me. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The 8 pirates exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, Zhu Lao stepped forward to speak. Master, during this time, we have all been reflecting. We shouldn't have joined the Red Elephant race pirates in attacking you before. I said it early on. I wanted the chance to atone for our sins. On the hologram, Wang Sheng nodded. I originally intended to release you, but you came to me, saying you knew the location of the White Lion pirates' secret base. That's why I kept you here. Tell me the location of the White Lion pirates' base, and once I annihilate them, I will grant you freedom. Zhu Zichuan's face showed some excitement, and the other pirates also seemed moved. Wang Sheng had no reason to deceive them. During this period, the 8 pirates had understood Wang Sheng's indifferent attitude toward them. At that time, Wang Sheng likely intended to let them go. It was only because Zhu Zichuan led them to step forward voluntarily, leading to the confinement that followed. With this thought, the pirates had mixed feelings. It turned out that we were locked up all because of our own choice. Zhu Zichuan spoke up. Master, the White Lion Pirate Gang has 3 bases. The most important one is located on the M31152 transit mining planet within the xianxia sector of the Red Elephant Empire. It's an extensive underground base, capable of accommodating several second-tier starships. It serves as the central hub for the White Lion Pirate Gang's trade and operations. On the surface, they've bribed the mine managers, but secretly, they are supported by the Xianxia family. There's also a hidden space station near H92 Interstellar Route, near gate number 3 in the Red Elephant Empire. This space station stores loot seized by the White Lion Pirate Gang. Some forces secretly associated with the White Lion Pirates conduct transactions and sell stolen goods in that area. The last place is a star once under the jurisdiction of the Human Alliance, known as the Forgotten Star, or Civilization Star 733-3598. It's suitable for human habitation, but was seized by the Red Elephant race from the Star Alliance, and has since fallen into ruin. Now it's a haven for space pirates to conduct their transactions. The families of these people are actually on the Forgotten Star. We don't know how they're faring now. After this mission, if we luckily gain our freedom, we'll surely need to find ways to enter the Forgotten Star to reunite with our families. When Wang Sheng heard this, he had all the information he needed. Zhu Zichuan's account matched perfectly with the intelligence provided by the Smart Rat tribe. Therefore, Wang Sheng already had a relevant plan in place for taking down the White Lion Pirate Gang. Since that's the case, you will follow me this time as we infiltrate the Red Elephant Empire. Our primary target is the hidden space station near the H92 Interstellar Route. When we approach it, you will lead the way in the fighters to search and lock onto the location of the secret space station. Wang Sheng understood clearly that the transit mining planet was relatively easy to find. However, the secret space station could be moved using the propulsion of a starship, so its position would inevitably be difficult to pinpoint. Zhu Zichuan and his 7 subordinates felt invigorated, finally breaking free from confinement. Please rest assured, Master, we are willing to lead the way. Wang Sheng gave further instructions. You should head to the fighters now and have them transfer aboard the Yomiai. Rest well today, and we set off at dawn tomorrow. The pirates acknowledged and immediately prepared to board and leave. Near the H92 Interstellar Route of the Red Elephant Empire, 4 second-tier starships appeared in formation. They were the Yomiai and 3 C-53 general-purpose starships. The 4 starships stayed within several miles of each other, maintaining identical speeds, emitting no signals as they moved forward along the edge of the flight path. After infiltrating the Red Elephant star system, Wang Sheng's group maintained complete silence, using only the special communication methods between soul races. Now, following Wang Sheng's command, teams of exploratory spiders from the C-53 general supply ships successively launched from the open ship hatches, transforming into interstellar meteorites, which scattered around the nearby navigation route ahead. Chapter 83, Blast the Space Pirate Station. To search for a space station's traces in the vast star domains is undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. The probe spiders, circling around the coordinates provided by Zhu Zichuan, kept exploring but failed to find the location of the space pirate base immediately. Zhu Zichuan and his group also piloted that Level 1 attack boat, continuously searching nearby areas for the White Lion Pirate space station. Accurately speaking, they were attempting communication more than anything else. After all, having once belonged to the White Lion Star Thief Gang, they possessed knowledge of the special communication channels used by the pirates. Simply put, these were the internal contact codes of the White Lion Star Thief Gang. Wang Sheng had brought along the 8 pirates precisely to use them as bait to lure out the pirates' base. However, at this moment, on that attack boat, the 8 pirates were silently exchanging information. Li Xiaozhong, the 6th member, kept changing his mouth shape silently, conveying through nonverbal cues his current thoughts. Boss and brothers, the Red Elephant Empire is not easy to provoke. With the backing of the Xianxia family, the White Lion Star Thief Gang has significant support. If we betray them, will we have a future? Other pirates nodded their agreement silently. The authority of the Red Elephant Empire was not something to be challenged. This was nearly a universal consensus among humans. Every rebellion of the Human Alliance only brought greater losses upon themselves. Zhu Zichuan felt helpless in his heart. He too feared retaliation from the Xianxia family of the Red Elephant Empire. But the issue was Wang Sheng an easy person to negotiate with? If they couldn't find the space station of the White Lion Star Thief Gang, what would their eventual outcome be? So, caught between a rock and a hard place, they could only focus on immediate circumstances for now. When the attack boat entered the Yumei vessel earlier, Zhu Zichuan already knew that Wang Sheng had arrived at the Zizhu planet of Bamboo Segment Kingdom. And through observation over this period, he learned that the beautiful female slaves around Wang Sheng had obtained their own villas on the Zizhu planet. Wasn't this exactly what they had risked their lives to secure for their families in the past? Now, the Red Elephant Empire had already abandoned them. Their families' fates hung in uncertainty. They might even already have been detained and persecuted by the Red Elephant Empire. Currently, only Wang Sheng could provide them refuge, and only those who acquired super-rich citizenship in Bamboo Segment Kingdom would have the capability to withstand the retaliation from the Red Elephant Empire. Seeing the 7 pirates, the head boss Zhu Zichuan suddenly cursed loudly. 6th brother, are you dumb? Now that we follow Master Wang Sheng, we must show complete loyalty. Only Master Wang has the possibility to protect us in the future. The only thing I worry about is where our families are on the Red Elephant Empire side. Hearing this, the pirates were somewhat surprised. Big brother, are you serious about this? Is it because Wang Sheng is monitoring us, so you're just pretending? Not hesitating, the pirates immediately began expressing their loyalty aloud. Wang Sheng watched the small actions of the 8 pirates through the perspective of the Soul race, receiving real-time information transmitted back by Soul number 61 controlling the attack boat, and couldn't help but chuckle. These pirates were not trustworthy, but they weren't entirely useless either. In reality, Boss Zhu wasn't unintelligent. He clearly understood his current predicament. Thus, if this mission was successfully completed, one could indeed give him a way out. Zhu Zichuan stood in front of the command console of the attack boat, adjusting the signal search frequency until locking onto one, yet still never capturing any signals. At this sight, Wang Sheng had a sudden thought. Perhaps, that was the secret code used for contact by the White Line Star Thief Gang? After quite some time, at least half an hour, the signal channel locked onto by the attack boat suddenly emitted a frantic sound resembling a monster's howl, causing an instant chill down one's spine. Even Wang Sheng jumped in surprise. Following that, he received a prompt from the probe. Master, the source of the previous signal has been located in a region of star domains to the left. It might have originated from the secret base of the pirates. Should we begin searching immediately? Wang Sheng considered carefully, but didn't rush into action. Don't alarm them prematurely. Wait a little longer. Facing mere pirates, his attitude was akin to that of a cat playing with a mouse. The White Line Star Thief Gang had become highly cautious after the total loss of their forces last time. After a while, the equipment aboard the attack boat captured another signal similar to the previous one, sounding much like a hidden monstrous cry somewhere in the universe, discouraging further investigation. But the fact was, insiders could gradually pinpoint the position of the pirate space station through these intermittent signals. Compared to the previous attempt, the scope narrowed significantly after this round of signal capture. Probe, start searching. Wang Sheng issued orders to the distant probe spider squad ahead via gold soul fluctuations. Various meteorite probes began conducting a carpet-style covert search within the locked area. Just a few minutes later, Soul number 346 suddenly transmitted a message. Master, this is 346 reporting. A large space station has been discovered with starships docked. Wang Sheng immediately gave instructions. Share your position and approach slowly for reconnaissance. Yes, Master. Not long after, the probe spider team had already sent back images of the space station. The base hovered silently in outer space, with 3 starships docked outside. One was a Level 2 multifunctional transport ship, while the other 2 were Level 1 fighter craft. The most crucial detail was that one of the fighter ships bore the emblem of the White Line Star Thief Gang. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth as his eyes turned cold. The next moment, the Yume suddenly accelerated forward. This was because Wang Sheng had ordered its escort satellite to destroy that space station. While accelerating close to it, he activated the laser cannon system. Through the remote positioning of numerous probe spiders, the moment the laser cannon system was activated, a colossal beam capable of annihilating the space station was emitted from its massive nozzle. That attack instantaneously crossed a vast distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers, striking the space station's vital node. A violent explosion erupted from within the base. What was once an integrated space station instantly disintegrated. Among the countless intelligent beings inside, primarily towering members of the Red Elephant race who were pirates, screamed as they flew out of the shattered space station into the freezing void of space. The 3 docked starships, caught off guard by the sudden explosion, immediately sustained damage and began tumbling. In the subsequent flurry of laser cannon attacks, they, along with fragments of the disintegrating space station, were transformed into rubble. The Yome's assault was sudden and lethal. It gave no opportunity for the enemy to survive. Wang Sheng, observing the scene of the destruction of the White Lion pirate space station from the command room of the Yume, promptly issued orders. Evacuate immediately. Probe teams consolidate, and have Jia Xing move over to pick up. Thus, with the enemy wiped out, it was time to withdraw. Upon hearing the order, the probe operators swiftly controlled dozens of probe spiders to converge. The C-53 type universal supply ship under Jia Xing's control displayed incredible speed, arriving like lightning in front of the gathered probe spiders. Then, those meteorite probes, under the exquisite control of the Soul race, quickly entered the universal supply ship. Meanwhile, the Yume and the other 2 C-53 ships had already covered some distance. Without hesitation, Jia Xing retracted the probe spiders, utilizing their speed advantage to chase after the Yume at great speed. Chapter 84, I am the victim. Wang Sheng returned to the Black Market Star with his team. He saw Zhou Lulu and the other woman again. After a period of recuperation, Zhou Ming's health had recovered significantly. Wang Sheng planned to let him stay on Black Market Star. There was much for the father and daughter to talk about when they met this time. Wang Sheng didn't care about their reunion. He didn't have that many complicated thoughts. He simply called Leng Huairo into his room and threw her onto the bed mercilessly. Her pleading meant nothing. After all, Wang Sheng hadn't seen her for a long time, and there was an itchy feeling in his heart. Unfortunately, Zhou Lulu was too busy talking with her father. Otherwise, the 3 of them might have enjoyed themselves together. Wang Sheng summoned the group, led by Zhu Laoda. This time, you did well destroying the space station of the White Lion Pirate Gang. I give you your freedom now, and you can choose whatever life you want. If you wish to leave now, I won't stop you, and perhaps I'll even give you some travel expenses. Or if you have any other requests, as long as they're not excessive, you can voice them. The 8 pirates fell silent for a moment. Zhu Zichuan spoke up. Master, I hope to continue following you. However, my family is still on Forgotten Star, and I'm worried and concerned about their situation which I do not fully know. I hope Master can help retrieve them. In the future, I would like to settle my family on Purple Bamboo Star under your protection. Wang Xing shook his head lightly. This request was somewhat overboard. He didn't actually need Zhu Zichuan's loyalty. However, helping him bring his family out wasn't beyond what he could do. Seeing Wang Sheng shake his head, Zhu Zichuan's heart tightened. But Wang Sheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the other pirates. What are your requests? Speak up. I'll help if I feel like it. Otherwise, I won't. The 7th leader Jin Hui and the 8th Peng Dasan promptly made the same plea, asking Wang Sheng to relocate their families to Purple Bamboo Star. Leaders Qian Yong, Qian Yi, and Li Xiaojing wanted travel funds so they could return to the Star Alliance. Zhao De and Sun Yud wished to stay and serve Wang Sheng further. After hearing them, Wang Sheng thought for a moment and said, Qian Yong, Qian Yi, and Li Xiaojing, each of you will receive 1 million universal coins. Once we return, I'll escort you to the nearest human civilization star system. What happens after that is no longer my concern. Zhao De and Sun Yud, I'll arrange a formal job for you at Feixing Starship Sales Company where you can be security guards or spaceship pilots. Since I own shares in that company, getting you hired isn't difficult. However, whether you stay or how much salary you earn will depend on your abilities. Afterwards, don't use my name to act. If you do, I'll drive you away. For Zhu Zichuan, Jin Hui, and Peng Dasan, I'll entrust a detective agency to relocate your families to Purple Bamboo Star. Whether they can be found doesn't depend on me entirely. Afterward, you have 2 choices. Either receive 500,000 universal coins or get land allotments near the edge of my territory. Each receiving usage rights to 50 acres of land, enough to build basic housing where you can manage your lives afterward. So you don't negotiate with me. You may refuse these terms and leave now. The pirates listened and had no choice but to agree. Thereupon, Wang Sheng used his personal terminal on Black Market Star to contact a detective firm, explaining the family details of Zhu Zichuan and the others, requiring them to be relocated to Purple Bamboo Star. He also stated clearly that, if the relocation fails, the detectives must ascertain their present condition. For this, Wang Sheng spent 1.35 million universal coins. He then ordered the Soul Clan guarding Purple Bamboo Star to prepare the land allotment arrangements. Wang Sheng took out his personal terminal and contacted the manager of 100 Flowers Bank to deliver 3 bank cards, each with a credit limit of 1 million universal coins, to Qian Yong and his companions. The pirates, seeing Wang Sheng's trustworthiness, thanked him verbally and returned to the repair ship. Wang Sheng then reached out to Wu Guang, catching up on recent events. Subsequently, he retrieved the Light Clan artifact and contacted Qi, the Light Clan's regional commander. I suppose you've learned already that I've settled on Purple Bamboo Star. Additionally, I bought a T-258 type maintenance mothership from the Rock Clan, and I hope in the future you could assist me in purchasing some scarce materials needed for spacecraft production. I wonder if you'd be willing to provide that kind of help. She was surprised that Wang Sheng had successfully transacted with the Rock Clan. Yet recalling Wang Sheng's Golden Soul status, the Light Clan regional commander's feelings settled. Purchasing spacecraft materials, that certainly can be arranged. At the material shops here on Black Market Star, presenting my artifact allows you to buy some rare resources. Moreover, your ship previously destroyed a space station near the Red Elephant Empire's key traffic route. They're quite unhappy about that matter. Wang Sheng showed no surprise, as Qi had already explained it thoroughly. The so-called "they're quite unhappy" implies that Qi is satisfied. The backers behind the Red Elephant Empire don't get along well with Qi. Of course, Wang Sheng would never directly admit this kind of thing. I came to Black Market Star mainly to purchase the rare materials needed for building starships. How could I destroy any space station? Could that space station be a secret base of pirates, which everyone has the responsibility to destroy? This was intentional. He wouldn't verbally admit it, but some words must be understood in reverse. That place was indeed the secret base of the White Lion pirate gang. It's everyone's responsibility to fight pirates. Now that I've cleaned up my reputation, I'm not afraid of this at all. Even if I blew it up, what's wrong with that? Qi, of course, wouldn't dig deeper into this. Mr. Wang is right. It was indeed a pirate base, so whoever destroyed it just made them eat the loss silently. But you should still be careful. The Jin Yi family may privately retaliate against you through other means. It won't be safe near Black Market Star because it's within the sphere of influence of the Red Elephant Empire. They don't want you to leave safely. Wang Sheng nodded. Thank you for the warning, Commander. Since they have misunderstood me, I will be cautious. The Red Elephant Empire also provided compensation after the ambush by the White Lion pirate gang last time. I originally thought that matter was over, but I didn't expect them to be so petty and deliberately slander good people. Regardless, combating pirates is never a mistake. Inside the Red Elephant Empire, especially among their upper-level nobility, basic morality has been lost. If they dare to bully others arbitrarily, then out of necessity, I will have no choice but to defend myself. Please convey this point to your clan. It is the Red Elephant Empire that provoked first. From beginning to end, I am the victim here. Qi helplessly replied. The logic seems correct, but for the time being, you'd better not leave Black Market Star to avoid giving them a chance to retaliate. Wang Sheng listened, inwardly smiling continuously. Retaliation? Who retaliates against whom isn't certain yet. Thus, what Qi doesn't know is that, at this moment, in the Xianxia Star region of the Red Elephant Empire, a group of Wang Sheng's loyal little kittens were sprinting through outer space. Chapter 85. A strike from the level 8 loyalty kitten. Wang Sheng had sent a team of 11 loyal kittens to the Xianxia Star region. Among them, 10 were level 1 loyalty kittens. The one in charge of leading the team was Qi Weixing, who had just recently succeeded in the fusion process, the only level 8 loyalty kitten. With a clear target identified for their attack, there was no need for Zhu Zichuan's team or any space probing team to be dispatched for further exploration. At this moment, in the xianxia star region, the 11 black loyalty kittens bounded with all their might each time, leaping an incredibly vast distance. They were already entirely different from ordinary creatures. One could say that loyalty kittens were an unprecedentedly powerful species in the universe. Combining the special abilities of the particle soul race with the versatility of the 100 changeworm eggs, they formed an almost omnipotent and extremely adorable super soldier type. For now, in order to conceal their traces, their originally milk-white fur had completely turned pure black. This was the most fundamental ability of the particle soul race, altering substances and even themselves. Those delicate, small cat bodies would usually be white but turn black when they needed to hide. For creating a cozy atmosphere, they might turn pink. Of course, to scare the bad guys, they could easily transform into blood-soaked, terrifying colors. Thus, though seemingly frail, the loyalty kittens possessed unimaginable physical strength. Each strand of hair on their bodies could instantly turn into hard steel needles capable of piercing through anything. The 10 black kittens used the gravitational pull of celestial bodies within the star region to leap across space at speeds nearing the speed of light. And Qi Weixing, the level 8, was even faster. Qi Weixing transformed into a streak of black lightning in space, moving by teleportation at a speed that normal life forms simply couldn't detect. In such a manner, the 10 black kittens gradually approached their target for this mission. From a great distance away, the overall dark red M31152 transit mining planet appeared in the eyes of the lead kitten. It was the 420th soul race individual converted into a loyalty kitten. Suddenly, his kitten body changed. The soft black short fur fused together, transforming into a reflective flat panel that glimmered with a somber metallic hue, much like the long-distance stellar radar found within the bodies of probing spiders. This was precisely the transformation ability of loyalty kittens. They could practically become anything they desired. The cost merely involved expending copious amounts of pure energy. Wang Sheng was not short on energy. In terms of energy provisions, he would never neglect his loyal little kittens. Within each departing loyalty kitten, billions of energy crystals were carried. Therefore, each loyalty kitten crafted with high-grade energy crystals contained within their bodies every single part, every strand of fur, every cell, every particle brimming with unimaginable vast energy. These energies, skillfully manipulated through the innate methods of the particle soul race, sustained the incredible transformations driving their astonishing powers, revealing extraordinary abilities. Now, what the 420th particle soul race member revealed was the secret detection capability of a long-range radar. Qi Weixing was at this point located over 100 billion kilometers away from M31152 transit mining planet. Even as a level 8 soul race being, he could not directly discern the exact location of an underground base on a mining planet from such a distance. So, Qi Weixing required the assistance of the kittens. Of course, the current close-range reconnaissance by the number 420 wasn't without any clue, as the previous smart rat race and Zhu Zhichuan had both provided detailed locations of the White Lion Pirate Syndicate's underground base. Number 420 now only needed to confirm the position of that particular underground base. It wasn't too long before distant Qi Weixing received the exploration signals transmitted back by number 420 and his team. They perfectly matched the intelligence provided earlier by the smart rat race. Qi Weixing immediately issued orders. The kittens once again transformed into invisible streaks of black lightning in space, quickly crossing the vast expanse, swiftly putting more distance between themselves and the mining planet. Meanwhile, Qi Weixing began to evolve. The explosive power unleashed by the level 1 kittens was still insufficient to destroy the massive underground base, so it was necessary for this level 8 loyalty kitten to step in. Qi Weixing's originally petite kitten body transformed into a miniature black cannon about 15 centimeters long. If someone managed to capture it on camera and compare it against weapon specifications, they would be astonished to find that what Qi Weixing had transformed into closely resembled the annihilation cannons normally equipped on 4th level Star Annihilator ships, though it was just a miniaturized version. Nevertheless, the annihilation cannon was incredibly powerful. A full-powered strike was enough to destroy an entire planet, accompanying the swift withdrawal of the 10 level 1 kittens. The Star Annihilation cannon that Qi Weixing had transformed into faintly gleamed. Almost simultaneously, on the dark red mining planet over 100 billion kilometers away, a bright flash erupted. In an instant just now, the underground base of the White Lion Pirate Syndicate was wiped out by the Star Annihilation cannon's attack. It also left a clear, deeply visible wound on the entire planet, causing it to violently shake and triggering massive earthquakes that destroyed everything on the surface. The planet, previously invisible from such a great distance, instantly erupted in a dazzling, blinding burst of light. M31152, the transit mining planet belonging to the Golden Leaf family, teetered on the brink of destruction after Qi Weixing's full-powered strike as the Star Annihilation cannon. Even though the planet had not yet exploded entirely, no normal life forms could possibly survive amidst such violent upheaval. Consequently, all living beings on this mining planet, mostly the Red Elephant clan under the control of the Golden Leaf family, were annihilated with a single, devastating shot from the Star Annihilation cannon. What followed was quintessentially in Wang Sheng's style. Qi Weixing and the others reverted to their cute milk cat form, transforming into black lightning streaks while concealing their internal energy. They became a barely detectable squadron of black cats, lightning, and swiftly departed from the crime scene. Speaking of the loyal little milk cats, their natural smallness and cuteness did nothing to diminish their inherently powerful destructive abilities. Be it flowers and grasses, or stars and moons. When confronted with the loyalty kittens, it would surely be the most catastrophic misfortune of their existence. Especially after the fusion with the particle soul race gave these pest kittens combat power comparable to ships of the same level. Qi Weisheng's earlier attack fell far short of his maximum destructive potential. Of course, the fighting methods of the kittens differed somewhat from those of ordinary starships. One notable difference is that the kittens possessed extraordinary space survival capabilities. They could absorb various forms of energy and consume different types of materials to sustain themselves. Moreover, the characteristics of the 100 change-worm eggs, combined with the highest technological achievements of rock creatures in the form of particle machines, plus the exceptionally rare particle souls at their core, achieved a perfect fusion that maximized the strengths of each component, thus generating unimaginable combat prowess. So they represented a miraculous troop type never seen before. Adorable, yet frightening. Powerful, but highly agile. Against the sudden attacks of the loyal milk kittens, anyone would find it difficult to defend themselves. Chapter 86. Think it over. Wang Sheng had just hung up with Qi, but that light race governor actually contacted him again. Mr. Wang, just now, the Red Elephant Empire's M31152 transfer mining planet was attacked by a sudden Star Destroyer cannon, resulting in almost complete annihilation of the 230,000 Red Elephant inhabitants on the mining planet. After receiving the news, we investigated but failed to find any traces of the attacker. The Red Elephant Empire believes that you instigated a high-level soul race to act. Just moments before, Wang Sheng also received a message from Qi Weisheng. Dominant 1, the raid succeeded. The underground base of the White Lion pirate gang has been completely eliminated. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile. But who would believe he could be involved in something as evil as attacking a civilization's mining planet? He surely wouldn't admit it. Wang Sheng appeared slightly aggrieved. You said a Red Elephant Empire's mining planet was attacked. How does that have anything to do with me? If it was a Star Destroyer cannon attack, then at least a level 4 Star Destroyer ship, or even a higher level one, was used. And your light race investigation didn't uncover any trace of the attacker. This means the attacking starship not only may surpass level 4, but it must also possess top-tier hiding capabilities and flight speed. So tell me, my current fleet consists solely of a level 1 fighter ship. My other ships, a level 3 repair mothership and a level 2 multifunctional vessel, are not battle-oriented starships and definitely don't come equipped with Star Destroyer cannons. Isn't the Red Elephant Empire going crazy, accusing me of everything? Qi fell silent for a moment, feeling helpless inside. For such an esteemed soul race overlord, Supreme Golden Soul, to behave so unreasonably makes no sense. Though I'm unclear how you got access to a Star Destroyer cannon, what you're saying right now sounds like you're pretending innocence. Yet everyone knows the truth. Your provocation against the Red Elephant Empire cannot be ignored by our light race. If this situation escalates beyond my control, it will affect more than just me. If the stability of this star region is disrupted, my clan will certainly express dissatisfaction with me. That mining planet belonged to the Xianxia family of the Red Elephant Empire. Over the years, its steady output has been their money tree. Now, after being hit by the Star Destroyer cannon, it's shaken, deformed, and will be unsuitable for mining operations for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, due to the drastic environmental changes, there's a possibility it might entirely lose all mining value. Thus, the loss to the Xianxia family this time is close to 2,000 trillion credits. If the higher-ups in my clan ask me about the origins of this matter, I cannot hide anything. They would easily connect this event back to you. Your Golden Soul identity already made some of our upper echelons wary. Now, given this new circumstance, our light race's leadership will also need to stand firmly behind the Red Elephant Empire. Qi's tone became less peaceful here. 2,000 trillion, even for him, a governor of the light race, is still a significant amount of wealth. The mining planet's revenue benefits primarily went to the Xianxia family, with portions also shared by the royal house and various noble families within the Red Elephant Empire. Should Wang Sheng indeed be responsible, this would irreparably harm relations with the Red Elephant Empire, leading their higher-ups to mobilize their powerful supporters behind them. As a governor, Qi would find it difficult under such circumstances to continue supporting Wang Sheng. After all, launching an attack against a mining planet with immense extraction value and causing its total ruin is something no intelligent life form would accept. Wang Sheng frowned, looking somewhat angry. The attack on the Red Elephant Empire has nothing to do with me. As a governor or representative of the light race, if you want to blame me, bring concrete evidence. If there is none and you're just making assumptions, well, perhaps the Red Elephant Empire deserves their karma. This is justice served. Although this wasn't my doing. Speaking, Wang Sheng put on a look of disinterest. Qi felt disappointed. After receiving the news, he quickly went to investigate and returned just as swiftly to discuss with Wang Sheng how to deal with the stronger forces yet to come from the Red Elephant Empire. However, Wang Sheng refused outright to take responsibility for this, showing no trust toward Qi. Mr. Wang, the reason I'm here is to let you know that the Red Elephant Empire won't let this go easily. Even if the individual strong figures behind them might not be a match for you, if they cooperate fully, you may end up in grave danger. Although I personally lean towards rallying the soul race, along with every potential ally, as a governor of the light race, my primary duty is to maintain stability in this star domain. Therefore, with this mining planet incident, I have no choice but to side with the Red Elephant race. Wang Sheng internally scoffed. Why bother? Since you're caught in the middle and have a dilemma, then you might as well turn a blind eye. However, since you came to me, it must be because you hope to use my hands to warn your predecessor and those who previously refused to obey you. Chi, I've already said that I don't want trouble, but the Red Elephant Empire insists on provoking me, as well as the Black Soul Tribe for revealing my whereabouts to the bug race. You knew all these matters at the time, and even once put pressure on the Red Elephant race on my behalf. Unfortunately, up until now, I haven't seen any punishment meted out to the Black Soul Tribe. So, I am the victim. Even later, I discovered that there are also people within the Human Alliance secretly targeting me, a fellow human. During this period, I have been investigating, so some matters gradually revealed their clues. There is an old saying among us humans: if one wishes others not to know, one must not do it. Sooner or later, the fox's tail will inevitably be exposed. So, do you know what their biggest mistake was? Whether it's your light race predecessor's defender or the powerful merchants of the Black Soul Tribe, their biggest mistake was underestimating my abilities. While attacking me, they still underestimated me. The result was sending over some minor figures, who were not worth mentioning and merely caused annoyance without any real consequences. To truly harm me, they should have sent a few level 9 existences at least. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be necessary for me to resort to my golden soul techniques. If you meet your fellow light race members, those who naturally harbor prejudice against me, please convey a sincere message from me on their behalf. Please open your eyes. Don't come looking for death. Wang Sheng paused briefly before speaking again, his tone unexpectedly sincere. To be honest, during this recent period in the Brightness Alliance, I have gained much, including the friendship of you, the Light Race Guardian. So you should be clear that I don't want to escalate the situation, let alone spoil our relations. In light of future cooperation between us, and for the peaceful scenario you desire, I hope you can restrain those individuals who seek chaos. At the very least, you can control your fellow light race members, so that I don't end up harming your clan. Otherwise, later on, we could only become enemies. That's not the outcome I desire, nor is it the situation you want. So this time, Chi, you can ignore everything else, but you must stop your fellow clansmen. Chapter 87. Looking forward to visiting your starship factory. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Chi felt it was hard to accept. Was Wang Sheng threatening him? Although the Supreme Golden Soul technique was powerful and most members of the Light Clan were no match for Wang Sheng, as one of the two dominant powers in the universe, the Light Clan was far stronger than the Soul Clan. I only hope that you will think carefully before acting. After leaving a cold remark, Chi turned and left. Wang Sheng shook his head speechlessly. He took out a new gemstone communicator and contacted Xuanhuan of the 7th level Rock Clan. I want to lease out a batch of 1st level Soul Clan members. The number is 20, and also ordinary Soul Clan members, with the exact number to be determined through negotiation. Are you willing to lease them? If not, I will go talk to other races. Previously, among the awakened multifunctional machines, there were 22 first-level Soul Clans. Wang Sheng planned to lease out 20 of them. Currently, the Rock Clan offered the highest price, so he directly contacted Xuanhuan of the 7th level Rock Clan. Xuanhuan immediately became enthusiastic after hearing Wang Sheng's words. How many Rock Clans are there in the universe? They are definitely much more numerous than the Soul Clans. So, 21st level Soul Clan members, he certainly needed them. Mr. Wang, our previous cooperation went smoothly, and the Soul Clans leased through you provided some convenience to our companions around us. Unfortunately, the number of Soul Clans is still too small, and the number of fellow clans who can receive assistance from the Soul Clans is too few. Moreover, there is one drawback. We hope to lease higher-level Soul Clans with greater abilities. For someone like me, a 7th level Rock Clan member, the help obtained from a 2nd level Soul Clan is ultimately limited. So this time, what does your Soul Clan friend want to exchange with us? Regarding this, Wang Sheng didn't hesitate. What we want the most is still the ultra-microparticle machines. Calculating according to the rental fees from the last transaction, speaking only of the 21st level Soul Clans, leasing them for 10,000 years would cost 40 trillion units of rent, exchanged for 40 of your ultra-microparticle machines. As for the leasing of ordinary Soul Clans, we don't have specific demands, just paying the corresponding rent is fine. Xuanhuan quickly rejected the offer. This is impossible. You should know that each ultra-microparticle machine is extremely precious to us Rock Clans. They are our ultimate trump cards, and they cannot be traded to you in such large quantities every time. The maximum I can offer is 10. The other 30 trillion units will be calculated in universal coins and other materials. Wang Sheng immediately became dissatisfied. In the last transaction, I got 45 ultra-microparticle machines from you, and now it's down to just 10? Isn't the difference too great? It seems like you lack the sincerity to trade. Last time, we bought 30 ultra-microparticle machines, dealing with 45 in total, but now it's only 10. Is that reasonable? My Soul Clan friend will not accept this. Xuanhuan explained. Although I am unclear about why that Soul Clan warrior wants to buy ultra-microparticle machines, our last transaction caused dissatisfaction from an elder in our clan because ultra-microparticle machines are not allowed to be extensively traded externally. Especially for the same trading partner, at most 20 ultra-microparticle machines can be sold. The situation of the last transaction was special. This time, the fact that I am continuing to provide 10 is due to being able to lease the Soul Clans. If more are required, I must consult with the elders of the clan and obtain their authorization before selling to you. Wang Sheng fell silent for a moment and finally said helplessly, if that's the case, I cannot deliberately make things difficult. Ultra-microparticle machines are indeed very rare, and my friend has heard that the Rock Clan won't sell ultra-microparticle machines in bulk to anyone, as it would cause an imbalance in advanced combat power. In that case, I want to purchase a batch of rare materials from you. The specific list of materials still needs to be confirmed by contacting my Soul Clan friend. Please wait a moment. Xuanhu immediately agreed. Wang Sheng took out the prepared material list and sent it to Xuanhu after a while. After looking it over, Xuanhu raised questions again. Why are the 3 rare materials we refused to sell last time still on this list? It's impossible to continue selling rock essence powder. We also don't have M79S5 mineral powder or GA808 refined or here. There are also 2 other rare materials that the clan doesn't have in stock, 60th Lawnstone powder and 7 GCB metal. They are both extremely rare materials, and their value is not much less than that of ultra-microparticle machines, so we absolutely cannot sell them. The more Wang Sheng listened, the more dissatisfied he became. If this is the case, is there any possibility of trading between us? You don't have anything we want, yet you want to lease first-level soul clans from me. I'll speak frankly. My friend was already extremely dissatisfied because we couldn't buy more rare materials during the last transaction. This time, you must at least provide 2 out of these 5 materials. Only then can I convince my Soul Clan friend to trade with you. You must be clear, my friend wants to trade with you mainly for the purpose of exchanging ultra-microparticle machines or some rare resources. If you don't give us anything, we can only look for other strong forces to conduct business. You need to offer 20 brand new ultra-microparticle machines, or at least 2 out of the 5 rare materials. Otherwise, this deal will fall through. Xuanhu seemed troubled. Wang Sheng continued. Go consult with your elder and see what they say. If they agree, then we'll go ahead with the transaction. If not, we'll have to cancel this deal. After a long pause, Xuanhu finally responded. Rock essence powder and GA808 or concentrate. We can provide you with some of them, but there won't be any ultra-microparticle machines and the other 3 types of material this time. The requirements for certain materials are even beyond the capacity of ultra-microparticle machines, as the cost to produce them is too high. Wang Sheng inwardly rejoiced but forced himself to nod reluctantly in agreement. In fact, Wang Sheng had foreseen this situation from the very beginning. Ultra-microparticle machines were something that the Rock Clan would not easily hand over in large quantities. They would definitely limit their numbers. Out of the 5 rare materials, the last 2 were deliberately added by him just so the Rock Clan wouldn't be able to provide them. As for the first 3 materials, although rock essence powder flowed out rarely, it was actually produced within the bodies of higher-level Rock Clan members, meaning the Rock Clan shouldn't lack it. Since Xuanhu's group sought assistance from the Soul Clans, they would surely continue providing some rock essence powder. With the possession of rock essence powder and the materials previously acquired from the Wise Rat Clan, the Alchemy Star could continue producing ultra-microparticle machines. Now, having access to an 8th-level Soul Clan's artifact creation star and more ultra-microparticle machines aiding the process, the production speed has improved. If the materials were sufficient, Alchemy Star might even produce more than 30 ultra-microparticle machines daily. I am willing to do this transaction. Remember, last time you mentioned that your Rock Clan Starship factory can move through space, right? I'm currently on Black Market Star coordinates. I'm really looking forward to visiting your Starship factory. Who knows, I might even purchase a few 2nd-level or even 3rd-level starships. Given the considerable amount involved in our transactions this time, using universal coins and materials alone might not suffice. Xuanhu quickly replied. Since Mr. Wang intends to buy our starships, I naturally cannot decline. This time, I will bring the Starship factory to the Black Market Star you mentioned. Let's hope our transaction goes smoothly and succeeds. Chapter 88. 8th-level Starship Factory. Looking from the Black Market Star, one could see an elliptical metallic sphere appearing in the distance, seemingly out of nowhere. That sphere blocked half of the starry sky and looked several times larger than the Black Market Star. On the Black Market Star, various intelligent beings emerged, pointing at the giant object in space. This looks like the mobile factory used by the Rock Clan to produce advanced starships. Why would it appear on the Black Market Star? You know it's the Rock Clan Starship Factory, and yet you still don't realize that it has come for trading. The last time a Starship Factory appeared on the Black Market Star was probably hundreds of years ago. Indeed, I remember it was 350 years ago. Back then, I was young. The Rock Clan Starship Factory came to the Black Market Star, and I heard that they sold a 5th-level starship. A 5th-level starship? The Red Elephant Empire paid 68 trillion units for it back then. As for 4th-level starships, I've only seen them online. I've heard that the Rock Clan Starship Factory can produce 6th-level starships. I wonder if that's true. 6th-level Starfall-class starships are not something money alone can buy. 5th-level equipment might occasionally be for sale, but 6th level and above are all strategic-level weapons controlled by major powers. On the Black Market Star, members of various factions were also paying attention to the arrival of the Rock Clan. Especially Jean Ming, responsible for the Black Market Star, who was now restless. Investigate immediately. Find out exactly who is brazenly conducting high-level transactions with the Rock Clan within the Empire's territory. Wang Sheng never expected that the Rock Clan Starship Factory would be even larger than the Black Market Star itself. He had previously received a starship and listened to Xuanhu talk about numerous starships in the Starship Factory, so he thought of sneaking in when the opportunity arose, much like how a kitten would stroll around, hoping to awaken a few intelligent Hun clans. But now, the situation seemed unexpectedly different. Of course, Wang Sheng did not want to be this ostentatious. Wang Sheng simply wanted more advanced Hun clans under his control, so that when facing opponents, he could potentially achieve complete domination. Just recently, he made some bold statements to Qi. Bravado doesn't matter as long as you have the ability to make it happen. He wanted Qi and all the Light clans to know. Wang Sheng was not alone, but represented a powerful faction of advanced Han clans. In short, he already sent a friendly warning through Qi. If the hardliners behind the Red Elephant Empire didn't know when to step back, he wouldn't let it slide easily either. As the Yume spacecraft took off, the metal sphere in the star-filled sky appeared increasingly massive, taking over the entire large screen of the Yume. As the Yume approached the starship factory, it left the various beings on the black market star feeling astonished. Which reckless upstart dared to approach the Rock Clan starship factory so casually? And as the slowly opening portal of the starship factory surprised everyone on the black market star. What's going on with that second-level starship? Could the person inside be the merchant conducting trade with the Rock Clan this time? I recognize it. It's the E621 omnifunctional transporter produced by the Wise Rat Clan. Its market price exceeds 30 billion credits. No ordinary merchant could afford it. I remember now. Wasn't there that human tenant from Sector 12, whose name has been spreading all over recently? Yes, but that's an advanced starship produced by the Wise Rat Clan, so why would they sell it to a single human? You don't understand. That person holds the Light God's artifact and maintains close cooperation with the Wise Rat Clan. A friend of mine who works at the trading hall once saw a human piloting top-tier mech warriors present the Light God's artifact. Uffed, so uninformed. Haven't you heard about the incident where the Light God's guardian publicly acknowledged his mistake in front of the public, and Jin Ming of the Golden Leaf family blamed himself? All because of a man named Wang Sheng. Hey, what about the Red Elephant Clan and humans? At this moment, standing atop a high place of one of the black market properties, Xiang Jiming was watching as the Yume drew closer to the starship factory, his face becoming increasingly unpleasant. The Yume slowly sailed into the star planet factory. Countless starships floated suspended within the vast metallic celestial body. Uncountable mechanical arms, long or short, thick or thin, densely extended from the thick metallic walls, gripping starships of varying sizes to carry out all kinds of operations. Such a busy scene would surely leave anyone suffering from trypophobia completely dizzy. Wang Sheng watched many starships displayed on the screen and couldn't help but feel excitement. If he were allowed to awaken as many new Han clans as possible, how many would he get? More importantly, in the center of the starship factory, he saw not just one advanced starship. Even the T-258 repair motherships he purchased earlier were not scarce near the center of the starship factory. The starships located deeper inside were significantly larger than the T-258 ships, some even multiple times in size. Clearly, those were Grade 4 or even Grade 5 superstar ships. On the side front of the Yume, Shan Tu, the Level 7 Rock Clan member, was guiding Wang Sheng while briefing him on the situation. Is your Han Clan friend with you? Wang Sheng didn't hide it. He is within my machinery. This time, because there are more Han clans involved in the trade, he personally decided to come along. Shan Tu transmitted a voice filled with joy. Our elder, the Level 8 strong Jieshi, wishes to personally speak with your Han Clan friend. Wang Sheng nodded. That's no problem. My friend also came here hoping for a smooth transaction. Your spaceship factory is truly enormous. I never expected it to be this big. Shan Tu explained. This starship factory is our Rock Clan's Level 8 planetary-grade starship, personally constructed and managed by Elder Jieshi. In our Rock Clan, there are fewer than 100 industries that have reached this 8th level, and among them, very few are starships with Rock Clan elders present. There was a trace of pride in Shan Tu's words. Being able to construct an 8th level starship could already surpass most forces and even races in the universe. As for humans, their strongest starships were merely 4th level space motherships and 4th level star destroyer ships. The Red Elephant Empire, although owning a 5th level starship, possessed only one such vessel. Wang Sheng had, intentionally or unintentionally, inquired about the Red Elephant Empire's 5th level starship during his previous trades with the Rock Clan. He learned that the ship was originally a second-hand vessel. Of course, the Rock Clan sold the 5th level starship to the Red Elephant Clan at a discounted price based on the price of new ships. The colossal figure of Shan Tu led the Yume forward, stopping near the center of the starship factory. A boulder, over 10 meters tall, which should be Jieshi, the Level 8 Rock Clan member, floated rapidly closer on a metallic flying disc before stopping in front of the Yume. The internal space of the starship factory was vast, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, far larger than the human homeworld Blue Star. Thus, even the towering Rock Clan members, like Shan Tu whose size rivaled the starship, appeared small in this expansive area. Chapter 89. We are going to visit a Level 5 spaceship. Wang Sheng stepped out of the Yume spacecraft in his mech suit, reaching the front of the gangway extending outward through the ship's hatch. Hundreds of Han Clan machines followed both ahead and behind him, making Wang Sheng appear rather inconspicuous among them. At first glance, the machines seemed numerous, but they were still dwarfed by the towering Yin race. Under Wang Sheng's suggestion, the 9th level Han Clan Chao Huaxing directly emerged from one of the mechanical constructs. In fact, Chao Huaxing's true form was actually an ultra-microparticle machine. The reason for his emergence from an ordinary mechanical device was to conceal his origin, preventing the Yin race from discovering that Wang Sheng was utilizing ultra-microparticle machines. A faint orange-red Hun force field dispersed, prompting a reaction from the 8th level Yin race member opposite him. A profound voice then resonated, translated into human language by a mechanical interface, echoing in Wang Sheng's mind. Zhu Shi of the 8th level Yin race, a member of the Yin Elders Council, greets the esteemed Han Clan Powerful One. May I ask how we should address you? The orange-red Hun body trembled slightly, transmitting a direct mental message. My name is Chao Huaxing. Zhu Shi's tone became increasingly respectful. Up close, feeling Xiao Huaxing's Hun force field, as an 8th level Yin clan member, he could fully affirm the strength of this 9th level Hun clan individual. Xiao Huaxing must have already reached the threshold of 10th level. He was not far from the realm of legendary Orange Hun individuals, acknowledged across all races as the peak of strength. Looking at Xiao Huaxing's small Hun core, Zhu Shi dared not underestimate him in the slightest. This 9th level Hun clan member, when fully unleashed, could very likely be unmatched even by a 9th level Guang clan member. On the way to the Black Market Star, the Guardian Che, who he encountered, was merely an 8th level Guang clan member and would definitely be no match against Xiao Huaxing. Therefore, Xiao Huaxing is the strongest presence in the nearby star domains today. Esteemed Xiao Huaxing, sir, your proposal of exchanging lower-level Hun clan members with resources from our Yin clan, as well as exchanging spaceships, has led Zhu Shi to be willing to provide necessary conveniences. However, there is something I would like to inquire about, which is also a shared question from the Yin Elders Council. Why does a 9th level Hun clan member, on the brink of ascending to the top rank of power, come to buy our ultra-microparticle machines? As far as we know, genuine top-tier strong individuals mainly rely on creating their own divine realms. We can't understand why you would turn to ultra-microparticle machines. Although they possess many formidable powers, they are, after all, external objects and seemingly incompatible with the Hun force fields of your clan. Xiao Huaxing replied, it's for reference. I intend to thoroughly comprehend the supreme mechanical means of your Yin race, and use them as references, accumulating experience toward my upgrade to 10th level. Of course, some scarce resources from your Yin race also have certain uses for us. I am accompanied by several high-level Hun members. Their followers, coming from various races, require rare materials in plenty. As Xiao Huaxing spoke, another machine stepped forward, revealing a pale red Hun core. It was Zhao Wuxing, an 8th level Hun clan member. Zhu Shi was greatly surprised. An 8th level Hun member? Though I sensed the presence of the Hun race within the machines earlier, I didn't detect any energy fluctuations of the 8th level. So, in Zhu Shi's perception, Zhao Wuxing appeared no weaker than himself. From Zhu Shi's point of view, Zhao Wuxing might be inferior to the Guang clan Guardian Che, but that was only due to less accumulated power. Facing other races' 8th level beings, the Hun clan with their unpredictable tactics held a certain advantage. Who is this? You can call me Zhao Wuxing. I am part of the new Hun clan force standing alongside Xiao Huaxing. I appeared because I want to ask if you can provide more rare resources. How much rock essence powder and GA808 mineral, or will you be able to offer this time? Zhu Shi felt somewhat unexpected. He hadn't anticipated that Zhao Wuxing would immediately inquire about materials upon appearance. Perhaps he truly needed these materials? This time I've come here, I've already prepared materials beforehand. We can offer you 100 G of rock essence powder, 10 kilograms of GA808 refined mineral, and use other materials and ships to cover the price difference. If you prefer universal currency, then I can offer up to a 30 trillion Baiwa Bank Supreme card. So, what about the Hun clans you plan to rent out? For an 8th level Yin clan member like Zhu Shi, intelligent Hun clans were incredibly important. Take spaceship production for instance. Not long ago, Zhu Shi rented 2 second-level Hun clans through mountain diagrams, boosting the efficiency of the entire spaceship factory by 7%. What did that mean? Zhu Shi's 8th level spaceship factory, running at full capacity, could produce approximately 60,000 second-level spaceships per year. Those 2 second-level Hun clans alone increased the annual production by over 4,000 units. The additional income generated from that increase would be counted in trillions. Therefore, renting the Hun clan members was a highly profitable deal for Zhu Shi. Upon hearing Zhu Shi's inquiry, Zhao Wuxing transmitted instructions to his mind. 20 multifunctional machines stepped forward, releasing 20 gray-black Hun entities from within, all of them first-level Hun clan members. Zhao Wuxing stated, the list of resource purchases follows the previous transaction, though due to the increased quantity of materials being purchased this time, I hope the prices can be reduced somewhat. Seeing the 21st level Hun clan members, Zhu Shi felt immensely pleased in his heart. Although first-level Hun clans had limited rank and abilities, they were still classified as entry-level intelligent Hun individuals. The cumulative effect of 20 such members wouldn't be any worse than the 2 second-level Hun clans. Since you have brought along the first-level Hun clans, we can proceed with the transaction on our side. Regarding the contract matters, I've already prepared an agreement framework. However, specific details such as the quantities and prices involved need to be carefully discussed. Zhao Huastar sent out information. Agreed. Let's begin the transaction now. As for the specific details, discuss thoroughly with Zhao Wuxing, or let Wang Sheng negotiate with other Yin clans. Among our followers are also other races, so we require some starships and resources. Zhu Shi immediately consented. Alright, resources will be traded according to your requested quantities. For starships, you may send subordinates to select them. All starships below level 4 here are available for free selection. As for level 5 starships, if you want to purchase them, you'll need to add a portion of universal currency as payment. The cost of manufacturing a 5th level starship would exceed 1 trillion credits. Its selling price would even surpass all of Wang Sheng's funds. Hence, merely relying on the proceeds of this transaction, Wang Sheng wouldn't be able to afford a 5th level starship. However, Zhao Wuxing responded, we do have the capability to buy 5th level starships. There's just no necessity at the moment. Nevertheless, we will visit the 5th level starships to observe your starship technology. If it proves useful, purchasing starships beyond level 5 is not entirely out of the question. Moreover, when choosing starships, we will refer to their performance parameters and use Hun energy for meticulous inspections, selecting the most suitable starships for us. We hope you won't be alarmed by this. This statement was, of course, following Wang Sheng's intentions. Facing high-ranking Yen race members, utilizing Hun energy for activation actions might naturally attract their attention or even raise their alertness. Thus, stating this directly beforehand made it easier for the Yen clans to accept it. Chapter 90. The awakening of a batch of core Hun clan members. Wang Sheng stood inside the small mech, gazing at the seemingly endless deck within the level 5 mothership. The grotesque mechs, towering and majestic, stirred a desire deep within every man. Compared to the single-person small mechs, these large mechs over 50 meters tall had combat capabilities surpassing even those of ordinary level 2 fighting starships. They possessed ultra-long-range battle distances and firepower comparable to level 3 starships. As standard equipment on level 5 motherships, the number of these large level 2 mechs aboard just one level 5 space mothership reached up to 1,800 units. One could say that within its operational range, the destructive power this level 5 space mothership unleashed in any given time was enough to annihilate several fleets of the Human Star Alliance, with a total force exceeding tens of thousands of battle starships. Unfortunately, the price of a level 5 mothership probably exceeded 300 trillion credits, something Wang Sheng could only envy. He didn't know when he would be able to possess such a mothership. As for regular level 5 starships, those non-combat type starships priced at tens of trillions of universal coins still placed an immense burden on Wang Sheng's current resources. In the starship factory of the level 8 rock clan's Jueshi, there were 6 level 5 motherships in total, which let Wang Sheng truly recognize the strength of powerful clans in the universe. Factories producing level 8 starships, or even more advanced equipment, owned by the Rock clan were far from just one. Indeed, they were the most skilled mechanical manufacturing race in the universe. Of course, the identity of the supreme master of the Hun clan and Jin Hun's outrageous soul techniques were the fundamental reasons behind Wang Sheng's position. He would not forget his purpose. Wang Sheng's main focus was not on those starships, but rather on finding opportunities to awaken the Hun clan. As Zhao Wuxing constantly emitted an 8-level Hun clan field, scanning inside and outside those starships, drawing the attention of the Rock clan, Wang Sheng seized the opportunity to activate the Jin Hun field. Zhao Huaxing occasionally appeared beside him, covering his attempts to awaken the Hun clan. Shantan naturally sensed that the actions of the Hun clan were somewhat peculiar. He tried to intervene, but Zhao Wuxing silenced his subsequent words, citing Jueshi's previous promises. Ultimately, among those 6 level 5 motherships, one level 5 Hun member was successfully awakened, named Xianxia by Wang Sheng. And among various types, totaling 72 level 5 starships, 3 other level 5 Hun members were awakened, Zhu Kongxing, Zhu Rixing, and Zhu Yuxing. There was also a pleasant surprise, an awakened level 6 Hun member, Hang Yuxing. Among the tens of thousands of level 4 starships, 132 Hun members were successfully awakened. Regarding these over 100 level 4 Hun members, Wang Sheng did not bestow individual names this time, but assigned them numbers prefixed with a capital A. Thus they became A1 to A130. 2 others were level 3 Hun members, named B1 and B2 by Wang Sheng. At this point, he decided to stop further awakening attempts. To wake so many intermediate level Hun members in such a short time was already quite taxing on Wang Sheng. Most importantly, the higher level starships in the Starship Factory, namely levels 4 and 5, were almost all attempted. In such circumstances, it would seem overly greedy to keep going for levels 2 and 3 starships. So Wang Sheng planned to lend Xianxia to his friend, Elder Jueshi. By then, the level 8 Hun member had already realized that the behavior of the Hun clan seemed a bit off. Not only were they moving back and forth between uniform model starships, but they also lingered here and there for some time. Clearly, there was something suspicious about their actions. However, since Jueshi had loosened earlier commitments, he found it awkward to intervene directly, but dissatisfaction began to brew in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Wuxing proposed a meeting and offered an unimaginable proposal. We have set our sights on your level 5 starships. However, our funds are temporarily insufficient. Therefore, we wish to lease you a level 5 Hun member. Would you consider it? Instantly, Jueshi's dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by unexpected surprise. Level 5 Hun member? This shouldn't be a joke. The newly awakened level 5 Hun member, Xianxia, with his pale blue soul body, appeared next to Zhao Wuxing. Zhao Wuxing said, "What I say is naturally true. This is our comrade, level 5 Hun member, Xianxia. We need to purchase advanced level 5 starships and hope to maintain friendly cooperation with Elder Jueshi." Jueshi burst out laughing heartily. Haha, you guys are true friends of our Rock clan. I apologize for Mounta's impolite obstruction earlier. A level 5 Hun member is very important to me, and even more so to the Starship Factory. It could significantly improve production efficiency and even enhance the performance of level 8 equipment. How could I possibly refuse? I'm willing to lease the level 5 Hun member and offer a sufficiently generous rent. Jueshi looked at Xianxia, feeling increasingly anticipatory. Although he regretted not being able to lease higher level Hun members, such as Zhao Huaxing or Zhao Wuxing. Imagine the scene at the Starship Factory once equipped with level 8 Hun members. But after reaching level 6, very few were willing to sell, because existences above level 6 were crucial factors influencing the balance between forces. For the same reason, powerful level 6 Hun members were almost impossible to be leased out. To Jueshi, Being able to lease a level 5 Hun member was already the most desired outcome in his transactions with the Hun clan. And now, he really could lease a level 5 Hun member. Zhao Huaxing spoke again. How much would Elder Jueshi be willing to pay for Qi Kongxing? Jueshi responded. During the last multiracial exchange fair, there had been instances of renting level 4 Hun members, with annual rent set at 10 billion credits. Now, for Qi Kongxing as a level 5 Hun member, I am willing to pay 600 billion. As for the lease period, it will still be 10,000 years. What exactly do you want in terms of starships? Zhao Huaxing remained silent for a while before finally speaking. We'll discuss the details of the starships later. For now, your rent is too low. You won't find another source for leasing a level 5 Hun member elsewhere. The annual income Qi Kongxing can bring you is no less than several trillion credits. Wang Xing wasn't satisfied with the annual rent of 600 billion, so he ordered Zhao Huaxing. The rent is too low, raise it. After pausing for a moment, Jueshi replied. Then how much rent are you asking for? Remember, our lease term is 10,000 years. Although both the Hun clan and the Rock clan have nearly infinite lifespans, we must account for any possible incidents during this time. Moreover, considering the price at the last multiracial exchange fair, though no one has ever leased out a level 5 Hun member, the annual rent for a level 4 Hun member was 100 billion credits. Zhao Huaxing is honest and fair, not skilled at bargaining. But there's Wang Sheng behind him. That guy is quite greedy. In response to Wang Sheng's instruction, Zhao Huaxing was forced to make an offer. What about an annual rent of 2 trillion? In case of any accidents, we are willing to provide corresponding guarantees, as long as the damage isn't caused intentionally by you. If an unexpected event occurs that prevents them from fulfilling their duties, we will provide you with a brand new, same-level Hun member. So, you don't need to worry about losses. Since we're bold enough to increase the price, we will naturally offer appropriate guarantees. Chapter 91, 500 grams of rock essence powder. When Zhu Shi heard the words of Zhao Wu's star, she couldn't help but feel attracted. These soul clans were willing to provide guarantees for the trade, which was an unexpected proposal. But now, the transaction involved a starting amount of 600 trillion. Placed elsewhere, this money would be enough to buy a prosperous mining star. Even a 5th-grade star mothership could be purchased with it. Of course, to effectively leverage the combat efficiency of a star mothership, corresponding logistical auxiliary facilities are necessary. The stakes were too high. Who could easily give in? An annual rent of 200 billion is impossible. My offer of 600 billion annually already includes some premium. Based on the 4th-grade soul clan's rent of 10 billion, the annual rent for a 5th-grade soul clan should fall between 40 billion and 50 billion, which would make it reasonable. Besides, our lease term starts at 10,000 years. I'll add another 100 billion, making the annual rent 700 billion. Zhao Wustar naturally wouldn't agree. We just saw the frame of a grade 5 T880 multifunctional general-purpose warship. Its technical specifications are suitable for our use, so we want to buy it from you. Of course, if your starships aren't for sale, then there's no need for further negotiations. By the way, I didn't see the pricing for that starship. Could Elder Zhu Shi tell us how much the T880 type costs? Zhu Shi felt somewhat surprised. The T880 multifunctional general-purpose warship was a universal warship valued at over 1 trillion credits, equipped with advanced rock-building technologies available for sale by the Rock clan. Therefore, even the basic market price started at 1.2 trillion universal coins. A Zhao Wustar purchase of one T880 starship should bring in at least 20 to 30 trillion in revenue for the starship factory. The T880 starship is a 5th-grade starship integrating various cutting-edge technologies, rarely sold externally. However, since you need it, I'm willing to provide it. But its price isn't low. The base model of the T880 multifunctional general-purpose warship costs 1.2 trillion, while the standard version of the full-capability warship costs over 2.2 trillion universal coins. Since you've seen the technical specifications of the T880 starship, you should know that the standard edition of the T880 is a hyperspeed starship, equipped with a hyperspeed dark matter engine, having dark energy shielding and a powerful antimatter cannon. But for ordinary users of the Light Alliance, it has a significant drawback. It requires a large quantity of high-grade dark crystals as its power source. Of course, as advanced soul clans, you certainly don't need to worry about these issues. As long as you're willing, exchanging dark crystals from the Darkness Alliance won't be difficult. Are you planning to purchase one T880 starship or two? If you purchase more than two, I will consider making some price concessions. Moreover, the rent paid for leasing Qi Kong Star can also continue to be discussed, using it as part of the exchange for the starship. Upon hearing Zhu Shi's words through the Soul Clan translator, Wang Xing couldn't help but complain internally. These rock clans are truly stingy. Take the Wise Mouse clan, for example. They sell advanced starships to me at cost price for long-term cooperation. Although their starships don't include anything as advanced as the grade 5 equipment like the T880. Zhao Wustar said. Speaking of dark crystal energy, doesn't your 8th grade starship factory have some reserves? This time we intend to purchase at least 2 standard editions of the T880 starship, one with an ecological module added, and the other with a repair module. Zhu Shi fell into thought for a moment before speaking again. We do have a certain quantity of advanced dark crystals and light crystals stored here. If you need them, when purchasing the starships, we will sell a batch of advanced dark crystal energy to you at market prices. The ecological module of the T880 can effortlessly mimic various extreme environments, establishing suitable living places for different races. Furthermore, as long as sufficient resources are invested, a specific environment area can be created, or even a planet can be transformed according to the planned design. However, previously few people bought this kind of module because its price was relatively high. We'd have to adjust production plans to produce it. The basic edition of the T880 Plus, the ecological module, costs 1.8 trillion, while the standard edition with the ecological module costs 2.8 trillion. Are you sure you want to buy the standard edition? The repair module, compared to the ecological module, is significantly cheaper. Its primary function is to maintain and repair starships, including self-maintenance and modification. Even under complete material conditions, it can produce third-grade starships. Of course, compared to the ecological module, the device price of the repair module is lower as they involve different technologies. Adding a repair module to the basic edition costs 1.4 trillion, while the standard edition costs 2.4 trillion. If you purchase two this time, I can reduce the selling price by at least 20 trillion. Wang Sheng calculated in his mind that the prices of these two grade 5 starships could be afforded. Of course, this was on the condition that the Zhao Wu clan's lease with the Rock clan was completed successfully. Under Wang Sheng's instructions, Zhao Wu Star spoke again. If we decide to buy the starships, we have to first agree on the lease of Qikong Star. An annual rent of 700 billion is still too low. We require 2 trillion, and it should not be far off from that. Zhu Xi naturally couldn't agree to this. This is impossible. After both sides haggled back and forth, they finally agreed on an annual rent of 900 billion for the grade 5 Soul clans. This meant that leasing Qikong Star brought Wang Sheng a huge wealth of 900 trillion. Subsequently, Wang Sheng purchased two grade 5 T880 starships. The standard repair edition and the standard ecological edition cost him 500 trillion in total. Afterwards, he exchanged various rare energy sources and starship parts, spending another 120 trillion. The 180 trillion worth of advanced dark crystal energy ensured that Wang Sheng wouldn't need to worry about resupplying the 5th grade starships for a long period of time. Finally, with the remaining 100 trillion, Wang Sheng requested once more to exchange for several scarce materials like rock essence powder. Zhu Xi found this somewhat difficult, but in the end, he still agreed. The quantity of rock essence powder increased to 500 grams. Wang Sheng also obtained some other types of rare resources. Even so, after this deal, he still had over 60 trillion credits left in his bank account. At last, Zhu Xi said, "The rare materials promised to you. Some are insufficient in my current stock, so I'll need to exchange and adjust with others of our kind. As for the grade 5 T880 starships, we don't have any immediate inventory. There were very few buyers before, so there's no stockpile. Your requested components and the production of the two modules will need new preparation. Therefore, delivering your two starships will take me more than 10 days. Wang Sheng, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry at all. He wasn't afraid that the Rock clan would renege. As the supreme gold soul, Wang Sheng's influence and control over the Soul clan went beyond what outsiders could imagine. If Zhu Xi violated the agreement, not only would this transaction fail, but all previously rented Soul clans would be summoned back with just a thought. Wang Sheng instructed Zhao Wu Star to tell Zhu Xi, all the Soul clans involved in this rental transaction, including Qikong Star, will stay behind to assist in accelerating production. After all, they are grade 5 starships, which cannot be finished immediately. We understand and are willing to wait. However, the materials and funds involved in this deal must be paid to us immediately. Zhu Xi complied. I will deliver the existing materials and funds immediately. Chapter 92, Banquet. The Yume returned to Black Market Star. Wang Sheng, after organizing all the materials he had traded for, discovered that the amount of M79S5 or powder originally acquired from the Wise Rat clan and used for producing ultra-microparticle machines was insufficient, because the 500-gram harvest of rock essence powder far exceeded his previous estimates. Fortunately, a batch of GA808 had also been obtained from the Rock clan. So in this situation, all that was needed was to purchase or trade for another batch of M79S5 or, enabling him to have the xuanhuan star produce ultra-microparticle machines in bulk. Wang Sheng thought about the Wise Rat clan and also the Light clan. He was pondering from which side to buy the material when suddenly he received a communication request from Bai Jiangxing, the representative of the Wise Rat clan. I wonder if Mr. Wang has time these few days. I would like to visit you on Black Market Star. Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle inside. Just as he was considering how to open negotiations for trading materials, who would have thought the Wise Rat clan representative came willingly? Could it be, this was fate? It's been a while since I've met with Representative Bai. Thinking of inviting you to come as a guest. I await your honored presence at my number 12 establishment on Black Market Star. Currently, not all of the number 12 establishment shops were rented out, because Wang Sheng had instructed Zhou Lulu beforehand to leave the top 2 floors unrented. That bit of rent no longer mattered to Wang Sheng now. Thinking about it, Bai Jiangxing's visit might be because of Wang Sheng entering the space factory owned by the Rock clan. Perhaps their intention was to get hold of the materials in Wang Sheng's possession? Or could it be that the Wise Rat clan wanted to establish contact with the high-ups of the Rock clan through Wang Sheng, specifically that 8th-level elder Jueshi? It seemed the Wise Rat clan might need something from the Rock clan, hence the reason Bai Jiangxing contacted Wang Sheng so urgently. This urgency stemmed from their lack of knowledge regarding whether Wang Sheng's deal with Jueshi was completed, knowing well the delivery of 2 5th-grade starships, even with the production capacity of the Rock clan's factories, would still take over 10 days at minimum. Regardless, the Wise Rat clan's position was firm, giving Wang Sheng quite a bit of support. If they had requests towards the Rock clan, then he should also lend a hand. Bai Jiangxing arrived soon. Wang Sheng personally went downstairs to welcome him. At the top floor of the number 12 industrial building, an abundant spread of tea and fruit was set up, unfortunately only for show. Though those snacks could theoretically be consumed by members of the Wise Rat clan, Bai Jiangxing, accustomed to staying within his mechanical defenses, refused to step out of them. Thus, the tea and fruits outside were beyond his reach. A few polite exchanges took place. Then Bai Jiangxing said, I received information from the Black Market Star branch office that not long ago, Mr. Wang entered that space factory belonging to the Rock clan. Wang Xing nodded with a smile. Yes, I went inside and reached an agreement with an 8th grade elder of the Rock clan. I bought 2 5th grade starships from his starship factory. It may not be long before Representative Bai sees those starships of mine. Bai Jiangxing was inwardly startled. Could Wang Xing really afford a 5th grade starship? Of course, the Wise Rat clan knew that Wang Xing, wielding the rental rights of the Soul clan, wouldn't find it difficult to exchange resources from them for starships, but 5th grade starships. How many members of the Soul clan did Wang Xing lease to the Rock clan? Bai Jiangxing continued. Then I must congratulate Mr. Wang. The Rock clan holds the most advanced and highest grade mechanical technology. Their starship construction capability ranks second only to the Light clan, even surpassing the Dark clan somewhat. By buying 5th grade starships from the Rock clan, Mr. Wang can surely use it to achieve better development. Actually, mastering ultra-micro mechanical technology, the Rock clan in the manufacturing of mechanical products probably exceeds both the Light clan and the Dark clan. However, as the Wise Rat clan belonged to the Brightness camp, under most circumstances, their words tended to reflect that allegiance. Certainly, Bai Jiangxing would never say that the Light clan was inferior to the Rock clan. Wang Xing showed a radiant smile on his face. Thank you for your auspicious words, Representative Bai. Actually, you're being too kind, making me feel a little embarrassed. Truly, while saying he was embarrassed, that smile was indeed brilliant. Bai Jiangxing seriously said, Mr. Wang is being modest, I'm speaking from the heart. After all, no one can deny that the Rock clan's machinery production is the most advanced in the universe. Especially with particle mechanical technology, other races can only envy. And regarding the 5th grade starships produced by the Rock clan, their technology surpasses our Wise Rat clan. Would Mr. Wang mind helping to introduce me to that elder of the Rock clan, seeing if I can purchase some special machinery from him? Wang Xing didn't find Bai Jiangxing's request surprising. The introduction matter isn't hard to arrange. However, is this urgent for you, Representative Bai? Bai Jiangxing shook his head. If your transaction with them hasn't been completed yet, then these few days don't matter much to me. Wang Xing nodded. That's good. Actually, during this time, because I ordered 2 5th grade starships, the elder of the Rock clan is busy rushing the production. Probably he can't spare the time, right? Once they deliver the starships, I'll invite Representative Bai to come along and introduce you to them at that time. This way, it won't seem too abrupt, regardless of how the transaction proceeds, whether it succeeds or not. Everyone will have made new friends. Bai Jiangxing immediately agreed, expressing thanks. Wang Xing continued. In fact, I just acquired some rare materials from the Rock clan elder. Not long ago, I met with Representative Xu from Fakon Group, who mentioned that the Wise Rat clan hopes to obtain rare materials from the Rock clan through me, and I've been very concerned about this matter. Therefore, this time, most of the materials I brought back from the Rock clan are those previously requested by Representative Xu. I was considering whether to contact Representative Xu. Now that Representative Bai has come, it's a good opportunity to also contact Representative Xu so we can all gather together and discuss the material exchange. Hearing this, Bai Jiangxing naturally agreed as well. Wang Xing contacted Xu Ming and successfully completed the exchange with him, obtaining the M79S5 or powder needed for producing ultra-micro-particle machines through Xu Ming from Fakon Group. Without the Supreme Master needing to give instructions, xuanhuan Star had already started producing ultra-micro-particle machines on their own. With sufficient materials, Wang Xing became excited about the upcoming harvest of over 1,000 ultra-micro-particle machines. He decided to hold a banquet on the rooftop of the number 12 industrial building, ostensibly to celebrate the successful purchase of the 2 5th grade starships, and invited his good friends from the Wise Rat clan to join him in receiving them. Zhou Lulu ordered suitable ingredients for both humans and the Wise Rat clan from a catering store in the central garden of Black Market Star, which were then cooked by human chefs purchased earlier from a slave shop by Cold Huiro. Wang Xing also instructed the female slaves to prepare fruits and grains favored by the Wise Rat clan. He warmly welcomed Bai Jiangxing and Xu Ming, and even invited Wu Guang along. Because at times like these, those who show up are friends. How could Wang Xing be unaware that news of him destroying the White Lion Pirate Group space station and disabling the Red Elephant Empire's mining planet had already spread far and wide, and there was no way the Wise Rat clan wasn't clear about these matters. Thus, Bai Jiangxing's visit was also a way to demonstrate the Wise Rat clan's support for Wang Xing. Chapter 93, Aftermath of the Banquet. When Wang Xing woke up, he saw a group of female slaves staring at him. Zhou Lulu stepped forward, looking down on him with an air of indignation on her face. Master, you're finally awake? Yesterday, you really drank a lot. You got drunk and wouldn't let go of us, didn't you? Look, all of us were held back by you and were kept awake all night because of your disturbance. Looking around the sofa, at the circle of female slaves with dark circles under their eyes, Wang Xing, naked except for a towel draped over his body, felt a wave of panic. Did I get drunk last night? I remember Wu Guang and the others should have excused themselves early from the banquet. At least, I didn't embarrass myself in front of the Rat Intelligence clan. But then, who made me drunk? I remember now, the 4 female slaves who competed in drinking with me were Xianxia, Yao Mingzhu, Wei Jie, and Chu Danya. Who would have thought that 16-year-old Chu Danya, so sweet and adorable on the surface as recorded in her cloning data, turned out to be outwardly cold but inwardly passionate. However, why did the data not warn me that xuanhuan had the best alcohol tolerance among the female slaves? And I, with my proud golden soul constitution, couldn't handle drinking against a 16-year-old girl. It's true, they've all been spoiled rotten, defying all rules just to make me drunk. Ouch, my head hurts so much. Thankfully, I'm unharmed physically, and I can still remember who is to blame. Humph, wait until I deal with you. Wang Sheng let out a groan, covering his head with his left hand while reaching out with his right towards Zhou Lulu. Where's xuanhuan? Tell her to come to me. As he spoke, the shameless man wrapped his arm around Zhou Lulu's waist as she squatted half-bent, managing to sit up awkwardly using her slender waist for support. Zhou Lulu stiffened momentarily, giving a soft snort through her nose, her face showing helplessness as she allowed Wang Sheng to grab onto her. She turned slightly, gently twisting Wang Sheng's head to direct his attention to someone behind her. Master, look. xuanhuan, she's still sleeping. She was tormented by you last night, and hasn't woken up even now. Following Zhou Lulu's motion, the other female slaves blushed involuntarily. They moved aside hurriedly, revealing xuanhuan lying on the plush carpet. The young female slave's delicate face was directly in Wang Sheng's line of sight. Saliva dripped from her mouth onto the carpet as she slept soundly. Regrettably, her well-proportioned figure was mostly covered by clothing that the female slaves placed over her. Only her arm, resembling a white lotus root, was exposed. Wang Sheng swallowed his saliva and eventually noticed something amiss. She's still sleeping. Zhou Lulu softly spat in mild indignation. Master, you're nothing but a hasty lecher. Once drunk, your true nature comes out. Who cares it's the living room? You pushed her down immediately. And the result? You embarrassed everyone. Really? Female slaves murmured complaints softly amongst themselves. Clearly, they had grown intolerant of Wang Sheng's antics. Wang Sheng scratched his head with one hand, tightening his grip with the other, seeking refuge in Zhou Lulu's embrace. He quickly changed the topic. Because I was tricked into drunkenness yesterday, this incident happened. Sigh, I will not spare xianxia and Yao Mingzhu. And Wei Jie too. Humph, you all wait for me. As Wang Sheng issued threats, he realized his head was being gently turned by Zhou Lulu's hands once again. Glancing about, he saw the female slaves stepping away in puzzling behavior, but his eyes landed on another part of the carpet where xianxia and Yao Mingzhu lay asleep, curled together under a blanket, yet exposing their limbs. Oh, they're likely naked underneath there. Wang Sheng swallowed hard, his heart suddenly sinking. Could it be that even though drunk, he managed to subdue several women consecutively during the night? This situation seems quite inexplicable. He truly hadn't intended to do so. With Zhou Lulu gently turning his head again. Master, don't rush it. Wei Jie was also, by you, she whispered. Wang Sheng found himself staring at Wei Jie on the carpet, at a loss for words. At present, he had no feelings for Wei Jie since the scars on her face and body had yet to heal, and she once declared, Wei Jie would rather keep these scars than get involved with any men again. But now, what does this mean? Headache, such confusion, no face to show to anyone. How could I possibly have touched Wei Jie? It can't be. This wasn't intentional on my part. In future, how will I face her? There was clearly no affection, but unexpectedly, complex situations arose. Wang Sheng was temporarily speechless. After a moment, he sternly criticized. Zhou Lulu, and all of you, why didn't you carry them back to their rooms? Why leave them all lying on the carpet? Zhou Lulu bit her lips lightly, gazing at Wang Sheng nestled in her arms with a resentful look in her eyes. Master, you kept commanding us last night, not allowing us to leave. You said you wanted to take all of us. And those robots strictly followed your commands, making it impossible for any of us to leave here. The female slaves could no longer contain themselves. They began to criticize Wang Sheng all at once. Master went berserk with drunkenness, wildly lunging around. Not only that, but he was also babbling incoherently. Good grief, it truly was. Master toppled one after another. There was just no end to it. There were 12 of them here. Where was the second sofa supposed to come from? All we had were single-person chairs. Sleeping on the carpet would have been more comfortable. Master vomited on my back, and now my clothes are ruined, unwashable and unfixable. What an infuriating and frustrating situation. Master was such a bad guy. He scared me half to death by tearing my clothes, and even tried to tie me up. Thankfully, he passed out drunk right then. Wang Sheng let out a groan, both hands covering his face as he buried himself into the sofa. How embarrassing. I wonder why these female slaves, their clothing all disheveled, stayed here in the morning to watch me. They must have been blocked by mechanical obstacles. As for those of the soul race, not a single one can leave me alone. Can't they understand that Dominion's orders can be flexible at times? Wait, I previously instructed that the female slaves I favored should not leave my side. The machines obeyed me by intercepting them. So in fact, the members of the soul race were simply following my commands. Those helpers of mine. Could this be self-inflicted karmic retribution or something? Anyway, no need to pursue it further. I almost can't show my face to anyone now. Fortunately, they are all my own female slaves rather than outsiders. Post-banquet aftermaths truly do great harm. Wang Sheng returned to the Yumei spacecraft. Seeing Zhao Huaxing and the others coming to report, he learned that they had successfully manufactured 35 ultra-microparticle robots the day before. Without hesitation, Wang Sheng ordered them to bring the devices forward, ready to begin a new round of awakening trials. Unfortunately, his luck was average on the first day. Out of the 35 ultra-microparticle robots, only one 7th-level member of the soul race was awakened. He appeared initially as a mere 5th-level pale blue soul entity, seemingly slightly inferior in talent compared to Zhao Huaxing and the others. Wang Sheng expended some supreme spirit power to help elevate his levels twice, bringing him up to the 7th level. For the constantly growing supreme golden spirit, such consumption wasn't large, and Wang Sheng felt no burden. In truth, he was somewhat disappointed within. The success rate of awakening ultra-microparticle robots was really too low. Thankfully, with the addition of this batch of 35 ultra-microparticle robots, Zhao Huaxing and the others were able to increase their production speed again. Chapter 94. The Irresistible Weijia. With the assistance of new machinery, Zhao Huaxing greatly increased the production speed of the supermicron particle machines. 1,500 supermicron particle machines had already produced more than 1,000 units in just 10 days. When Wang Sheng invited the Jishu tribe to receive the starships together, there were already more senior Huns around him. The two T-880 multifunctional universal ships, each measuring 27,000 meters in length, appeared before Wang Sheng's eyes. Wang Sheng boarded the massive ship, inspecting its advanced facilities and experiencing the much larger control room compared to the Yumei ship. He felt quite satisfied. They no longer deliberately hid about Zhao Huaxing and directly went to control the two level 5 starships. The presence of high-ranking Hun individuals around Wang Sheng was no longer a secret. Hun machines successively entered the massive ship, taking full control of the two level 5 starships. Previously, Wang Sheng had spent 1,300 billion credits purchasing as many as 20,000 multifunctional machines from the Jishu Flight Control Group, but this money wasn't much to him now. He didn't even have time to try awakening those ordinary machines. In these days, he mainly focused on waking up the supermicron particle machines. At this moment, most of the 20,000 multifunctional machines, controlled by regular Hun members, entered various parts of the two giant ships, becoming Wang Sheng's means of controlling them. The two level 5 starships started and underwent testing near Heishixing. White Jiangxing and his team, who were invited to come, successfully met Hun Elder Zhu Shi formally as they wished. We would like to purchase some V90 machines. I wonder if Elder Zhu Shi can provide them. V90 machines are specialized industrial machines used for production at the supermicron particle level. They produce products without any error and can only be provided by the Yin tribe, unlike other races. For Wang Sheng, the use of V90 industrial machines is not significant. But for the Jishu tribe, V90 could improve the accuracy of many of their industrial products, representing an enormous amount of profit. Zhu Shi knew that the Jishu tribe must have come here with requests when she saw White Jiangxing. The relationship between the Yin tribe and the Jishu tribe is generally average. But since White Jiangxing came with Wang Sheng, she couldn't refuse them openly. When she heard the Jishu tribe asking to purchase V90 machines, Zhu Shi did not immediately reject them. V90 falls under the category of industrial mechanical goods, and our clan has clear divisions regarding the operation of such products. Its sales do not fall within my management scope. However, out of respect for Mr. Wang's friends, I can help you contact Qing Yin, the elder responsible for related machine sales in the clan. Whether or not he will agree to your request is not something I can decide. White Jiangxing's heart cheered. As far as he knew, Elder Zhu Shi actually has a closer relationship with Elder Qing Yin. Otherwise, Zhu Shi wouldn't have stepped forward to make contact. With Zhu Shi's help, Qing Yin probably wouldn't refuse a deal with the Jishu tribe. Thank you for your help, Elder Zhu Shi. We would also like to buy a level 6 mothership from you. Would you be willing to sell? This brought a spark to Zhu Shi's spirit. Level 6 mothership? That's a big deal. Setting aside the transactions between the Jishu and Yin tribes, let's talk about Wang Sheng right now. After receiving the two level 5 starships, he stayed on board. Wang Sheng decided to leave Heishixing. Of course, before leaving, he needed to sell a batch of materials obtained from the Yin tribe, purchase and exchange a group of high-grade light crystals, as well as the materials and components he needed. Yumei ship, along with 3 C-53 universal ships, exist as secondary-class starships. In front of the T-880S, they became tiny little entities. There was no solo flying this time. Under the control of the Hun clan, the 4 secondary starships were directly loaded into the giant ship. Having gained new affection, Wang Sheng had instantly forgotten the existence of the Yumei ship. On Heishixing, the headquarters of Hongxiang Empire Chamber of Commerce, standing before a large floor-to-ceiling window, Golden Leaf Marquis, Sim Jin watched as the Yin factory slowly accelerated and departed, nearly grinding all his ivory tusks to powder. He couldn't figure it out. How did things turn out like this? Since the Yin Starship factory appeared and Wang Sheng went inside, some voices opposing the Jin Yi family have surfaced within the empire? In such a vast empire, there cannot be only one power. Opponents of the Jin Yi family won't miss the chance to weaken Jin Yi using external forces. If it were just Wang Sheng, that wouldn't mean anything. However, behind this human obviously stood the upper echelons of the Hun clan and the Jishu tribe. And from the current view, it also included Zhu Shi, an 8th rank Yin, especially the current Light Clan governor, who last time personally intervened and exerted pressure that had already caused rifts between the Jin Yi family and other noble families within the empire. Many high-ranking members of the empire believe that the Hongxiang clan should not interfere in the internal disputes of the Light Clan. As the holder of the sacred artifact of the Light God, Wang Sheng should keep his distance. The forces behind Wang Sheng are not to be trifled with easily. Because of this, for a period of time now, he, Xiang Jinming, could only watch Wang Sheng live freely and temporarily couldn't make a move against him. But who would have thought this despicable human actually dared to challenge their Jin Yi family? Not only was the White Lion pirate gang uprooted, but they even destroyed their rich mineral planet of Hongxiang. The losses this time were too great. Therefore, Wang Sheng must die. Only when he is dead will the Jishu tribe stop, and the crisis of the Jin Yi family can be resolved. Xiang Jiming thought about it, took out his terminal, and dialed a number. Wang Sheng left He Shixing and brought Zhou Lulu and Leng Huairou along. Zhou Ming was left on He Shixing. After some time of contact, Wang Sheng had an understanding of Zhou Ming's character. With the assistance of the Han race's machinery, managing some industrial servants shouldn't be a problem for him. Zhou Lulu had not been ravished by Wang Sheng during these days. So Wang Sheng decided to take her along, vowing never to let her go. The most awkward situation, however, was actually Wei Jie's case. Since she was taken advantage of by Wang Sheng, she had been avoiding him, even using the excuse of being unwell and no longer appearing before Wang Sheng, displaying a stance as if to say, "I don't want to see this beast." Wang Sheng was slightly nervous inside. Fortunately, Wei Jie hadn't appeared for several days, otherwise he wouldn't know how to face her. However, after some reflection, he decided to clear things up with Wei Jie. Wang Sheng returned to the Yumei ship and entered Wei Jie's room. "It's been many days since I've seen you. I heard you're unwell. Is your wound not healed yet?" Wei Jie gritted her teeth and glared at Wang Sheng angrily. This humble maiden dare not accept the concern of such a great adult. Wang Sheng quickly forced a smile. Yes, I'm not concerned about you. I just wanted to see you and give my greetings. I wonder what your plans are. I'll do my best to satisfy them." Wei Jie snorted softly. "I want to return to the Star Alliance, and I'm sure you'll agree." Wang Sheng shook his head. "No, you cannot leave me." Wei Jie shouted angrily. "Back and forth, it all comes down to treating me like a plaything, as if I am your private property. You're no different from those men who used to pursue me. You're even more shameless." Wang Sheng chuckled. "You understand now, good. I told you to rest properly, yet you refused medical examinations? This won't work. Mechanical devices can't possibly drag you into the treatment room. You need to be more cooperative. Why create so much trouble?" Saying that, Wang Sheng approached. Wei Jie, seeing Wang Sheng coming closer, panicked. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. You. I warn you, let go of me. I agree to accept treatment." Without regard for Wei Jie's resistance, Wang Sheng kissed her intensely, turning her unable to resist, making her look like a dumbfounded kitten. "Good girl. It should have been this easy from the beginning." Saying that, he applied force again and pinned her down. Chapter 95. The price has gone up. Two fifth-tier giant ships stayed near Black Market Star for several days. They did not actually enter the docking area of Black Market Star, but remained hovering in outer space during this period. All this while, Wang Sheng was waiting. The material shops on Black Market Star finally delivered the resources he needed. Wang Sheng, through the Light God artifact, persuaded Qi to obtain the rare materials from the material shop. At the same time, 1,500 new ultra-micro mechanical particles had been entirely produced by Huaxing Star and his team. Wang Sheng continuously awakened a batch of new advanced soul clans through various processes. Among them, 12 ninth-tier soul clans cost Wang Sheng a vast amount of soul power. He named them Longxing, Dragon Star, Huxing, Tiger Star, and other constellations of the Chinese zodiac. There were 38th-tier soul clans named Tian number 1 to Tian number 30, 37th-tier soul clans named D number 1 to D number 30, and then there were 3 6th-tier soul clans, S number 1 to S number 3, which Wang Sheng considered as failures due to their congenital deficiencies. Thus far, Wang Sheng's soul clan force has surged significantly in strength. But even Wang Sheng himself did not know how strong Longxing and the others were since they hadn't undergone actual combat yet. He even looked forward now to the enemy coming over so that he could test the capabilities of Longxing and the others. However, before leaving Black Market Star, Wang Sheng suddenly received a message from the Interstellar Alliance side. Yan Ji, the vice general manager of the Human Union Feiyu Group, suddenly contacted Wang Sheng. He sent a picture, which showed Wang Sheng's 2 fifth-tier starships. "Since you're so rich, why did you haggle with us back then? I hope Mr. Wang can facilitate the procurement of automated intelligent machinery production lines and some starship equipment." Wang Sheng smiled. "How much money I have and how much remuneration I require, these two are not related. Just because I am wealthy does not mean I can squander it or help you indiscriminately, ignoring my own gains and losses. Vice President Yin, your argument makes no sense. Besides, I had already given you the opportunity for transactions, but you were the ones who kept haggling. The mid-range smart machinery automation device is an integrated production line of the Light Clan, surpassing the efficiency of similar devices from other clans. For the Human Union, it possesses extremely high technical reference and research value. Even if you acquire these two equipment production lines and only sell mid-range smart machines to the Galactic Alliance, it would take around 10 years to meet the basic demands of the human market and earn at least 500 billion universal coins in profit. So, this merely meets the internal demand of the Galactic Alliance. With mid-range smart machinery, you could also attempt external sales, making a slim profit but in large quantities. It wouldn't be hard to exchange products either. Previously, I wanted 100 billion universal coins, but you offered only half of that. So, if the deal doesn't work out, fine. But you actually accused me because of that." Yanji fell silent for a moment before his voice came through again. "Perhaps I should have told you that the reason we didn't finalize the transaction wasn't because of our Feiyu group. You should know that the largest automatic equipment manufacturer in the Human Union is Leader Xianxia. They gave a maximum offer of 500 billion universal coins. After explaining the situation to them, the deal was terminated." Wang Sheng nodded. "Is Manager Yin contacting me now to try and restart this transaction? Did Leader Xianxia change its mind? As far as I know, Leader Xianxia's largest shareholder has always been Feiyu Group, right? Your group should have a significant influence over them." Manager Yin explained. Mr. Wang doesn't understand. The Feiyu Financial Group is different from Feiyu Group. The Feiyu Financial Group mainly consists of the families and financial magnates of the Human Flying Fish Union, while the Feiyu Group is merely the first spaceship manufacturer in the Star Alliance. Feiyu Group has limited influence over leader xianxia. Moreover, currently, leader xianxia has two main shareholders, Joint Consortium and Feiyu Financial Group, and Joint Consortium's equity in leader xianxia exceeds Feiyu Financial Group's. As for repurchasing, leader xianxia already has relevant plans in place, but the funds earmarked for the previous plan have already been redirected for other purposes. It won't be easy for them to raise more than 1 trillion units of capital now. If they do confirm the start of the purchasing plan, perhaps at that time, Mr. Wang could step in to assist with the purchase. Wang Sheng declined. This time, it might not be possible because I've already used up all the discounts provided by the Light Clan artifact for purchasing starships, accessories, ancillary equipment, and rare materials. If you want me to procure items for you, I would incur additional transaction costs. Of course, the purchasing authority of the Light Clan artifact still exists. I may also be able to persuade the Light Clan to sell the mid-range intelligent mechanical production line. But here's the issue. The price is no longer the previous one. There has been an increase. Yan Ji paused for a moment, then decided that Wang Sheng was unlikely to be lying. After all, Wang Sheng could afford 5th-tier starships worth hundreds of trillions. These were super starships the entire Star Alliance couldn't possess, so there was no way he would be greedy for some small kickbacks. The Star Alliance had always regretted missing the chance to cooperate with Wang Sheng before. It was rare to have a human billionaire who gained the strong favor of the Light Clan, and they had let him slip away. Through intelligence points at Black Market Star, they learned about the appearance of 5th-tier starships. A quick check revealed that the owners of the two 5th-tier starships turned out to be Wang Sheng. This made many high-ranking officials in the Star Alliance feel deep regret, truly realizing that Wang Sheng's departure was a loss for the entire human union. So Yan Ji coming to contact Wang Sheng was not surprising. Then, how much is the price this time? Wang Sheng calmly replied. After all, we're all humans, so I'll give you a discount. Just add another 50 billion. 50 billion universal coins to purchase 2 sets of mid-range intelligent mechanical automatic production lines. If you can't meet this amount, please don't bring it up again, Yin Vice President, to avoid me rejecting you and making things awkward for both sides. Yan Ji felt helpless. This price is pretty steep. It will be difficult for leader xianxia to agree to it. However, the main reason I approached Mr. Wang is because you can buy 5th-tier starships from the Rock Clan, so we hope to purchase some 4th-tier space mothership equipment and Star Destroyer weapons through you from the Rock Clan as well. The 4th-tier space motherships and Star Destroyers purchased by the Star Alliance are outdated models from 50 years ago. In fact, their weapon systems and parts have already exceeded their usable lifespan. To maintain their combat capabilities, we can only buy replacement parts bit by bit through Black Market Star or pay a premium to trade secondhand goods that surrounding forces no longer need. Our previous 4th-tier combat starships have been barely functional all along. It's very hard to fully restore their 4th-tier combat strength. So this time, we hope Mr. Wang can agree to help. Chapter 96. The Red Elephant Empire's Intercept Fleet. Wang Sheng frowned. Upon hearing Yan Ji's request, he felt a little irritated. Why should I help? There's something I'd like to ask Vice President Yan, said Yan Ji. What is it? Asked Wang Sheng. I remember during our last communication, I asked you for a favor regarding the father of my childhood friend, the old miner Xuanhuan. How is he doing now? Yan Ji paused for a moment before replying. I was just about to tell Mr. Wang this. Please bear up under the news. After Mr. Wang entrusted me with this matter, I passed it on to Interstellar Property Management's Minister Qing, who is an old classmate of mine from middle school and a personal acquaintance. However, through Company 505, we learned that the man, Xuanhuan, had been suffering from malnutrition for years. His body had completely worn out while working in the underground mineral veins, and unfortunately, he passed away. Wang Sheng's expression darkened slightly as he became silent for a moment. Could things really be so coincidental? He had just left, and Xuanhuan died right after? Malnutrition could be possible, but if his body was already oil-dried lamp out, then logically, Xuanhuan should have been able to live a few more years. And he was merely an elderly miner who had fallen into beggary due to age. What threat could he possibly pose to others? Yet, even still, he couldn't be accepted by the Star Alliance and didn't receive a peaceful death or have the right to survive any longer. Perhaps, it was my fault for failing him. Realizing this, Wang Sheng spoke softly. When I have time, I'll visit T505 Mine Planet and pay my respects to that old miner. But Vice President Yin, you might misunderstand. My transaction with the Rock Race was a one-time deal. They gave me a level 5 starship because I accidentally obtained something very important to them. That's why I managed to exchange it for a level 5 starship from them. If it were a normal trade, it would have been very hard for me to buy military equipment from the Rock Race. So, while I sincerely want to help the Star Alliance, there isn't much I can do. As for the trade with the Light Race, since I previously committed to this, despite being somewhat at a disadvantage, if you can provide the universal coins I require, the transaction will proceed. Vice President Yin, unless there are other matters, I'll hang up now. When I have time, I will pass by Flying Fish Alliance and pay a visit to your Feiyu group. I wonder if Vice President Yin welcomes my arrival. Yan Ji's face revealed a look of disappointment. He didn't expect Wang Sheng to decline. The military had made some preparations for this transaction. Within the Star Alliance, because Wang Sheng had acquired a level 5 starship, some high-ranking officials believed in his potential and wanted to take the opportunity to bring him back into the Alliance. But now it seemed that Wang Sheng had no intention of returning to the Star Alliance. Yan Ji's tone carried added regret. Mr. Wang, Your visit to the Flying Fish Alliance will be highly welcome. Currently, the Star Alliance military eagerly seeks your assistance. If new equipment can guarantee the combat power of the Sky Defense Team's Level 4 starships, we would rather offer Mr. Wong a Level 3 civil servant position within the Star Alliance, incorporating him formally into the system of public service. In this way, even as a citizen of the Bamboo Joint Kingdom, you would gain permanent residency rights in the Star Alliance and enjoy privileges of high citizens within the Alliance. Civil servants of the Interstellar Alliance are divided into 10 levels. Level 1 civil servants rank the highest. They are national leaders. Level 2 comes next, and so on until Level 9. At the bottom, there are general non-leveled civil servants. Among these, Level 3 civil servants are equivalent to major generals or brigadier generals in the military, ministers in the Star Alliance Committee, committee members in crucial departments, like members of the Star Alliance Taxation Committee or Budget Committee. In each of the 6 Star Domain alliances, Level 3 corresponds roughly to the level of a deputy prime minister. The Level 3 civil servant title offered by the Star Alliance to Wang Sheng wasn't actually low. However, for Wang Sheng himself, this held no appeal. He had not only lost interest in the Star Alliance, but even began to feel disdain towards it. Under such circumstances, even offering him Level 1 civil servant treatment, making him one of the top leaders in the Star Alliance, he probably wouldn't agree. Vice President Yin, it seems you don't fully believe what I've said. You must know, the Rock race always maintains neutrality in the universe and never gets involved in wars between the two factions. All their leaked equipment comes with usage restrictions, usually only allowed for private use, and not permitted to flow en masse into the military forces of major powers. Unless, of course, you can present conditions that truly move the Rock race. Still unwilling to let go, Yinji asked, what kind of conditions did Mr. Wang refer to? Wang Sheng inwardly sighed. I was just saying it offhandedly. Why are you pressing so hard? Sometimes, asking too many questions only makes cooperation harder. Vice President Yin, the Rock race is interested in many conditions. For instance, awakened members of the Soul race, top-grade light crystals controlled by the Light race, which are never sold to outsiders, and special materials that could promote the evolution of the Rock race. If you can offer something that moves the Rock race, I can help mediate and see if we can exchange for new Level 4 warship equipment from them. Yinji was thoroughly shocked. Awakened Soul race. Top-grade light crystals? The awakening of the Soul race was already legendary, extremely rare in the universe. How could the Star Alliance possibly encounter it? Top-grade light crystals possessed nearly inexhaustible energy. Injecting them into a star would allow rapid absorption of energy to restore consumption. Even within the Light race, production of this treasure was very limited. If the Star Alliance were to acquire top-grade light crystals, there would be no need for Level 4 warships. They could directly exchange them for even higher-grade warships. As Yinji thought, he looked dissatisfied. He finally realized that Wang Sheng might have been fobbing him off. Mr. Wang doesn't want to help, then just say so. No need for beating around the bush. Wang Sheng, feeling helpless, said directly. This favor I truly cannot help with. You should look for someone else. If there's nothing else, let's hang up. Their communication ended. Wang Sheng immediately gave orders for the 2 Level 5 starships to head towards the purple bamboo star of the Bamboo Joint Kingdom. This trip out had been quite fruitful. The appearance of 1,500 ultra-micro mechanical particles greatly enhanced the power of his subordinates, the Soul race. Among the 9-tier Soul race alone, Wang Sheng now had as many as 13. In fact, during this period, through various intelligence channels, Wang Sheng had gained a general understanding of the high-tier forces of the Soul race. Before his emergence, the highest tier of the Soul race consisted of only 3 10-tier Soul beings. They could exist eternally, employing unique means of the Soul race to carve out great renown in the universe, turning the sparse numbers of the Soul race into one of the top races in the universe not to be trifled with. Excluding the 3 10-tier Soul race individuals, there shouldn't be more than 100 9-tier entities across the entire Soul race. In fact, 9-tier beings were already hard to find strong individuals throughout the universe. So these 9-tier Soul race beings usually scattered across the cosmos, rarely gathering together. Now, the scene where Wang Sheng's subordinates, consisting of 13 9-tier Soul race beings, gathered and followed him, was likely unprecedented. When the Level 5 super ship moved toward the Stargate, Wang Sheng suddenly received an alert from Long Xing. Master, at a distance of 3 light years ahead on our mandatory route, Ratstar detected a fleet of 93 combat starships keeping ready for battle status. Their types and numbers correspond roughly with the intelligence provided by the Wiscent Rat tribe regarding the Red Elephant Empire's dispatched fleet. Chapter 97. 12 Layers of Soul Power Field. Hearing Long Xing's reminder, Wang Sheng's heart tightened, and he became mentally invigorated. Not long ago, the Wiscent Rat clan had already delivered the intelligence he wanted. Before leaving Black Market Star, Wang Sheng already knew about the moves from the Red Elephant Empire. Although the Red Elephant Empire was on guard against the Wiscent Rat clan, their intelligence system among the various races wasn't built in a day or two. In the end, they still managed to obtain accurate information regarding the Red Elephant clan's actions against Wang Sheng. However, according to the intel, shouldn't the number of starships mobilized this time by the Gold Leaf family be 90? Wang Sheng raised a question in his mind. Are you saying 93? Long Xing clarified. Master, Mouse Star has confirmed repeatedly. There are indeed 93 starships. Master, here is the image just transmitted. 2 Level 5 S3, Type Light God Annihilator starships, 18 Level 4 A2, Type Annihilator starships, 6 Level 4 B2, Type Combat Supply ships and Medical Supply ships, 50 Level 3 A1, type space battleships, and 6A2 type space cruisers. The Light God Annihilator starship, crafted by the Light race, was a powerful starship used as one of the main battle vessels for numerous forces within the Light alignment, especially at the frontline battlegrounds. Their equipped super-energy light cannons not only possessed formidable firepower, but also featured an extremely long range. More importantly, it was powered by a level 5 drive system manufactured by the Light race, allowing the warship to maintain light-speed cruising. With just that single fact, one could tell how advanced the Light God Annihilator starship was, surpassing ordinary starships in battle capability. The Red Elephant Empire managed to secure these Light God Annihilator starships due to losses incurred during battles in the alignment zones, which led to previous Light race overseers compensating them appropriately. Within the Red Elephant Empire, these Light God Annihilator starships were separately controlled by 7 great families, symbolizing the power of the Emperor-selecting families. The Gold Leaf family controls 3 of these Light God Annihilator starships. To deal with Wang Sheng, Jin Ming, the heir of the Gold Leaf family, and Lord Viscount Jin Yi, actually mobilized 2 Light God Annihilator starships. Master, according to the intelligence provided by the Wisent Rat clan, there are 3 extra space cruisers. The marks on those 3 cruisers indicate that they belong to the famous Green Tiger pirate gang nearby. But before our soul race, these starships are just like domestic fowl and stray dogs. Master, please give the order and let Long Xing lead the team out. Wang Xing nodded slightly while watching the picture on the big screen of the Azure Dragon ship. The Gold Leaf family has even teamed up with some space pirates. They're truly unworthy. To deal with me, they sent out 2 Light God Annihilator starships. This must be most of the high-level warships under their control. So this time, we must hurt them badly so they stop acting like headless flies in autumn, not knowing their own strength, blindly buzzing around and crashing into walls looking for death. Azure Dragon and White Tiger. Of course, they are the names of Wang Sheng's 2 T-880 starships. Without hesitation, stay behind at Transformation Star. Long Xing, Hu Xing, and the other 9th-tier Soul Race members will launch together, letting them see the power of the Soul Race and how you handle interstellar fleets. Today's adversaries, whether they're from the Red Elephant race or any other race, will all be killed, without leaving a single survivor, to warn the small fries and prevent unnecessary trouble in the future. Please rest assured, Master. The Red Elephant race is destined for failure and doom. In the dark, deep space, the distribution of 93 starships was shown with gun barrels reflecting faintly, the formation grim and serious. The dim glow of the distant stars barely revealed the colossal silhouette of that starship. Amidst that bleak scenery, suddenly an invisible energy red beam pierced through unexpectedly, akin to breaking the calm surface of water, disrupting the orderly arrangement initially present. It rapidly expanded in the center of the entire fleet, turning into a red soul force area that enveloped over a dozen huge starships. On board one of the 2 level 5 Light God Annihilator starships, the flagship for this sortie fleet, Xianxia, Marquis Yedong, was the personal brother of the current Duke Jinya and the Lord of Yedong region in the Red Elephant Empire. He was responsible for leading the family's main fleet here to kill Wang Sheng. According to previous intelligence, Wang Sheng's 2 T-880 starships would arrive here soon, making this part of the starry sky where he would meet his end. But right at this moment, the automatic defense system aboard the starship suddenly emitted an ear-piercing alarm. DRI, unknown energy entity approaching for attack. Before the warning sound finished playing, Xiang Yigui felt a sudden darkness in his vision, losing consciousness and collapsing heavily to the ground. Soul Race attacks act first upon the life form's spiritual level. As a 9th-tier Soul Race powerhouse, Mouse Star's sudden outburst caught the Red Elephant race off guard, who had never encountered the Soul Race before. In an instant, a powerful red soul force field erupted and spread from the center of the ambush fleet. Many of the Red Elephant race crew responsible for controlling the starships couldn't withstand the soul-level impact, falling down one after another, devoid of life. Most of the Red Elephant race members met their ends without even knowing what hit them. Mouse Star was the first of the 9th-tier Soul Race to arrive and launch an attack. And behind him, there were 11 more 9th-tier Soul Race powerhouses, each equally formidable. The red soul force fields erupted one after another, enveloping the entire star domain where the enemy fleet lay. The hundreds of thousands of Red Elephant race members had no means to resist and succumbed swiftly. All this happened in a mere blink of an eye, not exceeding 3 seconds. One could say that even the Red Elephant race's starships, including the level 5 Light God Annihilator starships, were incapable of defending against the mysterious attacks from the Soul Race. Only similar energy entities could withstand energy-based attacks. At this time, from afar, Red Elephant race reinforcements appeared. A strange radiance fluctuated with changing colors like a meteor of colorful light rushing towards the location of the ambush fleet. It emitted waves of angry emotions, charging forward. Damn Soul Race scum! How dare you make a move in the star domain of the Brightness Alliance? Elder Yuan E of the Nung clan is here. Who dares touch my Brightness Alliance subordinates? It must be said, Elder Yuan E from the Nung clan had quite a short temper. Wang Sheng and his group already knew beforehand that the crucial follower of the former Light Race Guardian, the main supporter of the Red Elephant Empire, was precisely this Elder Yuan E from the Nung clan. So, Long Xing didn't hesitate for a moment. Didn't hear the sovereign's command? Kill all, no prisoners. The 12 9th-tier Soul Race figures instantly teleported through space, their 12 layers of 9th-tier soul power field directly covering Yuan E. Without a single word of hesitation, They moved together to confront the enemy. As for that elder from the Nung clan, he was indeed a powerful 8th-tier energy body life form. Unfortunately, he faced 12 9th-tier opponents. Impulsiveness is truly undesirable sometimes. Xuanhuan only managed to release a fierce energy wave before being completely annihilated by the 12 9th-tier soul force fields. It was as if he had never existed in this star domain. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng sat leisurely on the Azure Dragon ship, sipping tea. To his left, Zhou Lulu offered fruits, and to his right, xianxia provided pastries, giving him a thoroughly pleasant experience. Nowadays, Wang Sheng wasn't focusing on the star domain of the Red Elephant Race fleet. Rather, his attention turned to a distant part of the starry sky. A familiar energy wave belonging to Qi, mixed with those of several other light race members, intertwined. Amongst them, the weakest was still an 8th-tier energy body life form. Their combined energy aura was so potent, it even gave Wang Sheng a slight sense of threat. This was a warning to the supreme of the soul race, forbidding Wang Sheng from making arbitrary moves. Wang Sheng was well aware that the Red Elephant Race fleet posed no threat to high-level soul race members. What could pose a threat to Long Xing and the others now was the light race team observing silently from a distance. Chapter 98. The Choice of the Light Clan. Far away star domain of the Qinglong. The powerful members of the Light Clan, including Qi, couldn't help but fall silent. Just a moment ago, it was actually the most likely time for a dangerous conflict to break out. However, when Wang Sheng and his group discovered the Red Elephant Fleet, Qi ultimately chose to intervene, preventing Minghui, the former guardian, from continuing with his actions. Why did you stop me? Qi asked. Because Jin Hun clearly warned me before. He required that during this incident, there should be no involvement by the Light Clan. Minghui's anger was evident. Because of the Soul Clan's demands, now you are stopping me? Don't you know the stance the Soul Clan takes toward the dark side? Haven't you forgotten that the last time we faced the Dark Clan, the Soul Clan was opposing us? Back then, I recommended you as my successor. Looking at it now, it appears to be an enormous mistake. In front of the Light Clan's enemies, you showed such cowardice. Qi retorted. This is not cowardice, it's a rational choice. Precisely because I want to gain an advantage in the faction battle, I stepped in to stop you. I always believe that the appearance of the Supreme Jin Hun is an opportunity for the Light Clan, which can change the situation between factions. Previously, the insect race sent 2 6th-level shadow bugs to attack Supreme Jin Hun, causing him to directly lean toward our Brightness faction and settle down as a human. Afterward, the attack from the Red Elephant Clan created some contradictions between Jin Hun and us. To my view, if I allow you to interfere in this matter, it would definitely rupture the relationship between the Supreme Jin Hun and our clan. You are mistakenly pushing a potential ally toward the dark side, strengthening the forces of darkness. Minghui angrily replied. If you're going to be a surrenderer, one day you will regret allowing Jin Hun to grow like today. Step aside immediately, Qi said. Now, I am the guardian of this star domain, and I have the authority to decide whether the Light Clan will interfere in this conflict. Even if you're dissatisfied with me, any order to me should go through a decision-making process within the clan. In fact, just as Qi stopped Minghui, the battle on the Red Elephant side had already reached its conclusion. Seeing 12 level 9 members of the Soul Clan appear one after another, all the Light Clan members present fell silent. Even Minghui became calm and felt a trace of luck. If he had acted just now, what would the outcome be now? Taking Yuan Yi's strength into consideration, compared to Minghui himself, the difference isn't much. However, under the soul force attacks of those souls, even Yuan Yi couldn't last more than a few moments. And at the current scene, except for one individual among the Light Clan who was a 9th level member, the rest were all 8th level members. Originally, they thought the Light Clan here would have the ability to control the field and suppress the Supreme Jin Hun, but now they realized they underestimated the power of the highest level of the Soul Clan far too easily. Even though each of them had their own followers, not a single 9th level existence existed among them. Attempting to resist 12 9th level Soul Clan members would simply be impossible. The key point. Supreme Jin Hun, according to legends, is the supreme being of the Soul Clan, and his power should not be underestimated. Thus, the outcome of their intervention was destined to fail, and to fail terribly. The Light Clan members became silent. They realized that suppressing Wang Sheng would come at a price that was hard to bear. Moreover, initiating such confrontations would only bring the Light Clan a horde of formidable enemies without any benefit. The only 9th level master in the current Light Clan team, Mingchen, finally spoke up. I can roughly sense the boundless and tremendous power possessed by the supreme being of the Soul Clan. His power has already surpassed the 8 great saint respects of our Light Clan. Compared to this legendary Jin Hun, even the 10th level Soul Clan members I have seen in the past are weaker. So I think that Qi's choice was rational. Minghui, despite you and I being from the same lineage, regarding this matter, I cannot continue to support you anymore. The newly emerged power of the Soul Clan, their strength, is something we, the Light Clan, cannot overlook. The previous move by the insect race against Jin Hun was truly a foolish decision. I don't understand why they acted so rashly. We absolutely cannot commit the same basic error that those despicable insect races made. Any possibility of winning over Jin Hun's forces must be fully tried. If we do so, even if the vast majority of Soul Clans continue to support the Dark Race, at least Supreme Jin Hun, the power he controls, could remain neutral or even be used for our Brightness camp. Qi, you must continue cultivating closer ties with Jin Hun and find opportunities to make him meet with the higher-ups of our clan, reaching a solid cooperation agreement or even a treaty. Upon hearing Mingchen's orders, Qi quickly agreed. I will continue my efforts to promote cooperation with Xuanhuan. However, regarding the issue with the Red Elephant clan, no other energy life forms should intervene again. I hope Minghui can discipline his followers, as well as restrain the Nung clan from continuing to create variables. Minghui was dissatisfied. You want to court Xuanhuan, but the Nung clan will definitely be unhappy about this. Over countless years, the Nung clan and the Soul clan have developed a blood feud. Are we willing to risk disappointing and losing our allies just for a small faction of the Soul clan? What about the Red Elephant clan? They've always shown great respect toward the Light clan and even sacrificed themselves in the battlefield. We shouldn't neglect them entirely. The Soul clan and the Nung clan had always been bitter enemies. Although the Nung clan as a whole wasn't as strong as the Soul clan, under the support of the Light clan, they could still stand their ground against them. Qi once again rebutted. Previously, when I interacted with Xuanhuan, he rented out a level 2 member of the Soul clan as a training partner for his newly born Ning clan subordinates. From this alone, it's clear that Xuanhuan has no animosity or prejudice towards the Nung clan. Why should past grudges stop us from reaching out to the Soul clan? The reason why the Red Elephant clan targets Xuanhuan is because he has now entered Wang Sheng's body. Isn't it well known that the Red Elephant clan often oppresses the human race? Even though Wang Sheng possessed our Light clan's emblem, they still ordered space pirates to attack him and sent the Red Elephant Empire's elite space navy squad. This is precisely the reason why Xuanhuan acted against the Red Elephant clan. If the Gold Leaf family of the Red Elephant Empire hadn't dispatched its elite squadrons to kill Wang Sheng, would these level 9 Soul clan members be able to slaughter them so easily? As powerful forms of energy life, we must also uphold our dignity. In response to lowly creatures' provocations, an appropriate counterattack is entirely reasonable, isn't it? Mingchen spoke up again. Qi is right. The crucial point is, Supreme Xuanhuan has the ability to awaken the legends of the Soul clan. This is not baseless gossip. Xuanhuan is growing continuously, and the influence of the Soul clan under him is expanding. Even if our Light clan wanted to suppress him now, it wouldn't be easy. If Xuanhuan continues to expand in the future, we need to consider where his loyalties lie to maintain the balance in this interfactional war. The appearance of Xuanhuan is the key to breaking the long-standing stalemate between the two camps. My mission here was originally commissioned by the clan to investigate Xuanhuan's strength. Now, it's clear we need to win him over. So my decision represents the Light clan's position. Even though we are powerful, we cannot suffer too many losses in the process of gaining Xuanhuan. Otherwise, the Dark Race would never let such an opportunity slip by. Chapter 99. The captured 93 starships. Wang Sheng's face revealed a look of surprise. In fact, he had been paying attention to the actions of the distant Light race and was ready to intervene at any moment. After all, as one of the two top powerful races in the universe, the Light race possessed various incredible abilities, especially their instantaneous burst speed attacks, which made Wang Sheng never dare to let down his guard. But the Light race actually chose to retreat. In that region of starry sky, only the familiar energy fluctuations of the Warden remained, which Wang Sheng could sense clearly. Wang Sheng soon met Qi, powerful Supreme Soul Race Lord. It seems we need to reassess your strength. Your subordinates include so many high-level members of the Soul Race. If I hadn't kept track of your movements recently, I would have suspected that the Soul Race has already established contact with you and sent you some capable subordinates. Wang Sheng smiled, but said nothing. Since Qi's appearance, the surveillance by the Light race on Wang Sheng had not stopped for a single day. With Wang Sheng such an entity present behind the Light Alliance, they naturally couldn't feel at ease. There had even been a level 10 existence within the Light race who quietly approached to test Wang Sheng's response, but faced with the golden soul energy released by Wang Sheng, that level 10 being quickly decided to leave. Because he knew that he was no match for Wang Sheng. Amongst the current surviving level 10 strong individuals of the Light race, there should be 8. Each of them is like a stabilizing force within the Light faction. Risking their own destruction to deal with a suddenly emerging Golden Soul Emperor would not be a rational choice. So although the Light race monitored Wang Sheng's actions, they never restricted him. Now with the emergence of Long Xing and others, the Light race completely abandoned any potentially adversarial stance. Qi did not wait for Wang Sheng's response, and instead transmitted another wave of energy. The reason I did not stop the Red Elephant race from acting against you this time is because I want to settle accounts with them. Now, I have decided, I will no longer protect the ambitious ones within the Red Elephant race. Wang Sheng looked somewhat surprised. He nodded slightly before finally responding. It appears you've thought it through. If the Light race continues to shelter those constantly attacking me from the Red Elephant race, then our future cooperation would be almost impossible. This matter, logically speaking, should be pursued until they give me a satisfactory resolution. But for now, I am not rushing into resolving it. Instead, I hope the Warden can intervene and order the Red Elephant race to release Mei Yu. As long as they release Mei Yu and guarantee no further provocations, I will no longer pursue this matter. If they continue to refuse, I will surely hold them accountable thoroughly. Upon seeing Wang Sheng's attitude, Qi sighed in relief. He dared not imagine what chaos might ensue if dozens of high-level Soul Race members, under the lead of Wang Sheng, this Supreme Golden Soul Emperor, were to act freely at the rear end of the Red Elephant Empire, also the backline of the Light faction. I know that Mei Yu has already been handed over to the Nung race. On this matter, our Light race will step in to negotiate. We will warn the Red Elephant Empire, and, through higher-ups in my clan, demand that the Nung race return Mei Yu and cease their targeting towards you. To ensure the safety of Miss Mei Yu, We hope that you refrain from rash actions during this period. Wang Sheng frowned and asked, my followers have killed a level 8 member of the Nung race. Would they hurt Mei Yu because of this? She replied, that's why I'll expedite asking our elders to restrain the Nung race side, ensuring Mei Yu leaves safely. Wang Sheng said, then I shall trouble the warden with this request. And there is something else I wish to say ahead of time. There are numerous unregistered individuals within the human alliance whose situation I intend to improve or even relocate part of them. As for humans who aren't friendly towards me, I will impose punishments on them accordingly, and I hope that at that time, you do not attempt to obstruct me. As light flickered around Qi, he responded, naturally, we will not constrain you anymore. Humans, as a weak race, contribute little to the light faction. So, whatever you wish to do is fine with us. Wang Sheng found Qi's current attitude very satisfactory. It seemed that the light race was different from before. They realized that they couldn't suppress either him or his subordinates, thus learning to pragmatically cooperate. I just captured 2 Lightspeed Annihilation starships, and I hope they can be modified through your starship factory, switching them to human systems. Lightspeed Annihilation starships, as products of the light race, cannot easily have their systems replaced in other starship modification plants. That was why Wang Sheng raised this requirement. As for the rest of the captured starships, Wang Sheng's White Tiger could handle their modifications. She agreed. Just changing the star-annihilating ship system, this is not difficult. I can dispatch a stellar-level modification ship from my clan for you to perform the conversion. They will contact you soon. Wang Sheng, who had just captured 93 starships, felt as if he had made a windfall. 2 level 5 S3, type light, God star-annihilating ships, worth at least 600 trillion each, and they're priceless on the market. 18 level 4 A2, type star-annihilating ships, each costing no less than 5 trillion to produce. Even as second-hand ships seized in battle, their total value wouldn't drop below 100 trillion. 6 level 4 B2, type combat supply ships and medical supply ships, total value exceeding 10 trillion. 50 level 3 A1, type space battleships, worth no less than 60 trillion. And 6 A2, type space cruisers that could be sold for about 3 trillion. The first thing Wang Sheng naturally did was attempt to awaken intelligent consciousnesses within these ships. 15 new intelligent soul race members awakened. A1 and A2, 2 level 5 soul races, controlled the 2 S3, type light, God star-annihilating ships. B3 through B6, for level 4 soul races. They respectively controlled 2 level 4 A2, type star-annihilating ships, 1 level 4 B2, type combat supply ship, and 1 level 4 B2, type medical supply ship. Wang Sheng certainly didn't plan to keep all the captured level 4 starships. Most of them would need to be disposed of. This awakening also included C1 through C9, a total of 9 level 3 soul races. Thus, Wang Sheng's fleet expanded once more. He contacted Wu Guang. Wu Guang, I have a batch of starships to sell externally. 16 level 4 A2, type star-annihilating ships, 3 level 4 B2, type combat supply ships, 1 level 4 B2, type medical supply ship, 50 level 3 A1, type space battleships, and 6 A2, type space cruisers. All are red elephant race starships. Give me a reasonable price. Wu Guang was left speechless. How could Wang Sheng have captured so many red elephant race starships? Moreover, all of them were level 4 or level 3 starships. Could it be that one of the Red Elephant Empire's Sky Fleet divisions had been annihilated? After a brief stunned silence, Wu Guang snapped out of it. Of course, he wouldn't inquire about the source of Wang Sheng's starships. When business comes knocking, there's no reason to ask unnecessary questions. Even used level 4 and level 3 starships were highly desirable among the intelligent rat race, whether they kept them for themselves or resold them outwardly. Wu Guang said, thank you, my friend. Since the volume of this transaction is quite significant, I must personally inspect the starships before giving an accurate valuation. How much damage did these ships sustain? Wang Sheng smiled. Relax, they're all intact starships, just fire them up. There's no damage whatsoever. Wu Guang froze, unable to believe his ears. No damage whatsoever? Chapter 100, Purchase of Earth-like Planet. When Wu Guang first heard Wang Sheng's words, he did not dare to completely believe them, assuming that Wang Sheng was exaggerating his own achievements. But when he saw with his own eyes the fully intact starships and the bodies of the Red Elephant clan being transported out by machines from within the starships, he instantly realized that a powerful member of the Hun clan had acted on Wang Sheng's behalf. The Jishu clan, through information obtained earlier, confirmed that there was an advanced member of the Hun clan present with Wang Sheng. It was even possible that Wang Sheng himself was under the control of a high-ranking member of the Hun clan. Of course, this wasn't due to deliberate investigation but inferred from a series of intelligence reports. They even deduced that the Guang clan intended to improve its relationship with the Hun clan through Wang Sheng. Thus, the Jishu clan always played the role of a collaborator in these matters. However, at the same time, the Jishu clan also faced some pressure, like from the Ning clan. Their clan's high-ranking officials demanded that the Jishu clan not deepen their cooperation with the Hun clan. During this period, the reason the Jishu clan didn't continue renting out the Hun clan members from Wang Sheng was not because they lacked trade channels, but because they were considering the attitude and influence of the Ning clan. As Wang Sheng's friend, Wu Guang learned some of the situation and worried about Wang Sheng in his heart. But now, seeing this batch of captured starships from the Red Elephant Empire, Wu Guang felt relieved. Everything before him suggested that the Red Elephant clan was probably no match for the Hun clan behind Wang Sheng. And as for the Ning clan, they likely weren't opponents either. The Red Elephant clan was destined to suffer defeat at Wang Sheng's hands. With years of professional expertise, Wu Guang carefully examined the warships captured by Wang Sheng and eventually estimated their value at 155 trillion credits. If sold normally, the price of these warships should not be less than 165 trillion. A profit margin of around 10 trillion credits, Wu Guang believed, was very reasonable and took into account the current cooperative relationship between the Jishu clan and Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng had no objections to this. However, Wu Guang did not dare to decide lightly. I am a dealer for the Fakon Group, but I don't have the authority to decide on such a large deal. The evaluation process has been completed, but it still requires approval from higher-ups. I'll contact Representative Xu Ming right away. After all, over 100 billion funds are not something the Fakon Group can easily come up with at once. Xu Ming arrived soon after receiving the message. He reviewed the captured starships and finalized the transaction. However, Xu Ming indicated that it would take some time to raise the funds, so he hoped to pay in installments. Wang Sheng had anticipated this and immediately put forward a new proposal. I know that as a super starship and mechanical manufacturer, Fakon Group not only possesses advanced technical capabilities, but also has a vast resource reserve. I'd like to use this amount of money to purchase an adapted habitable primitive planet from you. Would you agree? Xu Ming was quite surprised. Buying a planet, even a primitive one, is never a small sum. This, Mr. Wang, we do indeed have many primitive planets under our group's name with potential for adaptation, but I must warn you, their values are not trivial, typically starting from several million billions. Moreover, the subsequent planetary transformation project will require continuous investment of funds and resources, usually several times more than the purchase price. Wang Sheng responded, I understand perfectly well. I know a lot of investment is needed later on. Fakon Group doesn't lack primitive planets, but lacks sustainable resources. So, I hope to purchase one planet from the group. Xu Ming nodded, realizing that Wang Sheng seemed determined. Mr. Wang, any original planet purchased from our group would nominally belong to the Jishu joint governance. In the future, once the planet is developed, the produced resources must have priority purchasing rights belonging to the Jishu joint governance. At least, the resources of the planet cannot be sold to our Jishu clan's competitors or even the Dark Alliance. I'm not trying to make things difficult intentionally. These are just conventions in personal planet purchases. Wang Sheng nodded. That's naturally understandable. I'm clear about the rules here. The primitive planet I purchase shall nominally belong to the Jishu joint governance. Moreover, if I want to make money, I won't squeeze resources from the planets under my name. You know, I have better ways to earn universal currency. Xu Ming smiled. Since Wang Sheng controls the rental rights of the Han clan, his claim wasn't boasting. It appeared that his plan to buy the planet had been well thought out. Then let's handle this specially, and I'll report upwards immediately. There are quite a few precedents for this kind of situation, so it shouldn't take long to get approval. As long as the trading price satisfies headquarters and proves that we're not privately scheming, then the transaction should be able to proceed smoothly. Xu Ming acted quickly. After reporting the transaction, he received approval in no time, agreeing to proceed. Wang Sheng picked out a planet from the Fakon Group's roster, ultimately settling on the primitive planet numbered 157721. After some haggling, Wang Sheng purchased the planet from the Fakon Group for a total price of 750 trillion universal coins. The first payment was 250 trillion, followed by payments of 50 trillion every 10 years, completing the payment over 100 years. Thanks to several previous transactions where Wang Sheng obtained materials from the Yin clan and then sold them, he had accumulated enough savings to cover the initial payment of 250 trillion. As an Earth-like planet, primitive star 157721 was even larger than the human-originating blue star. Beneath its surface lay abundant water resources, providing the fundamental conditions necessary for transforming it into a human habitable world. Once the contract was established, Wang Sheng ordered his fleet to head toward the primitive star, commanding the Qinglong to begin the planetary transformation process. Wang Sheng wasn't in a rush. He knew this would be a long-term project. He had already foreseen all these needs when he bought the Qinglong. Wang Sheng then made his way to the medical bay of the Yume vessel. Over this period, he often found himself gazing intently at the young Meiyu inside the cloning chamber. That was the innocent form preserved in his memories. When Meiyu opened her eyes, she saw Wang Sheng standing beside her. Hello, master. Wang Sheng was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to speak for a moment. As the cloning pod opened, he instinctively reached out, wanting to touch Meiyu's face but hesitated midway. However, Meiyu voluntarily moved closer, her beautiful face pressing against Wang Sheng's palm. Master, you created me, gave me life. Everything I am is yours. You hold deep feelings for my original self, and I wish to console your heart. Because my heart belongs solely to you, forever only to you. Tears of happiness welled up in Wang Sheng's eyes. It seemed as though his wishes were fulfilled. Don't call me master, call my name. Just call me directly. Meiyu paused slightly, softly calling out. Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng smiled in response. I'm here, Rain. Meiyu nodded. Yes, and I'm here too. I've always been here. Suddenly, Wang Sheng remembered something, and with a thought, a group of white kitten-sized creatures came bounding and leaping in, their cries forming a lively cacophony. They are gifts I've prepared for you. I hope you'll like them. Meiyu's eyes lit up as she eagerly picked them up one by one, playing affectionately with the cute kittens. They're wonderful. I love them very much. But, Chapter 101, on the brink of outbreak. Upon seeing a familiar scene of Meiyu playing with her kitten, Wang Sheng felt indescribable joy in his heart. He cautiously opened his mouth. What do you mean by but? Meiyu softly chuckled. There are too many kittens, I can't possibly hold all of them. However, these were gifts given by you, and I naturally like them. Unfortunately, I only have 2 hands. Taking care of so many kittens before must not have been easy, right? Wang Sheng scratched his head and shook it. I didn't think about it much earlier. Their numbers indeed became a bit excessive. But don't worry, these kittens possess wisdom, understand human emotions, and need no special care as they are obedient. Moreover, they are skilled at fighting and can protect you. Over this period, loyal little kittens, adhering to the basic principle of not pooping, not shedding fur, not causing trouble, and only being adorable, lived happily together with the female slaves. So Wang Sheng's current statement was somewhat based on reality. Mei Yu, however, was half believing. Her memory of kittens wasn't quite like this. Yet she would always trust Wang Sheng's words. Lord speaks truly. I shouldn't be worrying about such things. Lord, is this starship yours? Wang Sheng replied. It belongs to both you and me. Mei Yu giggled lightly, bending down to play with the kitten. Suddenly raising her head, she smiled and asked, When, Lord, will you retrieve my original body? Wang Sheng pondered for a while, feeling slightly dispirited. I'm not sure either. All I know is that she is currently detained by the Ning clan. Whether she'll return safely remains uncertain. Regardless, you are not her. You are someone else whom I also deeply cherish. I will always treat you well, and fulfill whatever you desire. Clone Mei Yu smiled faintly, her eyes radiating a bright light. Being able to accompany Lord is already more than enough satisfaction for me. She stood up and immediately embraced Wang Sheng. The large screen aboard the Azure Dragon emitted an urgent warning. This is the Interstellar Alliance of the Red Soil Star Domain. The affiliated Star Navy requires your immediate identification and purpose of visit. Otherwise, you will be considered an invader. We repeat, invading vessels. At this moment, Wang Sheng's fleet consisted of 4 fifth-tier starships. Second-tier Yume-class starships, including those 4 fourth-tier combat ships, had all been housed within the larger 5th-tier starships. In the distance, 2 star cruisers belonging to the Red Soil Alliance's Star Patrol forces. Their commander looked at the signals displayed on the radar. Through the images transmitted via satellite, he had confirmed that the 4 starships entering the controlled star domains of the Red Soil Alliance were all 5th-tier starships, and among these, 2 were determined to be the formidable S3 type Optima Star Annihilator ships. The other 2 appeared to be multifunctional warships produced by the Rock Tribe. Therefore, the identity of this visitor was far from simple. They could likely be high-level figures within the Red Elephant Tribe. Individuals, even the entire Star Alliance, couldn't dare to offend easily. 5th-tier starships. Not even one existed across the entire Star Alliance. As for those 2 S3 type Optima Star Annihilators, the affiliation information they broadcast indicated that they belonged to the Star Navy force of the Red Elephant Empire. In the human League-controlled star domain, the Red Elephant Tribe was known to rampage with impunity, and no one dared to provoke them easily. But now, due to their responsibilities, although the 2 star cruisers didn't dare initiate an attack against the intruders, fearing feudal resistance, they still needed to declare their sovereign rights audibly. Wang Sheng showed indifference towards this, connecting the opposing communication line. Notify your Navy's deputy commander, General Zhou Haozhe, demanding him to arrive here within an hour to meet me, or else face dire consequences. Tell him, my name is Wang Sheng. Seeing Wang Sheng's human form appear on the screen, all the officers aboard the star cruiser revealed looks of surprise. When did a human have the ability to control 4 fifth-tier starships? After issuing this demand, Wang Sheng quickly received a communication request from Yanji. Yanji angrily said, Mr. Wang, why have you stormed into the Red Earth Alliance with such hostility, explicitly requesting to meet Zhou Haozhe? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Wang Sheng calmly replied, I've come merely to settle an old debt. Yanji urged, whatever Vice General Zhou has done before, it was all for the Star Alliance, for our human civilization. If you make a move against him, then you will become the enemy of the entire Star Alliance and face merciless attacks from the Star Navy. Wang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. So let your Star Navy come at me. I am precisely looking forward to a clash with them. But some harsh words, I need to clarify beforehand. The price of attacking me will be heavy, so heavy that you cannot endure it. Therefore, I hope the Star Alliance reconsiders carefully. At present, I'm holding only Zhou Haozhe accountable, as well as the Zhou family backing him. If the Star Alliance insists on interfering, then it should be prepared for me to cripple them. Upon hearing this, Yanji was uncontrollably furious. Impudent. You madman, don't think that with a few 5th-tier starships, you can threaten the entire Star Alliance. You'll eventually reap what you sow. Wang Sheng frowned, feeling helpless in his heart. I imagine many people in the Star Alliance are listening to me now. So, I want to tell you all, the Star Alliance is too weak. You're not even worth my threats. Has anyone ever seen a lion threaten an ant? Don't overestimate yourselves. The Interstellar Alliance means nothing. All I'm saying right now is merely the truth, without exaggeration or denigration. I hope the high-ups in the Star Alliance can think rationally and avoid those unnecessary suicidal actions. This, as a human, is my only compassion towards your kind. What I'm stating isn't a threat, but reality. I hope the Star Alliance doesn't wound itself unnecessarily and avoids unwarranted casualties. Director Yen, I expect you to be smart about this. Let me inform you of another fact. The 2 5th-tier Light God Star Annihilators you see are just part of what I recently seized after wiping out a Red Elephant Empire fleet. So, how much of a threat could the Interstellar Alliance possibly be to me? Yanji was so enraged that his body trembled. He pointed at Wang Sheng, angrily scolding him. You just wait. A mere stroke of luck defeating the Red Elephant race fleet has made you so arrogant. The Interstellar Alliance will never tolerate your recklessness. You'll regret it sooner or later. You're a traitor to humanity and a disgrace to civilization. You'll be nailed on the pillar of shame in human history, forever spat upon by all humans. Wang Sheng grew impatient. That's enough. Stop wasting words and let Zhou Haozhi show up. Once I give the order to attack, you won't be able to bear the consequences. With that, he cut off the communication directly. Wang Sheng's unyielding attitude incensed the Star Alliance's higher-ups. Though some of them were calm and had absorbed Wang Sheng's warnings to a certain degree, for fifth-tier starships weren't merely decoration, after all. Nevertheless, the majority of the Star Alliance's higher-ups resented Wang Sheng's arrogance. They advocated for immediately gathering elite forces of the Starry Sky Guard to encircle and attack Wang Sheng, seizing the fifth-tier starships from him. Thus, on the signal screen of the Azure Dragon, more and more battle-oriented starships began congregating. They formed a dense encirclement around Wang Sheng's 4 fifth-tier starships. Conflict between the two sides was seemingly imminent. Chapter 102. The Kitten Squad unleashes its power. Wang Sheng heard the warning of eviction from the Star Alliance fleet. Immediately deactivate your shields, accept our guidance, and retreat from the Red Earth Star Zone. Otherwise, it will be considered an act of war on your part. Hundreds of 4th grade and 3rd grade starships had extended their massive cannons, targeting Wang Sheng's 4 5th grade starships. There were countless 1st grade and 2nd grade starships as well, mostly from the Red Earth League Space Guard fleet. They served as auxiliary units to the 3rd and 4th grade warships, encircling Wang Sheng and his crew. Of course, the 1st and 2nd grade starships didn't have that kind of long-range firepower. They could only serve as cannon fodder in battles involving higher-grade starships. Wang Sheng, observing the aggressive posture of the Star Alliance Guard fleet, immediately gave the order for the Kitten Squad to deploy. The Kitten team surrounding Wang Sheng now had expanded once again. From the previous batch of 1,500 supermicroparticle machines, awakened soul clans had fused with the genes of the versatile insectoids under Wang Sheng's command. They became more powerful special energy life forms than the original loyal little kittens. On the Qinglong vessel, dozens of miniature hatches opened, and palm-sized kittens leaped out from the starship, scattering in all directions and quickly approaching the enemy ships. This scene left the fleet commander of the Star Alliance Guard at a loss. What are those? How can they move so fast? Can the radar lock onto them? After a moment, a report came through. Report to the officer. Our radar has difficulty locking on. However, according to the initial satellite images, these are micro-sized living beings, appearing like black cats, but with the ability to function in space, similar to the versatile insect eggs produced by the insectoid side. Everyone looked at each other, unable to comprehend what Wang Sheng was doing by releasing a group of black cats. Did Wang Sheng plan to rely on these high-speed kittens to win? As versatile insectoids, although capable of surviving in Space Mencheng survive and Space Mencheng translated as survive Mencheng, their combat strength against starships was negligible. Or perhaps, Wang Sheng felt he would soon be eliminated, hence releasing the kittens? On board a 4th grade destroyer starship of the Red Earth League Space Guard, Zhou Haozhi, as the commanding officer of this Red Earth League Space Guard operation, gave a subtle signal to one of his trusted subordinates. Understanding the unspoken command, the subordinate promptly issued orders to the Red Earth League starships. Prepare the energy cannons and close defense systems, grant automatic firing rights, and do not allow those insectoids near the fleet. At the issuance of the military order, dozens of 4th and 3rd grade starships belonging to the Red Earth League launched long-prepared energy cannon attacks. Wang Sheng's target was none other than Zhou Haozhi, their commander. Therefore, the Red Earth League made the first move. Their goal wasn't the rapidly dispersing kittens in space, impossible to lock onto, but rather the 4 5th grade starships where Wang Sheng was located. Before the enemy's attack commenced, Wang Sheng had already prepared. The energy shields of the 4 5th grade starships had already been activated. Faced with the sudden attack, the 4 5th grade starships calmly responded. The Qinglong ship, which endured the most attacks, faced the combined forces of energy cannons and light cannons without showing even ripples in its dark energy shield. It completely repelled the assault. The dual protection mechanism Wang Sheng had activated, the self-generating energy shield, was rendered useless. Driving the Qinglong ship, Wang Sheng now used advanced dark crystals, whereas driving the self-generating energy shield required light crystals. Normally, a starship couldn't simultaneously use both dark crystals and light crystals. But under the control of the Soul Clan, while the starship was powered, the self-generating energy shield could still operate normally, albeit consuming both dark crystals and light crystals. Energy? Wang Sheng was not lacking. Faced with the enemy's attack, he instantly decided and issued a counterattack order. In the vastness of space, each loyal little kitten immediately transformed into lethal weapons. Simultaneously, bursts of swift energy attacks appeared. Within an instant, hundreds of loyal kittens unleashed devastating offensives, causing scores of 1st and 2nd grade starships to shatter into pieces. Unlike the 3rd and 4th grade starships, the 2nd grade starships lacked energy shield protection. Confronted with attacks from the kittens' mighty cannons, they exploded directly. From the soft and cuddly forms of the kittens emerged profound cannons, swiftly filled with pure energy, then transformed into deadly beams of light, continuously exploding across enemy starships. In the briefest moment, the number of attacks they launched was beyond count. The kittens, naturally adept warriors, displayed unmatched agility and power. They were naturally born for space combat. So long as the stored energy within them or the carried energy crystals weren't depleted, they could maintain intense, high-frequency attacks continuously. For the Star Alliance starships, the attacks from the kittens posed manageable threats. Though they incurred some damage, much of it affected the first and second-grade starships. However, the assaults from the elite kittens proved far less easy to resist. The continuous burst attacks of the ultra-powerful light cannons caused the energy shields of the high-grade starships that had been successively under assault to shatter and vanish. Subsequently, those enormous third and fourth-grade starships faced ruthless violent attacks. The star-studded void where the Star Alliance fleet resided was filled and enveloped by glaring beams of radiance. Ultimately, in the stunned eyes of all present, those starships transformed into clusters of dazzling fireworks, exploding apart one after another until they were crushed out of existence. The loyal little kittens reverted to their kitten forms once more. In the stellar void, they kicked their legs and sprinted with unimaginable speed. Each of them resembled rabbits in space, covering vast distances with just a slight movement, searching for any possible survivors who might have slipped through. At this moment, they were merciless killing machines, yet they looked surprisingly lively and adorable at the same time. Majestic strength blended seamlessly with diminutive charm. It was akin to the union between man and woman, following the inherent laws of opposing yet harmonious forces in the universe, resulting in an invincible, incomparably cute kitten combat team. Wang Sheng observed that vacant starry expanse for a while, feeling momentarily lost in melancholy. Hadn't his fifth-grade starships already prepared for attack? However, as soon as the kitten team flexed its power, the enemies vanished without a trace. Even the residual energy left behind by the enemy starships had been decomposed and devoured by these highly voracious kittens, converting it into energy to replenish the consumption from their previous assaults. In such circumstances, Wang Sheng could not recklessly fire his cannons, since there simply wasn't any target left to attack. With Wang Sheng's command, the four fifth-grade starships slowly retracted their artillery systems. Compared to the swift and nimble offensives of the kittens, their movements were truly too slow, unable to get even a single spoonful of the spoils. Meanwhile, on Lan Xianxia, the human new star union's blue new star. This planet, as the capital star of the Interstellar Alliance, now hosted a population of 45 billion, making it the most populous civilized planet in the Star Alliance. The environment of Lan Xianxia was almost entirely identical to that of the original blue planet, only slightly larger in area, perfectly suited for human survival. As an alien species, humans had now occupied most of the land on Lan Xianxia. Inside the Star Alliance's legislative hall, the scenes displayed on the giant screen were impossible for every member of the Star Alliance to accept. The main force of the Star Alliance's Space Guard, nearly 10,000 combat starships, had simply disappeared? This couldn't be. What sort of weapons were those troops that resembled kittens? How could they unleash such wildly violent offensives in the blink of an eye? Chapter 103, Sacrifice. The Star Alliance Council Hall fell into a silence. Suddenly, the voice of a Star Alliance member questioning loudly broke the silence. How could this happen? Who can tell me that this is what the Military Alliance representative said before, about having the ability to suppress those 4 fifth-level starships? The members of the Star Alliance Council, who had been stunned like wooden chickens, now burst into chaotic protests. Some couldn't bear it and covered their faces with sobs. They were almost on the verge of collapse. Who would have thought that the seemingly powerful space defense team would be so easily annihilated? Even 10,000 pigs couldn't have been eliminated so quickly. The representative sent by the Star Alliance to meet Wang Sheng was actually a high-ranking official from the military? Yi Li, the commander of the Red Earth Alliance space defense team. At 135 years old, Yi Li still looked like a middle-aged man. He was a bigwig in the military wing of the Star Alliance, held a high rank, and was also a member of the highest military institution in the Interstellar Alliance, the Military Alliance Council. He was a secondary public servant just below the level of a first-class president. Yi Li personally came aboard a third-level transport ship to seek an audience with Wang Sheng. The Star Alliance believed that the Red Earth Alliance should bear the main responsibility for this heavy loss. When Wang Sheng heard Yi Li introduce himself, he immediately agreed to his boarding request. This time, it wasn't Yin Ji who came forward. Finally, the Star Alliance had dispatched a heavyweight senior official. Mr. Wang, we apologize for our previous rash actions. The Red Earth Alliance's space defense team did not have my approval. Xuanhuan acted on his own accord, betraying our Interstellar Alliance and causing significant losses to the Star Alliance. Wang Sheng asked, since Xuanhuan was leading before, does this mean he has already died in the battle just now? Yi Li respectfully replied, indeed, Xuanhuan rebelled against the Star Alliance and was killed by you, which he truly deserved. We hope Mr. Wang won't misunderstand the events that occurred previously. Fortunately, there was no damage done to you. But, I personally am quite curious and would like to ask you an impertinent question. Your small black cats, able to unleash powerful offensives, are truly astonishing. Exactly, what kind of weapon are they? How is it that their attacks have strength comparable to light cannons, and even can release assaults matching hyperdistance light cannons? This is indeed my personal question, and if Mr. Wang could answer, I would be very grateful. Wang Sheng shook his head slightly. How could he explain such a matter? And your gratitude? Yi Li, how much is it worth? The reason why the loyal kitten squad could launch such powerful attacks first lies in their inherent power. Compared to these advanced soul clans, whose soul energy tactics are actually more direct and fatal than the energy attacks of kittens. In the cosmos, the rare soul clans possess special abilities, and their true value far surpasses that of the same level combat starships. Therefore, when Wang Sheng let the soul clans fuse with the chameleon bugs and the kittens, it could be considered a waste. In others' eyes, the precious and rare soul clan intelligences are nothing but cannon fodder here, or even toys. No one else would dare do this, because they cannot possibly afford it, nor could they obtain so many intelligence units. However, for the supreme ruler of the soul clans, for Wang Sheng who can awaken a batch of intelligence units at will, letting them serve as minor soldiers or cannon fodder is perfectly suitable. To Yili's question, Wang Sheng seemed to have not heard it. Besides Zhou Haozhe, there is the entire Zhou family. You should know that my previous pirate gang had close cooperation with the Zhou family, especially with the young Zhou Haozhe. Now, based on the intelligence I have obtained, it points out that Zhou Haozhe is the mastermind behind all this. In order not to affect his own future prospects and to eliminate evidence unfavorable to him held by competitors, he planned an ambush on the pirate group. To further eliminate any remaining trouble, he captured and murdered the families of the pirates, including my father. This matter must be resolved clearly. Yili said, Mr. Wang, I've already mentioned that the Zhou family is a renegade to the Star Alliance. Even if Mr. Wang does not pursue it, we will not forgive them easily and will hold the Zhou family responsible. We are willing to hand over all the Zhou family members for Mr. Wang's disposal. At present, the industries owned by the Zhou family and Jimu Star and other human civilization stars have been separately controlled by our ground defense forces. Their funds and banks, shares in some conglomerates, have all been frozen by financial institutions of the Star Alliance. Of course, it will take some time to organize and sell the valuable assets among them. After related statistics are completed, we will offer part of the income gained from the Zhou family this time, compensating each family of the pirate group with 5 million credits. What does Mr. Wang think about this? The Zhou family, from which Zhou Haozhe originated, was a large family conglomerate within the Star Alliance, wielding no small influence. Apart from Zhou Haozhe, other distinguished members of the Zhou family also held power in various fields of the Star Alliance. However, with Zhou Haozhe now fallen and Wang Sheng displaying overwhelming strength, the Star Alliance had no other choice but to accept this reality. Thus, the Zhou family could only become the scapegoat. Wang Sheng nodded, indicating that he could accept this outcome. Speaking of compensation, there are not many left among the families and friends of the former pirates today. If your organization couldn't uncover them over all these years, then who is this compensation going to be delivered to? For me personally, I don't need this compensation. Therefore, I hope the Star Alliance can soon issue a public statement exposing the crimes committed by the Zhou family back then. I have one more suggestion. Since I come from the blacklisted population on a mining planet under the Star Alliance, I've experienced the suffering and pain caused by lack of identity. Hence, I hope the Star Alliance will abolish policies targeting the blacklisted individuals and grant normal citizen rights to cloned humans who contribute. Yili was surprised upon hearing Wang Sheng's requests. In his opinion, these demands should offer no benefit to Wang Sheng himself. After all, at this point, Wang Sheng was unlikely to return to the Star Alliance. Even without Mr. Wang saying so, we intend to conduct a public trial for the criminals from the Zhou family, revealing their misdeeds openly across the Star Alliance. As for resolving the issues concerning blacklisted individuals and cloned life forms, I think that is not something we can address overnight. The Star Alliance must deliberate carefully before giving an answer. Not long ago, the AI rat race's Fly Control Group established the Flying Victory Sales Company within the Star Alliance. This company sells starships to the Star Alliance, including certain starship construction technologies we find particularly interesting. According to registration information, at least half of Flying Victory Company's equity belongs to Mr. Wang. Therefore, we hope to discuss some technology transfer matters with Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, if you were willing to return to the Star Alliance, it would be ready to grant you the status of first-class civil servant, enjoying the same treatment as a Star Alliance head. Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. I've just wiped out almost your entire main force of the space defense team, and now you're suggesting I join back into the Star Alliance? That's pretty funny. The suggestions I made are for the Star Alliance to consider carefully. As for returning, I have no such intention. The starships sold by Flying Victory Sales Company are produced by Fly Control Group. If you want the related technology, you should go and negotiate with Fly Control Group. There is one more thing I need to clarify beforehand. My territory now includes the development rights to some planets outside the core area of the Star Alliance. On some of these planets, humans can survive. I plan to recruit the necessary workforce for planet development from the blacklisted populations of mining planets across the Star Alliance, as well as those cloned humans, hoping that the Star Alliance does not interfere. Since you consider them as lacking formal identity, the Star Alliance should have no right to stop my plans, which wouldn't make sense otherwise. Chapter 104. The Red Elephant Clan Seeks Peace. For the Interstellar Alliance, the demands proposed by Wang Sheng were actually impossible to reject. Given the current situation, Yili could only agree. Mr. Wang's desire to recruit blacklisted individuals and clone humans is naturally something we will not obstruct. Wang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Yili was at least reasonable. When my new star under development begins preliminary exploitation, I will send my automated machinery to various locations of the Star Alliance to receive any willing humans who wish to leave, and provide them with official immigrant status. You should be well aware now that the Fey Control Group of the Smart Rat Clan has an in-depth cooperation with me. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult for me to offer those humans the citizenship of the Smart Rat Joint Polity. At that time, perhaps some relevant data from the Star Alliance side will be needed to complete the immigration procedures, and I hope you don't deliberately make things difficult. As a return, I am willing to sell civilian starships through Fei Shan Company to the Star Alliance, and there will be no restriction on transferring related starship technology. Of course, the starship production technology one currently possesses originates from the multi-purpose starships of the Yin clan, which are essentially simplified starship factories. Right now, I can only produce level 2 starships. If the Star Alliance has this need, I won't refuse selling a starship factory capable of producing these vessels. After all, the Yin clan imposes no restrictions on transferring technologies below level 3 starships. Upon hearing this, Yili felt quite surprised. The Star Alliance had no room to bargain with Wang Sheng's proposal. Yili already knew that Yin Ji's previous cooperation offer with Wang Sheng failed due to Wang Sheng asking for too much. Thinking about it now, Wang Sheng's demands were not high because they left plenty of profit space. Wang Sheng's willingness to transfer level 2 starship technology represented an extremely rare opportunity for the Star Alliance, and even more so, an unexpected surprise. Because before, the Star Alliance was controlled and squeezed by external forces even when purchasing core equipment for level 1 starships. As a Star Alliance general and level 2 civil servant, Yili reacted quickly. Thank you for your assistance. We are willing to purchase the related starship factories through you. However, this matter needs to be discussed with the Industrial Department and Starship Enterprises before we can decide on a specific procurement plan. Of course, I hope Mr. Wang can provide us with a list of starship models, so we can choose suitable starships for purchase. Additionally, Mr. Wang, our Star Alliance military is willing to cooperate with you to assist in completing your commercial and population plans here in the Star Alliance. However, we hope we can purchase military starships and equipment through Mr. Wang. Would Mr. Wang be willing to help? Wang Sheng frowned, silent for a moment. He thought carefully, and it seemed there wasn't much reason to deny the request. In general, selling military equipment comes with restrictions, and various national powers wouldn't easily give permission. However, concerning the Yin clan, they have fewer such limitations. I can purchase level 5 starships from the Yin clan, but I cannot resell them casually. As for level 4 equipment, there might also be some restrictions. Hence, I can only promise to help you buy level 3 starships and related equipment on your behalf. Yili was pleased inside. He recalled the heavy losses incurred previously under Wang Sheng's hand and felt a sharp sting in his heart. But still, if what Wang Sheng said were true, that military starship equipment below level 3 could be freely purchased, the reconstruction of the Star Alliance's Skyguard force could accelerate significantly. Moreover, the equipment to be purchased this time consisted of advanced combat technology-equipped starships en masse. This signified the beginning of a new era for the Skyguard force. Yili couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Had he known the outcome would be like this, he would surely have personally taken down the Zhou family and delivered them to Wang Sheng himself, starting an honest collaboration immediately. Unfortunately, in the universe, there is never a what-if. Their conversation soon ended. Yili took his leave. At this moment, the Red Elephant Empire had already received the battle video of the Milk Cat squad annihilating the main force of the Star Alliance's Skyguard. A group of Red Elephant Empire's upper echelons, watching everything unfold on the giant screen, were deeply shocked upon seeing the overwhelming strength demonstrated by the Milk Cat squad, unsure for a moment of what to say. Ultimately, the Emperor of the Red Elephant Empire spoke. From this moment on, the Empire's Supreme Council, Administrative Bureau, and Military Political Court must quickly discuss a strategy to ease the strained relationship with Wang Sheng. Also, who exactly advocated sending Mei Yu to the Ning clan? This must be severely investigated. Inform the Jin Yi family. If they continue to target Wang Sheng, the Imperial House will remove their entire family from the ranks of Imperial nobility. In this case, in order to quell Wang Sheng's anger, if necessary, the Jin Yi family must take the blame. All the members of the Red Elephant clan accepted the orders accordingly. Faced with Wang Sheng's Milk Cat squad, the Red Elephant Empire was simply no match. Any force capable of going up against the Milk Cat squad would at least belong to an 8th or 9th tier advanced civilization. However, the question was, who would be willing to confront Wang Sheng on behalf of the Red Elephant Empire? Even for the Ning clan, it would take much more than previous incentives to persuade them into continuing their conflict with Wang Sheng. The Red Elephant Empire wouldn't be enough to offset the severe losses likely incurred from fighting Wang Sheng. Setting aside the Red Elephant clan, let's consider the Star Alliance. Wang Sheng soon received over 100 traders from the Zhou family sent by the Star Alliance. He ordered the mainframe to check and confirm. Most of the Zhou family members had been delivered, except for a few who managed to escape. Without hesitation, Wang Sheng exiled these rebels into the endless space. The fleet set sail, leaving the Star Alliance, heading towards the Jishu clan's 157721 planet. However, just as Wang Sheng issued the order to move the fleet, he suddenly received a communication request from the Jishu clan. Wang Sheng connected the call with Bai Jiangxing. Hello, Representative Bai? It's been a few days since we last met. Bai Jiangxing seemed even more respectful than before. After exchanging pleasantries, he came straight to the point. Mr. Wang, this is what happened. The Prime Minister of the Red Elephant Empire, Xiang Deming, has approached me, seeking a meeting with you through us. They are willing to release Mei Yu and discuss possible future cooperation with you. Just recently, the battle between your Starry Sky Cat squad and the Star Alliance's warships has already caught our attention. The Red Elephant Empire knows they're no match for you, so they've come forward seeking peace. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel excited. The Red Elephant Empire was ready to release Mei Yu? This was truly good news. It appeared that the Chase side, meaning the Light Clan, had kept their word. Faced with pressure from the Light Clan, the Nung Clan evidently couldn't stand their ground. Wang Sheng forced himself to stay calm and responded to Bai Jiangxing. In that case, I'll head directly to the Red Elephant Empire to meet their Prime Minister. Where's Mei Yu now? I want to see her as soon as possible. Bai Jiangxing replied. Mr. Wang, when the Red Elephant Empire contacted us, their Prime Minister's God Destroyer starship was already near the Star Alliance's domain. Therefore, they're currently around Black Market Star. If everything goes according to plan, you should also be on that 5th level starship. If it's convenient for you, I can inform them right now about meeting up near Black Market Star. What do you think? Wang Sheng immediately agreed. Yes, please notify the Red Elephant clan on my behalf. I'll turn back immediately, and we'll reach Black Market Star in at most one day. Chapter 105, Mei Yu released. Two massive 5th-tier starships approached each other. At the moment when the bridge was lowered, Wang Sheng maneuvered his mech and charged onto the Red Elephant clan's light God Star Destroyer. He truly missed Mei Yu dearly. He longed even more for the youthful days of yore. A specially designed mobile cabinet was pushed forward by several strong Red Elephant clan laborers to meet Wang Sheng's mech. Mei Yu stood inside that box. Through the transparent material, seeing the unusually familiar face from her dreams and the thin figure, Wang Sheng felt a twinge in his heart, making his emotions surge even more. The mech's visor then changed accordingly, turning transparent as well, revealing Wang Sheng's face. Wang Sheng moved closer to the cabinet and placed his face against the transparent wall, emotionally speaking to Mei Yu inside. Mei Yu, it's me, Wang Sheng. Do you still remember me? Mei Yu frowned silently, looking at Wang Sheng with a puzzled expression. She had been locked away in a pitch-black dungeon for so long. For the first few years, the Red Elephants would come by periodically to interrogate her about the location of the treasure. Then after some time, no one even bothered asking her anymore. Recently, however, the situation suddenly became very strange. From time to time, Red Elephant nobles came to ask if she recognized Wang Sheng. It was rumored that he used to be a member of her father's pirate crew and had made some grave threats, wanting to rescue her. It was quite laughable though. How could the Red Elephant Empire possibly abandon the immense wealth of the dukedom? Back then, she almost drained all the resources of that noble family, taking away half of their treasures. Resources worth over 100 trillion were hidden by her in a place the Red Elephant clan would never think of. So how could the Red Elephant Empire let her go? Even if this Wang Sheng were to rise up like she did before, leading the human slaves to rebel against the Red Elephant Empire and causing them some losses, it would hardly shake the resolve of the Empire's ruling class. Mei Yu had long since given up on ever leaving prison. But later, things started to change. Mei Yu didn't know that Wang Sheng at all, yet the Red Elephant noble responsible for interrogating her actually accused her of having an affair with him. It was utterly preposterous. Every man who harbored ill intentions towards her Mei Yu had been castrated by her. The first one she couldn't forget even now. He was the unfaithful lover who disappointed her. She hadn't realized until later just how imaginative the Red Elephants could be. It was really too bad they didn't write novels instead. Afterward, she was unexpectedly taken out of the dungeon by the Red Elephant clan and handed over to the Ning clan for imprisonment. And using special techniques, they hypnotized her into spilling everything she knew. Turns out, that treasure worth trillions ended up in the hands of the Ning clan. What despicable bastards, truly infuriating. But now, seeing Wang Sheng in person, after the initial confusion, she began to feel that he looked somewhat familiar. A spark of clarity suddenly lit up in Mei Yu's mind as she remembered Wang Sheng again. So it's you, little Blackie. Your name is Wang Sheng, right? Wang Sheng lightly coughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Because back then in the pirate gang, he was the youngest and liked basking in the sun, making his skin look darker. So he was affectionately called Little Blackie by the star-dazzling Mei Yu. Of course, back then it wasn't just Mei Yu. Many people called him that. Thus, this nickname from Mei Yu evoked buried memories deep within Wang Sheng's heart. After so many years, thinking that Wang Sheng still held her close in his heart, Mei Yu herself was touched. Could there truly be such pure-hearted and devoted men in the universe? Suddenly, Mei Yu's face lit up with a radiant smile. Little Blackie, have you been remembering me all these years? I am the infamous star pirate captain. Don't you fear me even a bit? Wang Sheng was overwhelmed with emotion, because there were so many things he had wanted to confide in Mei Yu. Mei Yu, I've always been thinking of you. Even during my frozen slumber, I carried out my love and promise to you. Now, to encounter you, is the greatest fortune of my life. Welcome to my side. In the coming years, I will treat you well, and ensure you won't suffer any harm. Mei Yu was deeply moved instantly. Years of dark imprisonment had erased all her hopes. But Wang Sheng, the once inconspicuous little Blackie, brought her new hope. It was Wang Sheng who gave Mei Yu her freedom again. Moreover, she could sense Wang Sheng's unconditional sincerity and love for her. Under such circumstances, why would Mei Yu reject Wang Sheng? After enduring years of torture, she reclaimed a life filled with light. Let all past mistakes fade away like the wind. For Wang Sheng, and for those beautiful hopes, she would live again without leaving any regrets this time. She must enjoy the rest of her life and make up for the mistakes she had made before. Mei Yu's face was filled with a smile of happiness. Wang Sheng shed tears of joy. He could hardly suppress his excitement. The Prime Minister of the Red Elephant Empire, Xianxia, approached and spoke to Wang Sheng. Hello, Mr. Wang Sheng. I am the Prime Minister of the Red Elephant Empire, Xianxia. It is a pleasure to meet you, and we hope that this meeting can resolve the previous misunderstandings among all parties. Moreover, our empire looks forward to establishing a brand new friendly cooperative relationship with you. As Wang Sheng glanced at Xianxia, he felt somewhat impatient. He only thought about reuniting with Mei Yu. How could he care about the Red Elephants? Prime Minister of the Red Elephant Empire, I don't like too much idle talk. So since your Red Elephant Empire has released Mei Yu, I am very satisfied. This is a very wise decision. For this, I also wish to commit that all previous grudges between us will be wiped out. In fact, I have mentioned before that you should seriously consider my proposal to release Mei Yu voluntarily. Otherwise, the losses your Red Elephant Empire suffered would be heavy enough that you couldn't bear them. Unfortunately, the heir of the Jin Yi family ignored my suggestion. While Wang Sheng was speaking, a group of machines controlled by the Hun clan arrived on the Red Elephant clan's Light God Star Destroyer via the bridge. Their mission was to safely escort Mei Yu back, so the machines went straight ahead, pushing the mobile cabinet containing Mei Yu towards Wang Sheng's starship. Xiang Deming signaled to let them pass, and naturally none of the Red Elephants dared to block them. The Prime Minister then spoke to Wang Sheng. The former Viscount Jin Yi, Xiang Jinming, realized the severe damage inflicted upon his Jin Yi family due to his past mistakes, leading him to end his own life as an act of repentance for his sins. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng was genuinely shocked. In his memory, Xiang Jinming was a proud red elephant. How could he possibly commit suicide? Just then, Xiang Deming gave another signal, and immediately a metal box was brought up by the Red Elephant clan, containing the head of Xiang Jinming, his eyes wide open in apparent death. Wang Sheng wiped his face. All past grievances are now behind us. Please take Xiang Jinming's body back to the Jin Yi family for a proper burial. As for the Red Elephant Empire, we may still cooperate in the future, but more importantly, I hope the Red Elephant Empire ceases oppressing humans and stops maligning humanity. Only in this way can we establish a real cooperative foundation between each other. Chapter 106. Wang Sheng being bullied. Wang Sheng was distracted, exchanging a few words with Xiang Deming before hastily taking his leave. He couldn't wait to return to his own starship. By now, Mei Yu had already come out from the chest cabinet and was completely free again. However, her expression was distant and cold, looking as though she wasn't very happy. No one knew where she found the black leather outfit she wore, but there she sat, holding a cup of pink fruit wine in her hand. She lightly swayed it, occasionally taking a sip, sitting cross-legged on the central sofa, her booted legs swinging freely. She looked every bit the part of a big sister figure, truly worthy, being once the legendary female pirate leader of the famous interstellar pirate gang across the universe. Meanwhile, the younger clone Mei Yu obediently stood beside the big sister figure, gently massaging her shoulders, appearing very compliant indeed. What surprised Wang Sheng even more were the group of slave girls. They formed a line not far from Mei Yu, standing straight with perfect posture, making for an impressive array of long legs. Seeing this scene, Wang Sheng's heart instantly dropped. Trouble, he thought to himself. He had forgotten to tell clone Mei Yu and Yao Mingzhu to hide away. After all, some matters between men and women require decisive action without hesitation. If he could just overpower Mei Yu, deceive her into loving him first, and then arrange for the slave girls to appear and serve her well, wouldn't that be enough? At that point, Mei Yu should be able to accept him, right? But under the current circumstances, Mei Yu might doubt Wang Sheng's sincerity. Of course, regardless of how things panned out, just seeing her again was such good fortune for him. Decades had passed, yet here she was before him once more. The love of his dreams. His one true love. Wang Sheng vividly remembered her father, that old professor, repeatedly instructing those around him. Remember, as a man, when you see a woman you like, you must boldly express your affection. If she doesn't reciprocate, you must try everything to get the woman you desire. As space pirates, our advantage is our boldness in love and robbery, our willingness to act. Wang Sheng, feigning bravery, strode forward confidently. As he emerged from the mech suit, he slowly approached Mei Yu, forcing a smile onto his face. Mei Yu, I finally managed to see you again. Seeing you safe fills my heart with. The next moment, Mei Yu suddenly leapt up, glaring furiously at Wang Sheng and shouting, Little Blackie, how dare you be so fickle? How can I have trusted you? Now I will castrate you. You even dared to clone a younger version of me? I hear you've already slept with her? Disgusting. I'll kill you. Come here if you dare. Wang Sheng froze, quickly trying to explain. Mei Yu, please calm down. Let me explain clearly. I've also prepared fun gifts for you. So many kittens. No, what are you doing with that knife? It's only for cutting fruit. With Mei Yu rushing toward him, Wang Sheng turned and ran, genuinely terrified. Come over here, and let me show you how I deal with you. You womanizing bastard. Despite the situation, Wang Sheng realized he couldn't stop running. Thus, the farce continued. The slave girls had been won over by Mei Yu, their spirit of resistance awakened within them. Faced with the army of women led by Mei Yu, Wang Sheng was entirely powerless. He fled to another level, 5 starship, watching their angry expressions on the large screen. In his heart, he felt deeply hurt. Looking at the furious Mei Yu, who roamed about searching for him while being occasionally comforted by the slave girls, only to be harshly rebuked each time, left everyone speechless. Wang Sheng was now on the verge of tears. Never would he have guessed that nearly a month later, Mei Yu's rage still burned so fiercely. Yesterday, he had tried to make an appearance, but narrowly escaped being chased down by them. Deeply aggrieved, Wang Sheng eventually grew impatient and directed his subordinates Divine Light Star Destroyers to carry out brutal actions around the Black Market Star. Spending heavily, he obtained crucial information from the all-knowing intelligence shop about the Black Spirit tribe. He led a group of high-level soul clans to ambush and rob them. Who told them to bully him? Wang Sheng. He couldn't help but take his anger out on other bad guys to feel better inside. Thus, the previous Black Spirit tribe that had attempted to harm Wang Sheng became his outlet for releasing anger. Nearby Black Spirit clan traders now found themselves extremely unlucky. The sudden strikes were utterly unexpected misfortunes. For how many years had the Black Market Star not seen any robbery incidents? Black Spirit clan slave merchants, primarily dealing in human slaves, including Hei Hen, along with others involved in various smuggling businesses, were robbed in succession by a pirate fleet composed of 4-level, 5-star ships. Within a month, the Black Spirit Tribe's 4-level, 3-star ships, 7-level, 2-star ships, and even more than 50-level, 1-star ships, all fell victim to looting by the level, 5-star ship. The Cat Squad acted stealthily and unpredictably. Once they launched their attacks, they were fiercer than the level, 5-star ships, leaving the Black Spirit Tribe members with no chance to resist. Wang Sheng even gave orders to only leave behind the necessary energy and cargo, while everything else, including the starships, was utterly destroyed in a single cannon blast. Many members of the Black Spirit Tribe became slaves of the Soul Clans and were sold at low prices. Some of the Black Spirit Tribe members who refused to abandon their starships and fought to the death were mercilessly wiped out by the Cat Squad and high-level Soul Clans without any hesitation. This situation persisted for several months. Subsequently, things escalated as Wang Sheng's plundering expanded from near the Black Market Star into adjacent star domains. As long as it was a Black Spirit Tribe starship, he acted without hesitation. In less than half a year, the Black Spirit Tribe had suffered losses amounting to nearly 1 trillion credits under Wang Sheng's hands. This prompted the upper echelons of the Black Spirit Tribe to act. When the powerful level 6 starship of the Black Spirit Tribe appeared near the Black Market Star, before the merchants of the Black Spirit Tribe could celebrate, Longxing and his group directly seized it. 3 8th-level members of the Black Spirit Tribe emerged in the starry sky, intending to strike back at the Soul Clans. Unfortunately, after this period of looting and trading with the Rock Tribe, Longxing once again rented out his Soul Clans, exchanging them for a batch of rock essence powder resources to produce ultra-micro-particle machinery. This increased the number of high-level Soul Clans under his command once more. The 9th-level Soul Clans increased by 8 individuals. Most importantly, there emerged a completely new 10th-level Soul Clan. Wang Sheng bestowed the name Qingdi Star upon the newly born 10th-level Soul Clans from these ultra-micro-particles. Not long after, the earliest awakened 9th-level Soul Clan, Xuanhuan Star, successfully ascended to the 10th level within Wang Sheng's Golden Soul Force field due to the impetus brought about by Qingdi Star. In this way, Wang Sheng now commanded 2 top-tier experts. There was no need for Wang Sheng himself to take action. In an instant, his subordinate Soul Clans completely annihilated the 8th-level strongmen of the Black Spirit Tribe. Not a trace remained. Including their bodies, they were completely erased in the truest sense. The power of the opponent sent shockwaves through the entire Black Spirit Tribe, causing other watching races to tremble and not dare to intervene in the conflict. Although the Black Spirit Tribe still had 2 9th-level experts, facing Wang Sheng's overwhelming strength, they no longer dared to continue opposing. Soon, the Black Spirit Tribe dispatched a 7th-level special envoy to seek peace. I am Special Envoy of the Black Spirit Empire, National Protector General He Butu. I come on the Emperor's orders to meet with Master Wang Sheng. Please do not harm me. Besides bringing the Emperor's desire for peace, I have also brought envoys from the insect race of the Darkness Alliance. Therefore, this time we represent not just the Black Spirit Empire, but also the mighty Dark Race and the entire Darkness Alliance. Chapter 107. Refusal of Reconciliation. In a vast expanse of starry space, Wang Sheng received the news from He Butu that an envoy from the Dark Camp had arrived. He did not refuse the meeting between both parties. The power possessed by the Dark Camp could not be underestimated. Previously, Wang Sheng wanted to maintain a neutral position between the 2 camps, because he knew very well that the power of these 2 factions was not something a single individual could resist. Even if Jin Hun's methods were incredibly powerful, they still couldn't match up against the Dark Alliance. But later developments were beyond even Wang Sheng's own expectations. To put it plainly, he was forced to recruit soldiers. Initially, he just wanted to bring back Mei Yu and live happily together with her. But reality would not allow him to lead an ordinary life. Especially now, Mei Yu is quite dissatisfied with him, even trying to change his physical attributes. Wang Sheng was extremely frustrated. Despite having experienced so many sincere feelings, all of them have failed. He can only focus his main energy on dealing with other races. And at that time, the attack by shadow bugs completely altered Wang Sheng's neutral stance. He Butu, whose body was covered in black armor, looked like a long rotten underground undead creature, eerie, ugly, and chilling. As for the so-called shadow insect envoy, it was actually a level 9 shadow bug. When Wang Sheng saw the approaching starship, he immediately sensed the presence of the shadow bug and instantly felt some displeasure rising within him. They met on the bridge of the ship. He Butu stepped forward and paid respects to Wang Sheng inside the mech suit. He Ling Empire's National Defense Marshal He Butu presents his respects to the Supreme Gold Spirit on behalf of the Emperor. Beside him, the semi-transparent shadow bug bowed down to the ground before Wang Sheng. Its 2 forelimbs were raised high, as if showing respect. Great Supreme Gold Spirit, I am Xuanhuan, an elder of the shadow bug race, and also the Grand Priest of the Abyss bug species. This time, I represent the bug race in offering you an apology. Previously, due to incorrect orders, our 2 guard bugs offended you, which was an accidental mistake rather than the bug race intentionally targeting you. We have already recognized our errors and deeply regret their rash actions. Now, we only hope that the Supreme Gold Spirit will forgive us. Powerful Supreme of the Dark Race, Dark Shadow Emperor Woding, lets me convey the friendliness of the Dark Clan towards you. He says that the Dark Clan and the Spirit Clan have always been steadfast allies. He believes that as the Supreme Gold Spirit, you will choose to return to the Dark Camp and become a pillar of the Dark Camp alongside the Shadow Emperor. The Emperor also said that he is willing to support you in becoming the supreme ruler of the Soul Emperor Star and allow you to enjoy a status equal to the supreme of the Dark Clan. All those who belong to the Dark Camp will also be subordinates to the Supreme Soul Race. Wang Sheng frowned slightly. He looked at the shadow bug and spoke coldly. If you know it was your guards who offended me, why then have you come alone this time, without bringing those criminals who incited the shadow bugs to act against me? Neither the bug race nor the Dark Camp shows any sincerity in apologizing. I once hoped to avoid conflict with the Dark Camp, and even thought about one day returning to the Soul Emperor Star to become part of the Dark Camp. However, your bug race has shattered my illusions. Therefore, now I am your enemy. You can try whatever means you have. Were it not for your status as an envoy, you would already be dead at my hands. I will not forgive you, and the past grievances cannot end like this. If reconciliation comes too easily, how will those who are injured or have died unjustly gain comfort? Tell the Shadow Emperor that one day, I will face him on the battlefield. Xuanhuan tried to say more. Supreme Gold Spirit. However, he was interrupted by Wang Sheng's words. Escort him away. I don't want to waste words with this insect. The Creation Star appeared beside Xuanhuan. As a 10th level Soul Race member, he emanated a powerful but not dazzling energy glow, yet Xuanhuan felt an overwhelming pressure. In the next moment, an orange-red soul force field engulfed the level 9 shadow bug, turning it into an orange streak shooting off into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Since Wang Sheng said to escort Xuanhuan away, Creation Star carried out the order fully, directly sending him off far away. Hey Buta trembled all over, standing on the bridge without daring to breathe. Of course, he knew very well what kind of formidable strength Xuanhuan, as a 9th level existence, possessed. But even such a powerful Xuanhuan, in the hands of the subordinate Soul Race member under Wang Sheng, lacked the ability to resist or even object verbally, being taken away in an instant to a place unknown far away. And there should be dozens of such 9th level existences like Xuanhuan around Wang Sheng. What a formidable power. If the He Ling race cannot satisfy Wang Sheng, the final result will likely be very dire. Even if they narrowly escape annihilation, they would still suffer heavy losses under Wang Sheng's strikes, becoming a weak force mocked and bullied by other races. Great Supreme Golden Soul, I have learned that the villains among the He Ling race, such as He Hen, actually installed trackers on the slaves sold to you. The He Ling Empire believes that we must apologize to you and make necessary compensations. As for He Hen and others, those wicked criminals involved in human trafficking on Black Market Star, they will all be handed over to the Supreme Golden Soul for disposal. After He Butu finished speaking, He Ling soldiers escorted a group of He Ling closer. Among them was Wang Sheng's old friend, He Hen. Wang Sheng looked at those He Lings and then said to He Butu, regarding compensation, you must hand over all the human slaves and genetic samples in your possession to me. The He Ling side must destroy all evidence related to humans. In the future, the He Ling race must not engage in the trade of human slaves, or it won't just be about a few dead merchants being that simple. There's also that 6th level starship you sent recently. It's no use to me, but can be sold for money. If you want it back, pay 1 quadrillion to redeem it. Otherwise, don't obstruct me from selling it to other spaceship merchants, and you certainly mustn't intimidate subsequent buyers. If it remains unsold forever, your He Ling race is responsible for providing the energy and materials consumed by the 6th level fortress. Do you understand what I'm saying? 6th level battleships are not numerous even within the 2 major camps. So Wang Sheng's decision to sell off the 6th level starship should interest some factions. However, the He Ling race would undoubtedly be extremely dissatisfied. They couldn't do anything to Wang Sheng, but could threaten potential buyers when the time came. Still, Wang Sheng had already anticipated this. Previously, he intended to sell the 6th level starship and inquired with various factions and races, but none were willing to accept it. Primarily, because they feared offending the He Ling race. The control systems and relevant designs of that 6th level starship suited only the He Ling race, and not others. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and accepted it. He had many high-level soul clans under him, so operating the 6th level starship wasn't difficult. The issue lay in the fact that activating a 6th level starship, an enormous star battle fortress like that, consumed an exorbitant amount of energy that Wang Sheng found utterly unprofitable. He was neither a big faction nor a large group, needing a meteor-level fortress to impress anyone. Besides, what good would it do on a regular basis? Maintaining a 6th level combat starship was far too costly for Wang Sheng. He also lacked the relevant complementary support equipment. All nations and races today fear the strange abilities of his Soul Clan subordinates and the violent output of his kitten team. No one will take seriously the flashy but impractical 6th level equipment. Thus, the captured 6th level fortress from the He Ling race was, in Wang Sheng's eyes, a worse than throwaway old vessel, harder than ever to sell. He Butu listened silently with tears brimming in his eyes. He felt that Wang Sheng was extorting them. But what could the He Ling race do since they couldn't overpower him? We're willing to redeem the warship, but couldn't we reduce the price a bit? Chapter 108. The Xuan Clan Envoys. The Blackling clan kept their word. Or rather, they dared not break their promises. 100 billion units were smoothly secured by Wang Sheng. This money would become the initial development fund for his planet. Wang Sheng led his team to the Golden Xuan Star, the same one he had purchased from the Wise Rat clan, a terrestrial-like planet. After a period of general transformation, the planet had been rendered suitable for human survival. Apart from dozens of civilized planets under the Star Alliance's name, there was now another planet adapted for humans in the universe. The Blackling clan continued to fulfill their promise, and a large group of slaves, nearly 1,000,000 humans, were handed over by the Blackling merchants directly onto the level 5 starships near the Golden Huan Star. After registration, these human slaves were sent in batches to the Golden Huan Star. Meanwhile, various resources Wang Sheng procured also flowed nonstop toward the Golden Huan Star. More than 10,000 mecha units, mainly low-grade and mid-grade, were deployed on the Golden Huan Star, with the human slaves becoming their operators. This greatly accelerated the development speed of the Golden Huan Star. In less than a year, nearly 10,000 human settlements, initial forms of human cities, began to appear. Of the ships produced by the shipyards under Wang Sheng's control, at least half were put to use between the Golden Huan Star and the Star Alliance. Smart machinery controlled those spaceships and began recruiting blacklisted individuals and clones from the Star Alliance continuously. Due to Wang Sheng's formidable strength, the Human Star Alliance had no choice but to promote the policies of the Golden Huan Star positively, as per their agreement. Massive migration ensued. Even during the developed spacefaring age, such a large-scale migration wave was rare. In merely 2 years, the human population on the Golden Huan Star exceeded 10 million, and it continued to grow steadily. Wang Sheng's true love, Mei Yu, along with her group of female slaves, also found a new home. The largest settlement on the Golden Huan Star belonged to them now. Ming Zhu and Wei Jia, among others, piloted advanced mecha rampaging across the Golden Huan Star, achieving great success. For this reason, Mei Yu's female slave corps became the vanguard force exploring and developing the planet. Wang Sheng was somewhat helpless about this. Although Mei Yu had found a new target, she still didn't like seeing him. Whenever they met, she always thought about changing his male attributes, which made Wang Sheng reluctant to get too close, only daring to gaze at her from afar. However, Xianxia and the others remained very humane. They occasionally sneaked off to see Wang Sheng without Mei Yu's knowledge. As the Golden Huan Star rapidly developed, Wang Sheng suddenly encountered an envoy from the Huan Emperor Star. A mass of orange soul energy revealed itself in an excited state. Exalted Golden Soul, truly the Exalted Golden Soul. The recent rumors are indeed true. The Exalted Golden Soul has appeared. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xuanhuan, the Great Elder of the Huan Clan Elders Council. I've come to invite the Exalted One to visit the Emperor Star to take charge of the Huan clan's power. Wang Sheng furrowed his brow. To take charge of the Huan clan's power? But I don't want to leave here, and I have no interest in that power. Do you know what this planet is called? I personally named it the Golden Huan Star. Do you understand my meaning? I believe the Huan clan, as a mysterious race in the universe, already has many powerful figures and a stable power structure. There's no need for someone like me, who is called the Exalted Golden Soul, to go there and meddle. That would only cause chaos within the Huan clan. Moreover, it's not something I truly desire. There's also another thing you might be unaware of. I've already parted ways with the Insect clan. They once sent shadow bugs to attack me and harm the beings around me. And now the Huan clan belongs to the Dark faction or has ties with the Dark race. Many high-ranking members in the Huan clan will likely conflict with me because of our different stances. It's difficult to resolve such contradictions. Trying to change their fixed opinions and positions is a challenging task. So, Elder Xuanhuan, do you think my words make sense? Xuanhuan fell silent for a moment. However, he spoke again soon after. The Exalted Golden Soul is the hope of the entire Huan clan. Legends say your greatest ability is to awaken intelligent souls and grant our members a higher form of life. The whole Huan clan will benefit from this. Those Huan members unable to break through for a long time will, under the blessing of the Exalted One, gain real advancement. In the ancient legends of the Huan clan, the Exalted Golden Soul should be the supreme ruler of the Huan clan from the moment they appear. Only the Exalted Golden Soul can lead the Huan clan to its peak. This can be seen from the high-level Huan members around you, even including 2 level 10 Huan members. I invite the Exalted One to return to the Huan clan with no ulterior motive, just for the prosperity of our clan. Starting from today, all the power controlled by the Elders Council of the Huan clan will become the shield and spear in the hands of the Exalted One. No matter how other Huan members decide, the 1,070 high-level Huan under the Elders Council will be the most steadfast supporters and the most devout believers of the Exalted One. The advanced Huan absorbed into the Huan Elders Council represent the backbone fighting strength of the entire Huan clan. Xuanhuan's allegiance also represents that Wang Sheng, as the Exalted Golden Soul, has received formal recognition from the high-level Huan. Be they the Dark race or the Light race, the Darkness faction or the Light faction, if they dare to oppose the Exalted One, then they are our common enemies of the Huan clan. I sincerely ask the Exalted One to visit the Emperor Star so that I can convene a Huan clan conference for the whole universe as soon as possible. We need to summon all important Huan members to announce the arrival of the Exalted One and formally rally all the Huan to follow the Exalted One's path, obeying the Exalted One's commands. When Xuanhuan finished his speech, Wang Sheng ultimately still chose to decline. I will visit the Emperor Star, but not now. Rather, after some time. Right now, I cannot be distracted because the humans I see here need my protection to gain a foothold. The Golden Huan Star is the home I have chosen. In the future, I will settle here for a long time, so I must build it well before leaving safely. After I stabilize the environment of the Golden Huan Star, I will visit the Emperor Star. Since you believe I am the supreme ruler of the Huan clan, you shouldn't go against my wishes. Of course, even though I can't go myself right away, I can let my subordinate Huan follow you back to the Emperor Star to explain my position. As Wang Sheng spoke, he summoned the xuanhuan star with a thought. This is Xuanhuan Star, a 10th level human like you. He understands my position very clearly, so let him follow you back to the Emperor's Star. Tell all the human. If they don't wish to follow me, I won't force them, but I hope they stop helping the dark faction and opposing me, the exalted golden soul. If we meet on the battlefield, I will not hold back. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan realized Wang Sheng had made up his mind and couldn't be persuaded further. The will of the Exalted One. I will pass through the Elders' Council to all human members, calling on them to withdraw from the current factional disputes and await the next instructions of the Exalted One. After saying this, Xuanhuan bid farewell and left. Of course, accompanying him was Xuanhuan Star.